It's just one of these things of I'm dumb and I'm gonna show everyone that by asking the question that they always ask on ancient aliens.
Do you know what
Would
makes
this
that
be
so
true?
crazy though? The fact that where everybody thinks that mummies are rare today because they were robbed thousands of years ago. No, mummies are rare today because in the 1800s, people fucking ate them all. And that's the honest to God's truth. For almost 100 years around the world, it was a huge business of people thinking that ground up mummy, it even had its own name. They called it mumia, and you could buy it in little jars. They thought if you put that in your drink, it would help your health. And we consumed, humans on this earth consumed over 100 years in the 1800s almost every mummy they could get their hands on. That is the absolute honest to God's truth, too.
Victorian era people were fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I was going to say that in terms of how the pyramids were built, also there's extensive hieroglyphics showing how they were constructed, how the blocks were brought to site, in all those aspects as well.
And the exact nature of the labor force could be questionable, but either way, like human ingenuity did it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the pseudo history pisses me off, because it takes away credit from like what humanity is capable of. Humanity is capable of terrible things, but when we want to, we can do incredible things. And that's what ancient humans did. And it just bothers me that it's like, the aliens did it. Or, like the super secret Atlanteans who didn't need food. They only just needed to breathe air. And, they did it. It's like, come on, get the fuck out of here.
That's
Joe Rogan and Graham Hancock.
What was that guy that started the Mormon Church? Joseph Smith. That's why in the 1800s, that's why he ended up buying that paper from Egypt that he mistranslated into being something about the Bible, and it was really just like burial guidelines that they used in ancient Egypt. But that's why that he was able to buy that, because in that time period, it was really prevalent for people to just sell everything that they could get their hands on, including the actual mummies themselves, to be consumed. Very disgusting part of history, but yeah, look it up. That's the truth.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
And that's the thing about like the datums. They were like slightly getting part of the world right, and we said, okay, we're going to have to kind of join up these surveyed curves because they're not quite matching together. And so when they did this, they did the WGS 1960. So before 84, they were like thinking about how they could combine all these datums into one, and it's just refinement after refinement after refinement. And it is true that we do reference to the ellipsoid, but that ellipsoid refers to measured reality, which goes back to sailing, which goes back to time zones, which goes back to sunrise and sunset and the moons and the eclipses. Like reality has been showing us like over time, and we've just been slowly working it out. And like when I was looking at this, it was only 3 satellites from one particular place in Sweden. They said, we're going to launch these 3 things, one in 2015, one in 2018, and one just in 2024. And there's 1.6 terabytes of information per orbit. There's like 19 orbits per day, and it's been running for since 2015. So that's 10 years of data gathering at 1.6 terabytes per orbit. Like, do the math on that.
It's like 7
But
Google
just measuring
facilities
stuff
a week.
Yeah.
What about the idea that where did it ever come about that Egypt had more advanced civilization, like a more advanced technology than we do nowadays. Like that was a thing, bro. Is that still a thing?
For the
I don't know.
conspiracy
It's like the
theories,
Graham
yeah.
Hancock.
Like there's one hieroglyph of like some sort of serpent entering a basket, and it could be read as some cable into a light bulb. It's just really ambiguous, and it's just like it. It's
It's
I'm
the
not
water
in.
lily. It's the scent coming off a water lily, but everyone thinks it looks like a fucking light bulb. That's if you
Yep.
look at
Oh,
the
it's just
base
pareidolia.
of it, you know.
The
Okay.
Dendera
literal.
lights, is that what it's called? Dendera lights.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was wondering if it was referencing something else. It's like when one hieroglyph is put on top of another and they go, oh, that's an airplane. No, they just try to chisel over the old stuff. It's
Like-
just,
Like pareidolia, or no?
oh, yeah,
Basically what they want
exactly.
us to
Yeah. We see a familiar shape in this thing, therefore, that's what it is. Yeah. It's like the light socket. It's a face. No, it's just a light socket.
But that advanced ancient technology, that's what Graham Hancock and Joe Rogan talk about all the time.
Oh, okay.
That's where
That's the
that
guy.
kind of comes
I
from.
got you.
But
I got
but
you.
Graham Hancock, even previous to the ancient civilizations thing, he wrote like books about ancient civilizations on Mars as well. So he's just moved his grift to Earth instead of Mars.
And then he gets
It sounds like he's got to be
on Netflix
he's gotta-
because his son is the in charge of. He's like the vice president of documentary shows for Netflix, and that's why he got the show on Netflix.
He must be an incredible, not incredible, but like, for instance, like Dearth, right? I think that Dearth has a good grift. Like he knows kind of the right way to run his grift, like to like try to maximize. Like, I mean, he's got flaws, right? But like, I think he plays the game well. Same with like Steven Alonso. Like they know how to like talk. They're charismatic. And they do it well, and like it sounds like he probably has that like that same
He's
gene
well
or
spoken.
whatever. Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of his stuff.
I wish
I've
they
been
would
trying to figure
dedicate.
out. Yeah, go ahead,
You go.
Tiles.
I don't have anything to say.
I was kind of doing kind of an aside about. I wish there was a way we could about Dave's app, how we could get a better like a contact man, like someone at Google to actually take a look at what his app's doing or something. That's just kind of been on my mind. But,
Does
man,
anyone have updates on Dearth's app? Anyone know about the situation?
Toon gave he did a Zoom that I jumped in the other day that he actually ended up putting on his Conspiracy Tunes channel, I think, where he was interviewing a bunch of like people in like the Jewish rabbi community that had a lot of questions about flat Earth and stuff like that. It was kind of interesting, but I asked
I
him
saw
for an
that.
update and he said something to the effect that he did a speech, not a speech, he did a talk when he was down in Florida, and he just said like wait until like this talk comes out, which I guess is going to be soon. It was kind of an ambiguous question. I never really followed up with him, but I think that he probably highlights a lot of it in there, and I guess he thinks he's going to get some good media from that talk, is what it sounded like. But he said just wait till that. He didn't really have much else to say except that it is still like quote unquote hackable, like by his team at GlobeSec on his Discord. They're able to still get information from the users and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, because that was really bizarre.
Yeah.
Like when you ring the phone number that you think is Dave Weiss and his daughter answers the phone, I'm like, oh, sorry, I'll just call later. Bye.
Have you called it? Have you called that number?
So I actually, so Tune did not. Tune actually. I actually have a confession. I talk to Tune semi regularly, and I have some of Dave's contacts, some of his phone numbers. He's used several of them over the years, and that was one of that was one of Dave Weiss's phone numbers that I had, and I actually passed him that number in a live chat, and the one that he actually called, and his daughter picked up, unbeknownst to me, right? Like I have no idea who the hell his daughter is, but I have a list of these numbers that he's had, and he has two of them active. And of course, I'm just like, well, he's got a flat Earth phone and he's got a real Earth phone, or like, it's whatever, his burner phone. And so I'm like, I don't know if you want to try this one, Tune. And Tune just took the heat for me. So that's why, I mean, I gave him that, and he basically he got on a call with Dave several weeks after that, I guess, when he actually got him on the call, and he's like, what are you doing calling my daughter, yada yada, whatever. And Tune's like, yeah, sometimes I come across these numbers, it was unintentional or whatever, and it was like he took the heat, right? And I'm like, dude, you didn't have to fucking do that. It was like a stand-up play by Tune, but it was actually that exact thing that happened when he called his daughter was actually my fault. Plain as
Right, I
day.
didn't know that.
Yeah, I've told like probably two people, no, like 20. But I mean, it's not, at the end of the day, it was purely innocent, just trying to troll Dave. It had nothing to do with
Yeah,
his daughter. And Tune did the right thing by getting off the call immediately, right? And of course,
yeah.
Dave's just gonna like he has nothing else to talk about, so he's gonna try to make that a thing. And yeah, and Tune just did what he didn't have to do, and kind of took responsibility to try to keep, I guess, one of his subs out of the limelight when he didn't have to. And I really respected what he did for that. But I'm gonna talk to him about it afterwards. But yeah, that was the story with that actually. But
I remember that ice spin very, very clearly.
if you look back at the live, if you actually look back at that, you'll see me in the live chat, like when he's having a conversation with Dave, and I'm like, bro, that was me, dude. What are you talking about, dude? What are you doing?
Yeah, that was
like,
an interesting night.
That's
for
I'm like,
sure.
you don't have to say anything to him. It's like he took the heat, and I'm like, fuck, dude, that's crazy.
You
Again, it's
stitched
not like
him
he
up.
took a bullet for me, but he was just like, yeah, without even blinking, he was like, no, that's on me. He's like, you're right, Dave, or whatever. And then, like, of course, Dave just called him a probably like demon Satan worshiper and just jumped off the call or whatever he did. But which again kind of goes back to like the thing where it's like Dave just always goes back to like, I said a no immediately because they're demons, they're devils, they're working for the devils. Like, if you have the truth, right? And like, I mean, if you're going to fight, like fight the good fight, like I think God, or the creator, as you call him, Dave, because you're just drifting at every moment, every turn. You're just going to try to like appeal to both sides of
Switch
the coin
religion.
every time. Yeah, and it's like if you're fighting the good fight, then why is everyone letting you off the hook when you say like you're not going to fight the good fight? It's just like they just like take his. They're just like, yeah, that's right. Don't go fight a demon or whatever. I mean, it's just such a silly thing that comes out of my mouth. But like that's ultimately what he's saying, and they're just like, yeah, Dave, you get him. It's like what?
Why isn't anyone demanding? Oh, I guess they just all
Yeah,
assume that it's true. They need to demand
go
proof.
slay the demon. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing, Dave? Okay, whatever. That's what I'm saying. He knows how to walk the line very like he's been doing it for a little bit. So it seems like he kind of knows what he can get away with and what he can't. He's never kind of gotten. He's a slippery fucking eel that no one's ever been able to really kind of
It
pin
seems like he
into
can
the
say
corners.
anything. I don't even know where the line is. It seems like
Yeah,
I don't know.
but
As long as
and
he
he does
says
this
the Earth
thing
is
too
flat,
where
then it's fine.
he gets ahead of things, and like he'll I still want to go back and watch. I don't know if you guys watch Ironwork. He's very irrelevant, but he's
I try not to.
yeah, he had Dave on twice, and like they have some like kind of some racial tension like on the call. I've been meaning to watch the second one because Dave really came in hot, dude. He was fucking mad.
Really, I
It
haven't
was like
seen it.
3 or 4. It was like a 3 or 4 hour. I'll find it in a minute, but it was interesting. I mean, I was in and out of it because there was something else going on at the time that I was kind of keeping an eye on. But when I say interesting, it was just, I mean, it was just two flat earthers just like having, it's like not like a full flurf on flurf, you know, like we disagree and you disagree, but like they were kind of like not happy with him, and they were giving him the platform to like air out his dirty laundry and shit.
We
like,
all love
didn't really
that kind
push
of
back.
flurf on flurf.
Oh yeah, yeah. Calder was probably over in that chat too, and it was happening last week. But yeah, it was kind of a good time.
Yeah,
I
it was.
want to go back and watch
Yeah, it was.
it. But anyways, yeah. I mean, Dave does this. He kind of like he'll get ahead of things. And he'll say like, oh, for instance, like TFE, he was like, listen, okay, guys, I'm here to tell you, like the chroma key thing is a thing. Like he'll try to like slide in this like, you know, this thing that everyone can agree on, and then he'll be like, but what they're not telling you is like, you know, there's two suns, or like it's just like weird. He'll like set up his he always kind of like leads. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but he does a good job of like trying to like get ahead of like something that's going on to make everything else that comes after it seem more credible or whatever.
Playing both sides, something.
Are you talking about Flat Earth, Dave?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's hard to watch.
Yeah, he's terrible. I mean, all of his he knows the script so well. I mean, it's just he's I hate to say he's clever enough to kind of do what he does and do it pretty well to like a lay
He
person.
just, yeah, he'll
But he's just
devolve and just rambling, and it's like it's hard to follow 2 sentences back to back because he's everywhere. It's like a babbling person with like dementia. That's how I feel when I listen to that guy. Just
yeah.
you know, like just you know.
It's not dumb. No, you're not dumb. It's dumb. Like he caters. He plays the audience really well. And so
Yeah.
DP Debunk's kind of a relatively new person in our space, but made a shirt in his merchandise store that says, "You're not dumb. Dirth's dumb." And he's like printed a bunch of them. MC Toon's been wearing it lately, but he won't show the whole thing on screen.
Oh,
Kind of funny.
Is that what it says on the back of his shirt?
Yeah. That's exactly.
You're not dumb, or I'm not dumb. You're dumb.
It says you're not dumb. Dirth is dumb, or Dirth is stupid. Like, you're not stupid.
I had it specially made.
Yeah. DP
Last
Debunks.
night.
If you look at his merch store. Yeah. He's been wearing it a lot, but it's just kind of a jab at Dirth.
Yeah, I noticed that last night.
I got that thing. I'm gonna post it. I'll post it. And, I'll post that.
I love that. I love DP's store
and text. Yeah. I haven't looked at a lot of his. Actually, you know what? I saw that he had a Witsit platypus backpack. That's pretty funny.
You should get it. It's hilarious.
Do you have one?
No, I want to get one. I've been waiting for.
I bought something from
what
Trunk
about
to
his
Bunk.
the Antarctic special edition or something?
Yeah, that's the one I want. I want the Witsit
With the
Platypus
periscope?
Antarctic Explorer
Yeah.
edition.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's the one Toon has.
Is it? Ah, great.
And it came with a gyro compass or some sort of something. Yeah.
I was surprised when I brought up to Denmark just the hot air balloon that he just did not want to go back to it. It's just
Yeah, I want to talk about that actually.
I was checking with him.
Do you
He
think
did that the other
Demon's
night to
still
me, though. He
listening?
just, I don't know. Maybe now that it's kind of thinned out, who knows? I think he'll just go back to the dirt, and I'm afraid to say I don't really know what he's saying about the dirt and equipotential and zooming out in space. Like, do you guys know what he's saying?
Well, I was trying to ask questions about it before, like what? I don't.
Maybe
Well, I
maybe
honestly
he'll
don't know
run
what
from
he
that
means.
back to the hot air balloon. We can do the alley-oop.
I wanted to know, like, what if, assuming the Earth is a globe and or assuming the Earth is flat, what would you expect to see from the weather balloon experiment on either model?
That was the thing that I was like, so on our model, like that would not happen because we are limited by our ability to climb high enough in the atmosphere. We would be climbing in elevation. He's like, don't give me all this globe shit for a flat Earth. And I'm like, bro, I'm just telling you, like, this is why this would not happen on a globe. Like, that's what you want to happen, but in fact, that's impossible. Like, it's not going to happen. And so, and let me tell you why, like, it won't happen in a way that you might understand it. And he just didn't want to do any of that. So.
But what about the 8 inches of dirt?
Yeah, I had trouble even tracking that at all because he was just like spouting at that point. So I think he was just saying stuff that didn't really. I mean, he does that anyways, but like I was actually trying to track him. Like the other night, I got in an argument with him, and it devolved into something about dragons on the moon, and then he went to a helium balloon in a lab, and then he went back to a moon rock in a lab, and then he wanted to talk about the moon rock in the sky. It was really wild. It was a really wild 4 or 5 minutes of my life.
Moon that was crazy, and that was insane.
Moon dragons was the best, bro.
That was nuts.
Dragons and
moon dragons.
Yeah.
I think what he did is he just thought of the most unrealistic thing. He probably like left unicorns on the table and like pixies and stuff. He could have probably used those.
What about dragons in the lab?
Yeah, he chose like dragons on the moon, and he just threw a bunch. He said like comet, planet, space boy, or something. It was kind of weird.
In a lab.
Yeah, he just was pulling from his carrot top bag of like fucking props and shit. At that point, like it was just a show. There was nothing.
Yeah, haven't you heard the helium dragons on the moon?
I mean, I'd love
So
to.
obvious.
I'd absolutely love it if they existed and we could actually talk about what the fuck they're doing here and shit. But that would be fantastic. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I haven't seen the other side of the moon except for what they say it looks like.
Exactly.
Wall-to-wall dragons. That's what they're hiding.
I think so. It got to the point that DMARC wouldn't accept diagrams either. He wouldn't even look at the diagram.
Hey, I have a question, guys.
Yeah.
That Steve A guy, has anyone ever wanted to hear him say, "Dave's not here, man"? Because I do.
Steve A.
I think only the older people will understand that joke.
What did you hear? I didn't hear you. I just missed I missed a couple of words. Repeat what you said.
Oh, hey, can you say Dave's not here, man?
Dave's not here, man.
I was referring to a Cheech and Chong joke. I'm sure you knew that.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know it. Yeah, I don't know it.
It
I
was
like
a
the one
skit
where
that
the
they did.
dog. They were smoking good shit.
Well, you sound like Cheech, or Chong. I'm sorry. That's why I wanted to say that.
Yeah.
That's
Dude,
way back.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know who he is.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's why I say they were smoking good shit, right? You get that joke? You remember that one?
right? Yeah.
Yeah, we had to follow his dog around it.
I figured you guys would like that joke. That's all.
Yeah.
I think CK is actually smoked with Cheech or something at a concert. Can't remember.
Hey, Icy Spin, she just texted me or on Discord. She said, I don't even know what she said. She said, finally stopped raining.
Oh, really?
She's still at her concert.
She in Texas?
No, we're in Colorado.
Oh yeah, there's a storm there too.
Yeah,
it's been raining all
she's
day.
gonna drive back to the Springs. I think she's up in Denver.
It's 11:15.
Texas is getting beat up right now.
She was at a concert at the Levitt Pavilions out over here. I'm not sure who she was seeing.
It was just like blues or something.
I think so.
Have you been to any concerts out there lately, Calder?
I haven't been to a concert in I don't even know
That's
how
right.
long.
That's right. I think I asked you about Red Rocks, but yeah, you said you haven't been in them.
I've been there. I worked a
while.
concert there, but it was a private thing. It was the Fray. And I met the lead singer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I ended up meeting the lead singer, and we weren't allowed to talk to him, but I still did.
Mm-hmm. I
That was
remember the
fun.
Fray. They were like around back in like what 2004.
Yeah, they're
So
from
yeah, that's
here.
been a while.
They're from here.
Yeah. But they haven't really been relevant forever, right?
No, they're still around.
Are they?
Yeah. They're not as popular as they were back then. This was back
Do you remember?
in
Remember
2013 or
303?
something. Yeah, they're still around too.
Yeah,
I think they live in LA, but they're from Boulder.
Yeah. It's I didn't know exactly where they were from. I'm like, oh, 303, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think they're from Boulder.
Yeah. Yeah, I love Colorado.
Me too.
Do you grow up there?
Yes.
Gotcha. So your whole your family's from there too, huh?
Yeah.
Do you talk to your family? You go along with them or see them often or?
Who's all listening to this?
What's that?
I said, who's all listening to this? Let's talk flat Earth.
Yeah, we want you to dox your family.
No, I just wondering if you're just like, just trying to get to know people.
Now I'm blushing. I'm gonna be quiet now.
Yeah, dude. Well, my family lives in Florida. I came back to Florida. I had a divorce in Colorado.
Oh, bummer.
Back here, yeah. So.
Oh yeah, you lived out here,
free
didn't you?
set.
Hey,
Yeah.
there's CK right there.
Yeah, I live like not that far from your Ace Hardware.
Right. Ace Hardware. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I think we talked about that one time.
We did. That's funny.
Yeah, so the Earth is a sphere, right, guys?
It is.
Diamond shaped.
This is really driving the views up.
Hey CK, I know you're listening.
It's something shaped. Hello all.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, who said that?
Who do you think, motherfucker?
Oh, what the fuck? What are you doing here, bitch?
What am I doing? What do you mean?
Monkey.
You've been laying in the weeds for 10 minutes?
Yeah, I've been
Calder story hour.
Yeah, I've been chilling. It's been interesting. Calder, you got a fascinating story.
Yeah. He was just talking about how he likes to blush on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were getting close to breakthrough.
Sorry, yeah, I've been just chilling,
said no
watching
such
my
thing.
nonsense.
What have you been watching, Monkey? Podcast?
I like my dash cam and my body cam footage stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. Dude, I started getting into the body cams, and I'm like, there is a never-ending pile of people that just want to steal from Target and Walmart all day. It's just so funny.
Dude, honestly, I have to take a break from Flat Earth here now. So this is where I go.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I can only take
here.
so much of just derp. Oh, it's a bitch here? What a bitch.
I guess so.
I'm sorry.
She's got to be like on the road.
Well, can you guys stop talking so DMOC can talk for me? Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the only thing holding DMOC back is there's too many people talking right now.
We were having such a reasonable conversation earlier with him, and then
All right, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
he flew right off the
Shit
rails.
now, CK.
Yeah, Denmark was. You would have been so impressed. I guess we could watch the
He
live
already
feedback,
went
but
off.
he was
I can
so
only handle
nice
so much.
for about 6 minutes, and then he just
I-
lost all of his niceness.
Yeah, I did tune in for a little while there, and he was actually pretty calm for DMAC standards.
He actually
was
laughed.
quite
I'm
calm.
still in shock that he laughed.
Was that you that made that comment, Calder? Like,
Yes.
dude, I've never heard you laugh. Yeah, yeah, he did laugh. He like told himself a joke. Even it was even better.
He
told
cracked his own joke.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. And then he was like, "Guys, let's be real. Come on, guys, let's be real. Like, it's flat, right? It's flat." Like he wanted to like take that approach, kind of. And it's like, all right, well, like, tell us why it's flat. And he started to go into it, and then next thing you know, we're in a hot air balloon, just breaking the laws of physics, and he didn't want to understand that.
Dude, you're
That
the
was
one
right
who got
around the
him
time I
going.
tuned out.
Yeah,
Just
You're the
like,
one who
alright.
got him going, Icy Spin.
what's that?
You're the one who got him going.
Dude, I was so nice. And then, but then everyone just they were just waiting for the
Right.
like break
real
in
one.
the action to just fucking attack. And I'm like, all right, well, this is over. Let me try to say one more thing. And then he was already too far gone.
Yeah, I
know.
don't
Maybe there's
understand him.
maybe there's a
he's,
right way to talk to him, but that wasn't it.
There's no right way to talk to DMOC. There's just DMOC.
Yeah.
I've
I'll
known that
keep,
for years.
a glimmer of hope alive.
Yeah.
I know there's evidence. Just gotta be. We haven't turned over every rock.
Flat Earth of the gaps.
Flat Earther of the gaps. Yeah, yeah. You've hit some solid of the gaps tonight. I gotta hand it to you. I want to see you go. I want to see you go toe to toe with that guy that I brought
Oh
up
no, you don't.
weeks ago again. That was entertaining because he was just
Yeah, that was funny.
absolute not
I could
having
do
it.
it, but
Yeah.
it would just be trolling at that point. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. No, most definitely. But I would grab popcorn for 10 minutes until it just inevitably just ran into the side
Should
of
I
the
invite
cliff.
him
But
to the server?
oh hell yeah. What's his name?
EB3.
Oh, that guy
Something
is
like that.
he's so happy with himself about everything he's ever done.
Yeah.
No matter how nonsensical it is. EB3, that's right. Dude. Wasn't he was like kind of British, right? If I remember right.
He is British, yeah. I wasn't
Where are
expecting
you from,
that.
Tiles?
New Zealand.
New Zealand. Okay.
Actually, I have family in Florida though. So
Oh no way.
Colorado's overrated.
I like Colorado because it's too damn hot in Florida, dude. You just get
Oh right, yeah.
hammered with humidity. After a while, it's
Yeah,
like
fuck you. You gotta go to Arizona if you want to be happy.
yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Hold on. Do you have family out
Hey,
there?
Colorado's not overrated. What the heck? We just have too many Californians here.
Tiles is just trolling.
Yeah.
Isn't that?
I know that.
Colorado at the gaps or something.
Exactly. I see Spain.
And that's where all the cool people live.
I get it.
I've heard. I don't know. We got like a Calder and like a CK over there. It's weird.
Dude,
Don't forget
yeah.
about Leadwell
Calder's
Yeah.
got to get visited by Mikey.
and Will Duffy.
Yeah.
Oh,
I swear to
yeah,
God,
Mike,
if Mikey does go to
Sea Lion
Duffy's place,
Prime.
I will fly down.
And I
will
believe
be there
Jesse
for
lives
that.
out here.
Jesse Path of Light.
I think so.
Dude, all the cool kids live in Colorado. What the hell?
I think he lives.
Right?
I think he lives somewhere. I didn't get to ask him the other night
Nah, he's
when he was on
northwest.
Tune's thing.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he's important.
Tiles and
Or Oregon at all.
Planner Walk, you know, they probably went to the same high school or something, I guess.
Pretty much. We're cousins.
New Zealand to us is like, oh, doesn't even so Christchurch is like something that I'm thinking of. That's a city, right? In New Zealand.
There's a place in New Zealand, Christchurch. Yeah.
Place.
How do you know that?
Christchurch is-
How did that get the name? I think Planner Walk brought it up at some point, and I'm like, Christchurch. That is a very interesting name.
Yeah.
I just
I
never
imagine
heard
it's
that
like
name before, and I'm like,
Christchurch.
that's an actual
It's like
name of a place.
I imagine it's just like a mecca with a huge cross, like just in this city, like whatever, like right in the middle of the city.
Almost. You're not actually far off. So it's called
Really?
Christchurch because there's a big church in the center of the city. And the church is Christchurch.
I imagine that church has a cross on it, so I fucking nailed it.
Nailed it.
Yeah,
Nailed it.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I was just like Christchurch. That's so well. But I mean, New Zealand's obviously how like all right, like I mean, dumb American here. Is it like 2/3 the size of America, or is it the same size? Or I can't. It's like smaller,
It's
right?
like the size of
Dude,
California.
are you? Yeah, it's about the size of California.
Australia.
Go
Australia is the size of the. Yeah. So I should.
Whereabouts?
You know what's wild? I flew to Sydney and we traveled up the coast, New South Wales into Queensland, and then we flew out of Cairns, like 3-week travel.
Yeah.
So for the Americans, it's like if you flew to Florida and you drove up to New York, that was kind of the equivalent over 3 weeks. And then I
Nice,
flew back, but it was like it was with a group. But the craziest thing, I was like 16, and the craziest thing was that they drove on the fucking left side. That blew my mind. I bet you guys do too, huh?
Well, it blows my mind you drive on the right side, the wrong side of the road.
On the correct side.
No.
Exactly.
The right side. It's called the right side because it's the right side of the road.
That joke never gets old.
So,
and you have colored money and shit. Like what the fuck? The weirdest thing was that
you have, like, green money. It's weird.
Yeah, exactly. It's so funny. I know that Australia had like waterproof money, and I'm sure y'all probably
New
have.
Zealand's
y'all have the
money is
same?
also waterproof.
Yeah. You guys copycatted of it. And then y'all had like dollar coins. The $2 coins were smaller than the dollar coins, at least in Australia. That was wild.
Nah, it's reverse in New Zealand.
Okay. So the $2 coins were like literally like little buttons that you'd have on a shirt almost, but they were gold. And then you had the gold dollars, but you didn't have dollar bills. And then they had 10-cent pieces, which were correctly sized, larger than the 5-cent pieces, which are smaller. And they're reversed here in the States. The dime is like a 10-cent piece and it's smaller than the 5-cent piece, which is the nickel. And yeah, that's about as much money shit.
we have two Americans telling a New Zealand how their money works. Cool.
No, this is how their bigger brother's money works, really. On the quest to
I used
more.
to live in Christchurch and Australia, in Melbourne.
Oh, did you? Oh, cool.
But everyone in New Zealand is either related or knows each other.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
So Planner and I, we're second cousins.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. Yeah. No, but I went to Underwater World, which is where I guess Steve Irwin like basically lived at that place, and it was like right before he died when I was in college from the stingray. I was like, holy shit, that is insane.
It's probably your fault.
I mean, butterfly effect.
That's the most fucked up thing I've ever heard.
I mean, butterfly effect. Technically, if I didn't go, maybe that would have never happened. You know?
I mean, technically.
Ashton Kutcher like made the video, or whatever.
Yeah, he did. He made that shitty movie.
Who was it? Brittany Murphy? Was she in that? Someone was really, really hot.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
it was Amy.
It was
Amy. Oh my god, she was so hot.
White House?
No. Amy Smart. Amy Smart, the girl from Road. She was in Road Trip.
Yeah.
In Road Trip.
Yeah.
She was so hot.
Yeah.
My biggest crush was a girl by the name of Alicia Cuthbert. She was in The Girl Next Door. She's Canadian.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So fucking. She has.
I know my films.
I bet she still looks 24 and a half.
I bet she does. Yes, I agree.
What the fuck? Where are the flat earthers?
I know, right?
I don't know. We're just talking about American and New Zealand relationships here. So I don't know.
Maybe we could. I wonder if Mordwan's still in text. Let's see.
He wasn't here earlier.
127. Yeah, he'll just pop in if someone taps on his shoulder usually. I mean, I could text him. I'll just add him in OmniTalk. I'm sure Demok is.
Hey,
chomping at the
Morwan
bit.
lives in Denver.
Yeah.
I just
You
found
know
that
he's
out today.
he's Sea Lion Prime, like and when you see Sea Lion Prime in Tunes like chat, that's him.
Oh, I knew he looked familiar. God damn it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's Sea Lion Prime. Okay, same guy then.
Yeah, same guy. He runs the Globe Gangsters server. And I think Omni's like over
That's
there
right.
as a mod. Like they're kind of like they kind of cross mod. See if he does. I'm ready for. I can't even do any sound effects. I was gonna play like a happy trumpet or something.
No, I'm sorry.
What
Demog got
if
happy
trumpet?
The second I see that red button disappear, which I doubt, I don't even know if it's gonna happen. But I mean, come on, there's nothing else going on.
when Demok was talking about the helium dragons on the moon, how does that even work with his flat Earth paradigm? Like, what's the connect?
I just think he was
should go
saying
back and
things at
listen.
that point.
He was just saying things. I don't think he had any. I don't think he had any. Oh, there he is. He got unmuted. I don't think that he had anything actual like that he was trying to talk about for that.
I thought maybe he knew the size and shape and distance of the moon on a flat Earth.
It's a question to ask like 9 minutes
dragons.
into a conversation.
No, he's just going to ask you, what is the moon? The fuck do
No,
I
you
know?
guys don't know what the moon is.
Hell, Demok.
There's no moon rock. There's no moon rock that moves water. And during a
I'm gonna have to
solar
mute.
eclipse, when the sun and the moon are above, where I'm looking at them from my front porch, and the moon's blocking out the sun, how come the water in my cup doesn't jump up? Something wrong with your guys' idea of the sun and the moon controlling all the water, on one on the left side of the planet, the other on the right side of the planet, half the water on this side, half the water on that side. But during a solar eclipse, we don't have all the ocean completely dry on the other part. That doesn't make no sense.
Would you like to hear any explanation?
No, I'd like to see how you got a gas sunball in a vacuum pulling water towards itself, and then a moon rock pulling water, half water. So a ball of water and being pulled this way and that way by a moon rock and a sun gas rock thing.
You want to see it?
Well, I mean,
What
I'm
does
just
that-
saying, when you guys draw stuff on paper, you're like, hey, you want a diagram? I don't think your 4-inch diagram is to scale of any sort. When my 8-inch piece of dirt that's on the earth, that is the earth, you want to say that's the scale of the earth, that is the earth. So I find that weird that you guys take a 3-inch diagram that you write on paper that has fuck all to do with it, doesn't even make any sense, and then go out on earth and you can't like just prove that you can drop down sea level. Can you
What
drop
about
any
for
kind of
the-
object or fly down along sea level? You're claiming you're going down along the sea level. If I'm standing here and I see something, a boat 27 miles away, 3 miles away, it drops. 4, 5, 6, 7, 27. Supposed to be dropping along sea level, vertically down sea level. How do you prove that?
For
How do you prove sea level goes down?
For the sun, moon, and tides, would you accept a logical explanation or a mathematical explanation?
That doesn't even make any sense. What we're looking for is to see how you can get an altimeter, the elevation tool, or any kind of tool that like an extended tethering antenna uh tape measure. And so after 5 miles, you should have 10 foot of drop. So you start your drone, you have a person on the side, so you do have a horizontal reference. I don't care about your gravity feelings. So when the drone flies out along that horizontal line, fuck all your gravity. That was just blew out the window. And then when you drop the little stick on it. It's got a camera, whatever, and it's going to be a Glober's drone too. We can drop the drone if you want, and it won't ever come back, or we could just have the drone drop a thing, right? And it drops it down 7 inches for each mile. It's supposed to be 8,
Okay.
but we'll do 7 per mile square. So that'll be around. It's going to be around 10 feet after 5 miles. It's going to be 4.58 miles. Would be about 10 foot, but we'll do the whole 5. So after 5 foot of flying forward, this drone should be able to drop, even if it doesn't drop, even if we negate the gravity and fly it horizontally and say your gravity doesn't even work anyway, it's not doing shit, and we drop the thing down 10 foot. Now, since we know we flew along that horizontal, we have to have 10 foot between that and your earth water. So if we don't, if we can't drop this sponge, water tester, water reading device with a camera that sees the thing go down it, whatever, it has to stay dry. And it's not going to be the whole 10 foot long. We'll do it like 9 foot. Like I said, we'll take it like a half inch or an inch off each one to give you guys a little variance. That way we can keep it dry if it's possible. The Glober wants to keep it dry. But if it
If
gets
the
wet,
Earth,
there it's flat.
if the Earth is a globe, how would you ensure that the drone stays horizontal, like
I just
according
told
to the
you.
globe model?
I just told you you're going to have your buddy. He's going to have a plastic thing from left to right. It's going to be clear and it's going to have a horizontal line along it. And you're going to watch the drone. It's going to have a top line, a middle line, and a bottom line. As long as the drone stays below, in between those 3 horizontals, you'll never have a problem with that. Checkmate,
But
got
that's
you covered.
but on the globe model, that would mean that the drone's following a curved path.
No, it wouldn't. My horizontal line on my screen is not a curve. Don't say anything
If
absurd like that ever again.
are you saying that the 3 lines do the 3 lines move with the drone? Is that what you're saying?
I'm
The top,
saying the 3
middle,
lines are in free space from wherever the observer stands, just out to the right. All of them. They can
like
either
imaginary
stop. They can
lines
stop where the
or
lake
physical?
stops. They can keep going 20 miles. It doesn't matter. But we're going to stop at 5. We're going to get a 5-mile lake. The lines can go 1,000 miles if you want. It doesn't matter. Across the screen, it can be the
Physical
equivalent
lines
to
or
that.
imaginary lines?
No, they're physical lines on a clear piece of material that you're seeing through. The drone's going to fly along the horizontal. So I don't know what kind of gravity you got, but no matter what, as long as it goes along this horizontal, your gravity's not doing that. Don't fucking
How do you
act
ensure the
stupid.
lines are
Your gravity
horizontal?
doesn't follow a horizontal line. Clearly, that's not how you would prove a curve, right?
Right. How do you ensure the lines are horizontal?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You said there's
It's a
horizontal
horizontal
lines
line across the
extended.
screen, stupid.
What's that? It's a
A
horizontal
horizontal
line
line
across the
across the
what?
screen. I don't know. Go back to art
Of the
class, maybe
drone.
3rd grade.
What screen? I thought you said this is
The screen is going to be set up on the side view, you fucking idiot. The guy in the drone doesn't give a fuck about the screen. It's going to be set to the side. I'm going to be on the side with this big clear screen right here. It's going to be a leveled screen. Left, right, screen leveled, horizontal lines leveled across it, all the way from the observer, all the way across the path of the lake. It's going to go from the one end of the lake to the other end. And now the
what do you mean
observer's
by
going to be standing there and he's going to fly his drone. And if you see it start to go down, say pull up. But if the guy just programs his drone to fly horizontally straight and that drone follows that line on its own, there ain't no fucking gravity anyway. That didn't even make any sense. So, and then what it's going to do is you're going to drop the thing on it. After you get to the end, you can drop it 10 foot or 9 to do the magic reveal, or every mile you drop it 7 squared. You'll
I
have
haven't
10
I haven't
foot worth
gotten
of
past the
10
screen
foot
part
worth
yet.
of
So the screen is like a physical wall with lines on it.
a what?
The screen is like a wall with lines drawn on it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a physical
And that
material with 3 lines
and
on it that you
that's
can see through. But so
and
you'll
that's
know the
behind the
drone's in
drone.
line with it. Yeah, like
And
a
that
computer
wall,
screen with 3 horizontal lines on it. A top
yeah,
line, a middle line, and a bottom line. They're called mean lines.
and that extends 1,000 miles if we want, or however long.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't even know what 1,000 miles left to right is, so that doesn't matter. But it's going to extend more than 5 miles. The lake's going to be
Okay.
5 miles that we're using. so we don't have to worry about all the other garbage. We only need one. Now, if we have 1 mile and we have 7 inches worth of rope on the bottom of the drone, and we drop it after we fly a mile, and we just pause it right there and then drop the 8-inch rope, it shouldn't get wet if it's only 7
But
inches.
if we were to draw these horizontal lines, what would they look like over 5 miles on a globe?
A horizontal line would look like a horizontal line. Are you asking what the curved water would look like?
So would the screen then?
You don't know the rate of your curvature?
Yeah, I know the rate. But on a globe
Well, I know
model,
the rate
would
of
the
my
screen?
horizontal line. It's horizontal forever. That's not hard. You're the one that needs weird excuses and don't fucking know anything all of a sudden. So whatever your imaginary curve you got, you can draw it on there if you want, right? The 8 inches per mile underneath it. We can do that too. We can print that out too on the screen too. So we can have 3 horizontal mean lines, and then we can have your Earth curve that starts at the observer and goes out that way and then drops 8, 8, 8 squared, 8 squared, 8 squared. I mean, you see, it's at 10 feet.
Sure,
So
but
a
I mean, this is
10-foot
an
curve at the bottom of that fucking at the right side of that lake, from the left side, it should be 10-foot differential, and that it should follow the curve, not the horizontal, because there's no fucking way a curve is a horizontal. They're the opposite. There's not a horizontal line doesn't even match up with a curve. The center dot of a horizontal line is the only thing that matches the curve. That's called a teeter-totter. That's called unbalance. What you guys are
I
trying to
agree.
prove is that your teeter-totter Earth is balanced, equidistant, equipotential to the center,
That's
meaning
what makes
that
it so
if
beautiful.
you're on a curve, all your
We know
water
enough.
stuff should be level.
He
No
just got
water should go out at any
unmuted.
level.
I got this
Your
text.
Earth curve is
He told me
equipotential.
to go stick it. You awake?
Nobody even knows.
CK, you're coming in really garbled.
I don't know what happened.
So anyway, we can also do it with the physical Earth curve and just put cups of water along a horizontal line all the way, and then cups of water along a curve all the way. And then if the cups of water along the curve stay in the cup, that's good to go. We're good to go.
Okay, let's a hypothetical. If the Earth is a globe and we set up this experiment, what would happen with the screen if the Earth is a globe is that the horizontal lines would
towel will be wet.
continue off
The towel will
horizontally,
be
correct?
wet. The towel will
But
be
the
wet when
bottom,
you drop down from the drone.
yeah, but the
towel
bottom
will
of the
be wet.
screen,
The towel is going to be
okay.
wet.
If the Earth is a globe, is that what you're saying?
It's going to fly out dry, connected to the bottom, and as it goes out, it's going to drop down 7, 14. You see what I'm saying? And it's going to keep going until it's to the end of the 5 mile, and then the towel should be dry. That's what we expect.
Yeah.
That's the prediction.
I haven't even gotten to the drone yet. I'm just talking about the setup of the screen. I haven't even gotten to the drone. So the screen
we don't know
on a
what
globe
the fuck
model.
you're making up. You're just trying to
The
be a
height of
weirdo
this.
because you don't want the towel to be wet. It's going to be wet.
I'm not even talking about a towel or a drone. I haven't even gone to that part.
Well, I am. That's the whole point.
What about a drone made out of towels?
You're acting like you don't know what a fucking horizontal line
Yeah, that's a good idea.
is. Do you know what a horizontal line is on your paper at school?
We could call it
You
drowning.
ask your teacher to make
Like,
sure
you know,
that
like
horizontal
Callie?
lines on your paper.
Nice.
Hey, teacher, make sure that's a horizontal line on that clear thing that you're shooting the fucking light through your projector onto the screen to show us all. Is that clearly a horizontal line? Show us a curve that
That's a
matches
good point,
that
Demok.
horizontal.
He makes good points. You got to admit.
Horizontal with a curve.
Yeah, you've got a point there. So what would happen if you had, would you be able to notice a curved line over 5 miles?
Yeah,
Of course.
would see it. You would clearly
You'd see it. It'd be
see it
curved.
drop from the horizontal line. You'd see it curve down and away.
See it drop from the other horizontal line.
Yeah.
Because there'd be one line that's
How much-
horizontal and one line would
How
be
the fuck would
curved.
you now, if I got a hill in my backyard and it started at point A and then point B dropped down 10 foot, what do you mean would I fucking see it? Yeah.
It'd be 10 foot.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Exactly.
It's exactly what we're
Over
talking
5
about here.
miles.
It's because Tiles is
Tile
from
dirt,
it's because Tiles is
5
from New
miles
Zealand. He
long.
doesn't get this stuff.
10 foot high.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, what the
upside
fuck
down.
don't you get?
Just in New Zealand, we
of Earth curve. What do you expect to see if I have a pile of
Exactly.
fucking dirt that's 8 inches? I'm sorry, 10 foot higher on the right side than the left side. What do you expect to happen to the altimeter and everything? Not change? You
how
expect
much
it to
drop?
stay zero? Equipotential to the center?
How much drop is there over 5
We're
miles?
looking for equipotential. Is that what you expect to happen when we watch an object drop? Are you looking
Equipotential
to
is pretty
prove
good.
the center of the fucking earth that you're looking to fucking even make sense about? What are you asking all these questions ain't helping you. You should have
Pretty
you
good
should have all the
word.
answers on how you prove
Democracy.
a globe these ways. You should know what equipotential is, right? Or else don't say it. Conservation of momentum demonstrated in a fucking lab, or else don't say it with a ball, right? But the equipotential thing, that's very important here. So how can I demonstrate a horizontal line left to right that's 8 inches long can be equipotential, and no matter where I take it on the planet, it doesn't not become equipotential. Therefore, your gravity is
Exactly.
correct.
If it's equipotential, it's equipotential. Doesn't matter where you take it.
Yeah, you got me
Right.
there.
Right. So when does gravity make it not equipotential in my horizontal cup?
Yeah. And how does this?
horizontal
How would
cup.
you say this relates to entropy? Because there's equipotential and then there's entropy. I guess you could have equipotential entropy, couldn't you?
I don't know what
Equal
an
equipotential entropy
equipotential curve looks like. What do you
every
expect
time,
to show someone for an equipotential curve to
easily.
physically prove it in life right now? How would you
Hmm.
demonstrate with levels, with water, with liquid in the plums, an equipotential curve that we can physically
Liquid in the
prove?
plums.
Yeah, I would avoid liquid in my plums.
No, cups of
I
liquid
drain
work
it
for
at every
me.
opportunity.
No, I don't have no problem putting cups of liquid anywhere on my flat Earth, and they're 90. And then the ones
That's
that aren't
true.
90 are
Whereas
going
if it was
to spill.
equipotential,
And the ones that aren't
and
90
entropy
are
would
going to
occur with the
spill.
cups, so it would
And
still
the ones that aren't 90 won't spill. I mean, they will spill. I'm
true.
sorry. The ones that are not 90 will spill on
Yeah,
flat Earth. On your globe, they can't.
yeah, they
How
all
can
set
a
up
curve
right.
spill water?
Yeah,
Those
spilled
folders.
cups violate the second law of thermodynamics.
No, those
Now you're
cups
getting it. See, you're
violate
getting through
fake
to him now, Demo.
gravity.
Tiles is starting to
Stay
understand,
with us
despite
here,
his obvious
boys.
disadvantages being a
Violate
Kiwi.
fake gravity. And you guys can't drop anything along sea level. So stop saying sea level drops anywhere. If
That's.
you
Can you
can't
stop saying
vertically
that,
drop
Tiles?
something along sea level, then what was the guy talking about turning the fucking vertical of mine 45 degrees that way and making it a horizontal? That don't
Did you
fucking
turn
make
the?
sense because you can't drop along sea level.
Has Tiles
I'll
been doing
never
that this whole
say,
time?
How do
yeah,
you
I'll never
expect
say
to
that
prove
again.
a rock can drop at 14 psi along sea level vertically to prove you're on a globe? That would totally debunk flat Earth.
I'll never say rocks drop at 14 psi on a globe ever again.
In a
Well,
lab.
don't say they drop at
In a
9.8
lab.
meters per second square with the rate of gravity around a curve either, because they're not. There's no 1 inch beyond. Okay, so if birds can fly at 10 foot high, where is 10 foot that way we can fly past the Earth curve and hover and wait there? Because a bird can do it, a bee can do it, uh, hot air balloons can do it. What's
Oh, Icy
extreme
Spin
for
has a
all that?
diagram for hot air
How do you
balloons.
expect a hot air balloon to look with
How
fake
hot are we
gravity?
talking? Would I
Fake
swipe on
gravity,
him?
right? A circle ball, right? How does gravity affect that and your airplane and your helicopter at the same time? Draw each object
Do you
going
own guns,
down the
Demok?
sphere. What's that look like? What do you guys expect it to do to the plane?
Icy
Yeah,
Spin has a
wouldn't be
diagram to show
equipotential
you.
anymore. Where is it in the meme?
No,
Oh
it
yeah.
says,
I can't see
listen,
it
after
anywhere.
a millionth of an inch, you're not equipotential if you go up or down. You guys
That's
can't even
true.
prove 2 inches of equipotentialness, let alone 8 inches for 10 miles. You can't go, you can't, there's, I mean, it doesn't even make any sense what you guys are saying.
That is great.
There's
What
no saying
Melodic's
that.
got in meme pool. It's that Stalin
So it's a
photo, but
horizontal
with
line.
Trump and Musk.
So if you have a horizontal line and I make it from me to fucking wherever, and every single cup along it is not spilling out, not raising an elevation, not starting to boil, not increasing the
Entropy?
voltage, right? When does your globe increase in elevation away from the sea? Supposed to be every single dot, right? In every direction.
Just using the just during the raptor, I think. Rapture. That's when the elevation changes
So in every
for the
direction, when the
anointed,
boat's going
but
down
not for
around the
the.
curve, the top of that boat that away. When the boat goes
Okay.
that away,
Sorry, I had it wrong.
top of the boat points
What I was
that
trying to
away.
say, I was trying to say earlier is if we travel horizontal from any point on the globe, like literally
Supposed to
horizontal,
increase in elevation.
right? Exactly.
Horizontal is supposed to increase in elevation if gravity's real. You guys keep
That's right.
saying that gravity pulls the atmosphere down and the 14 psi down along with the ground. Do you not?
No, you're right. No, that's a good steal, man.
No, I
You're
know.
right.
So when does 14 psi curve in front of our face? It has to everywhere. I'm not comprehending this. So if you guys can't show an 8-inch differential to where elevation along with psi along with distance all follow the same thing from the surface of the ocean horizontally, vertically, then we're not on a globe. And that's an easy one too.
I posted
Just
it
prove that way
in this
increases in elevation. How do you guys do
in
that? What
this
would that even look like?
in this chat. I've got the Earth. I got it drawn as literally a sphere, right? It's just 2D. But I also have the atmosphere, what we call the atmosphere, represented in blue. Just outside of that, we travel
Right, put a
horizontally
plus sign
in
right over
our.
top of the ball. That's going to represent your elevation
Dima,
tool.
I've posted a picture from Australia of
Yeah,
people
well,
who
we
were
don't
doing.
care. So
No, you
take your
don't.
elevation
So
tool, right?
you need to
Got the
interrupt
plus
and
sign on
talk
top
over
of the
people
circle.
because you don't want to listen.
We're
And so
talking
we're just
about a
going to talk over
diagram
you.
here. We don't give a fuck what
Yeah,
you
put
got
those,
pictures of,
put
Snoop.
the PSI in the toy car tires.
Are
Like,
you taking a
the
picture
thing
of
is,
Earth curve, side view? If not, shut up.
yeah, you're not able to just talk
No, you're
over
not
people.
able to just take pictures of curved water. Sad. Shut up.
Yeah,
Does it
you're
go up
talking.
plus?
What happened to the other side
Sad.
Earthers?
Shut your mic off, paid agent.
You think, yeah,
You're
you're a
not worth
paid
50
agent.
cents a day.
Yeah,
Tell your
you're actually,
captain you're not worth it.
you don't know what
Tell your
14.7
captain
PSI
you're
is.
not worth it. You can't find 8 inches of dirt curve anywhere. Shut up, dude.
It's true. It's really true.
What's
The fuck? What do you
700?
expect to
What's
see on 8 inches
780
of dirt curve?
milligrams of mercury pressure?
Throw the
Convert that to
container away.
PSI.
Throw the container away and get 14 psi with space time in your vacuum chamber. We'll wait for that,
That's
pressure
straw
boy.
man. Straw man.
Straw man and your what? Non-existent steel man? When are
Yeah,
you going to steel man the globe? Steel man the
yeah.
globe
The
vacuum.
moment you put
Steel man it.
14
Steel
psi
man
in
the
your
globe curve right
car
now.
tires,
Steel man the 8-inch drop. Steel man equipotential. You fucking retard. You
14
think
psi
steel
in your
man knows
McDonald's
anything
car
about your
tires.
own globe. What are you talking about, straw man? You straw man your
D-Lock,
globe.
how about
That's all you can do.
you prove your flat dearth
Straw
Earth?
manning your globe is all I need.
Did you say
straw
Dearth
man your
Earth?
Stop
globe and
asking
don't
us
steel man it,
questions.
that's
How about
welcome
you
to flat
answer
Earth.
questions for us?
You know
For
what
fuck's
proves
sake,
my
D-Lock.
start? My
I can field some
93 million
questions on
mile
behalf
left
of
to right
DMOC.
horizon. My horizon is 93 million miles left to right. Are you fucking stupid? Can you hear me, motherfucking math retards?
So true.
Yeah.
I don't know what they don't get about it.
Weird,
What did you want to
That
ask,
means your
Monkey
globe
Cat?
is gone.
PSI. There's the measurements provided
Left to
from
right,
Australia
93 million
from
miles.
18.
Do you see
Look
any
at the
curve?
year. It's the 1800s. There's the PSI measurements
Sorry,
over
buddy.
Australia.
You don't live
Yes,
in
it
the
is.
1800s anymore, stick shadow boy. Yeah, you
It's
trust stick shadows
recorded
for evidence,
history,
but you don't trust,
retard.
but you don't
It's like,
trust 8 inches of
Oh,
dirt.
we're not allowed to use that word in here. I got caught out the other night. I thought the shackles were off, but now apparently we're not allowed to.
right, okay. I apologize, D-Mark. That was uncalled for. So,
What,
like,
you don't
this
know
is
what
the
8 inches
problem.
of dirt looks like?
Do you
That's
know what
sad.
PSI
How
looks
would
like?
you
I
rate
showed you
your
a map.
probability
What's
of
8
explaining this
inches
to
of
him?
fucking
Oblate?
what is a horizontal line increasing in elevation that way to become vertical
Close
on
to
your
zero.
globe? The horizontal line is the
Exactly.
vertical on your globe. Now prove it.
The chances are
Prove
like
every fucking dot of my arm is increasing in elevation.
That's so
pointing
true,
to the
Demo.
horizon.
Could we?
My arm is pointing out to the horizon, right over the ocean.
This was
Prove
happening
it's
when I went to
increasing
go
in
do my
elevation.
washing up an hour and a bit ago, and then I came back about 10, 15 minutes ago, and it was still happening. Has this been happening the whole time?
He was server muted.
Okay.
No, they
Demo,
haven't been
might
able
be
to
time to
prove
just
that
take a break
elevation
again, and
is
maybe we could start a
elevation.
debate
They
about
can't prove
gun
down
control
becomes
or
up.
trans
They
issues or
can't prove
something
the
other
boat
than
is going down
the
up.
clanging. People Google clanging, like Google clanging and then continue, Democ. Just all of you Google psychology, clanging,
draw a
and listen.
diagonal line through the ocean. Make another little circle for the ocean, right? 1 mile thick, and then draw a diagonal chord. The smallest zoom in on that motherfucker and draw the smallest diagonal chord you can. Now put a boat on top the surface of that curved water you drew a chord through, right? From going down in it like a chord. I know you know what a chord is. It's a diagonal, like a 45, right? Diagonal line
Not
like
always.
that. Yeah, draw it through the ocean. Zoom in real good. Then draw the smallest one you can. Put a boat on top of it. Now put your guy so many miles away from it on the globe. Now we're going to look and see that chord is you or a human or a pole sticking a diagonal line to the surface of your fucking curved water out to the other surface. Stick it into the surface and have it pop out the other surface. There's for your fucking diagram. Go get her done. Prove that globe.
So true.
I'm gonna listen back to this. I'm gonna do it. All right.
Yeah, I guarantee you're not going to. You're gonna act like you don't have no fucking clue of what an ocean is, or the surface, or a diagonal line.
Sure, he doesn't know what an ocean is. But who does know what an ocean is, Demo?
I live in Florida.
I don't know.
I don't know
Who
what an
knows
ocean
that?
is.
Who knows that submarines can't pop out the water horizontally? If it was curved, you'd have to
I
be able
know
to do that.
what an ocean is. I live in Colorado.
Do you know what
There's
curved
lakes here.
water is? Nowhere.
I know that
You got
submarines
fucking
pop
1 mile
horizontally
east
out of the water.
motherfucker. How big is that submarine to that 8 miles of ocean or 1 mile ocean?
It's
It don't
8
matter.
inches under the water.
7 miles at the Marianas Trench. Just drop your submarine down 10 foot. Now sail it horizontally. Now pop it out the fucking water, just the tip. Curve water. Let's prove it. Prove it or lose it, stupids.
Can we prove
Where's your
curved water
fucking
with
flat
guns?
dirt?
Do you think?
Can you pop out of fucking
I like-
curved water
Yeah.
while you're going horizontally in your submarine to
Can you
prove
pop out of curved
curve?
water while you're going horizontally in your submarine, guys? Like, answer the question already.
Yeah, you got the
It's
diagram.
so.
He
You
had
got
my
the
attention at
diagram
just the
right
tip.
there. You got the circle and the little circle.
We want to see the
up
whole thing,
top
though. Is it
the
going
ocean, and
horizontally when
another
it pops out of the
circle
water?
represents your air, which doesn't
Can
exist.
you
Circles of
use the
air.
periscope to aim it at Polaris?
We're gonna use the submarine to stick the fucking tip out of curved water, you retarded motherfucker.
That's so true.
Right.
That's not
So
how submarines work, you motherfucker.
How does
Just
the
the tip.
submarines don't go
He's
in
still
water
caught
now?
one.
I told you I'm
He's
gonna
making
break
close
all
to
limits
0
on the
cents,
globe.
but he's still
Now the
catching
globe
fish.
water
I
doesn't
swear he's got
work.
like a hook
Now
down there with no
submarines
bait on
can't
it.
work
Hold
the
on,
globe.
D-Mark. Let me explain it to him.
Now
What D-Mark's saying, D-Mark, I know what your argument is, and I ain't. Hold on, I'm not arguing with you. Let me just clear it up for them
Go
what
ahead.
you're saying. What he's saying is, if the surface is curved and you're in a submarine and you're supposed to be going straight through the water, you should eventually pop out of the water because you're going straight through a curved surface. So it's like
if you
sticking
keep
a
going
straw
straight.
through the side of an orange, basically,
Yeah,
through
if you
the
keep
orange.
going straight, you should end up in space. There should be space submarines.
But that's what his argument is.
Yeah, I think that's a good
you should
argument.
be in space by the tip of your sub popping out water. You're a fucking idiot.
That's a good.
Shut up,
No,
man.
that
How
actually
dumb you are.
I understand what you're
Yeah,
saying. You're
that's your
saying
globe
draw a
trivia.
cord. Draw a cord off underneath the ocean, and
I've
you
got an
should come.
orange, dude. The orange peel's my ocean, you fucking loser. And I've got a needle.
How do you take the orange and shove it in
barely
your
the tip
fucking
of it.
I'm on your side
That
here.
needle
Mark,
isn't
for
that
fuck's
big
sake.
at all. So one of
Maybe
you boys should be able to get your scuba gear on and dive to the surface. You shouldn't even need scuba gear. Dive down to the surface of the curve. Pop out. No air needed. Fucking idiots.
I mean, I think that you actually have a good. You made a good argument about the
No,
cord.
100%. Why is nobody doing it? We should all rush out now and give me my fucking prize for proving the Earth's flat.
Why aren't you doing it? Is the real question.
Can't,
Why aren't you doing it?
Bitch, I'm a flat earther. That's not a such thing. When I stick poles in the water, they're gonna hit dirt. No curve. The dirt's under the water. The water's lower than the dirt for me, retard. I couldn't possibly fucking go down under
no.
out of it. It's not
I think guns can prove flat
Dirt
Earth.
is higher than the water.
no
like
dirt in the middle.
Trying to
See
say
that?
So
there's
if I
no
put
dirt in the
anything
middle.
down in
Yeah.
your cup, it can't horizontally go out
Yeah.
of
I
water.
spin
can it?
those.
So you
So there's no dirt in the middle, right?
The top of the
Is that what
water
we're talking about?
horizontal on flat Earth, so horizontal ain't gonna
Uh-huh.
get
Your
down.
life is easier as a flat earther.
The top of your
Yeah, yeah.
water is curved 8 inches per mile squared, which we
Right.
can't fucking prove any way, shape, or form. It's improvable.
I think
You're trying to
Charles knows
prove that
too.
curve
There's
by
no dirt in the
popping out
middle.
it. Not by saying we can't pop out water Can't stick our fucking toe in the bathwater anymore, Demok. That's impossible. We're be fucking retarded all of a sudden.
Submarines.
Volcanoes, there's no dirt in the middle.
Dumbass motherfuckers can't stick a stick in water. You guys are fucking retarded.
So where is the
That's so
dirt,
true.
DMOC? Honestly,
No,
like,
we're
where
looking
is
for
the
the
dirt?
What do you mean, where is the dirt? What do you mean, where's the dirt?
I
There's
spent
no
an
water.
hour earlier telling
I want
you I
them to
got
sit
an
in the
8-inch
middle.
pile of dirt in my backyard. How can I prove its equal potential
Exactly.
compared to this big earth?
The middle in his
Big
back.
Earth.
You fucking retard. How can I
Damn
prove
straight.
an 8-inch high pile
Democ's
of
allowed to
dirt?
say it.
My buddy's a mile away. I got an 8-inch pile of dirt in front of me. My buddy's a mile away. It starts there for him. It's 8-inch higher from there to here. How do I prove this
I'm
part's
blaming you
potential?
for getting him going.
Who do you think owns the most guns here? I have 12 firearms. I think I have more than DMOC does.
It's Demok.
My mom has more guns
zero.
than DMOC.
I have a
It's
spear,
Demok.
spear gun and a compound bow.
I've got my left bicep and my right bicep. Check
Yeah,
out
I got
those
some guns.
Yeah,
Check
I got two arms.
guns.
Those are
You
my
stick your
guns.
left
Yeah.
bicep in, and you shake it all about.
Yeah, there you go. Then you put
So
in your
DMOC
butt.
has nothing
But
to
don't
bring to
forget
the
it
gun
is
show.
hokey pokey.
Yeah.
That's what
That gun
my
debate was
dad
really
called it.
good
So-
before. That is the best gun debate I've ever had. Like, people from opposite sides were arguing with their own sides more than the two sides were arguing with one another. And we ended up getting to somewhere. Didn't we get, Cole, don't you reckon we got to somewhere like really fascinatingly, interestingly close?
We kind of
Yeah, I
did.
think
yeah.
so.
Yeah, we did.
I think we.
Like, we were like, handguns might be a bad idea. Permitting, not letting crazy people have them. Like, a bunch of these things are good ideas. Don't go kicking in motherfuckers' doors and taking it off them. Give people the ability to
Yep.
defend themselves,
I
but
caught the
reduce
last part of
reduce
that.
how much they need to defend themselves, and the guns will go away anyway. And it was interesting, isn't it, how fucked the debate is generally,
Yeah.
considering how close our positions turned out to actually be.
Yeah, that's weird.
Sorry, on the previous thing, I want to know: does Denmark not own guns?
Do you own
If
guns?
he does
Demok?
not, he probably owns one, not legally though.
So he's unarmed
Demok, do
generally
you own
and
a
in a
gun?
battle of wits.
Like-
He's also unarmed. That's a
He's
shame.
probably a felon. So
Probably owns
Well,
a
just-
phone that has Google Maps installed, I would guess.
Do you think he? That sucks though. So he's unarmed, physically and in a battle of wits.
And that phone
rough.
uses satellites to
That's
communicate.
brutal. Let's move on. But is anybody here pro gun, or could we? What's another topic? There's like all sorts of gender-based topics. Anybody
pro
like-
gun, I mean, I
They are
don't.
fucking eggs.
you wanna
Please don't
continue
fucking
with
do that
the,
again. Holy shit!
Charity versus agriculture debate that we were going down into.
Oh, I love that one. I love that one since I got into my ancient history. Yeah, the idea of charity versus civilization and agriculture.
Mm.
I'd rather
Man
them up.
learning.
Because we've got a culture that goes out to the land, but agriculture brings the land to you, and it's just a very different kind of living.
Yeah. And one of the things I found really interesting when I heard this in one of my podcasts was if you try to estimate how happy people were, because the thing is, like, even still today, hunter-gatherer tribes still exist. Like, they're stuck in the Amazon and on the Nicobar Islands and stuff like that. You know, this North Sentinel, that kind of stuff. So some do still exist. But an interesting thing has been if you dig up their corpses way back when there were only like 4 cities in the whole world and everybody else was a hunter-gatherer. The hunter-gatherers are taller, have better bone structure. They look like a sort of modern-day human in terms of you can find them nearly as tall. There's ones in Australia they think are 40,000 years old that are 6 foot something, right? Which is just unheard of.
Yeah. Like,
And they've got all of their teeth, and they're not kyphotic, so they're not hunched posture. And if you find their footprints in mud, you're like, shit, they are nearly Olympic sprinters. Like, they're clearly very healthy people. And then the moment you go civilization, which is you start your farming and sleep and, do the 8 hours work, rest, and play kind of idea and stay in one spot, people, because they have a mono diet, their teeth get ground down. They've got like cow teeth, and they get this hunched over posture, and they're far shorter, and they're far more likely also to get forced into warfare or suffering famine because they refuse to move. So somebody tries to attack and they burn all your crops and do terrible things to your family.
Well,
and so it sounds like it's a worse proposition all the way around, where the hunter-gatherers, no wonder they stayed out there in the wild and free.
Well, I've also heard that people, before shoes were invented, we actually had healthier feet.
Yeah, easily. You can
Because-
see that in ancient footprints. They have this really clear, strong foot. Aboriginals still do. But Aboriginals are mostly have collapsed arches because they don't do much running or they don't have to hunt anymore. So if you see Aboriginal footprints nowadays, they're much flatter than they were before. The arches collapse, which is what happens when you don't have to run and jump.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Absolutely.
You've got this, what is it called? Windlass action, I think it's called, where like, same as if you use your fingers, if you sort of stretch your toes all the way back, you would think it would pull your arch flat, but it kind of means that your arch then generally stretches far up when it's relaxed. And that gives you a much more springy ability to like clutch onto things or push off things.
Okay.
And that makes a much healthier foot shape. But yeah, they don't do it anymore. So they all just walk around flat foot.
A fun topic to think about.
Eggs, you know a lot about a lot of stuff. That's what I'm gathering.
Yeah, me too. You know a lot.
I think the benefit of the Australian education system, like I did English after grade 12, and then I did something called TAFE for the next 2 years after that. It's not quite university, it's not quite community college, but it's somewhat respectable. It hasn't
Pretty
got
respectable, I think. Government funded, but pretty damn respectable. Like they pump out very useful people, but they kind of focus on trades and stuff, right? Electrician courses but they do law and stuff, don't they? Anyway, go on, sorry.
Yes. So for the like 20 years after doing those studies, I've been involved with companies that are involved with logistics, right? And so every like as the business grows, they start employing 75 people, then 100 people, and like I think we got up to 130, right? So you're talking about a company that's earning $60 million a year, and like a good portion of that is in maintenance. So we're flying down delegates to negotiate for these machines that are worth between $250,000 to $750,000. And guess what we want to do? Track the boat to see where it's going. And various supplies that are coming in shipping containers, also worth $10,000, $30,000, and we're providing these products because we need to order from either parts from Germany, parts from America, or even the Philippines, Indonesia, and all this. Because, like, if these machines break, we need someone with skills to come and fix it. And so, the company's got to think, okay, we're going to basically put this guy up in some accommodation for like a week, and he can come to our factory and do his special skills. And like, it's not quite as intricate, but you're talking about a machine that needs a, I don't know, 50-foot long concrete foundation that needs to last for 30 years, and it's 4 foot deep, and it's dealing with vibrations that produce. And I did the math for how much I lifted by hand and machine over my course of 11 years. I personally moved 15 million kilos of product over my 11 years at that job.
15 million kilos.
Yep. Yeah. By hand, every 20 seconds, I was lifting 7 kilos for 7 hours a day.
Jesus, fuck. What goes through your head? Like, what do you, because you've got to kind of be mostly focused, don't you, really? So
And
you can't
like,
sort of like be like, are you listening to a podcast or are you just like lift, move, lift, move, lift, move, lift, move?
yeah, so my physical ability allowed me to get both a forklift ticket and in the logistics area, like knowledge and practical stuff with like the orders that were coming on in for both parts and supplies, and the other people who were above me were organizing the people who were the delegates from Germany or US or Thailand for either supplies or machinery. Like it's a big thing for the company when for like a good 2 months of the year you have to walk around a big hole in your factory that's 4 foot deep and 50 feet long, and that's just there to prepare for this $250,000 to $750,000 piece of equipment that this company bought. And like I said, that's just one of the many machines that helps this kind of company make 50 million a year.
Yeah. Well, it's always displacing workers, right? Since the plow, you could argue. Even the axe, I think, displaced workers. And until you figured out how to have a sharp rock, you were pretty shit at defending yourself against other tribes. So you needed fewer men to fend off a different tribe if you had sharp rocks and they had blunt rocks.
Like in Australia, we
everything
had
displaces workers.
a company called TNT Logistics, which was eventually bought out by FedEx. So, unfortunately, part of Australia's transport network is now corporately owned by FedEx, but there's the logo still being used and it's still in the trucks and everywhere. So we're still dealing with like real transport that needs real things to go to real places. From pretty much Mackay through to Victoria sometimes. And in my current job, I
got to jump off. Sorry, I got a work call. Sorry. See you in a...
So we had a job that was sent to Papua New Guinea, and there was 3 metric tons of product that we needed to send to Papua New Guinea. And so we got to plan that. And if it's not me, it's somebody else. Like these guys are doing a lot of interesting, like it's just supplying people what they ask for a bit of cash. There's no conspiracy there. It's like people want to pay for something, we'll get it to you.
I used to work at a factory where I ran a computerized press brake, and the metal that I would run, we basically built military trucks, and some of the heavier parts was the full size armored doors, and the doors weren't welded together yet. What my job was to take the cutout pieces of the armor steel, and bend it into the shape it needed to be bent in on this big ass giant press brake. Well, I figured it up one night, and each part they come 42, I think, on a stack on a pallet, and each one weighed 40 pounds each piece, and I had to pick each one up 5 times, and I would run like between 4 and 5 pallets a night in a 9-hour shift, and I figured it up, and I was picking up something like 12,000 pounds a night, just me, every night. And it's no wonder when you figure it up, you wonder why when you get home at night you say, man, I've worked hard, I barely can get out of the truck, must have just been tired today. But then when you stop and start figuring out how much shit you actually picked up, So no wonder you barely can walk when you get out of the truck at night when you get home.
So
Or
I'm
the
trying to
evening.
figure out 7 kilos is probably, I'll just double it, 14 pounds every 20 seconds. Sometimes if the machine was running better, it was faster, but so much of our other stuff was automated, and like once I was on the forklift, I was moving the whole pallet, which was, yeah, like you said, they're 500 pounds each, and they need to travel places. We got to organize it. Like people got to take stuff from one place to the other. So you could just say the entire road network of your country is evidence of the globe. It's like people just want stuff to go from A to B. And we need those roads to last like 50 to 100 years.
Yeah, the interstates here in America are nothing but semi trucks. Like I live literally in seeing distance of one of the major interstates that runs across America, and it's nothing but 18-wheeler trucks. It's one after the other on both sides in all three lanes on each side. It's nothing but 18-wheelers. You'll see a few cars, but you almost see nothing but 18-wheeler tractor trailers.
So, because yeah, like
Night and day.
here in Brisbane, Queensland, like people were complaining about, inner city traffic. So they did a whole ton of planning and probably surveying and probably like geophysics to figure out, okay, we're going to put a network of tunnels called the inner city bypass and the busway. The busway was done first. Most of it was just super long highways that are just for the public transport. It's like their own little private motorway. And then we went for the inner city bypass, which connects basically the outer 30-mile radius of the city so they can go underneath it in like 7 to 8 different directions, just like a spider web, and it's underground, and they've been building it for years. Everyone's complaining about the construction, but as one tunnel gets complete and then the next and then the other, people going, you know what, I'm going to just pay the toll and save 15 minutes. And yeah, it's just been like that for like the last 5 years, as like all the tunnels have opened up and we got this whole inner city bypass network of like, if you actually want to go to town, drive above. If you want to skip the city, drive under. It is just like a feat of
Where's
engineering. That at? Inner city bypass is in Brisbane.
Well, that's cool. I've checked it out.
Yep. So we got a really weird winding river as well that goes through the city. So you think there's a north side, sort of south side rivalry, unofficially, but people in the north think they're better than the south, and it's just like one of those typical things. And yeah, the bus network goes from like, because I'm familiar and you're not, it'll go from Ipswich to Chermside, and then it'll go out to the coast at Manly West and inland to, I haven't really gone that far inland, but
Manly West. Boy, that name would have to be changed in America.
yeah.
Yeah, how does that work in America is just my question.
So what's a good city to use as an example? So you got the Golden Gate Bridge, right? And that's over some water.
Yeah, but that's a small portion.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of a city that's got like a nice windy river like Mississippi. What's the major town on the river there?
St. Louis.
Yeah,
you could do like St. Louis to Louisiana or something like that.
Here you go. You got the north side of St. Louis, Missouri, and the south side, and then you connect the tunnels underneath that town, about 3 locations on the north, go underneath that river and pop out the other side 6 miles to another like 3 or 4 locations. That's the inner city bypass in Brisbane.
Cool.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay.
That's the best analog I could try and describe it to you. Using a city that's on a fairly famous river. Yeah.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, and the issue that a lot of cities I think runs into is they were all built and designed before the vehicle, so or a bunch of them, or in the early days of the automobile. Now, you know, the automobile is just taking over everything in cities, and nobody can get around anymore. So it makes sense to do something like that, but God, I bet the price is astronomical.
Absolutely. And, you know, when the tolls were introduced, people like, you know what, I'm not going to pay $4 to save 10 minutes. But over time, they go, you know what, I really hate sitting in traffic. I'm just going to pay the $4. And as economics change, it goes to $4.50. And, you know, you go in your head, do I want to save time or save money? And you make your own choice. And just society decides how much traffic goes through the tunnels or not based on the price that they're charging. And if you want to save money, just go on the buses, and they'll go on the bus only highways. So you've got to think of a bus only highway with an overpass and underpass that's just for a bus, nobody else. Over that river.
Yeah, to keep from sitting in traffic, I know I would pay the toll. Hell, you probably spend that much in gas in a month's time sitting in traffic burning gas out of your vehicle. Traffic's real
Well, yeah,
bad.
I say I live in Michigan, so traffic is absurd, especially construction. The amount of detours I have to take just to go like 20 miles is ridiculous.
Yeah, and like people were like learning the exits because the exits out of the tunnel are underground. So you've got this 3 or 4 lane highway that forks into 2-lane highways, and then it splits, sort of goes above ground, and then you can decide whether you want to go to that one off ramp or the other once you've exited the tunnel. And we got a system called e-tag, and pretty much every car now has basically like your FPOS, you just tap and go, but it's in your car, and the toll just goes to the electronic thing in your car. So
Yeah, we had those
everyone
in Florida.
Yeah.
Same thing.
And, yeah. So they used to have a big bridge, and you know they used to be operated by people, and you'd hand your cash over and they'd give you change, and they said, you know what, we're going to put a machine that just accepts a dollar coin. So as a kid growing up, you drove over the bridge, there's this nice funny funnel, throw the dollar coin in, and you'd fight over who gets to throw the coin, and the boom gate opens and you continue on your way. And now it's just the little tag up in the car, and you just get a little beep and you pay that way. It's just like the changes that I've seen for just going from A to B, just as a citizen. You think about it for a while and go like, there are some like movers and shakers and surveyors and all this, just send all of this in the background just so society can work. So you can have a home, 15, 20 miles away, drive through the tunnel, do your work, drive back smoothly, and society functions,
According to a lot of flat earthers, though, nobody knows how to do nothing in society. Everything's a lie.
Well, I mean, to be a flat earther, you have to believe that literally every scientist and every corporation out there, government, whatever, is lying to you blatantly.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, yeah, are they not 100% truthful? Of course. But are they lying about you by the shape of the earth? Absolutely not. Like that's just stupid.
Yeah. And it's just a matter of precision. Like when they're sailing, you could be off by a bit. When they're making state boundaries, it's the 1800s. They're going to be off by a bit. And we're just trying to get finer and finer resolution until, like I said, with the satellite, it scans, what was it? I'll call it 150 miles of the planet, does a full orbit, and gathers like 1.6 terabytes of information per orbit. And it does like 15 a day. And it's just getting data.
Yeah, but that's
15
data that
years.
they can't accept, though, because that data is using a globe. So they can't
Tough.
accept it.
I mean, if they're using Garmin or Apple Maps or any Google Maps or even the old, anyone know what Refidex is for like paper book maps a few years ago?
Nope.
Right. This is an interesting thing about Brisbane history. Every 2 or 3 years, we'd buy a big, thick book, and everyone would have it in their car, and page by page, it mapped the city. And so, as a kid growing up, Dad would be in the front seat, and you'd get the navigation task, and so you'd follow the street, and then it ends at the page, and then that page says connect to this other map, and you'd be flicking through and finding the next neighboring map, and you'd tell them like the streets to go.
Ah, yes, manual Google Maps. That actually sounds
Yep.
interesting. I might try track down a map book like that.
Yeah,
Do it
it's
the
called
old school way.
the Australian or in Brisbane it was called the UBD Refidex. And yeah, they were prolific in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But yeah, they did become obsolete because people were just getting phones and using sat navs. There's a couple of people who still buy a UBD, but yeah, it's yeah. I don't even know if they make it anymore. I haven't checked.
I'm gonna check. I'm gonna see if I can get some. I'm gonna throw out my phone. No GPS, just physical maps.
Yeah.
But with the satellite gathering terabytes of data as it orbits, I bet you didn't take into account the 8 inches of dirt in my backyard. Do you think about that?
Likely, it's probably been scanned. It's accurate to 10 meters, and it orbits at like what was it, 482,000 k's up. So it's higher than the ISS.
What's
scanning.
the satellite?
Oh, I'll look at my history. It's like it was related to where the data was giving to. Well, they called them there's a couple. One was the Galileo navigation satellites.
Oh, right, yeah.
But I looked up a particular one to get those figures.
I just want to know so I can take down the satellite so everyone has to use the physical maps, the map book.
I tell you what, if you really wanted to ruin the world, nuke both the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal. It would just ruin everyone's day.
That is devastating to think about it. I just thought about that. Yeah. Like, if you really want to fuck the world up, there you go. Get rid of those.
Can you elaborate?
No, I
You
mean, you get
remember
rid of
that-
those, like, you're fucked.
Yeah, yeah. You remember that ship that got stuck in the Suez Canal for like
Yeah.
2 or 3
And it
days?
caused mayhem.
Well, we don't even have to nuke it. We'll just pile up container ships
Get rid
in
of
both
it.
the canals.
Yeah.
Or what you could
Just get rid of it.
you could also do is just send a bunch of people to Antarctica to film the 24-hour sun. That seems to work too.
That works too. Yeah, that kind of upsets a lot of people.
But what
They
about
were just scared of the truth.
Yeah, exactly. That 8 inches of dirt in my backyard, they're scared of.
Yeah.
Yeah. I learned
The
zero
whole 8
things.
inches.
I really
There's
thought-
no dirt in the middle, right? Icy spin.
That's what I've heard. My friends tell me.
Yeah. I don't know. Every time I drive home, I hear there's
You should
no
share
dirt in
the
the middle.
song, man.
So,
Tiles, for being a fucking idiot, I thought you asked reasonable questions.
What's that? You thought I asked reasonable questions?
Yeah, I said for being a fucking idiot, you asked pretty reasonable questions.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, except for that time. Forgot about that.
Yeah, it's a hard game. It's definitely I'm trying to empathize, but it seems like every single I'm trying to think of like, all right, maybe it was like Raiders of the Lost Ark when it was like trying to get out of the cave and like everything was closing. It's like that, but like you don't get out, right? It's kind of what it feels like.
I guess that's an odd analogy, but I'll take it.
And then like all the arrows start shooting at you and like they all just
yeah.
connect with you perfectly in your jugular.
All right, I'll take it.
Yeah, that's what it feels like sometimes. But we faded the first like set of arrows. Just the last set fucking knocked us on our ass and we died.
I found it. Sentinel 2A was in 2015, and a couple of years later, Sentinel 2B, and 2024 was Sentinel 2C.
Oh, yeah, searching.
And they scan from 80 degrees north to 50 degrees south.
Do you remember what that impact was with that? I mean, obviously it caused a lot of issues, right?
What?
Uh,
The
Sentinel. We were talking about the ship that got stuck in the Suez Canal.
Oh no, that's Sentinel-2 is the satellite.
That was the Evergreen or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, Evergreen was the company of the ship, but yeah, the Evergreen incident I can look up as well.
I switched topics. I thought that's what you were talking about. My bad.
Yeah, no, Sentinel-2 was the satellite. Sorry.
Gotcha.
I tend to use the Sentinels as I go trout fishing early in the summertime or springtime to see whenever the ice is melted on the lakes high up.
Yeah, the Suez Canal blockage was in 2021, and by the Evergreen vessel, a shipping container. Yeah, just for some reason went diagonal and just got stuck.
Talk about a road
Had
jam.
nothing to do with alcohol.
Yeah,
It's because they were using flat Earth maps.
Right.
Yeah.
Denmark was the engine was at the helm, trying to soar horizontally into space or something. Sail horizontally. Something.
I tell you,
He's trying to figure out how to dip the nose down on his ship.
Right.
As he goes around the curve.
Exactly. Yeah, you gotta
He was
adjust
reading the
that
map upside down.
hook.
Yeah, that's all right.
But I think if you wanted to like do your line of sight, go to the Suez Canal, or like they said, the Bedford level. You know, it's like these places are still around. You know?
Yeah, but
Right,
then
you can do this.
That's evidence for the flat Earth. They won't look beyond that, right?
No.
Exactly.
No. It's like, I mean, they always ask me, like, yeah, I could do all these things, but it's like, why do I have to? You can. But they're like, no, but you should have to do it for me. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? No. I'm not doing this for you.
Yeah, and other people have done it for you, and you didn't believe them.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, he said to send NASA up, and then I don't know, it might have been an honest mistake where he said like, no, I just want NASA to fund me to get my own equipment to send up. But I was like, dude, you don't trust NASA. Why would you send them up into the sky? Like, come on,
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'd tell you, like, if we did the Jeranism 2.0 and we got DMOC on the ISS looking at a ball Earth or
The windows are
something.
curved.
It's amazing how there's no amount of math or logic that's allowed to enter the argument. Like, not even the smallest iota. Like, Tiles was walking on eggshells, just like kind of like I was. Like, just like, all right, let's try to get like real basic. And it's like, yeah, I was like, I cannot believe like you connected when you said like, so you're talking about like a horizontal, like whatever the hell you said with like 3 lines. I thought it was going to be like, no, you're a fucking idiot. But he was like, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. And I was like, who fucking knew?
Yeah, you got a flat Earth level logic.
Yeah,
Solid logic.
you got on that level. I was surprised.
I like the idea of like pulling a cable over like a quarter mile or a mile and using scales along the line to see if the middle's heavier than the ends, or like how much pressure it's putting on the dirt just by like putting a big heavy load with a big rope and just checking. Because I like that idea of like if you've got like a big cheese sphere and you're putting a big wire on it, that wire would dig down at the top first. I just think that's really cool kind of idea.
I mean, that's smart. It's a common sense thought, which they don't do.
Is there a material, I guess for a quarter mile, but like then they'll say, well, that's like not measurable, and plus there's waves and shit, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's not a material that really has enough like
who Sorry, who was the guy who was going to go use slightly buoyant fishing line? I think he's already bought it, and he's going to go from one side of the lake to the other, and he especially ordered the
Wasn't that Jesse
filament.
Path of Light doing that?
I'm not sure. I only remember like him talking about it because like he doesn't want to like reveal the location yet because like you got to think like, you know, like if you don't record everything, it's like, oh, you know, even if you film the flight from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier, it's like, why is that not enough? Like it's always not enough for some reason.
Never enough.
Why aren't sunsets enough?
I think the idea. I think the idea is that it's gonna like the people that are still on the fence that they don't know what they're kind of looking for. Like maybe this will be the thing that connects for them, right? Like I don't know that it's necessarily at all for the flat earthers. Maybe eventually they'll come around, but like I think some of the on the fencers will connect in a certain way that maybe they didn't think about before, and it'll finally like make sense to them or something.
Yeah, and similar to the tension on the dirt measured by like if you put enough tension in the string, he's got like video cameras every like let's say 200 feet, and the cameras are like floating, but as he pulls tension, if the Earth's flat, like the cameras won't go deep anywhere like underwater, but if the Earth is curved, the central cameras will go underwater a little bit because of the tension. I think it's just like a really clever setup. But whether it's believed or not is another thing, because it'll be scrutinized inadequately like all experiments are. But regardless,
I'd have to think about that more to be able to wrap my head around that.
it's just like the pulling a car over the dirt, except you're pulling the string so it sinks lower down in the water if they're on a calm lake.
Okay.
I think the
same
practicalities of it, like the material. I don't even know a material that would. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know how that would work because even over long distances, even seemingly brittle, hard materials like concrete bend over very long distances.
No, they couldn't. That's
the thing about the
physically
filament.
impossible.
It's slightly buoyant, and so his filament is basically just like he could just show that this stuff floats. So as the tension gets pulled, like if any of it sinks, that's a huge issue.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
In other words, we get it almost exactly tight, but
yeah, and then add a
you'd have to. Well, the problem is, I think that you're almost. How are you measuring like, what's exactly horizontal, like at the two ends, like of the line, like the 2 points? Or is it just like at the level of the edge of the lake? I guess is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just using
You're like
the
3
level
inches
of the-
above the water, or like an inch above the water, or something, and you just tighten
and
it over a quarter mile.
that's why he's got the cameras every like 200 feet. Like it's a little bit expensive. So like let's say he's going to do it for 5 miles. Like he had to like order this specially, and like he's got this spool of fishing line that he ordered from the Japanese factory, and it's like, yeah, let's say it's 3 miles long, and he's got like a winch, and he puts just enough tension so that all the cameras are floating, and all that, and just adding that extra bit more tension. There's going to be a big question of like, why did the central cameras sink?
And so it's going to be like,
that's
like
a
a
way
quarter
to go.
mile. It's
Way
going to
out
be
of
like,
your way for an experiment.
Gonna be like what, a couple of inches, maybe.
I don't know the length of the string, but I can just use arc calculator for what would happen. Oh, just do the 8 inches per mile. If it's 2 miles, it's
Okay, yeah.
16. Yeah, if it's 2 miles, if you add tension, it should go somewhere between 0 and 16 inches just because of the tension. Like any drop at all.
But yeah, you need
Like,
to input that tension into the line, because if you don't do that, then they're gonna have issues.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if there's any thinking of the cameras at all, the tension is making it go lower. So we don't even have to say it's going to drop a particular amount, because I don't think I could put enough tension to make a chord length. I'd probably snap the thing before that happens.
Has there been anything similar done on a
No,
different scale?
not to my knowledge.
I don't think anybody has. Yeah, as far as I know, nobody has.
So
Because it's
that's
completely pointless.
Yeah, I'd wonder
Yeah.
how he's setting up the. You would think like maybe if it's a relatively short lake, he could like put a stake with like or something like a rod that you would nail into concrete or something that has like the holes or something where you could like place them at the same height.
Just get one of those star sticks and just pile drive it. Like they're about 4 foot long. Drive that in, tie your wire close to water level, and start boating across. And then just attach your winch to the wire. Take a little bit of the tension off, and then just keep applying tension.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, logically.
I mean, again, I think this is just going way out of your way for a simple experiment.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to hear like flat Earth arguments to try and like they'll just say that the experiment wasn't set up right. Like they'll just say it wasn't set up.
Yeah, they'd be asking how long is the line? Well, the line isn't long enough, or it's too long. Blah blah blah.
They'll say
I
that
don't
the company
care.
that produces the wire, like somewhere down the line, was a Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Freemasons, bottom
The Freemasons are making all the fishing line.
Yeah, that's
Freemasons make fishing lines now. That's a thing.
Well, you know that you've got them if they say that the Freemasons are involved in that experiment. You know that you've actually got them. So
they always have.
So what's stopping the Freemasons from entering flat Earth and spreading flat information around? Like, if they're fooling the
Freemasons are literally just a drinking club. They hang out on weekends, have a few drinks, and just tell stories. That's it. That's basically it.
I dated a girl, and her dad was he was a 33rd degree master mason, is what he always
that's
said.
the top you can get.
And basically that's all they done. Like twice a month, they would just go meet at their little hall and hang out and drink and probably talk about women and everything else, and then come home. You know,
and of course,
and spread globe propaganda.
But now he also done the whole Shriner thing, which I thought was really good, where they go collect money for the Shriners Hospital.
Yeah, Shriners are they're legit.
Yeah, he was one of them.
Yeah,
too.
like one of the YouTubers I follow is a Freemason, and he just became a Freemason because he was like, "Hey, what is this about?" And he's a historian.
That's cool.
So he just, became a Freemason, and now he's like pretty much the top level Freemason. It just took him like a year or two just to learn and do whatever, and now he's the top level Freemason. 33 Freemason, that's not, it is a real thing, but it's not anything to really think.
I wonder how many goats he has to sacrifice a month. That sounds pretty serious.
All of them. All the goats.
Yeah, we sacrificed a lot of goats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was dating her.
Ridiculous.
I mean, honestly, I say it. I really use the term way too loosely just because of what it's become in our circle. There's probably like It's probably like, like I don't even know, like I couldn't even tell you what a Luciferian is, but I'm sure I should probably know, right? But I like use it just completely
Luciferian?
in jest. I mean, I understand the root word is Lucifer, but like I couldn't tell you like what they're attached to and like the sphere of religion or whatever.
I mean, a Luciferian. I mean, you have to actually like. I don't know. I mean, an atheist. Like when I say I'm an atheist, people are like, "Oh, so you are a
devil worshiper,
Luciferian, or you believe in devil." Like, no,
You're a
like
Freemason.
I would have to believe in devil to believe in it. So
Right.
no, I don't believe in anything.
You're a devil
But
worshiper.
yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like I just use these terms because they've just become a meme, like all of them. And I'm sure that like they didn't just evolve from nothing. I should probably like at least like be like, all right, let me jump into this rabbit hole for a night.
Even if they do exist, it's like I don't think Large Hadron Colliders are the instruments to find them. I don't think that like thermometers are the kinds of instruments to find them. So I'm not surprised that for the people looking for evidence for particular things, if those particular things don't work well for that kind of thing, well, it's still like a mystery, and it's still worth asking. Like, okay, I've done a lot of measurements using these methods. Like, you could, like, if they do exist, like, what could I use to measure them? It's just that's a hard question, I think.
Yeah, what are you going to use?
Yeah.
Like you ask people like Mikey Smith what to use to measure something, and he says like measurements don't exist, or he says, and the only way is binoculars, which makes no fucking sense. But like, it's like, dude, come on, at least have some sort of common sense.
Yeah, it's weird how when even like the slightest bit, like even I mean I'm not gonna beat a dead horse, but like to someone like Mikey, you bring up like one logical point, and it's like I don't like it's just like no, that's not how. I want to be able to see and touch it and be able to lick it if I want to, and like touch my nose to it. It's like what the fuck is the matter with you? Like, why?
If you want to lick the sun, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah.
It's
so weird.
What I didn't know about Mikey Smith, I see his like little face thumb looking persona, but what I didn't realize, like I haven't been around this scene for long, but he's driving around a car with big logos on it saying, like, and I can't imagine, like,
best thing
how many
about it.
people just think like this guy is just off his crocker. And like he looks like he could hold a bit of physical strength, and like that can be a bit intimidating. Like thick neck, broad shoulders, thick arms, and a bit of like loopiness in the brain. I'm like, well, I wouldn't know what to do with this dude.
Yeah, right. The best
Well, I'm
part
telling
about
you,
it is when
yeah,
people
if
take
Mikey Smith
pictures
came
of
at
it.
me, I would not fuck with him.
People take pictures of him. Mikey's brain immediately goes to, "Ooh, there's another potential convert," and it doesn't go to, "Oh, these people think I'm a fucking wacko," like everyone else in the entire neighborhood understands, right? Like he's like,
no, they're completely
yeah,
converted.
take a pamphlet. It's like, I don't know. It's just he's just absolutely in an alternate reality around the rest of us. It's so weird.
I just
And by the way, he knows flat Earth is true, or what does he say? He says, "I don't believe in flat Earth. I know it's flat." And it's like, dude, you have to. I mean, you have to believe something and know it, Mikey. But like at the same time, yeah, you gotta have an idea, and then you can like decide how you feel about it, and then you can have knowledge or whatever. But it's like he's like, no, I can just know it into existing, and he takes it a step further. He's like, I'm gonna sue the Canadian Space Agency for I don't even know. He said some nonsense tonight, like 50 million, and he's like, hell, I'll sue him for 200 million. He's like, you know what? I'll make it 1 billion. It doesn't even matter. And it's like he literally has no concept of value to anything. He just thinks that like
no.
I mean, it's just so odd. It's just so. It's just it's like he's doing a bit, but he's really not. So it's kind of funny, but it's kind of sad. It's just so odd.
Yeah, he's something special.
Every
Yeah,
now and
and
then he'll get hyped for like Mikey's Day Out, and I know that Monkey and I and CK, we brought her up earlier, but we're like pretty excited at the beginning of those days because he's just gonna go out and conquer the world with his this activism, and
His
it's just literally
activism.
you never know what's gonna happen, who he's gonna run into, what kind of wacky something he's gonna say. It's just kind of a comedy of errors, I guess, for a whole day.
yeah. And like I've watched like the last only like couple first minutes of like Dave's interviews people, and like the YouTube channels that like he's interviewing, they're all like hippie spiritual stuff, this, that, and the other. And it's like this broad spectrum of like people who have like you know that kind of like horoscope lifestyle, you know.
Right.
And I'm
Friends of
feeling like,
society kind of.
and it's like he's picking his targets, like. And
Yep.
if anyone with any skills in a real job goes like, "Hey, Dave," and he's like, "Oh no, I definitely know more about sunsets than you because I used my solar filter." It wasn't that great of a solar filter, and then you flip the sun sideways to say, "See, it's taller than it is wider," and I go, "Oh, come on, this."
Well, Dave's idea is if one person downloads my app and pays me a subscription for the friend finder, this entire podcast was worth it, or whatever he gets on.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he'll just go on anything.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll go on literally any podcast. I am surprised Lord Lodge hasn't had him on yet. Because they would
they have to have, like,
absolutely have him on.
They sort of have to have like a predisposition to like not really like trusting government or something, you know, like have an odd take on something. for
Yeah,
him to
that's
really
true.
get excited about
Lord
it.
Lodge already had Witsit on, and that kind of spoiled the whole flat Earth nonsense for them.
Like he shot down Drunk Debunk, who made it onto the I mentioned it earlier, but I think I was telling Tiles, but it was the Ironwork and Flat Earth Dave was on. We were talking about that earlier, Monkey, and yeah, I don't know if you guys follow the Drunk Debunk show, but we're kind of regulars over there on YouTube, and he jumped on for a minute, and like I know Dirth knows who he is, but he always plays coy, like he doesn't really have any idea, like what is that guy? And like he just plays this little character, like he doesn't know who they are. And then he's like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna go on that guy's show because Mike invited him on," but he just like knows there's like no value in actually talking to somebody that has some semblance of like or like hangs out with people that are just like gonna try to take shots at Dirth to like, you know, bring him down or whatever, I guess, in his mind.
He knows how to grift. He's good at picking his audience, picking the right people.
That's right.
Well, Dave is the definition of a scammer. Like, I have thought about reaching out to certain podcasts of mine, pretty big podcasts about Dave, because he is the definition of a scammer. Like, there's no other way to put it. Like, he is a scammer.
Yeah, and he does it well. He's done it for a long time. He knows the right way to kind of walk the line, and like his little thing, I mentioned it earlier, where he's like, you're not stupid, it's stupid. Like how he like tries to like plant these little isms into their mind, like along the way to like try and win them over, like he did Jim Brewer, the guy that was in like Half Baked, like he got close with him and did an interview with him and stuff, and that was kind of his
Yeah, that
approach.
was stupid. I saw that and I was like, God damn it, dude. Jim, come on, man.
And after all his like hour and a half spiel of like trying to convince you of this thing, he goes, "Oh, don't trust me, do your own research, and truth doesn't fear investigation."
Right, right.
It's just a big escape. Like, oh, I didn't
don't listen to it. His thing now is to say like, don't trust me. You go do your own research. And it's like, yeah, but you're providing all the sources there. Go to my website. And the first 10 things, if you click on it and you're not a flat earther within an hour, you might want to schedule an appointment with your general practitioner. Like he like literally plays that up the entire time, and then he just switches gears. Like it's kind of an art to watch.
It's been 3 hours. I'm not a flat earther. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, that's the game.
It's like those really obvious email scams or scams of any variety that are so obvious as to weed out the people who would question or would realize that it is a scam and target the most vulnerable. That's essentially what Dave's grift is.
That's right.
Like he wasn't always making money from this, or were people like just donating via Patreon or something?
I don't know what his rise to getting to where he's at with this app, but I have to believe that that's how I don't know how many people. I think he probably blows the numbers up, but like I think he probably has a decent amount of people using I think it's like a subscription to use the friend finder where you can basically see flat earthers around you. But I don't know how many people sign up for that willingly or otherwise.
I saw a screenshot of that friend finder app, and it's Mercator projection, but the clock is as an azimuth or equidistant. So which flatness is it?
He'll probably just say that.
No,
Like,
it depends on
flat-
which flat map the globe wants to be today. Right?
DMOC, what do you want?
I'm wondering why you even would use a flat map at all. Anybody on a globe, how would that even be possible? How could you produce a flat map if your world is all round?
How about why do we use a flat math? Why do you use a flat math? How about that one?
Ooh, I don't use any of those, you fucking retard. I didn't make them. Your fucking
why
globe
is Flat
military
Earth
made
Dave?
those globe flat maps.
Dude, I don't.
So you go talk to your weird ass military and say, why the fuck are you guys using a flat map and not a globe? Weirdos.
Yeah, and why is the Flat Earth app using the Haverson formula to
All you
calculate
got
distance
for flat Earth.
between two
Ask them
people?
why you don't have a globe. Say, where is our globe? Where is our globe?
I don't know, dude. Tell me.
That makes any sense.
Tell me where the flat Earth is.
A
Well,
globe
if
can't
I-
be itself, can it, boys? So the globe can't be printed out to be a ball. A 3D printer don't work anymore. Fucking when the planes go over, they don't get a schematic of a 3D fucking rendering of GPS of a ball, do they? Because you'd print it out. You'd have it printed out right now.
Okay. We're just talking
Scrambling to
about
print out GPS coordinates on a fucking 3D little sphere inside of a fucking little thing, and everybody would have different size globes.
So
All to
Demark, tell
scale
me,
on
why
different
is
sizes.
Dave's app using the Haverson formula to calculate distance between two
Whatever
people?
you need to make a ball work, we don't know, weirdo. Do you have the ball using the formula of Haversine?
Hey, DMOC,
Yeah,
what
why
is a
why
ball?
is he using the Haversine formula?
Ball. Something's wrong
Demark,
about
why
your
is Flat
Haversine.
Earth Dave using the Haversine formula?
It's not making a ball though.
Why is he using the
Making a
Haversine
new
formula?
sign.
Why
is
is
the
he
government not
using?
using it to make a ball? That's what I want to know. What the
If
fuck
the Earth is
you ain't got
flat,
a ball?
why is he using the Haversine formula?
Who? Where's the globe you're using it on? Give me the
If
Where's
the
the
Earth
flat
is
after?
flat,
The
why
flat
is he
fucking-
using the Haversine formula? Don't
Who?
deflect. Answer the question.
Who's
You don't know who
If
you're talking
can.
about.
Bitch. On what globe?
In the app,
You
in the
have
Flat
a
Earth
fucking
app,
globe
why is
handy.
he using the
Get your globe
Haversine
out,
formula
you
to
retarded
calculate
motherfucker.
distances between two
Get
people,
your globe
Demok?
with the miles on it and feet and distance and curves, and let's look at your fucking Haversine on your globe, you weird fuck.
So did you got your medication already? Can you
Don't know what
listen?
kind of crack you're smoking, fucking word sayer, dicker signs. Hey, dick sign, you got your dicker sign for the fucking flat earth? No? Then shut
Hey,
the fuck
DMOC,
up.
have you ever thought about doing stand-up comedy? Because you would crush it.
I know I would.
Yeah,
So
in the
what I'm
retard
saying
camp.
is, What I'm saying is why doesn't a globe exist in 2025 when that's all that should exist? Flat mappers, flat earthers.
If I was constructing a building and the building had a dome on top and I wanted to measure the distance to create 2 panels, what formula would I use?
I don't know what kind of crack you're smoking. I don't know why you would do a nonsensical thing like do dumb shit like not prove you have a globe map. We're looking for a globe map. What would I do to make a globe map be itself? When I print my airplane statistics out and they show the globe underneath me and they record it as a fucking sphere, how could I print anything else out other than that? What's going on?
Load a different file, then click print.
It's like peeling an orange.
So where's your globe, Easy Quick Printer? Why hasn't NASA got the globe? Nobody's got a globe, but you can just pop the button and print it? That's weird.
Yeah, because each different flat map is like a different way to.
Which flat globe map that your globe art military made matches your globe real quick? Which one shows you how to get to Antarctica?
All of them.
Your flat globe map, your globe azimuthal. How do you get to Antarctica from there? Which way is Antarctica on your azimuthal?
You asked flat maps that make a globe. I just told you.
Yeah, how does your flat map lead us to Antarctica?
Flat maps make a globe, a cube. So you got a cube.
Yes, flat charts do.
Oh, we live on a cube now.
Liar. Show me how you made a square globe.
All right, look in the chat. I'll post
the map and fold it into a ball.
Oh, the Dymaxion map does that.
So apparently that's not a ball. So it's not a ball projection. What the fuck is that? Who made that?
The Dymaxion map is like a 12-sided dice.
Do you have a globe map? Stop showing us flat Earth proofs, you fucking weirdos. Do you have a globe, or the flat map that shows all the sun paths on a globe, or the
Dude, but DMAC, honestly, do you have a flat Earth map? Honestly, dude.
Excuse maker, no sun boy. Do you have the sun path on the ground so we can follow it to Antarctica?
Can you do any of this on a flat Earth projection, though, dude? Seriously.
Guy, stop talking about flat
asking
Earth.
us. I want you to answer me.
You're supposed to be proven there's a globe somehow. Don't worry about flat Earth, flat Nap Man.
We do that all day, every day.
We're looking for the globe that accurately produces itself to be itself. We want a ball to be itself. So we're looking for the sun. Where did NASA tell you the sun is right now? Over what land? Show us the dot.
I don't know, man. Let me look. I'll figure it out.
Let's follow the sun path, Eratostheny Globers. Come on, Eratostheny donors. What are you guys fucking sad? You can't follow the sun like a guy in sandals? That's fucking weird in 2025.
Do you like other topics other than?
Oh my God, D-Mock, you need to do stand-up comedy. This is amazing.
D-Mock for president.
It's the hottest of fire there is.
D-Mock for president.
D-Mock for Shady Label Records.
You didn't mute him again.
D-Mock for fucking stand-up comedian 2026. Holy shit.
Did you? Who
So
muted
put
him?
in the Churchill globe. It's 50 inches in
like that.
diameter.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, guess what? It
You
sits on a
can't stop
flat Earth.
posting stuff if you muted him.
There's the globe sitting on a flat Earth for you, D-Mock.
Can't you unmute him?
The thing is that I just thought about on vacation. I was walking by a sundial, and it was a globe sundial. So it was basically a globe where the top of the globe was the current position of this sundial, basically on the globe, and you had a semicircle on that globe, which is rotating around North and South Pole.
How does the
And
sun work on a
if you
globe
swing it to
sundial?
the direction of the sun, you always know, okay, which time it is. It works perfectly. And the funny thing is,
So you don't know where
it
the
was made
sun's
out of
at.
stone, and if you touch
So you
the
don't know
globe,
where the
you
sun's
could
at.
even feel the areas that are warmer and cooler. So you can feel that kind of in the northern hemisphere. The whole northern hemisphere was warmer because it was more in
What an
direct sunlight than the
absolute
southern hemisphere.
What the hell are you
snooze.
talking about? How do you know
Yeah, Fitzy?
what the sun is doing on the bottom of a
Snooze, your
sundial?
nose
The sun is
grew
gone and
about
it's
12
nighttime.
inches
What's
there.
it doing on your sundial?
What the Fitz?
It's doing some
Your
things.
nose
What the
grew
fuck
about
are you
20
talking
inches.
about? At night, what's the sun doing on your sundial? Your globe one.
It's still
Where's
doing
it
some
at?
things. It's
Wait,
on.
You should have a
wait a second,
globe,
Fitzy.
right?
I have to
You have a
turn
globe,
down
and
Dimok
the
because
globe should have little
somehow
paths
no mod is
all
doing
around
that.
it.
So go ahead.
I don't think
What's
you
up?
guys understand. You need little suns around your globe, around the north,
You have to really
24,
turn him down
and then
to 0. Then we can talk.
around. So you don't have a sun path on the ground of your
No,
globe. Are you
because
guys
it's really
in?
just
Yeah,
audio
but
So
chaos.
you're
globers
willing.
don't know where the sun's gonna be.
You're willing
Is
to
what that what
accept
you're
that.
telling me?
Where did the
You're willing
globe
to.
touch you, and
The globers
how did
can't
it touch
predict
you? For
where the
fuck's
fucking
sake, dude.
sun is gonna be over what part of the ground right before it goes to Australia or Antarctica or right when it leaves, as it leaves, and right when it hits North Pole and leaves North Pole.
Why don't you do us a favor and explain why it's dark anywhere on a flat Earth?
He's not a glober, though, is he?
That would be extremely helpful.
Why it's dark?
Yeah, if it's
Why
if
it
it's
gets dark on flat Earth?
yeah, if
Because if
it's
the
always
sun's not
above
close
flat Earth.
to you, if the sun goes that way, it gets dark.
Yeah,
Sun
the sun
goes
goes
that
that
way,
way
it's
and
cold.
horizontal and vertical. That's far away. It's dark, not globe, dumbass.
Yeah, there's no globe. It's not dropping down anywhere. It's not increasing in elevation or decreasing in elevation. The sun just goes along a horizontal path.
Now, how do you
But
measure
D-Mod, you
elevation,
keep saying
dumbass?
there's no
I
globe.
don't know
Where
how
Yet
you
it's
is
still
don't
the
dark.
measure
flat
it.
Earth?
I don't know how you see something different than a fucking horizontal line. When the sun is to my left and the moon is to my far right, that's 93 million miles that my fucking horizon has clearly, and it's actually more than that. But we'll just give you
Do you
93.
understand how
So the
stupid what
flat
you
Earth
just said
horizon is
was?
93 million miles. What do you
No,
what's
he
your
does not
problem,
realize that.
motherfucker? Take a look at your horizon. It's 93 million miles left to right. The sun and the moon prove it, you fucking retards.
Your horizon is 93
Fucking
million miles.
moron,
But
Prove it
D-Mod.
wrong, bitch. Prove me wrong.
it's
I'm
dark.
waiting.
Tried.
I'm waiting for
Prove
your globe map.
me wrong.
How
How about
big's
that?
your horizon left to right, Globers? Don't have a scale, you fucking weirdos.
D-Mod, well, you're a weirdo, and
Don't
prove
even know
me
what the
wrong.
fuck how big their horizon is left to right. What a bunch of dumb fucks.
So
And
for
yet
these
it's
situations, we definitely need a early European mod here or so to get rid of
No.
it.
No.
Oh, apply for mods, Fritzy. That would be nice.
Fuck off. I'd meet you every day.
So the
D-Mock's
Globers
being,
don't have a
D-Mock's
globe
being nice
model.
right now.
So a sphere will not act like a globe. You can't print a globe on a
Yeah,
globe.
let's make DMOC as a
360
mod.
doesn't print on a 360 for you
Like
guys for some reason. You
unleash
guys
its
can't scale down
power
360 to
completely.
360. How do you not scale
D-Mock
down
for
360
president.
to 360, guys? How does that
Okay,
not
I've
work?
got the answer.
Why can't no one answer him, though? Why aren't you answering him? Because, like, he's asking
Asking
valid
stupid,
questions.
dumb questions
I've got
that you
the
cannot
answer.
answer.
No,
I
he's
have the
asking
Dumb
you.
answer.
You get the
question.
answer,
Why
go
don't
ahead.
you have a globe in 2025 that matches the fucking Earth when that's what you claim it's all you have, zenith angle goofballs?
If I started arguing for the AE map, would you support me, DMOC?
Brother, I didn't make no garbage ass map. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you and I go outside and make a map, it's not going to be an AE map. I'll guarantee you that. A flat Earth
What would
map
it be?
is not going to be any map you've ever seen before.
What would it look
What is the
like?
map gonna be,
It would
dude?
look like Earth. It would look like what the
The Earth.
government
Which
doesn't
looks like
show you, you fucking weirdos. It
Would
would
look
show
like
which
a
you
is
ball.
orientation. On a flat Earth map, you can have a definite north, definite south, definite east, and definite west that aren't each other. They don't come together right now or ever
Oh yeah,
on flat Earth.
that's the
I don't
new
know what
thing
the
from
fuck kind of
Torah. Torah
directions
is
you guys
claiming
got
that
or
the
where you're
Mercator
fucking
map is the
locked
real
at.
map, and that
Can
there's
you
package
explain why
shit
the fuck
happening in
your
the north,
government
south, east, and west.
Do you know?
why'd
Do
your
you know what it
government
is,
give you a
Snooze? You got
fucking
them
cat
turned
tree and
down,
tell
and
you
it
can't
just
go
don't
north?
sound good. You're
You
just
can't
talking
go
over each
north.
other.
Why? Right. The North Pole says can't go North
Yeah, the
Pole.
problem is
No
he's
one's
not
ever going
stopping
there
at
live.
all.
and then you're not going to
Yeah,
keep
but you
going
don't answer
straight
his
past the
questions.
North
That's
Pole to
why.
get to the North Pole.
No,
You're not going to follow
we
the
try to
compass
answer his
going
question. He's
the other
just
way.
rambling over it.
No, he
Wait,
You're going to
honestly,
follow the
D-Mock,
compass
can I
till
ask
it
you an
flips
honest
this way.
question? Is north up or down?
Oh, I know. Got answers? Questions? Go ahead.
Is north up
Like,
or
are you,
down?
if you're traveling north, are you traveling up or are you traveling down?
You don't know on a globe on Earth. If you move up, put a dot on the wall, you move up, that's up. You move
Jesus
down below it,
fucking
that's
Christ.
down. On a
All
globe,
right,
who the
question
fuck
answered.
knows? Down is
Have fun,
up.
guys.
We're
Yeah,
talking
you
about on
don't
a
know
flat
that
Earth.
down is up on your ball.
No, just in
No.
reality. Don't matter
Just
whether
in
you're on.
reality, a
You
diagonal
don't have
line
to be
goes
on
down and up.
any
Up
map.
is simple for flat earthers.
Up is up and down is down. It's worldwide. There's no ifs or buts. There's no difference.
Yeah, but
Mr.
my up is not your up.
You missed a
Oh,
great
mate.
round.
Well, yeah,
See, this
Troy
is
is upside down.
Down
This is why
down.
people just get tired of this. Just nonsense.
Whoever claimed that up is a uniform direction? That is a
Right.
direction for everyone. Who claimed that? Ever?
So if I'm
Nobody.
if I'm at the stairs, at the bottom of the stairs, and I throw a ball up to you, I throw a ball up to you, yeah? I don't throw
Yeah,
a ball
because
down
we are
to you, do I?
both basically at the same location. So we have the
It doesn't
same or
matter.
similar up.
We don't listen. We don't see anything other than our reality. What you're doing is
Correct.
hypothetical nonsense.
Correct. And we can
Oh,
prove,
yeah.
Schlitzy, we
Huh?
can prove that up for
You
you
can't
and up
prove
for me is
anything.
not
You
the same
can't prove
up
nothing.
with reciprocal Zenith angles. We
You
can
cannot
measure it
prove
and prove
nothing.
that. We can
It
prove
doesn't
it.
matter. Reciprocal
Yeah,
nonsense.
you can't say the word.
Reciprocal
That's
zenith
fine.
angles
It
without a
doesn't
ball.
I don't
invalidate it.
care.
Yeah,
It's
without a
like,
ball.
Up
You
is
don't have
not
them
a
on a ball,
unanimous
though.
direction for everyone.
What do they look like on a ball?
yeah.
What would you expect for a
So,
reciprocal zenith angle on a ball? Show us that with the ball.
yeah.
So Schlitzy.
Let's do that. What he just
What?
asked. Let's see the reciprocal angle on a ball, azimuth
Yeah.
or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, these are just radii.
Where is it?
The
Then?
zeniths
Show
are
me.
just the
Show me.
radii at the
Material on
globe.
what
They are
physical
pointing in different
object?
directions.
Then
So
you'll need
what's the
objects to
problem with
prove
that?
it.
You got.
Explain reciprocal zenith angles on a flat Earth, Schlitzy.
What flat
Good luck
Earth?
with that one.
What flat
Explain
Earth?
reciprocal zenith angles on a flat Earth.
So D-Mock
Why
thinks
are
that
they
it's flat
summing
and
up?
Schlitzy
Why
don't.
are these
There's
vertical
not on a
lines
flat Earth, is it?
summing up to more than
What are
180
you talking
degrees?
about on a flat map?
On a
flat
flat Earth.
map.
On a
I don't
flat
need
Earth. I
to.
don't
My
give a fuck of
reality is.
maps.
I'm in my
I said on a
reality. If I
flat
go
Earth.
out, look.
If you are on
I'm
one
in
point and I'm at another
reality
point
right
and we are
now.
both pointing to each other, why is zenith and the angle to each other summed up more than 180 degrees?
Oh, in your dreams, you imbecile.
Yeah, moron.
In your silly
Why are you not
geometry.
engaging? So it's
In your
again
silly
time for
geometry.
Schlitzy.
Your
It's
silly
again time that you
geometry.
start insulting because you don't have any
No, I'm not.
arguments
Who's
again.
insulting?
That's your normal behavior. You start
Who's
insulting
insulting?
once you have no contentful argument. So Schlitzy,
Right, listen.
why are
Listen.
reciprocal zenith angles summing up to more than 180 degrees?
Because
Go.
you're using the wrong geometry, you imbecile. You're using
No, it has nothing to do with geometry.
No, that is
It has
not.
nothing to do with geometry.
Stop
I
it.
stand at one point.
You're in your silly
You stand
globe.
at another
You're in your
point. We are
silly
looking
globe.
towards each other,
You're on
which
your
means
silly
reciprocal.
globe, all geared
and
up for the parlor act, the parlor
So,
trick.
again,
No.
Schlitzy,
Yeah, you
it
got the
has
parlor
nothing
trick.
to do
I
with
don't live in your world, do
presupposition.
I? I don't
It
live on
has
the globe.
nothing to do with a
Don't
map.
live
It has
on the globe. Don't live on the globe. Don't live on the globe.
Yeah, did you say you don't live in our world? Then get out. Bye. See you later.
He lives in a
Oh,
delusion.
if it wasn't for us, you would have no argument, and you'd be talking about fucking, I don't know, fucking weird stuff. You fucking weirdos.
Yeah, because people never got together and discussed anything before flat Earth ever. There weren't chat groups or anything 25 years ago when the internet first started.
We didn't
ever.
talk about fucking like the international space speck in the sky. Oh my god. You people are you're crazy. You're crazy. Really
Okay, sorry, I got
crazy.
a call. Let's see. Again, what
Yeah,
about
thank
reciprocal
God.
Venus angles?
You're
What's your
going to the
point on that?
International Space Station. They've called you in. Snooze, get up here. We need some reciprocal zenith angles to be discovered in
So
your
you
crazy
just
little
cannot
fucking
explain
ball
it at all,
world.
yeah?
It
Okay,
sounds
so
really
you're just
whatever.
giving up or what? You're just giving up?
Listen, I don't live in your silly globe world. Yeah, I live in
Well, then
reality.
where do you live?
You talk about
Tell me, where do you
time
live?
frames
He
and
lives in England.
You
So
live on a
no, I
globe.
don't live in England. I live in Spain.
okay.
See, that's what. See, look, you assume that's your assumption. See how wrong you are.
Yeah, then
Oh, he lives in
you're
London.
now in
He
Spain.
lives in
Doesn't
London.
really matter. You're traveling
He
sometimes.
lives
So
in England. He lives in England. You couldn't
Regardless, you live
be
on a globe.
any
yeah.
much
So are you
more
always living in
wrong.
Spain, Schlitzy?
Are you wrong?
Are you
You're
always
always
living in
spinning.
Spain,
Are
Schlitzy?
you
Or
wrong?
have you moved recently to
Could you
Spain on
ask
vacation or so?
yourself? Could
Schlitzy,
I be wrong?
Schlitzy, I ask you a question. Are you always in Spain, or was it just that you recently traveled there?
No, always in Spain.
Okay, then you're a fucking
Gibraltar is in
liar.
Spain.
You are a fucking liar, Schlitzy. And you are twice a liar
how am I a
because on the
liar?
one hand you said liars are the worst people, and on the other hand
How
you
am
are
I
a
a
fucking
liar?
liar because you
How am I
claim that
Nazi
you're
boy?
living
How am
close
I a
to
liar?
London.
How
Just
am I a
a month
liar,
ago,
Nazi?
Schlitzy, you claimed that you are living close to London. And now you're claiming that you're living in Spain. You are a fucking liar.
I don't
Besides other things where you are fucking lying.
Get it where I was living in London, close to London.
I just asked you that you recently traveled to Spain or if you're always living in Spain. And that's I just want
always
to
live.
point it out
You
that
asked me
you're
the
a
question,
liar.
and
I
what did
don't
I
care
say?
where
I
you
always
live.
live in
You're
Spain.
just a liar.
I lived there for the last 11 years.
Yeah, so you're fucking liar.
Dumb
What
clot.
about reciprocal
Dumb
Venus
clot.
angles?
Don't be a Herman.
What about
Don't be a
reciprocal
Herman.
Venus angles?
Don't be a Herman. And you know
Okay,
what
so
that means.
you have nothing, right? So you have nothing.
Yeah.
You have just
Nothing. Look, the only
Okay,
thing.
good.
What have you got
and
about you?
insult.
You've got nothing about you. Absolutely zero. You've got nothing about you. You talk about time frame references. You're talking about that you're on some magical imaginary ball. Oh, you can't do anything. You know.
No ball, no
What do I
angle.
need to do? I
What
just
does the
come on
cosine
here
look
to
like on a
critique
ball?
your. I've come here to critique your nonsense that you live on a
You're not
magical spinning
critiquing.
ball.
Critiquing would mean you're anyhow contentful in engaging with us. You are not contentful engaging with anyone here. You're just saying nah, that's not how it works, and then you ramble on insults. That's
No,
your
you
typical
talk about
behavior.
all this fantastic stuff. You talk about all this fantastic stuff. I'm just amazed. You sound like you're
where's your
intelligent,
evidence
but
of
you
flatness?
obviously don't use your brain.
So
Where's your
Shitzy, we
evidence
are
of
bringing
flatness?
up experiments. We are bringing up evidence. You are
Experiment.
always
What
just
fucking
lying and
experiment?
say
What
that's now how
fucking
it works
experiment?
on my
Tell
construction
me
side,
what
and then you
fucking
go on
experiment.
insults
Tell me
once you
one
have no
experiment.
argument
Tell me one
anymore.
experiment. Tell me one experiment. Tell
Where's
me
your
one.
evidence of flatness?
Tell me one experiment.
Where's your evidence of flatness?
I'm not. I live in the real world. I don't need to give you anything. I don't
What
need
is the
any
real
map.
world?
Look.
Yeah.
I know where I am. I don't need
What
a
shape
map
is the
to
real
find
world?
out where I am. I don't
So you
need
don't
a
have
map
any.
to find out where
Got
I
it.
am. Whether
Yeah,
it's a
that's
globe, whether it's flat.
Schlitzy lives
You're
in a
mad.
world where
You're
he thinks that
absolutely
theodolites
mad.
are not capable or not designed for looking up to celestial objects, even though it's in the manual of these fucking instruments.
Who gives a fuck if it's in the manual? It doesn't mean it's fucking precise, and it doesn't mean
No,
it's accurate, and
true.
it
It's true.
isn't
So if you
precise,
have a
and it
manual
isn't
of a
fucking
product,
accurate.
then it means
You
obviously that it's
are
not designed for the
telling
things that are written in the
absolutely
manual, right?
fucking mental
So
lies.
if you have a
You're
calculator
lying.
and that calculator can sum up to numbers and that's described in the manual and has a button for
Dumb
summing
clot.
up numbers,
Dumb
that
clot.
definitely means it was not designed to sum up numbers, right?
Look, dumb
Absolutely
clot.
What is
clear.
your problem
Why
with
are you
numbers?
talking? Why are you still talking? Why are you
Because
still
you're
Why
not
are
talking?
numbers an
listening.
issue?
Pardon? If everyone talks at once, I can't hear nothing. But
No, if you are
almost
talking all the
same.
time, you cannot hear nothing.
No, I just want to insult you because you're just a.
I'm just
Of
asking
course,
why
because
numbers
always,
are a
because
problem and what
always
is wrong
if
with
you
them.
have no arguments, you start insulting because you cannot engage in a normal discussion.
I only come here to insult you and wind you up and spoil your day.
I
Yeah,
know,
you don't
I
bring
know.
evidence.
Because you're just an asshole, because you only can insult. You cannot
I'm an
bring
asshole.
anything contentful to the
I'm an
discussion.
asshole.
You cannot
I'm an
be
asshole.
once honest
I've got
and
a- I've got a-
truthful and engage in the content.
A season
And you also
reciprocal
cannot listen
also.
once when somebody is talking.
I got a Zenith recipe also. What have you got? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just a load of old garbage.
Monkey Cat has something.
I'm sorry, you have evidence of flatness, you said?
Yeah.
No. Flat girth.
Okay.
Show me flat girth.
Excuse me?
Can you show me fat girth?
Fat
It is a
girth.
flat mind.
It's the new.
Flat
It's the
girth.
new movement.
I suppose, but this
This is the new
why I asked
movement.
for evidence of flatness because we've provided evidence for the globe.
The only.
Yeah, but he's not
I
asking
don't know.
evidence.
Your head's a globe.
Okay,
I think
continue.
this is the problem. You talk too much about. You know, they say that we live in a simple world, that we are complicated people. It's not. We live in a complicated world and we're
I
simple
don't care
people.
about your story. Where's your evidence of flatness?
What flatness?
Exactly.
The
Flatness you talk
Can you
about,
explain what's wrong?
you son of a
I don't
bitch.
talk about. Look, no one's talking about flatness.
Exactly.
No,
Come back when
Have
you
I
want to talk
mentioned?
about
Have I
flatness.
mentioned? Listen, have I mentioned flat Earth? Ask yourself that question honestly. Did I mention flat Earth?
Yes, often.
You're leaning that way.
Just bring your
How
bring
can I
your
be
evidence.
leaning? How can I be leaning? I'm not
Where's
on
your
a
evidence?
globe, am I? I'm not going to
Let's
be
see.
leaning.
So then where's your
What if you're
evidence
not
for the
on a
globe?
globe, then
Explain
what are
to
you
us.
on?
Oh,
What am
are
I
you
on?
not
I don't
saying that?
know.
Are you not
I
saying
I
I'm,
really don't know.
I'm living in
What are
reality,
you
but
on?
not on a globe?
On reality,
Let's see. Yeah.
I'm not on a
Schlitzie, can you
globe.
please explain
I'm
to
on.
us
He's on
what's
his
wrong with measuring reciprocal zenith angle? What's wrong? Where's the error in those
They're scary
measurements?
words. That's
Right.
what's wrong with it.
You're using presupposed maths, yeah?
No, there's no
No.
math presupposed.
Yeah.
We're just measuring two angles, you asshole.
Right,
No
you're
math is
measuring an
used.
angle.
What's
They
wrong?
measured.
So like you look up. Hold on.
It's not this hard. Come on.
So you're looking up to a star, yeah? You're getting the angle, and then what you do?
Stop. No
Come
star
on
is
then.
involved. Why would you say looking up at a star?
Okay, well, you're getting your zenith angle. So
Well, look down at the
then
star.
what are you? Then what are you doing? What are
Measuring
you
the
doing?
angle.
Once you've got your angle, say like you got your I've got 60 degree. So what are you then gonna do? Tell me. What are you gonna do?
He did this dance
This
2
is
days
real
ago.
life.
I'm not so sure that Schlitzie even know how it's done.
He doesn't
I think that
care.
could be one of the problem. No, he doesn't care either.
He
Well,
wants
you
to
tell me. You tell
he
me
wants-
how you do it.
just bring your
No,
evidence for
because
flatness.
you were saying
No,
that no,
see,
it's just bull.
you're
It's
telling
you
me
said it
I
was
don't
just
know
bullshit.
anything.
You
So
said it
you're
was
now
just
telling me I
bullshit,
don't
but
know
you don't even know how
You
it's
don't
done.
know
So how
anything, but you
yes,
don't
yeah,
know
yeah, blah blah
yourself.
blah.
That's why you don't want
Let's
to
see
tell me.
if you don't know how it's done, then how can you say it's wrong or it's
Well, you
it's
tell
just
me how
bullshit?
it's done. I want you to
No.
tell me how it's done.
No, I don't
No,
have
it's
to.
wrong because it has to be wrong for him.
No, you just
He
tell me
doesn't know
how
what
it
it
has to
is.
be.
Yeah, it has to be wrong. Doesn't matter.
You tell me how
even
it's done.
yeah.
Listen,
No,
we've given him evidence for
yeah.
What is your
Until
given
you
him
know how
evidence
it's
for the
done.
globe.
Hold on. I just got
Are
here.
you-
Just a second here. So Schlitzie, what is your claim in
So
each answer?
you got your zenith angle right
Yeah.
above you, directly above you. Yeah, that's your zenith, directly above. Yeah, regardless of anything, it's
Well,
directly
depending on
above.
deflection, depending on deflection of the
90
vertical.
degrees.
No, don't throw in deflections.
Don't go into
Go ahead,
deflections.
Schlitzy.
Don't go into deflections because we're gonna have to split a fucking hair down the middle. How mad is that?
Anyway,
Don't
what is your
start
point,
going
though?
into
We
that
haven't,
kind
we
of.
haven't gotten to
Don't
your
go into
point.
that ground. God, we'll be in all kinds of trouble if you start doing that.
What is your claim? What is your claim?
Well, you
I
tell
don't-
me. So we've got the Zenith
Wait,
directly
I tell
above
you
us,
your
yeah?
claim? That's not how conversations work.
No, you told me I don't know nothing about.
I didn't say anything
You're
about you at all. I asked what
crazy.
your claim was. I didn't say you didn't know anything about anything. I just got here. I'm asking you, what is your claim about zenith angles?
I don't know. I don't know. If you've only just got here, how did you get
You get to
there?
make the claim.
Did you just come down on the space
You
station?
don't know? You don't
Did
know
you
what
just
you're
come on the space station?
Yeah, bro. Yeah. So I am actually in the space station right now, and my boyfriend who has zero G sex with me in the space station, and it's like super
Ooh.
gay and in space. You know, he let me get on the internet to talk. So
Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, it's called asymmetric docking maneuvers is what
I love
the
it.
technical term is.
So put a sticker on the ceiling and call that Polaris.
Pictures or it didn't happen.
Exactly.
And then put
Exactly.
another-
Put a sticker
and then
on the
put
ceiling
another
and call that Polaris.
No, put a picture
Well,
on
you
the ceiling
sound
called
fucking
Polaris,
super homo.
and then
Anyway.
you get a ball. And then you get a ball in your lab. You put a star on the ceiling. And you get your zenith angle to it, right? Right, and then you show us
He's
how you
got a
do
shot.
that. Get your coordinates on a globe from that zenith angle to a real sphere. And if you don't know how to do that, why the fuck are you guys talking about getting angles?
DMAC, what is a real sphere? I really don't know what you mean about
They don't exist. That's a good question. Go find me
Then
one in
what the-
nature. Then why do you think you're on a ball? I don't know, you fucking idiots.
Because it's dark where I'm
Balls
at.
can't
That's why.
exist. Balls don't exist.
Like here
Unless
too,
it's a
but you know what?
UFO light.
Somewhere else.
The sun
Unless
can't
it's a
set on a
UFO
flat Earth. It's
light, a
impossible.
UFO, star, planet, gas, ball, light, meteor, comet. What else? Airplane.
You got any
spaceship,
else
UFO, light,
insults?
star, gas, meteor, comet.
Yeah, I got
planet.
an insult. The only spear you've got is the one up your chocolate star. Fucking in homo space.
You're not showing us how to get a zenith to anything from an actual dot in a lab. Call that and then show us what the fuck you're talking about. Because if you can't do that on a little ball, you
What is a dot in a lab?
Your
that's where
reciprocal.
you don't. Well, here,
Zenith
let me
angle.
say this word. Let me say this word. Lab.
Yes, lab.
No, say ask what that is because you've never been in one. Globes don't.
Have you been in one?
There is no globe
I've been in
science.
plenty.
There are no globe physics. Did you do globe physics in it?
That's just physics.
No, because we were doing
No,
science
so
shit.
no
I was in
globe
high
physics.
school.
So you did flat Earth shit in that lab. 100%.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, you didn't do globe physics.
Yeah,
It's just
we
physics.
created a
Did
globe
you do
in
globe
our
science?
high school lab,
It's
and
just
we
science.
Oh, you mean you
meditates
printed out
all
a
the
sticker?
gravity.
You printed out a sticker with topography of mountains and stuff,
Yeah, and guess what?
Yeah.
The sunset and
and
that
then you
one
wrapped
too.
it on a ball. Okay, we'll take your sun and show us the path on that ball.
Take your sun and show us the light everywhere at all
I don't
times.
own a son. I didn't listen. I don't have to make up fucking fairy tale religions for you guys to replace your religion right now. Your science religion.
You are
Wait,
literally
You go-
doing
you
that,
go
DMAC.
on your seance
Is it
of
also
belief.
dark where you are?
We believe science cartoons. This cartoon paper is to scale for a globe. I'm definitely going to show you this, Tamak. You're going to know it's fucking globe when I show you on this flat piece of paper, this flat schematic on this flat paper. You'll really know it's fucking rounded.
Yeah, and
You
it's also
slipping
still
there.
dark.
You are not a real
Well, I
person,
just think
DMAC. I
there's a
don't believe it.
problem. I think there's a problem. This flat piece of paper, it's like paper thin, and you can put all the places on your globe on it, and you could say that's only so many miles left to right and front to back. Where's the rest of your ball? Like the whole depth of it and the sides and everything. I got a flat
I don't know.
circle.
Where's the rest of your
government,
disc or
your
whatever
government
you
gives
call
you a
it?
flat circle with all your land masses on a flat circle. Where the fuck is your ball at? Where's the rest of it?
I'm
You,
still
like,
waiting I want to understand if it's dark where you're at, like it is where I'm at. Because that is
pretty dark where I am right now.
That disproves the flat Earth.
Mhm.
Anyway, when you're doing your silly angles and you're talking about curvature, maybe that's just refraction.
Wait, do you have evidence of
You want
flatness?
to call it curvature.
I thought you were going to go get your evidence of
Oh,
flatness.
I got more than 180. So you think just because you got more than 180, you're now on a ball? You're fucking mad, you lot.
Yeah, where's your evidence of flatness?
I can get a weird.
Where's your evidence?
I can get a
that
weird
you're on a
pyramid
ball
by putting it in a mud puddle.
putting in a calculation and not coming up with 180.
The
Fucking
sun
weirdo.
earlier. That's my evidence. Where's your
I
evidence
can
of
get different
Yeah,
numbers with a mud
what
puddle.
are
I
you
can stick
talking
one
about?
zenith line to the center of the deep part of the mud puddle, and then one zenith line over here to the hill in my backyard, and they're both going to make a bigger triangle because I got a hole in the dirt here and a hill in the dirt over there.
Well, you know what? The Earth is bigger than your backyard. I'm just gonna say that.
It is?
Yeah, it's a lot bigger than your backyard.
So what's 8 inches of it look like?
Dude, do the math. It's probably not that much.
No, I didn't say math. No, I asked you what it looked like.
It looks like a very
Doing
small
math isn't
percentage
going to
of
help me go
25,000.
fucking touch it and show me what it looks like, is it?
You
How
show
is
me how to
doing math
touch
on
it.
a flat piece of paper going to show me what my backyard fucking dirt matches the earth curve? I want you to go in.
I don't
your
know. Have you
backyard and show
measured
me
your
an 8-inch
backyard?
hill. We just need the 8-inch hill that matches
No,
earth curve.
no.
Now your
Have you
friend is a
measured
mile away
your? No. Stop, D-Mock.
Yeah,
Have you measured
the earth curve is in your
D-Mock?
backyard. It's 8 inches. 8 inches in
D-Mock,
your backyard.
have you measured
doesn't
your
match earth
backyard?
curve. How could
Have
you
you been
not?
to space?
So
You
how
sound
big is
fake
your,
and
no,
gay.
stop, hold on a minute. How big is 8 inches in your backyard dirt compared to earth curve? Show us.
I don't know. I haven't measured my backyard. I gotta
You
do the
don't
math
know?
on it.
So your
No,
backyard.
'cause I don't measure. I haven't measured my backyard.
So
Dude.
your backyard isn't the earth curve. It doesn't match earth curve.
I mean, eventually, yeah, I could do the math on it.
No, whose backyard not eventually matches earth curve physically?
No.
So you mean gravity failed you? Gravity didn't make
What
earth
are you
curve
talking
go
about?
anywhere?
What does gravity have to do with all of it?
Doesn't gravity make balls, you dumb fucking bitch?
Wait, are we still in a lab?
I don't
You're
know.
supposed to be
We're all over the
outside in
place. I see.
outside
I don't
lab.
know.
The
Take over
outside
for me,
natural
please.
lab of natural science. Observe 8 inches of dirt beat earth curve. Show that the
tell you
8-inch high piece of dirt is equidistant. Surely
Where's
that
the
fucking
oxygen,
8 inches.
D-Mock?
Surely that 8 inches of dirt isn't outdoing your whole earth, is it? Stopping your whole earth from working, that little 8-inch piece of dirt, you fucking retard.
D-Mock, the only question I had was, what is the size of your backyard?
Your earth curve. Zoom out like a cue ball. Now find your 8-inch piece of dirt on there.
Oh my
Show
god.
me what that looks like. Now you're saying
Fine.
it's not the earth curve, you dumb fucking cunt. I'm showing you it is, bitch.
Don't call me a cunt, man. Come on, dude.
Don't be a fucking retard with a low IQ then. I'm tired of
I
dealing with low IQ
didn't.
motherfuckers. I got a cue ball. Your earth is supposed to be smoother than a cue ball. Now find your fucking 8 inches on there out of your backyard. If you can't, you dumb bitch, then everywhere in your backyard should
Dude,
be that earth curve.
relax.
So do
He's
you
just
understand?
I'm trying to be
the point
nice
that
with
I'm
you,
making?
bro.
Oh,
Like,
you
come
understand
on.
oxygen.
He's just
But a
mad that it's
mountain
dark
and
right
an
now.
earth curve. A mountain in the Grand Canyon and the Niagara Falls are supposed to follow the earth curve smoothly, but your 8-inch fucking hill
Yeah.
isn't. Something's wrong.
Yeah,
How
something's
could
wrong with the sunset.
How could all the mountains and Mount Rushmore follow earth curve, be smooth earth curve?
What about
But your
Mount
backyard
Rushmore?
8-inch hill is. So a mountain is a smooth earth curve and a hill tsunami of water, but an 8-inch hill in your backyard isn't part of earth curve. It's too big, too much.
That might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard anybody say ever.
So what do you expect to see for an 8-inch drop of physical dirt?
Stick around. He'll talk in a few minutes.
I'm just waiting for the sun
It
to
took
come up.
more
so I can
sense than
show
you.
him
Talks more sense than you.
I'm waiting for
You
D-Mock to
guys
say
have
something
no
that I
clue
can
what
actually
an 8-inch
answer.
drop looks like. What the fuck is your math for? What are you doing in a zenithon, you dumb
Dude.
fucks, if you can't find an 8-inch drop? Something wrong. So ask a surveyor,
Right.
hey, can you look at a piece of hill that's 8 inches higher than another piece of dirt? They'll say, yeah, you retarded motherfucker, Demont. Are you fucking
That's
stupid?
exactly what they'll say, yes. They
And
will
I'll
say
say,
that.
oh,
They will call you a jerk and a
you know what
cunt
an
and all that
8-inch
stuff.
amount of dirt looks like? So you mean we can tell the size of a bee's wings, but we don't know what an 8-inch pile of dirt's gonna be like?
How is
Well,
it
I
that the
don't know.
sun?
You keep
How
asking
is
me
it that the
questions,
sun?
dude. How about I ask you a question?
How do you know the difference of a bee wing on this compared to Earth curve?
Oh my God, that is.
You fucking retard. How do you know?
Can I tell you?
So you guys can
God
zoom in
damn
on
it.
bees nuts and count the bees dick hairs, but you can't find
Yeah.
8 inches of Earth curve on the whole Earth.
Do
No matter
bees
where
have
you
big
touch.
hairs? That's a good
So no
question.
matter where I touch the Earth,
They do. They're very small.
I think
Okay.
DMOC is just showing
Nowhere.
how stupid.
Is that what the
DMOC is
P?
just
Is
showing
that
how
the
stupid
P1000?
flat
How
Earth is.
stupid you guys are because you can't tell me which piece of dirt to put my fucking hand on that matches 8 inches Earth curve.
And you
Yeah,
can't
I got
tell us
some for
why
you
it's
right
And
now.
you
sunset.
got the whole Earth. I don't make up stories, bitch. That's your job, religious glober who doesn't got a curve.
Yeah, but we also have a sunset, and you can't explain
No,
that.
you got a religion. Give me a side view, you lying cunt. Give me
Show
a
me
side
the
view of
sun.
your religious belief.
It's dark outside, and I know it's dark outside where you are too.
Yeah,
and you're just
well,
upset.
give me a side view of it rising, bitch, above a horizontal line.
It's gonna do it today, like it's done for every day of my life and your life.
Yeah,
so.
that's a cool story, retard. Do you have a side view?
No, but I have it setting and rising every day.
That
Let me
didn't
ask you, DMOC, what do you mean by side
You
view?
don't know whether it's setting or rising unless you have something to reference it, you stupid cunt. That would be
You
a
mean like
whole
What do you mean
like
by
fucking
side
light?
view?
Light is the
side
reference.
view. Look at the hill in your backyard. Look at the forest. You can't see the forest through the fucking trees, you stupid bitch. Now
Let's
get
call
a side view. Now
let's
get a
call light
side view of
when-
the forest.
position.
When does
Now
the
get a
carnival
side
move
view
to
of the
its next
forest.
town?
Now you get a side view of the forest, and now you can see how thick
Curious.
the forest is, bitch.
Not at nighttime.
Shut up, you fucking invalid. Nobody knows what you're talking
Can
about.
you tell me?
Dick
Can
muncher.
you?
You've been
Can you
fucking
tell me?
smoking mercury like me.
Shitfield.
You freebasing the
For
mercury.
fuck's sake, DMOC, do stand up. You need to do stand up comedy. This
Quit
is great.
freebasing fucking mercury.
shit.
Pyrex
You can
maker.
hear it laugh coming out in his voice.
Hey, listen,
Trying to hold it in.
Chicken Newton told you the sky was falling, and you guys are still waiting on it. Shut the fuck
Holy
Uh-huh.
shit! Who is that?
D-Mock's running a kayfabe right now. Are you?
So-
When's the carnival go to its next town, D-Mock?
Listen,
just
if you
curious.
guys want to pay me some money, start up the little YouTube channel. I'll come on for comedy. I'll fucking destroy every Glover with comedy, and you guys will make so much money, but I get my cut.
You do that
Dude,
anyway.
honestly,
Listen,
D-Mock, you could.
you're not
You're
listening.
not lying, bro.
Yeah, but that's nothing. You ain't seen nothing.
D-Mock, you
So
could
if
go
I'm
to your
going
local
to be-
comedy club and do a stand-up night, and you would kill it.
I know
You would
everybody at my
fucking
work
kill
tells
it.
me that.
You
I
always
know they
have
told me
Because
that
you're
in my own
stupid as
podcast.
fuck. That's why.
He always
Yeah,
says
I've heard
shut
him
the fuck up.
before. D-Mock is funny.
Because your IQ doesn't know what originality is. So you call
Oh, really?
originality
What is your IQ,
stupid.
D-Mock?
You call originality. You call being a parrot being smart. So go take your parrot C and say broken record ass on smart boy, broken record IQ motherfucker.
The parrot
I
can't
can
explain
repeat.
its
I can
unfair.
repeat. We are smart. We are legion. We repeat. We repeat. We have religion. Earth, sun drops. Sun drops. You're like a broken fucking record of nothing.
You
If
get
we're
it now.
thinking original thought, you can go on stage with me.
I'm just asking for an explanation. If
Of
it
an
goes
original
away,
thought,
well, if it goes away, the stars are further away than the sun. Why do we see those?
you know, shut the fuck up. You don't know. There ain't no stars out there.
You got
Give me
Yeah,
an
shut the fuck up.
altitude footage
Don't
of
know
the
what you're talking
stars.
about.
I'll bet you money right now. None of you can get altitude footage of stars. You dumb cunt bitch. And while you're looking for the stars, find the ISS on high altitude footage. If you can't see the ISS above you at 35 to 70,000 feet, 80,000 to 120,000, the whole fucking way, every 90 minutes, you fucking losers, you don't got that either. So no satellite, no meteor, no stars, no planets, no comets. All you'll see when you go up there is black, a sun, a moon, and an Earth. The
Well,
Earth is
what in
always
the hell
below
do you
you.
call
You're,
all
ne-
those
you're always in the
dots?
center frame of Earth forever. You'll never get to the edge of Earth. No one's ever been to the fucking edge of Earth. Felix Baumgartner looked down and he was in New Mexico. The whole Earth was New Mexico. Do that math. You fucking.
You're not even
retard.
gonna take
How
those
did the whole Earth circle underneath you that supposedly is enough of a circle for what's his name, Picard to go up and see the whole fucking Earth, all the land masses in one circle, but But when Felix Baumgartner goes up, he only sees Mexico as the whole Earth, the whole circle part of the Earth. Do the math. What is that? Where's the rest of the fucking ball?
So wait, what are the stars? The stars are just specks.
The stars don't exist. They're black. What do you think they are when they don't exist? You tell me.
They're not black though,
The sun,
obviously.
the sun is. Yeah, they are. I just asked you for how to put it to some stars.
You can go outside and look at the stars. What do you mean? You don't have to go up high.
Bitch, are you retarded?
Well, tell me what they are.
Yeah, you do, cunt. To prove that they're not there up high. When you go up high, they disappear. How would I prove they disappear from the ground? By you fucking retarded motherfucker.
So but what makes them visible at a low altitude?
And when you go up and get closer to the stars, they disappear.
So
that
what are
means
they?
from the ground, it doesn't matter what you think you're seeing, bitch. In the desert, you're not seeing a real mirage. When your buddy goes there to get a scoop of the water, it doesn't exist. Why the fuck are you seeing star mirages? I don't know, weirdo. Figure it
So, D-Mock, can you explain how the sun sets without saying
it doesn't set, you weird
or
bitch.
cunt?
It doesn't set at all. The fuck are you
Oh,
on,
okay,
crap?
gotcha. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Flips the light out. Like
What do you mean?
Is that how the sun goes away every day? Because it's dark where I am right now.
Goes away is what's that mean?
It is very dark right here.
Going away doesn't mean dropping down. You retards.
Well, if it went away, it'd still be light.
No, it wouldn't, bitch.
Yeah,
Where'd
it
you
would.
get that idea? Who the fuck tells you that? Where's your reference? Go get me your
What do you
fucking
mean?
model.
I'm in
that shows
physics.
that. Go get me your model, cunt.
Stop
What
calling it
size
cunt.
are you talking about? How big's your sun and how big's your Earth?
That's
Don't
irrelevant.
say globe stuff. Don't. What's irrelevant?
If the sun was above the Earth
Are
at
you
all
fucking
times,
retarded, bitch?
the
Every
local
fucking
system,
thing in physics is relevant to accordance to the fucking engineering of the fucking thing that it's supposed to be. You
so how
stupid
high is the
fuck.
sun? 50 miles? Some people say 50. Some
Go get a
people say
ladder and climb up to it, you dumb
I
bitch.
thought it was 3,000.
Go get a tape measure and go to it.
Home Depot is
Oh,
out
you
of those
really?
ladders.
Because that's
So if you don't, you don't know how to figure out where stuff's at. It's not
Yeah.
gonna guess. You're not
I
gonna
think they
guess,
shop
bitch.
at Homo
Are you
Depot.
guys gonna guess and follow a parent religion, broke record sun distance?
We've already been over this. We can see the stars and they're further away than the sun.
You can see them. Go
Yeah.
up to them.
Do you
Live.
shop
Go
at
up high and see 'em.
Homo Depot?
hey D-Mock,
I'm
why don't you
waiting
be
on
like
your- I'm
Mikey
waiting
and
on
go
your
out do some
100,000
fucking
foot
work?
stars.
Oh,
Yeah, right,
Homo
Reed. Your
Depot.
government's already did that for you. They've already sucked the dick of themselves. It's sucked off. To tell you any
Wow.
truth, dick, is sucked off already.
That
The
is an
government doesn't
answer and
tell
a
you
half.
truth, bitch, and they don't owe you any truth. Where can you go get the truth from the government? Ask them for the real map. Say, hey, please, government, can I have a real map of our planet? Please, government, can I film what it looks like to fly around in a jet over America and Australia and Canada and Alaska and Asia and Russia and North Korea? And they're going to say, no, bitch.
That's exactly right. They're probably gonna.
That's exactly what they're
Where
gonna say.
can
They're
you
gonna
go
say
to
no,
get the
bitch.
true stuff? Where do you get the right stuff from your government? When does your government tell you some right shit like UFOs? What's a UFO?
Just go to
You guys
Target. They
don't even
sell
know what the
globes.
fucking
They sell
UFO is in the
globes at
backyard.
Target.
So in your backyard, you got a sun UFO. What is that? A
I have
moon
no idea.
UFO or a star UFO?
This is the first time I've ever heard of this.
What UFO?
Yeah.
Me too. I
There's
see a
UFO
twinkly
coming.
light.
Dude, D-Mock, I'm a
There's a
UFO
twinkly
expert,
light in
and
my
you're talking
backyard. It must
nonsense.
spectroscopy to be something. We must be able to spectroscopy it and see the weight of it, the chemical makeup. We should know the density. Because surely from not in our backyard, you dumb loser bitches, we can spectroscopy a planet, right? A twinkly fucking dot, you claim?
I
So
think
do it on a
Dude, you are
UFO live right now.
just
Do it on a
so
UFO.
fucking.
I
Do
don't
it
think
on
it's
a
a verb.
rainbow.
Yeah.
So you don't know what spectroscopy is, and it doesn't
It's a
work.
noun. It's not a verb though. You're using it as a verb.
Spectroscopy only works when you can't prove it.
Explain.
Yeah,
What
please.
is a UFO?
That's not explaining.
Spectroscopy a UFO.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
How are you
Yeah.
spectroscopying a light in the sky?
Again, you're using it as a verb. It's a noun.
How are
Yeah,
you using spectroscopy? You dick sucking retarded bitch. Do you know what the fuck you're talking about?
I think so.
Very much so.
No, I don't. They do
You're right.
spectroscopy on stars and lights, Now do one on a UFO. We want to know what it is.
Why does it matter?
Because your UFO is no different than your sun. It's no different than
You're an
your
idiot.
star. It's no different than a comet.
Well, the
Prove me
sun's
wrong,
identifiable.
bitch.
Have you ever got a sunburn?
Yeah, it's a sun. It's
Have you ever got
an
a sunburn?
alien driving a sun.
What
They're
happens when you
driving
get
a
a
moon
sunburn?
sunlight star. How
But
do
you
you know
can't.
what it is they're driving? Is it a comet they came in? Is it a
No,
ball
it's
of gas like the sun? Is it a
How
ball
many
of
times have you
water?
ever gotten a sunburn? Just tell me that. At least once,
What
right?
the fuck is a UFO? There's billions
We're
of
not talking
videos
about that.
of them. Go figure out what a UFO is. And if you can't figure out what
Okay,
a fucking
a
light
UFO
is,
is
and your
unidentified,
grandma's
so
yard,
we don't know.
so
That's what
you
they're
don't know
called,
what anything
UFOs.
is.
You
So you
fuck.
don't know what any twinkly light is.
Yeah,
No, we know what
nobody.
identified ones are. Yeah.
So no twinkly light star stuff. No stuff of space star
You
light
don't call
stuff.
the sun a
You don't know
UFO,
what
you
no
fuck
sun
son.
is. You don't know what a sun is. UFO's a sun. It's a twinkly light.
No, it's
In your
not.
backyard.
It's
Put it in your
identified.
backyard. Call it a UFO. What is it?
The
We
sun
don't.
is very much
When the
identified.
sun's in your backyard, you don't know what it is. But when it's 93 million miles away, you know what it is. You
That
weird
is
ass
Has the
bitch.
sun ever been in your backyard?
What the fuck is a UFO? I'm trying to figure it out.
Have you ever seen
What is a
Independence Day?
UFO made of?
Dude,
I'm trying to see if this UFO
have you ever
is
seen something and you don't know what it is?
How in the fuck? You don't know what a UFO sun is.
you?
I
Why
don't.
are you mad because
Nobody
somebody
does.
made a
That's the
sun?
whole point.
They're called
Somebody made a
unidentified.
sun. Somebody made a little sun, and you guys are calling it a UFO, and you're mad
No,
because you're too
we can
retarded to
get
make
What does
sunburns.
the
though.
U stand for?
No.
What is the U?
Because
But
let's see
technically,
it, or let's see it orbit around
German
some
boy.
orbit.
Sunburn is
German.
Make
What
a
does the
little
U
moon.
stand for?
Can you make a moon? What you ran
technically we
out
call
of
them UAPs now.
You
So you
cannot make
have
a
a
moon,
vacuum
as
chamber.
far
So
as I'm
vacuum
aware.
German
chambers
red
aren't
boy.
gonna know. Hydrogen can't be turned into fusion in a vacuum no more. No sun in the vacuum. Moons can. How about a moon dirt rock? You got one of those moving water?
Those are all words.
Well, the moon
And
is a
You
rock.
gotta say
Yeah,
words.
a
And who-
moon rock.
And who
You
did ever
have a
claim
real
that
moon rock from the moon.
helium in a
Wait.
vacuum
Is this where we
creates
start talking
fusion?
about
Yeah,
the moon
that's
dragon?
where-
Where you get a
Get your
moon
stuff
rock and you
correct
move
first.
a bucket of water with it. That's when
Demo-
you take a moon rock and hook it
Demo,
on your
get your-
car and move some water down the
Yeah,
road.
but get your claim straight first, okay? No one is
Stefan,
What, moon
claiming.
rocks
No one is
moving
claiming
half the
that
Earth's water.
there's
Stefan.
fusion in
Moon
vacuum.
rocks makes half the Earth's
Stefan.
tide.
Where's the moon dragon?
Get your
Stefan.
claim right. What's a UFO
I don't know,
like?
dude. I've been asking you. Where
do
is
you
the
know
moon
what a
dragon,
light
D-Mock?
is?
Where is it?
What gas is the UFO made
The
out of?
dark side of the moon,
What
obviously.
material is it made out of? How deep? How thick is it? What's it
Jesus
weigh?
Christ.
It's unidentified.
So how does it work? So all your UFO scientists boys are fucking broke down, aren't they?
Mic drop.
Yep.
Yeah, UFO scientist boys. Yeah.
That's checkmate, fellas.
What
Yes,
about
we're
the moon
done.
dragon?
Moonball.
Yeah, your theoretical make up religious boys that make up theoretics about twinkly lights. That if one's in your backyard, they don't know what it is.
If
They
you
gotta
ever
wait
go
for
on
it to
tour,
get. They gotta wait for it to go 93 billion miles away, and then they're like, "Yep, we definitely know what that is. We know how much."
You
that
know,
You
weighs.
have
did
you ever
mention
been
spectroscopy,
outside?
didn't you?
We know.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I said
Demo,
100 times.
Demo, can the
Yeah, we got
spectroscopy
boys
tell
that
us
can't
something?
hear. No,
Yeah,
what's a
cunts.
UFO?
Okay.
What is
So
a UFO?
spectroscopy cannot tell us what
Spectroscopy
it
the
is.
UFO.
No, it can tell you you're an
Spectroscopy the
absolute cunt.
UFO. Whatever you did to see what the fucking planet.
What about the electromagnetic radiation coming from the sun?
Whatever you did to make
Damn
up
it.
stories
What about the
gas
electromagnetic?
planet,
What about the radiation
What
coming from
about
the
the electromagnetic
Nobody
spectrum
knows what
coming
you're
from the
talking
sun?
about. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it with an
Prove
object
what?
in the front of you. Prove what you're talking
Sunburn.
about, bitch. Prove you can
Well,
prove what an object is without knowing what it is in front of you in the distance on Earth. If you can't do it on Earth, you ain't doing it in
Can we
space.
measure the
You
electromagnetic
can't do
spectrum
it
coming
on
from the sun?
Earth. No, you get
Can
to
we
sit in the
measure
room.
the
You
electromagnetic
get to sit in
spectrum
the
coming from
room.
the sun, Demark?
You get to sit in the room. You get to sit in the
Denmark.
room and look out a window, bitch. And look out the
Denmark.
window and do whatever test you can do to this fucking object. And then you got to tell me how far away it is, how tall it is, the density, and what the chemical makeup of it is. Stupid cunt.
Yeah, we
bitches.
can do that by
There's a
spectroscopy.
UFO.
Yeah, we can do
Yeah,
that by
we're waiting for
spectroscopy.
you.
Yes,
We're waiting
no
for you
problem.
cunts to do something.
Yeah, go do it live, cunt lying bitch.
Why should I? I don't have to do it.
Because you fucking just
Plenty
said
of
you
people
could, you
are.
lying cunt. Then shut
Yeah.
your lying ass, not do nothing mouth, loser
So
burger.
are you claiming no one
Thank
has
you,
done a
nothing burger.
spectroscopy of the sun?
Shut up, nothing
No, I'm
burger,
claiming
bitch.
you're gay, Stefan.
You don't know what the fucking sun is, twinkly light, bitch.
Oh well, we got
You
a
don't even know what the
fairly
sun's
good idea
solid.
what the sun is. Absolutely.
Prove it, bitch. Make one. Make one.
Prove it.
Time
What do you mean prove it?
moon
Make one.
Copper tone
You'll
gate.
need the ingredients to make a sun. You don't got
No,
them?
that was not
Hydrogen.
the claim. What I said
Yeah, we
was
got
that the
hydrogen.
electromagnetic
Yeah, we supposedly got hydrogen. Check
electromagnetic
everywhere.
spectrum and
Every gas is
spectroscopy
hydrogen.
can tell us a lot about with the
We got a
sun.
vacuum. You got a
You can
vacuum.
deny it all you want, but that doesn't help
No,
you.
you're denying your sun you don't have and can't make. You got a vacuum chamber, bitch. Are you denying that? You got hydrogen,
Time
bitch.
I was
You denying
chilling with
that?
my moon dragon on the dark side of the moon.
So if you got moon dragon, sun dragon, fucking spectroscopy, fucking vacuum
There it
chambers, and you got moon dragon,
What about
fucking hydrogen.
Dick Dragon?
So put your
What do
dick dragon
dragons have to
helium
do with any of
fusion.
this?
I just want to see your hydrogen turn the fucking to helium and then turn into a sun.
It's Blastoise and Charizard.
Let's go,
Yeah.
vacuum chamber boys. Make your sun happen.
Well, how about this dragon boy? How about
How
you
about a sun?
show me your flat Earth dragon?
Excited gas making a sun.
I think we've
Can't be
been
that
left.
hard.
Swear to God.
Can't be that hard when
been left
nothing
in the-
space does it. A non-existent, non-smart gravity can make it, but you guys can't. What a fucking bunch of retards.
Dude, I'll be at your opening.
How
day.
much? How big of a gospel would we need to create to simulate
gay
do an experiment like the sun?
Check this out. Here's another experiment. Make water solid with gravity. I can do it with ice temperature. So I can take temperature.
That is the dumbest
bring
question
you
I've
a
ever
ball
heard.
of ice. I can bring you a ball of ice that's not equipotential. The ball won't be equipotential with fuck all, you retarded bitch. And it's a ball of solid fucking water, and I did it with temperature. I didn't do it with
I
a
know,
solid
we're
container.
retarded bitches. We
Shut
get
up,
it.
you non-science loving cunt.
I don't care.
So can
Fuck
you
you.
get
You're
me to
pissing me
grab a
off.
left
ball
with
of
the
water?
gay globers.
I want a solid gas of gravity and a solid water of gravity, bitch, now in a vacuum, motherfucking hose. Because I got ice right here that proves you all wrong on flat Earth physics. Say all I need is temperature to hold something into a shape. No gravity, no magic, bitch cunt.
Wait, you already
Demonstrate.
you already introduced
So what-
dragons.
what-
That's
yeah.
magic.
Hey, there is
What
no such
happens-
thing as gravity.
What happens if the pressure
No
increases?
one's ever seen gravity pull any fucking water, gas to the bottom of another gas or water, dirt, and watch it stick up to it. Stick ups. Shut the fuck up. Nobody's ever seen an object orbit down below another object and go up around it. Shut the fuck up.
Listen up, Dragon Boy.
You
What
don't have no
happens?
dragon balls of gas anywhere either. Where's your dragon
been
ball
dragged when
Z
you
balls
said
of
that?
gas in nature?
Where's the oxygen, Demo? Just tell me that. Where's the oxygen coming?
There's no such
From
thing.
your mouth.
There's no such thing as oxygen. Go get me a bucket of it.
I think he's more a drag queen.
Get me a bucket of oxygen and prove it's 100%.
Stop stealing my
oxygen.
jokes, Snoozle.
Holy shit.
Boozle.
I only want 100% oxygen if we're going to talk oxygen. If we're going to talk hydrogen, I want 100% of it in a bucket.
We've been
outside
left
of
in
nature.
the
Show me
gay
where you got it.
room.
Show me where you get your helium in nature. Put it in a bucket. Where do we get all these fucking magic gases that are themselves somewhere in nature? They don't exist. Wave your hand around. What are you waving in? Not a gas. You can't name it.
So oxygen doesn't exist.
Shut up, ambiguously gay retard. So ambiguous words are the only thing that exists in your fucking paradigm, right? Hey, let's say ambiguous words like if.
That was the best
Maybe.
insult I've ever received. So it's good.
Let's say ambiguously fucking oxygen. What does oxygen mean? Make some oxygen and show me what it is and can you prove it's oxygen. 100%, please.
I think we should keep that one.
So ambiguously gas provers don't have any gas.
Holy shit, that was
I'm just
hilarious.
saying, you said the word air. You asked me what air was, but you can't prove what it is. You asked me what gases are, but you don't have it. and you don't know how to prove it's that gas unless somebody gives you a container and says, "Yep, that's it. Trust me, boys, buy that from me. It's that gas."
Trust me, boys,
I
it's flat.
promise.
You
Has
sound
to be.
good when you
No.
said that.
That's the good
I'm
old
just
tune
saying
right there.
everything about the globe. 8 inches of dirt can't be itself. No water does that. The globe can't. It's so ambiguously not itself. It's a transformer.
Reciprocal. Zenith angles
Over the
don't have like the
horizontal horizon.
2 million
Are they
and
touching
80.
the horizon of the horizontal line I'm seeing left to right?
God,
What are they going
you
to?
can't take it seriously.
I got a horizontal horizon from left to right, 93 million miles. From left to right in my view. As far as I can see left, as far as I can see right. I can make you the little chart. It's 93 million miles. And if you don't believe me, you can even stick it. No, you can't even stick it between the sun and you can't even see in between the sun and moon during a solar eclipse, Globers, to show us the 93 million mile gap that you claim is there. What a bunch of fucking retards.
You use Venus for that one, Demo.
No, we're looking for the 93 million mile gap between the solar fucking eclipse, sun, and moon.
Yeah, no,
I think
we
if you
can
look
do
in
is
your
use
Venus
Venus
transit,
transit, we use Venus transit
Where is Venus
and
eclipse the sun?
geometry to calculate the distance to the sun. Did you know
Stefan,
that?
Yeah, right,
Stefan,
bitch.
You
if
didn't
you
know
find
that?
it,
Fucking retard.
if you
You're
look in
fucking retard.
Uranus,
You can't even
you'll
find the
find
Earth
it.
curve up close. What are you talking about,
So you
John?
didn't know we could use geometry and the
You can't
transit of
use it on
Venus
the Earth.
in front of the
So
sun
you
to
use it on the
do
dirt in your backyard. Use it
So
on
you
the
don't
dirt in your
understand it.
backyard.
Fair
Give
enough.
me the
I
Earth curve.
don't care.
So you don't have
Before
geometry
you
now.
deny it, and you should get into it and understand and then tell us in detail
I'm
what's wrong
asking
with
for
it.
you to put the geometry in your backyard in mud, make it a physical material, you cunt lying faggot bitch.
No. We're talking about the transit of
You
Venus and how
fucking
that
retard bitch. You ain't talking about nothing spectroscopy, dumb fuck. You're a fucking
you
retard,
calculate the
cunt.
distance to the sun.
Retard.
If you know how that is done.
Retard.
Fucking
Is it 3
ambiguous
apple
day
size?
guy.
Well, hang on a minute.
Was it as big as your
If you
thumb?
don't, you're calling me
It's the
retard,
size
but
of a
you don't
toenail?
understand how. You have no idea
No,
how
you
we can
don't
use the transit
understand
of
nothing,
Venus to
burger.
calculate
Stop
the
talking
distance to
about
the
nothing,
sun.
you
So
fucking weirdo.
who is the one lacking a bit of
You
knowledge
weird
here,
bitch.
me or you?
Low IQ cunt. You low
with
IQ
your
bitch.
gayness.
You're making shit up.
You
You
call
fucking
Venus
weird.
a
Oh,
Vegas, not gay.
so
Shut the
Venus
fuck up,
is
dumb
not.
cunt.
So Venus
Doug,
is not
you're looking for the
transiting
distance
in front
between
of
the
the
sun
sun.
and moon, you invalid bitch. Go back to school. The teacher asked you for a simple thing, cunt. Not what you're making up looking in the mirror, little Bobby. Get your fucking imaginary
Venus
friend
is
out
a
of my
paid
class.
actor.
Get your
So
imaginary
now
friend out of my class.
So now that the
You and your
Venus is
imaginary mirror
not
friend.
transiting
Get out of my
across.
class. Get the fuck out of here, retard. Sun and
but-
moon, solar eclipse. Repeat solar eclipse, retard. Get the fuck out of my class.
Well, you were talking
This
about distance
classroom
to
is,
the
do you
sun,
understand
and
the
one
solar
way of
eclipse?
doing that is
Do
just
you
by
understand
using
how to prove 93
the
million
transit
miles?
of Venus, and you can use
No,
those
we're
measurements
looking for the
to calculate
distance between the sun and the moon.
So you didn't know that?
How
No, of
can you
course not.
prove when 93 million miles is? Shut up,
I
loser
just gave
bitch.
you one
Your
example. I just
scale
gave
is
you
the
one
sun.
example, Demok. If you could
No,
shut
you
up for a
didn't.
minute,
Not the sun
you
and the
might
moon.
learn a tiny bit, okay?
No, you're not going to learn nothing about your sun and moon, bitch. The solar eclipse. Show us when they're
I was
93
talking
million
about the
miles
distance
apart.
to the sun,
Who
where we
has
can
got
use,
evidence?
Or you can teach
Surely the
how to
ISS
be
can
gay.
speak
where
freedom.
you can use the transit of Venus
Surely
and
the
geometry
ISS.
to calculate the distance to
You
the
don't
sun.
know what Venus don't exist.
I don't
you
care what
fucking
you
dumb
say.
faggot.
You can only teach us to
There
be
is no
gay.
Venus, bitch.
Your mouth diarrhea, Demok, is
No Venus
fascinating. Do
in
you ever breathe?
35 feet.
Yeah. Demok, do
Your
you ever breathe, or
diarrhea
do you
of
just
black
continually
space.
to talk all the
Shut up,
time?
black
He's
space
spitting
lover.
hot fire. Just let him
Shut
go.
up, black space boy. Black space. You fucking retarded cunt. You're getting a zenith angle to black space. You loser bitch. Try
Damn,
green
I
and
really
try
upset
touching
him.
some grass. Try
Is that
touching
kind of
grass
racist,
one
isn't
time in
it?
your life.
When's
Yeah,
black
we'll see.
blackface on to prove globe theory?
My stars only exist from the ground. What kind of retarded bitch am I? Go up high, bitch. When the stars disappear, tell me where Venus is. You
Why does the
fucking
sun set?
loser, bitch. Stop saying what, low IQ, Bob. Start saying, look at this video. Democ,
My name's Bug.
25,000 feet. The Venus, 70,000 feet. Look at Venus. 100,000
How
feet.
does
Let's look at
sunsets work?
Venus.
My
Don't
name was
breathe weird,
Bug.
bitch. Don't breathe weird when your Venus ain't there, cunt.
How does
Can you say
sunsets
my
work
name,
on a flat
please?
Earth?
Just once. Say my name.
What's your name?
It's Bug.
Bug.
Thank you.
How does sunsets work on a flat Earth?
Gay Bug.
Squares don't exist on a globe. They only exist on flat Earth. Corners
Oh
How does
wow.
sunsets work?
corners are anti-gravity on a sphere.
How does
There are no
sunsets work?
corners on a sphere. The fuck? Get a cube and put it on the sphere and show me where the corners line up and don't levitate. Show me that.
But on a flat
True.
Earth, how does the sun set?
It doesn't, you retarded bitch.
Then why isn't it nighttime?
Because it is, you dumb fucking idiot bitch.
Of course.
You can make up whatever religion you want. Maybe somebody else will tag on that when you say weird dumb shit that you can't prove and you make shit
What is
up.
the
Let's
what is
stop
the
doing that.
explanation on a
Start
flat
doing
Earth?
real science. Demonstration is the explanation. If you can demonstrate it,
For nighttime.
or we
Demonstration
you
is the
can-
explanation for nighttime on a flat Earth.
yeah, nighttime is the reason it's night on flat Earth. Yeah. What
How
else
does that
would be
work?
the reason? How does it not
I
work?
don't know. You tell me.
Why? What do you mean? You're not making any sense. How does nighttime be nighttime? Because it is, and it's simple. Because the sun's not going below you ever. It can't.
The sun
moon
doesn't
can't
go
go
below
below
you.
you. No, there's
So
no
where does it
space
go?
below you. There's no stars below you, you dumb loser bitch. There's
Where does
nothing
the sun
below
go?
you. It doesn't go into the dirt and water that never stops going down.
Where does it go?
In Uranus.
It goes that way, and then it comes back like a boomerang. So what's it do again? So if you throw a boomerang and it comes back, what's that do? What's that do? Doesn't go down below you, does it? Fucking retard. So when your sun goes that,
Boomerangs prove flat Earth.
so when your sun goes that way, electromagnetic.
Oh, you can pull it out of Uranus.
Your sun is a superconductor over electromagnetic plate. That's all it is. And there is
But you
no
would still
down.
see if
The only
the
thing
sun
you can
goes
dig
away.
into, shut up, fucking weirdo. The only thing
So the
you
sun
can
goes
dig
away
into
like a
is fucking
boomerang.
Earth. There is no
Correct.
down under Earth. There is no
The sun-
space under Earth. There is nothing
I
under
agree.
Earth.
I agree.
There's nothing on the left of Earth. There's nothing on the
So the
right
sun
of Earth.
moves like a boomerang, right?
The air
Correct.
is above the dirt and water. Repeat after me. It's not on the left. It's not on the right. It's not in front. It's not in back. It's not on the
Yeah,
bottom.
the air is
Air is
above
only
the dirt
above
and
the
water.
flat Earth.
Correct.
Air is only above flat Earth, and there are no stars. Stars are just reflections from the sun hitting shit on the Earth and reflecting into the fucking air screen media.
How far away
Clearly,
is the
you
airstream
retarded.
medium?
No, there's no length. It's a fucking shiny light. How far away is your rainbow?
Where do we go
As
from
soon
here?
as you figure out how far away your rainbow is and how you spectroscopy the rainbow,
Did anyone
then we'll start
happen
talking
to
about lights.
get the Switch today? Did anyone pick it up?
So, did anybody learn that Michael Collins and Buzz Lightyear and Aldrin and Neil deGrasse Armstrong
Buzz
Young
Lightyear.
said that Neil deGrasse Young Tyson he said that there are no stars in space, not even on the black side of the moon. So what are you guys looking at again?
Wait, he went to space? I thought space was fake.
It's gay.
Well, listen, when he supposedly went to fake space, if he went there, he said there are no stars. So
That's
if you
weird.
believe your own person, you got to take that as you can take it. He told you guys there's no stars, so don't get mad at me when the dumb
If
bitch
there's
told
no
you there's no
stars
stars.
in if
The
there's no
fucking
stars in
loser
fake
cunt Neil
space,
Armstrong,
does that mean there is stars?
Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins said there's no stars. Does that mean there is?
No, they didn't say that. They said
Show me where they said
they
there are
can't
stars.
remember.
German
They
and gay.
Show me
can't remember
show me
that
where
they
they're all
saw
three sitting at
stars
the
on a
table.
particular moment, and that was during daytime when the sun was
Prove it.
bright in the
Prove
sky.
it.
They said they can't remember to see
Prove
the
they
stars
saw stars.
because During
They can't
daytime, you're
remember.
fucking blinded by
So
the
a
bright
bunch of
star that
retarded
called
bitches from the
sun.
government
So
can't
you
remember
can't
6
see
hours.
these very
You
faint
fucking
lights in the
retard
sky,
bitches
which are
can't
called
remember.
stars.
You're telling me the fucking
Oh shit!
astronauts
Somebody
don't have a
agreed with the
fucking
moon landing. On
you
now.
fucking astronauts don't have a fucking goldfish memory, bitch? Are you fucking stupid?
So
The moon
again,
landing.
do
dumbass
you
fucking
understand
cunt.
a little bit, at least
Hey,
a
go to
little,
Florida, come back. Oh, we didn't
bit
see nothing on the
about
way.
dynamic
We don't
range?
remember what we saw. We can't remember what we saw on the way to Florida. We don't
It's
never know
so
what we saw on the way
The
impossible to
to
moment
engage
somebody
with
agreed with the
Denmark.
moon landings, the temperature really rose in here. Did y'all
So
hear it?
the ISS doesn't have stars in it either. You're gonna have to call NASA and say why these cunts ain't showing you stars, bitch fucks. Say, hey, you bitch ass motherfucker, put a lens to show us stars. You fucking retard.
That
We
would
want to see
probably
the
get
comets and the
filtered.
meteors coming to kill us. We want to see the Muamua. We want to see all the space debris, you fucking retard homos.
Don't forget about the dragons.
Yeah, we want to see the dark side of the moon and the 93 million miles in between the sun and moon from the ISS's perspective, you fucking losers.
Do you have drag time globe stories? Just wondered.
Autobots. Roll
You can
out.
imagine, innit?
4 million
We got
years ago.
drag
Earth
queen
was a
globe
flat
stories.
plane.
I've been left in the fucking room for the globe queens.
We don't even have moon rocks in a lab. It's embarrassing, guys.
And Stone and
Hey man, I'm gonna tell you what. If you did, I would be doing magic
The
shit with
number one
water.
guy.
I would throw the moon at a tree, and it would start orbiting it, the little piece of moon rock, because the tree would be exactly the equivalent of Earth to it.
Is your name Nolan Ryan? That is quite an army.
No, gravity would do that. Mass and mass. The tree is mass. The rock is mass. They have to attract. Fucking retard.
Got it. Okay. I'm
Mass
writing
has
this
to
down.
attract mass. That means you got to orbit your car before you get in.
No, your model.
That is
So you
insane.
agree that mass attracts mass?
That is the most
Yeah,
insane.
you got to start orbiting trees and shit and mountains, and not leave it. Right? Show us that.
So
Show us where the mass attracts mass.
if there was a tree next to a mountain and I threw a rock, the rock should orbit the mountain and not the tree, correct?
Hopefully,
orbit your car first.
I don't know. How do you know the math of gravity? For what size and what size? For
I
what
don't know, I'm
size of
asking.
mass and what size of masses?
All I can tell
But
you.
if I throw a rock, it should orbit a
I mean,
tree, right?
gravity supposedly.
If I
knows
threw a
that's
rock,
right.
hopefully it hit you in the face.
No, it's gonna orbit.
Seems though
It won't be
there's
able to hit me. Gravity won't let it.
it seems like there's a relationship between the amount of mass and how big an attraction between the two objects you have.
No, it doesn't. You storytelling retarded bitch.
Called buoyancy.
Are you fucking retarded? Show me something, go to the bottom of something. Show me another object, go to the bottom of an object. Hang something from your ceiling. Show me something on the floor, go to the bottom of that object, you stupid fucking loser. All vectors are gravity, bitch. Not down to the earth, you fucking dumb cunt.
So everything falls down.
No, sideways, left, right, up, down. All directions
falls
is
up?
gravity to the center. To the center
What
of a
falls
ball,
up?
not down, you stupid bitch. That's all directions.
Denmark, what falls up?
Fall in all directions.
What
I want
falls
to see
up?
all the directions a gravity object can
Helium,
fall.
helium dragons.
No,
Is
helium
it
doesn't
gonna
fall
fall
up.
down?
What
Gravity's
falls up?
falling
Come
down
on. Denmark,
with
what
helium.
falls up?
Helium
Nothing.
Dragons.
Nothing
Dragons fall
falls
up.
up.
I know. I agree. And
No
dumb
rocks
retards like
fall
you.
up.
But
No
what falls
rocks
up?
fall
You
up to
say
the
not
sun.
everything falls down. So what
No
falls up?
rocks fall up to the sun. They're outdone by Earth somehow.
So again, Denmark, what objects
So
fall
the
up
moon,
on
the
Earth?
moon took off from the Earth. The big mountain
What
moon said, "I gotta
objects
fucking
on
leave."
Earth fall
This
up,
pile of sand said,
retard?
"I gotta leave." So the big desert said, "I gotta take off because I'm not connected. I'm a big pile of fucking dirt. I gotta
I
leave."
think that guy
Gravity
really
said.
needs some serious help.
So why did gravity? So why did
I
gravity
really
put
seriously
dirt
think
from
that
the Earth?
the
Why did gravity put
caretakers
dirt
that
from the Earth to where
feed
it's
him
at?
in the morning should take away his
Oh
mobile
my
phone.
God.
Also.
Oh, it's so funny.
I
Why
really
did
think
the particles of dirt?
Denmark, I would
The
recommend that
particles of
next time
dirt.
the nurse comes and feeds you, you give her
blow
your
something
mobile
up.
phone.
Okay, your guys' claim is that a rock came and blew the earth in fucking powder. Then the powder was big enough to make its own mass collect its mass, you dumb fucking losing cunts. So now all of a sudden you need big magic mass that doesn't make no sense that you can't prove. When in the Cavendish experiment in the lab, you're doing a fucking retard little mass. Do water and gas. Put water on one side of your torsion, gas on the other. Make it a vacuum chamber, bitch, and let's watch them do some stuff.
They're always debating over
Exactly.
maths.
What objects fall up?
What's that mean?
What objects?
What objects
Well,
fall
every object would fall up on a ball. That's what rockets do when they fall past the curve. They fall up to the moon, don't they?
No. I mean, in reality, what falls up?
A rocket.
Yeah, D-Mark, that's actually correct. They do fall up to the moon
So how
when
do
you
you
get them
prove
going
that's
fast
the
enough.
elevation tool? How do you prove when down becomes up?
So you cannot answer any single fucking question.
So
D-Mark?
down never becomes up. There is
You're
no
just too
question
dumb to
answer.
engage conversations.
There's only demonstration.
Your
you
intelligence
can do.
is not enough to
What?
listen
No,
and
a
respond.
demonstration is my intelligence.
You sound gay,
Whatever you can
So,
demonstrate
then what
is
falls
my
up?
intelligence.
D-Mark, give me an example of what falls
Your
up on Earth.
demonstration. Demonstrate.
In reality, what falls
Demonstrate.
up?
Demonstrate. Waiting for your demonstration. We'll all do the science of you together.
I have
Whatever
to correct you,
crap you're
Flitzy, the
smoking.
ambiguous gayness.
That's all
Oh,
directions.
shit.
It's ambiguously everywhere.
Super funny.
Stop it. Gravity's gonna rape you tonight and make you pregnant because you can't get it out of you. Are you gonna call 911 when gravity won't pull its dick out your butt?
Hold on, I gotta put my space and spiking gay shirt on. What's gonna happen?
Okay, well gravity's groping you right now. It's got your nuts in a headlock. Are you gonna press charges on it?
Oh my god, we're gonna have a heart attack.
Gravity is molesting you all as we speak.
So,
Sexual
retard, what falls up?
harassment. Gravity on your nuts.
Call the gravity
falls
police.
up on your nuts.
I'm getting molested.
Gravity falls up against your nutsack.
Oh shit.
Gravity falls up against the atmosphere that goes that way up.
Oh.
Gravity goes down, up, air.
You
Down,
actually
up,
think
air.
we think that we should be revolving around our cars? You mentioned
Don't
that
nobody
earlier.
give a fuck what you think.
No, that's what you think.
No, I don't care what you. No, that's what you think, you weird bitch.
You don't even care
I
that you're
said
being
nobody
molested
cares
by
what you think
gravity.
was my answer. My thought is nobody cares what you think without demonstrating it. So if you can't demonstrate an orbit, stop talking about it. Weird fuck.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I'll come back later.
Okay, well go talk about birds flying over your head. Say they're orbiting too.
Yeah. Well,
Look
the
at that
sun's
bird orbiting.
the sun's still down right now.
That bird set. Look, the bird must have set.
If the bird sat,
the
then
bird
that would be
Yeah,
something.
my
new.
bird set. Yeah, look, the drone set.
Mhm.
Drone must have set so hard down
What
below
kind
the
of-
ocean water, but it came back dry. Must
What kind
have
of
set
birds?
so hard.
What kind of birds do you
What kind
breed?
of bird son you got that's setting?
Holy shit! I don't have a bird son, but it sounds pretty cool.
Oh, too bad.
It would probably set too, though, if it was a sun.
So let me
Yeah.
ask you guys a question. If Earth goes 3,959 miles that way, how can an object only 250 miles away from my head ever get to the edge of it to go around it? You dumb fucking losers.
It's like asking what color
No, ask
is.
the question, bitch. Pay attention, fucking third grade retard, ambiguously dumb fuck. If the
Ambiguously
fucking
dumb.
ISS is 250 miles above my head where my point of contention is, and the end of the Earth is 3959 that way, bitch.
Yeah.
How the fuck is 259 miles of falling ever going to get you 3950? Explain that. Cat got your globe 360. Your circumference is 250, you stupid bitch.
Well, the sun does it every day, so
What?
I'm still
What's an
calculating it.
Ambiguously, it's the sun does its every
Yeah,
day,
it's that.
guys.
I mentioned that earlier.
Prove it with a side view, you fucking losing retard.
I just got thought it's dark right now. It's dark where you are too.
I said prove it with a side view. Stop saying nonsense. We know what flat Earth is. We're looking for the globe proof of something dropping down, something set.
There's a side view in the chat.
Can you go up and see stars below your helicopter?
So what you're saying is I should just look to the
Can you
side at
see
the sun setting.
stars and a sun below your helicopter directly?
Yeah. Where?
Tell me when you can look 33 or 18 degrees down or 33 degrees down or 45 degrees in an angle chord down that way and see the sun below you. Where's this at?
Well, the sun goes that way and then it comes up that way.
When can we see the sun below us to come up or be going down? We're looking for that. You got your helicopter handy with the camera pointed down and forward on it?
Damn, that's a fast helicopter.
We're gonna hover. We're gonna hover in our anti-gravity helicopter that don't give a fuck about your retardedness, ambiguously nothing burger. Then we're gonna watch the sun come up from somewhere. We're gonna be posted right at the edge of the planet.
Yeah, you know what's weird is it comes up on the other side though.
You know
I don't
what's
get that.
weird is you don't got turn your helicopter around, fly it that way. Now film it coming up, you stupid bitch.
I wouldn't have to do that. I just have to wait a while.
You fucking wait for what?
For the sun to come
prove
up.
it's coming up, so
No,
it's
I
not
just-
coming up.
You just
So
stay
you're
in
not
one
gonna
spot.
prove it's coming up. You're just gonna imagine shit. My
But what-
Jesus sun comes up. I pray it sets. Please, God, please set that sun. I hope.
It's a strange prayer, but more power
Yeah,
to
it
you.
is, you weird motherfucker. Do you have
I
any
agree.
physical evidence of the sun dropping below the ocean?
No, that's fucking crazy what you just said.
No, it's crazy. You just said the sun drops below the ocean.
Did anybody else hear me say
You
that?
think the sun drops below Australia, below your feet, don't you?
No, I don't. I think
No, so the sun doesn't drop. Thank you.
Oh, that's what you think the sun does. Okay. No, I don't think that.
No, I think a glober believes that. Am I wrong?
No, you believe a glober thinks that is
I
correct.
believe
Yeah.
a glober believes the sun drops below his feet, but he can't prove it or film it.
I mean, eventually, I guess, when it makes its way around, yeah,
No,
it'll
we
be
don't got a
below.
250. No, the 250-mile fucking ISS isn't sitting there waiting to see the sun drop below water, but ain't got no image ever of it ever. What the fuck is the point of all your dumbass garbage when none of it's filming the right shit? None of it's getting the Earth going around the sun. None of it's getting the sun doing anything. None of it's getting the moon going around the Earth.
Okay.
Do you even know what a fucking moon would look like going around the Earth in a live view? Not cartoon, not CGI.
No, I
What does
really
the moon
don't.
look
I mean,
like going around flat Earth?
I thought it would just look like what
It
it looks
doesn't
like.
go down around anything. It goes above the top.
What should
On
it look
flat
like
Earth.
on a
It looks
globe?
just like you watch it every day when it sits there for almost 24 hours in your view. It doesn't look like it's going too much anywhere, you fucking dumb bitch.
If
Shut
we
the
were
fuck
on a
up.
globe, what
You
would
don't
the
know what
sun
the
do?
fuck the moon is. The moon ain't the sun. You know that, right?
Okay, if we
You're
were on
forever.
a globe, what would the moon do?
You explain it.
No, I mean, I
I
asked
have
you.
no idea how a globe works. It doesn't exist.
That's
How can I
exactly right.
explain a non-existent spaghetti monster to you? So
Well,
this
I mean, you could
non-existent
try.
thing that I've never demonstrated or been able to prove or been able to see or been able to fucking prove to myself that doesn't exist anywhere, that's not even physical, is a nothing burger. Welcome to Flat
If you
Earth.
don't know how a globe works, how do you know that you're not on a globe?
That's right.
But you're not showing me how a globe works. With any globe, I'll take one.
So you could
Step
be on a
one,
globe.
a 3D ball. Step one,
There you
you
go.
gotta be getting a 3D ball to prove what a 3D ball
Step
does.
one, get a 3D
I'll take a
3D
look.
ball. Got it.
Yeah, you
AKA
got
a ball.
pour water on it.
Pour water
Now
on it.
spin
Step
it.
two.
Yeah, tilt it.
Spin
Spin
it.
it.
Step
Put it in
three.
a vacuum. Now put a
This is
piece of
getting
moon rock.
complex.
Now put
Now,
no, it's not third
why
grade.
moon rock?
It's easy as fuck. Put a ball in
Okay.
a thing. That's hard.
Yeah, but
No,
it's
I'll
going
put
to
a
be
ball in a
influenced by
vacuum
ball in a
chamber
box.
with water on it.
It's going to be
It's
influenced by
hard to
the
put a
earth.
ball in a box. You got. It's not my story, bitch. It's yours.
No, it's
So
really
you
not
got
because
a vacuum
in our
chamber,
story, it would be
and
influenced
you
by
got
Earth's
air.
gravity.
You got an airmosphere in the vacuum chamber, sticking around, doing good, and you got a ball holding it there, according to its size, the amount that it needs to be the air that you claim, bitch, going everywhere to the sun. And now you got water on it and air. Now it's spinning, right? And now you got a little moon rock orbiting it in your vacuum chamber, and I'll be a fucking glober.
Yeah, but you forgot that you're doing this experiment on Earth, which would be affected by gravity.
That's where you do experiments. You mean the gravity that it's not showing you? The gravity that's not working to make the air ball that it's supposed to make?
You were
Seems
telling
like
our
gravity
story.
took a fucking vacation, didn't it, dumb bitch?
You were telling our story. Our story has
The
gravity.
orbit that's not happening. Yeah, your model says gravity's going to make orbits. Why did it stop?
That's right. Our model does that, and you discounted gravity in our story that you were telling, you dumb motherfucker.
Do you have a physical object to prove your story, cunt bitch? No? Then you don't have a story. Welcome to Flat Earth. No gravity, bitch. No story time.
Oh,
Mark
God.
fucking Twain.
You got me. Next time you
don't
tell
even
our
know what
story,
an
tell
Earth
it
curve
correctly.
looks like. Just show me what an Earth curve looks like out of material. A 10-foot Earth curve of Play-Doh.
Show
And
me how
don't
a
make
sun
it match
sets
my
on a
horizontal line.
and then
Don't
we'll
worry
be
about all that, loser. Whatever you
Alright.
can demonstrate is what you can prove. Go the fuck outside, touch grass. If you can prove
Go
it
the
and
fuck
demonstrate
outside
it,
and watch the sunset. It's beautiful.
it doesn't set. You weird
It most
fuck.
certainly does.
Yeah, so does your mom's fucking brain.
Well, Damok, if you want to repeat back the globe model to us, then you need to
It doesn't exist.
also bring in. Hang on.
I'll have to stand next
You
to
need to take into account
I'll need to
the
see it.
mass of the Earth and the size of the
Now,
Earth,
what am I
and
looking
how
at?
gravity
What word?
is tied into mass.
What
And so
ball am I looking
don't
at?
leave out.
Where the
Don't
fuck are you looking
cherry
at a
pick
ball? What's an
pieces.
Earth? What's a
Shut the fuck
ball
up for a minute, Demok. You've been going rambling on for about an hour now.
Where do you look at a ball Earth at, you fucking cunt?
If you want to
I want to look at a ball
go
Earth.
by the globe model,
I
you
want to see a
can't leave
ball
out
Earth
like
globe
mass.
model.
Can you?
I want
Can
to
you leave out?
see a globe.
Can
you get a handful
Can you leave
of dirt,
out the
please?
size and the mass
No,
of
I'm not
the
going to
Earth?
leave out any dirt. Dirt's going to be
Well, then
mass.
you're misrepresenting. Well, the problem is then you are misrepresenting the globe model.
No, you are by not having one.
No, the globe model is
What am
there,
I- what am I
and
supposed to
it
represent?
also
What are you
depends. It
representing?
also depends
What globe are you
of mass.
representing?
The mass of the Earth is
You're
a
not
very
representing
important.
the globe. You're not representing
Mass
the
of the Earth
globe.
is a very
You're just
important
talking to
part of the
yourself.
globe model, but you just left it. You just leave
You're
that out.
fucking
Why?
playing. A very important of a non-story is physics. So let's put your
Why do you
storybook
leave
up
out?
and show.
Why do you leave out the
your
mass of the
globe?
Earth when you
Why
are
leaving
telling
out
us
your
about the globe
out of
model?
its model? Why
Come
are
on,
you leaving
Damok.
the mass of your globe out of its model?
Why do you leave out the mass
What
of the
fuck are you?
Earth
What
when
mass?
you are
Mass of
telling
what?
us
Show
about
me
the
it.
globe model?
Show me the mass of your Earth. Show me the
No,
mass of your Earth.
I'm not going to. I want you.
don't know what
I
you're
want
talking
you to realize that the mass of the Earth
Realize
is a
what?
part of
I've told you
the
that
globe
since
model,
day
which
one,
you
15 years
completely
ago. Globers
disregard.
don't have a
Okay.
model. Globers don't have physics. They don't have any measurements of anything because they don't have any globe physics. They don't have any curve they can produce physically in a lab. So shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch.
DMark wants to see the mass of your globes.
My prediction is a glober would have an Earth curve made out of Play-Doh, plastic, steel, wood, and every material known to man, and you would line it up with water, and you would do your surveys with it, your calculations, your measurements, and you'd make sure everything followed Earth curve. But until then, use that horizontal line. That's not an Earth curve.
Well,
That
do that
horizontal
in
line
large
is
ship
equidistant.
model towing
Do
tanks.
you understand what equidistant is?
Yeah, Damok.
The
When they
horizontal
do
line.
that, when they build those
It's a
big
horizontal line.
ship
Hey, low
model,
IQ. Hey, low IQ cartoon nothing burger.
when
Do you
they
know what
build these large ship model towing tanks,
they got a
where the
large
rails are at the exact same height
Pop them
above
out of the
the
curved water.
surface of the water,
Pop it out of
there
the
is those rails curve.
Pop it out
Why
of the
is
water
that?
horizontally. Pop it out
Why
of the
do the
horizontal
rails
water.
curve?
Pop
Why
it
do
out of
the
the
rails
curved water.
curve?
The water's
Why
supposed to
do they?
curve, bitch.
The
The
water's
supposed
listen,
to curve, you dumb cunt.
listen, Damok,
Pop it
Damok,
out
hang
of
on
the
a minute.
curved water. Poke your
Damok,
finger in the jello ball. Poke your finger in the curved
Damok,
ball of jello. What happens?
Damok,
Your finger gets jello.
you're aware.
Sticks of a
You're
glow.
aware there are these
Are
large
you aware
model towing tanks.
your
Yes.
finger pops out of curved water? You fucking retard. Poke a stick out of your curved water. Go underwater. Poke a stick out of your curved water. Dumb bitch.
You know,
do you have some
yeah,
curved
yeah.
water that we can poke something out of?
Yes.
Humanly
I can give you an
wise,
example. I can give you an example, but you never shut up long enough. You never shut up long enough for anyone
I don't need
to
shut up
to
for
give
you
you
to
some
show your
examples.
camera of you sticking fucking sticks out of the curved water. Go under the water live, go swim into the ocean or lake, and go stick your 10-foot pole out of the curved water. Where can we see that?
You know, rails in large ship
No, we
models,
don't.
towing
No,
tanks
your rail
curve.
motor's
Why do they
The
curve?
rail is your
Why
stick.
do they curve
The rail is the stick in
at
your
the
hand
same
that's
time
not
that
sticking out of the curved water? Where can we go find your curved water and just dive under the foot and pop the
I was
stick out of
just
it?
trying to give you an example, but
We're
you won't
trying
let
to
me
give you an
speak. So
example of
fuck off.
curved water. We're trying to show you what curved water means. Stick a horizontal stick into it or out of it. The stick will be wet or stuck out on one part, and the other part of the stick will be in the water. Where can we do this? We can do it in a curved hill every day. So in a
We
curved
could
hill,
go by
I can stab
what
a
we
stick
can
in
do.
a curved hill. I
Damak,
can stab a stick in
slow
a
down.
curved hill. Do you understand?
Slow down.
No,
Damak?
little kid. We're not going to slow down a
Well,
curved hill with a stab
okay.
stick in it.
But why don't you let anyone else speak? Why don't you let anyone else
Find a
speak?
dirt hill and stab
Why
a
don't
sword
you
in
let
it?
anyone
You
else
understand?
talk in it?
Yay.
Why don't you stab the sword in the stone, the curved stone, stab a stick in it? So you understand what that
But why
means.
don't you let the
Do you
others
not
talk in
understand
it,
curved
Damak?
dirt? Do you not understand
Forget
stuff in
that.
the curved dirt?
Forget the shape of it. Why don't you let anyone else
We're
in there
looking
talk?
for curved dirt.
Why do you need to overtalk everyone all the time?
Stab the stick in the curved dirt.
Why do you need to
want
overtalk
to
people all
stab
the
it in
time?
curved water.
Why do you need to overtalk
Why
people
do you
all the
need to
time?
not find
Why
your
do you
curved water
overtalk
with
people
me?
all the time? I'm
We're
just going
trying
to
to
go ahead and
stillman your
do the
curved
same as
water.
you do. Why
Why
do
are
you
you
overtalk
talking over
people?
your
Why do you
stillman of curved
overtalk
water?
people? Why do you overtalk people?
Why do you steal man
Why do you
over
overtalk
top
people?
of the steel
Why
man
do you
who
overtalk people? Why do you
Why do you
overtalk people?
ambiguously
Why do
run
you
from
overtalk
curved water?
people? Why do you
Because you got
overtalk
no
people all
curved
the
water.
time? Why do you
You got no
overtalk people?
stick.
Why do you overtalk people?
Because you can't pop out your
Why do
curved
you
water.
overtalk people all the time? Why don't you let
See and
anyone
say.
else talk?
Listen to the broke
Yeah.
see and say.
Why don't you shut
Pull the
up for a
string.
minute and let other people
Pull the
talk in
string.
here? I
Pull
can't
the
hear.
string.
Why don't
Pull
you
the
shut
string.
up?
Pull the
Yeah.
string. He's a broke see and say. Listen to him. Poke a fucking fingertip in the curved water.
Why
till
don't
he
you
has
let
no
other
water.
people talk in here, Dumbo?
We're
Why do you
waiting for you
overtalk
to
all
poke
the time?
holes in water.
Why do you
Stop
overtalk
talking.
all the time?
Stop talking.
Why do you
Why are
overtalk
you
all the time? Can
talking
you
instead
explain
of
that to
doing?
me?
Why are you never doing? Why are you talking and not doing all the time, please? In here.
It's same to you. When did you do any measurements?
No. I don't need to do
When
nothing.
did
but
you
watch
do any
stick your finger in
measurements?
curved water.
Come on.
Until
Nah,
I'm
show us
looking
a
at the
single
measurement, your finger,
measurements.
your finger
Show us a
in curved
single
water.
measurements that you have done that conforms to your
Your
claim. Come
finger
on.
can't horizontally poke in my flat earth water. We're done. Welcome to flat earth.
So
the water
finally, maybe
outside.
someone else can talk. Yeah, here we go again.
Yeah, finally
Have
the
you heard
horizontal
about?
water.
Yeah, Doug. Can I
Have you heard
ask you a
about?
question?
Have you heard about water?
Have you heard
can't
about?
pop out of?
You have heard about the ship
Have you heard
model
about
towing
water you
tanks?
can't swim down to the surface to? You can't
Yeah,
swim
have you
down
heard
to the
about?
surface to flat earth
God,
water.
here we go.
You can only hit the dirt if you dive down in flat earth. You won't pop out the surface like you will a globe. Gravity. Gravity's going to curve that water like a hill in my backyard. And I'm going to dig a hole through it. It's going to swim a hole through it. Prove that curved water, boys. Come on. Just one horizontal stick is all you need. Stop talking about everything else. Stop not proving it. Let's falsify this curved water once and for all. How far away do I got to push the leaning tower Pisa before it comes vertical on this globe? A tilt of 3 degrees of an object tilted towards you. How far away on a raft of a floaty raft? How far away do I got to push it before it becomes vertical? on this globe. Because on flat Earth, it'll never become vertical. Fucking losers. And you can get a side view too, forever. On a globe, it's supposed to become vertical after about 8 inches. After 1 mile, the Leaning Tower of Pisa is supposed to straighten up. Do that experiment.
All right. Anybody else?
Nah, there's no use. Just gonna be
That
over
was
talk anyway.
that was fucking amazing. That was some hot fire.
Yeah, he's just going to be outswam by a flat earther who can't pop out the horizontal water because it's impossible and it doesn't work in physics.
All right.
There's no Earth water calculator. Earth curve water calculator. What the fuck does that look like?
That's some funny shit.
I'm saying, you think submarines are broke now? What, submarines can't go under the water a foot and then just pop out the ocean that way a little bit? That's fucking crazy when you think that. That'd be fucking ignorant because I know the submarine ain't as big as no Earth.
Yeah, I agree.
The fuck?
It's a lot smaller. A lot smaller.
Yeah, yeah. So it should pop out of that big ass curve of water. Bigger than Niagara.
Bigger than all right.
Yeah, Niagara Falls. It's a horizontal waterfall, but at the end of it, it curves like the globe, so you can swim or stick your stick over the edge of the curved water and out the curved water, while one part of the stick's out of the curved water, the other part's in. Prove your globe like that under the ocean, at 1 foot or 2 foot under the ocean. Your submarine's long as fuck. It only needs to stick out 8 inches to prove the globe. It's like shooting a torpedo horizontally out of the water after you went under it a foot, which is impossible. It's the only thing that has to be possible on a globe. You have to shoot your torpedo out of that curved water horizontally. So nobody should talk about anything else but actually steel man in their own fucking globe like a retards they are and demonstrating the physical fucking properties of it. The other shit comes later, you fucking idiots. All your making up shit and all your religious ass dumb retard shit you say, that comes later. After you prove it's a globe. Then you can say you're retarded and some other shit and somebody might be fucking believing you.
I'll work on that. But I'll do that another because I'm beat. This was fun.
Stefan. Steffi? No. Oh, the globes have died.
What?
Oh. Yeah, do you want to talk about reciprocal zenith angles?
When you understand how it's done, yes, we can do that.
Yeah, I do. Let's talk about it. I want to know what maths you're using. How like how you're determining 2 points are going to be more than 180. I'm not saying that they're not because I would imagine
two numbers, 2 angles, you add them together. That's it.
Yeah. So why would they add up to more than 180 then?
That's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah. Shall I tell you why?
Oh,
Yeah, please
do.
go ahead.
Yeah, because it's just. Well, you tell me. Right, I want to know what maths you're using. Then we can discover why.
You're just adding two numbers. That's it.
Maps don't make any difference.
So, like, you're not taking into the account that you're on a uneven surface, no?
It
So
doesn't
basically,
matter.
so you're interpreting the uneven surface as curvature, yeah?
No, it doesn't matter. You just need to study Euclid's fifth postulate. That's all.
Euclidean, did you say?
Yeah, it's Euclidean.
Yeah, exactly. Preloaded maths as usual.
I'm sorry.
I think
Say
it was
it
a bit.
again.
Huh?
What did you say? I'm
You
sorry.
may well be assuming you're on a globe before you even established it, as usual. That's the.
I'm not assuming anything. I'm not assuming
No,
anything.
but it doesn't. Regardless of that, anyway, what does it prove? It don't prove you're on a globe, though. It really doesn't.
It
If
proves
you
that
think it does,
it proves that verticals are not parallel. They are radial.
Oh, so
It
now you're
proves
going to
that
go.
they intersect, and if they intersect, it is indicative of a spherical surface.
So this is your deflection.
Not deflection. I'm just explaining it to you in simple terms.
I know that. Come on, who thought up that?
So what?
Yeah, that's what you didn't want to tell me. Oh, don't talk about that. You're confusing me even more. You would. You're splitting the hair. It's like splitting the hair. Yeah,
Splitting the hair. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I can't
don't know.
understand.
So what are your angles? So you take at 2 points, yeah? You got point A, point B. You got point A, point B, and it comes to more than 180, yeah?
Yeah.
So if you had point C, and point D, what would they all be different, yeah? Why did we just have to have
the reciprocal
point A and B?
No, A, B, C, D, E, F. You use every letter of the alphabet if you wish. If you measure the reciprocal, the zenith reciprocal angles between any two of those points, they will all add up to more than 180 degrees. All of them.
And why would that be?
Because the Earth is spherical.
It's not spherical.
Because verticals.
Like normal.
Because are you going to let me answer? You just going to overtalk?
Yeah. Okay then.
Because verticals are not parallel; they are radial. They intersect the center of the Earth, of the spherical Earth. That's what that proves.
It doesn't prove that, and that's ridiculous.
It certainly
to go down this avenue of ridiculousness. It's just
whatever, buddy.
It's beggars belief, though.
Whatever you say.
Oh, I'm not saying anything other than that. I think you can't take two measurements and just say because they don't add up to 180 and you're measuring, the undulation of that what you're standing on, and you're then going globe. It's just ridiculous.
Okay.
Ridiculous. But I think you know that.
Why? Hang on. Explain why it's ridiculous. Give us the details.
Because you're assuming you're on a ball and you're on an uneven surface. You're on an uneven surface, so you're claiming that
Blue said, no assumption whatsoever.
Proves curve. If you come and took an angle here, I'm on a hill. Yeah, I'm on a hill. This is the same thing. They're not going to be the same, are you? If I done one 30 meters from where I am, which is quite flat, and one down the road, it doesn't prove you're on a. It doesn't prove you're on a ball, does it? It just proves you're on a hill.
You still don't understand how this is done. No wonder you're
Still
confused.
don't understand how it's done. Oh my god.
Obviously not.
Obviously not. So I'm just talking about 2 fucking points, yeah? Station A, Station B. And then you're going to tell me, oh, I'm going to take the reciprocal angle of A and B, add them up, and they're going to come to more than 180. Is that not what you're doing? Is that not what you're doing then, Stefano? And you're using some, I don't know. You're putting refraction in.
I theodolite maybe, but sorry, I don't have time. I've got a bunch of stuff to do. God, I'll just listen in. You're rambling on.
Oh, no, don't worry. Don't worry. This is a parlor trick. Thank you.
Sup, cunts.
Good morning, Roif.
Morning. That voice sounds very familiar.
I deny everything.
Did I hear the other day actually live in Belgium?
Why do you have to insult me like that?
No, I thought you used to live somewhere else apart from Netherlands.
Yeah, that's true, but it's Germany.
Oh, Germany. All right. All right. Close enough, right?
Completely different, but in distance it's close, yeah.
Yes. All right, I've got to read a paper tonight.
This sound coming through on my screen share. Anybody let me know? You don't have to watch it.
Let me check on that.
Trying to make noise, so if you hear it.
Yeah, your game has sounds.
Okay.
But only when someone's watching it, so it doesn't interrupt with the normal.
Yeah, that's you have to be watching it to hear it.
Yeah.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Blue.
Hello, 42. Hey, Cole.
What's up, man?
Nothing much.
I turned my back for 2 minutes.
Yeah, don't do that then.
Stay here my whole life.
Eggs don't have lives.
At least I get laid. Get it? Because eggs get laid.
Yeah.
Who's that just joined?
Was that Tim? No.
Could have been. Don't know. Somebody at the top. Bendy Space, maybe.
No, he was already here.
Were you guys here for the fake Flurf aeronautical engineer yesterday?
That's good fun. A guy who was a real aeronautical engineer pretending to be a flurf, or what?
No, he's a Flurf pretending to be an aeronautical engineer.
Oh, that's great fun. What was he saying?
Everything wrong that he could think of, apparently. Couldn't answer any questions. Claimed air density is a constant.
That is very funny.
Has no idea.
And is it somebody you knew? Is it? How
No,
much is your probability you would have it being a troll?
Oh, I'd say this guy is genuinely stupid.
No, it makes me sad.
Oh, not me. I think it's funny. What was the guy's name? Kazra, was that? Something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I saw his name. Yeah, so he was pretending to be an aeronautical engineer. That's hilarious.
He claimed he's an aeronautical engineer. Somehow doesn't never managed to see the lift equation before, apparently.
Nor have I, but I'm not claiming to be an aeronautical engineer. Yes, Sonny on the Plane was trying to win a celestial navigation debate once, and I heard him say that he was a navigator and he'd done it, but it was many years ago. And I was like, surely you still remember the steps? And he's like, oh, and then suddenly he's like, I've got to go now. I didn't see him for another few months, and then when I did see him, he's like, oh, I never said that. It's like, you claimed you were a professional navigator in the Navy. It's funny that. How many lies do you end up telling before you're like, maybe the core thing I'm lying about is also a lie?
Yeah, absolutely. For the last 30 years at least, professional navigators have been using GPS, for fuck's sake.
Like, I think even Robothamy rolling in his grave, just come on, guys. Sure, it looked flat back then, but now you've got satellites.
Yeah, why
Especially
is
the
that?
ones that beam down images. I didn't know that. Like, what's his name? Bull Knight in here intercepts and can make photos out of satellites that go overhead that beam down unencrypted images, and so he just gets the image and puts it on his screen. I'm like, that's what better evidence could you want?
Yeah, exactly. It's always
Yeah, the
funny.
satellites really do bust it. Go on, sorry, what'd you say, Blue?
Always funny when one of these guys starts making these wild claims about being an engineer or a navigator or this or that, and you only have to ask them a couple of very simple questions to prove that they're just full of shit.
Well, I was used to that, but I did get scuppered with that assumption when I tried it on Taylor. When she's like, what's your independent variable? I was like, describe to me an experiment you've done. Then she described a really pretty impressive sounding experiment. I got kind of blindsided. I'd asked that question thousands of times and never received an intelligible response.
Taylor's just fishing for gotchas. That's all she does.
It's got to be the craziest game ever made.
me travel tips for Western Australia. I want to visit Esperance and swim with the dolphins in Monkey Mia.
So how do we bait some flatties in here? Ultimate is saying hi. I don't know who Ultimate is, but my computer just shut itself. Ah, Ultimate's listening on YouTube, that's why. Gotcha.
past 4 years. It's just you go nowhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't really erase the past 4 years, and you cannot really build anything new within 4 years either. So it's like always like half shit, like half shit, half shit, half shit. I rather give like the wrong party like 15 years, and then just watch them like completely fail miserably, and then no longer have people like vote for them instead of being in like an infinite tug of war, you know.
Yeah, I wish. I don't know. Yeah, it just I see it as the solution would be something like monarchy. Something that someone is established, put in there, and if they don't do it, they get their fucking head cut off.
Yeah, that's why I'm a fascist. Exactly why. That's why China is going so fast forward, man, and we like haven't done
Is that
shit.
is that fascism though?
Well, it's a form of fascism. They're
Yeah.
just like authoritarian, right?
Yeah. No, I was just it's just interesting to me. I'm not European, but I have European interests. Um, just going around, especially Germany. Germany of all of the countries is my favorite one. Just seeing
Like look at China, bro. They are building one giga like world wonder after another one, man. And like we over here are debating if we should or should not do something. We're not even doing anything. We're debating if we should or shouldn't.
But with China though, China is basically a monarchy that put on a communist suit.
Yeah, I know.
Like when you use that as an example, that's kind of what I'm talking about. But their direct control over their people is something I would not live under.
Yeah, I don't mind funneling control into some technocracy. I don't mind that, man, at all. I think that's good.
Yeah. No, I've been to China a long time too, and their people, the people there, they don't have souls anymore because of what their government does.
Yeah, they might not have a soul, man, but they have like functioning prosperity, and we don't.
No, I mean, there has to be a middle ground. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, sure, I don't mind the middle ground, but I do mind democracy.
I mean, like because pure things don't exist. So we're not talking about like people voting and shit actually happening. But like I buy the lie of democracy that people live under and they think they have, and they don't understand truly that most of it's a representative republic, no matter what. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And within that representation of the republic, we can reform that to have longer limits, have whatever. But it's just when you take the autonomy out of people's hands, you either get a robot or a riot.
I don't mind that. I want that. That's exactly what I want.
You want the robots or the riots?
Exactly.
I'm asking.
Because currently we have neither. Like people don't riot over things that we should riot, and
I
people
agree with that.
don't do anything over the things that we should. Like it's just like we're like with one leg in shit and with one in not, and it's like we don't do anything, man. Like we just sit there. We just sit and watch. Like next 4 years, next 4 years.
Yeah, and that's why I see the problem. That's why I was asking if there was an appetite for a return to monarchy, in that regard.
I wouldn't say monarchy because like that was like God chosen and shit. Like people don't really believe in that shit anymore. It's like a form of technocracy, right?
Yeah. I was just using existing systems. Technocracy. We can't get there yet. It would be cool as hell to have a digital system that governed, something that was blind, didn't take bias or everything into account. But
Well, it doesn't have to go to like being powered by like digital. It can be like just like a few selected people that represent the government, that represent the people, and we let them argue each other, right? Instead of having everybody participate in something they don't even comprehend, you know?
And I would say that illusion of participation is so there is the ability for them to be robots or riots in this system, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, there has to be some sort of change. So I mean, what's going on in America is we potentially lost so much we can't regain it just by electing this idiot. So
Democracy progress is too slow, man. That's my issue. Like, for example, I don't mind the shift in more green energies. I think that's good. But we spent like what, 10 years debating it, and then like 15 years to finalize it. Why? Because everything has to like go through some bullshit like bureaucracy, and then like the opposition does that and this, and then people, and it's just like at the end you do the thing that you could have done 15 years ago, and if it would be bad, you would have already discovered that by now, and you would have stopped doing it. Yet instead, we spent 15 years trying to figure out if we should or shouldn't stop doing it.
but so after 9/11, they enacted this new ID system. This was like, call it 2002 when it finally passed. They didn't activate it until 2 months ago. It just seems like they get policies in place and they don't even know what to do with them. And then there's policies that need to get placed they won't even speak about. But yeah, that's the U.S. system. I know everybody has a different type of government, but like, yeah, I don't see how you do get forward momentum unless you have some congruency of rule. You know.
Yeah. I'm really starting to get pissed off at democracy. Like, I no longer want it. I want authoritarian regime as much as possible. I don't care. Even if when people say, "But I want to express my opinion," I don't care.
I feel that, but the problem with me is I don't. So I grew up as an athlete. So on a team, you kind of get that with your coach. You know what I mean? And if you hate your coach, all you can do is quit the team. Um, and like that's kind of the thing here. Like there's going to be people that just hate that coach no matter what. So they're going to probably want to quit, but you can't quit life. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I get you.
That's the only thing about like having like some sort of centralized authoritarian system. You know, I mean, like almost honestly, the system that would work would be like the old Prussian system, a state that owns a government. You know, I mean, sorry, an army that owns a state, because they have goals, long-term visions, and things like that they will enact and utilize the state for the funding of. So I mean, like I said, it's just people with long-term planning just don't get the ability to enact. And like you're saying, like, and even like in Germany, it's hey, let's go green, but they're still fucking opening more coal fire power plants than anyone else. They don't do
Not just
nuclear.
that. Not just that. We turned off our fucking nuclear energy with the goal to become quote unquote green. Nuclear energy is one of the greenest energies, I think.
It totally is, and that's another thing I wish people could grow up to. You know, but yeah, they turn off the nuclear.
And don't forget. Sorry that I'm interrupting you. And don't forget that like when we turned off our nuclear energy, as you already said, we on one side turned on our coal to like get the negative regulated, right, of energy production. And do you know what we did with the ones that we couldn't produce the energy? We bought it from France. Guess how France produces pretty much all of their electricity?
Yeah.
Nuclear.
Well, and I would say honestly, when policies
they produce it nuclear. So in other words, we turned off our nukes to then pay nuclear energy from France. Nice, GG.
Hmm. And honestly, that's the thing. When you see how these things don't work, it's normally some sort of oligarchy that is making money, has an established system that doesn't want it to go away, even if that going away benefits people.
I know, and that's exactly why I don't support democracy, because of exactly that.
Well, I would say fascism, though, allows for exactly that to be in place, almost with no checks and balances, though.
I'll be honest to you, the problem is, no matter what you choose, at the end of the day, if you choose like full libertarian regime or like more authoritarian, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you gotta pick your poison, you know?
Oh yeah, and that's why, like every system, there's no pure democracy. There's no pure that. You know, there's always hybrids. Take a bit of this, take a bit of that. And I think that we could bake a better cake, government wise, if we can address all those problems. But like I said, my biggest problem, it's going to exist in fascism. I think it's going to exist in everything. It's going to be that greedy business class, essentially, with access to the government. You know, but the issue I have with fascism is exactly that. There are no checks and balances for that.
It is.
For that
It is.
class.
It's your people.
Yeah, the voice. Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't. When the only solution is a revolution, I that's not good.
Democracy, especially the one that we have, has sissified people. They believe, oh, I'm voting every 4 years, therefore I'm having an actual meaningful impact. You're not. So this is all just like a show for you to continue believing that you are doing something and to like pacify you, give you a couple of cheeseburgers on your weekends, and then shut the fuck up.
Yep. No,
And there's actually being done.
and I would say that was honestly the 1980s in America. America and exited the 60s and 70s, very, very turbulent. And then in the 80s, they lowered interest rates. They gave everybody a bunch of loans, did a bunch of other things, and it was basically like, please just shut the fuck up and leave us alone. But the end result is now we have a fake fucking Caesar trying to take over our government.
Also, democracies tend to focus on like so meaningless bullshit. Like for example, like during COVID, the mask shit, or like fucking now like transports, should they or should they not? You know, like all of this like fucking low IQ bullshit. Just ban it or just do it and move on. Focus on more meaningful shit. Like things that actually like are materialistic to the people. You know.
Well, and that's the problem with our government in America. That's the biggest problem, in my opinion. Focusing on fringe issues with very little over bad issues, like that whole trans
That's
issue.
the fault of your government. That's just the fault of democracy. Because, bro, if you're a random average worker, right, and like we even fall under that, you can't fucking comprehend the like difficult things, bills, and so on and so on that are being passed, like what implication it has for the economy and so on. We can't do that. We're not economists. So people
Sorry for cutting in real
focus on
quick.
fucking like bullshit cultural nonsense, you know, like
So-
I will not wear my mask, like fuck that, or I will wear it, and you not wearing it, you're subhuman, you know.
Well, so I was on a panel for or against the inclusion of trans athletes in sports, and it was me. I was one of two males, and directly going left or right, it started 3-2. So guess what the other genders were? I basically laid out my case of the fragility of the female sports system, how the female sports system is basically a charity donation from the male sports system. And if there is any level of friction between that type of relationship, which this would cause, who's at risk? Not the male, the females. and I was presenting it as this isn't something that, and I basically said this. I said the Democrats lost the election because of 10 people, and they're telling people that women should be able to participate in men's sports. And people say, okay, yeah, that's fine. But when they said that men should be able to participate in women's sports, there was a kickback, and now you're trying to say that's not a man. And so what I had to do is define what a man was, when a man becomes a man, and show that even after surgery, they still have the advantages of a man. Finally, the panel went to 4-1. And it wasn't about banning, it was about legitimately having a process. And I said that this process is going to make it impossible for anyone to do it. And it's almost nicer just to ban them, because someone going through this process is going to go through hell. So it's just like yes, no matter what, they're going to pick these little fringe tiny issues, and then they're going to confuse people, because everyone fucking understands women cannot play sports against men. And if you say that, everything else you say after that sounds like you're an idiot. And that's what I said to the panel. That's why I said that. So that's the core reason why I felt the Democrats lost. Nothing they said after.
Right now, this user in the call called Zoidberg, he's like right now on the park chair having to listen to you. He can't say anything, but I guarantee you he's like fuming right now.
Oh, probably. I like Zoidberg. I like speaking with him. But yeah, no. That was the thing. It was that was the panel. The end result, like I said, they flipped it, and the end result was, one. The problem is, I don't like to dehumanize people, like take people's humanity away from them. That's not nice. But at the same time, at that panel, that's what they were fucking asking. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I know.
And that's the
You
problem.
don't have to convince me, bro. Look, man, the thing with me is it doesn't matter what position I hold emotionally. I always understand the other side. I always get them. It's like I don't like this meaningless tug of war. That's why when I debate like people who are like in Europe who debate anti-migration and they say, oh, it's because of culture, I always cut it down. Like I'm just like, cut the shit, bro. You just don't want them because they're not European. Move on, say that, and then let's move on actual conversation. Same with like fucking transgenders. There's 3 camps of school of thought. One, fuck trans people. I hate them. I don't want them. I don't want them to exist. What they're doing, so on and so on, right? Then there's like the second one, which is like, bro, like you're a person just like me and you, dress and do whatever the fuck you want, but don't infringe upon my rights. And then there's like the third one who's like, we should have the right to tell you what to think and to enforce our thinking on you and what you refer to me and so on and so on, and to go into to places which were not intended for me, so on and so on, right? And the thing is, the third box calls the second box, which is just like what you were describing, as being transphobic.
Yes.
When they're not. That the actual transphobes are the first box.
I've always, it's insane. I would talk to a group of friends and say my views, and I'm called everything close to Hitler. I'm a horrible human being. I don't have empathy.
That's a country, right? I think.
Yeah, that's definitely that third subset you're speaking of. And then I speak to the first subset, and it's you're gay. You know what I mean? Like there's no way to have a conversation unless it's like this, like in that regard.
The reason why like I get this like very well is because emotionally I dislike trans people. I dislike gay people. They cause a reaction upon me that I just don't like. I don't know. Like it rubs me the wrong way. But like we can't just be like fucking guided purely by emotion. Like we have to create some sort of more logical existence, right? So I can't just be like, oh, okay, I dislike that thing. It causes me an ick, so therefore I will stop it from existing, right? I believe that that's like very difficult to have a society like that. So Yeah, I emphasize with both sides. I understand the people who hate them, but I also understand the people who say, well, you should just like accept them so we can move forward and have like a society that functions and so on and so on. And I think I lean towards the middle box. Like we should tolerate them.
So I always say this, two things. The two gayest things you can do is have sex with the person in the same sex and think about it. And most of the times that I get in these conversations about gender and things like that, it's a litmus test. I've seen two guys kiss, and I'm like, oh, I don't like the way that looked. I've seen two women kiss, and I'm like, that's cool. So like, there's a litmus test.
See, the two girls kissing makes me feel not good either. I'll be honest.
No, it doesn't make me feel the same way as I did when I saw two guys.
No, I kind of feel disgusted with it too. I'll be honest. I know that many guys like it; they don't mind it, but not me. There's something about when I see two girls like holding hands and like kissing, it just rubs me the wrong way.
And like I said, I said my own litmus test.
Yeah, I know.
And it's like and the thing is, like, with two girls kissing, it's like, for me it's this. I was in a post office in New York, and these two dudes were literally just making out. And I walked over and I asked them, I was like, "Can you please stop?" And like they started like saying their rights, and I was like, I don't have the right to grab a girl and do that. You know what I mean? Like that's like just stop. And they ended up kicking me out of the fucking post office, and I was fine with it, but because I expressed my opinion and I was in the minority. But at the same time, to me, that's just public decency. That's the individual. You don't do that. You don't do that with your wife.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I
think that morale has decayed completely amongst the West. Yeah, people just treat the public as if it's their sleeping room.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But the thing is this for me, and I know the term hate is hyperbole a lot, and it has other emotions attached to it. It's very hard for me to hate anyone though, because I've actually had hatred in things, and like it's really poisoning and toxic, and it's just very hard for me to just to hate them. Um, it's easy for me not to understand them. You know what I mean? It's easy for me to be confused by their actions. It's easier for me to all those things. But I couldn't attach hate to that though.
Yeah, I can flip flop from hate or not. The thing is typically that if I hear people speak and be retarded, it makes me very fast dislike whoever is speaking, and then like I generalize. But yeah, if I'm like in a calm moment, I'll probably not hold the same belief. Like if I see one Jew, for example, be like fucking ultra deceptive, I start like slowly like disliking all Jews. But when then like I'm in a more calm status, I'm like, yeah, okay, it's not all of them. And then the same with Russians. Like if I hear Russians speak, I like start disliking them all because one is pissing me off, or like a very loud Russian or Russian with reach or whatever, right?
Are you above the age of 30?
No.
Yeah, so I would say I am, but I would say that over time, that level of tolerance and acceptance comes with experience, and just seeing and doing more things. And I would say honestly, under the age of 30 is when I could hate something. I really could, and I did it very well. But after that, you just get so many experiences, you get so many different opportunities, and see so many different things. It kind of it's kind of like what you're saying about other things about like, hey, let's just like just call a spade and move the fuck on. That's kind of what this it turns out to be, because to hate, you harbor something, you keep it, you hold on to it. There's a lot of there's a lot of energy you expend to hate,
Wait, I don't think he hates anyone. Like, it's like,
I
do
get.
you?
No, we were talking hyperbole, I think, and I'm not saying he does specifically. And if you think so, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I didn't take it that way. I don't. Yeah, see, I don't think I hate anyone, but there's definitely like moments where I end up generalizing and disliking like people. But that's like in a heated moment, because if you ask me like a couple hours later, be like, "Yo, is this representing all of them?" I would say no.
Yeah, and like I said, those couple hours turn into like the normal over time. I was very fucking much of a hothead when I was younger. Easily quick to violence, stuff like that, and it's easy. It's harder to it's harder to try to understand, and you understand, like you said earlier. You hear and you hear the other side. You can understand, and you still have your opinion. But like I was saying, I just couldn't. associate. It's hard for me to hate stuff these days.
Yeah. I don't think I hate anyone either. Maybe Russians and Serbians, but
I was to say Serbians probably.
But if you hate Serbians and you don't like Luka Doncic, and he's the greatest basketball player in the NBA right now.
Like the thing is though, I have met Serbians who were nice, right? So I don't know. I guess I have like a
But there's a lot of
bias against
ethno
them.
history. Is there an ethno history between Serbians and Albanians?
Yeah, you could say that.
Mm-hmm. So I understand. I understand.
Do you not know the history between these two?
I think I do. I just I think I do.
It's like
we don't need
I
to
do.
read it.
one.
Yeah, I think I do. But I don't want to get into it really. But I mean, I know World War One was basically started with that region. And
Yeah.
that problem probably is still going on, and going on before and after. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I see that. I see why you make statements, and you could. I see that. I totally do.
Yeah, look, man. I think I'm just racist, bro. I just am, and there's no way of getting around it. I am, and I know that, and I don't wish anyone suffering. I wish everyone the same rights as me, but I don't want to see them. I don't want to have to interact with them. That's it.
So that's not, honestly, dude. That's really not being. That's really not being racist. You know, I don't think that's being racist. Honestly, I don't think people can be racist. I think only systems can. But like, that's not really racist. So
if you speak to my grandfather, oof. If you believe people cannot be racist, then I don't know.
Well, the thing is, it's more of a, I would say, a term. I think people can be bigoted. I don't think they can be racist, because racism is like rules and laws and things like that are ethnically or whatever based.
I see what you mean, but I disagree with that. You're talking about like systematic racism, right? Like not like on an individual scale.
I don't think that's the thing. I truly don't believe that there is anything other than systematic racism. And I would say that a bigoted ideology would be able to exist easier in that system. But it's more, in my opinion, like I said, I just don't think people can be racist in that regard. I think race is a social construct, and everything about it is something that was taught to you or learned about to do. That's why
I disagree with
Ardian, get you fucked again by random people on the internet. internet, Nazi shit. Oh, Ardian, oh.
This is what happens when Germans drink too much soy, man.
The third world European, the Nazi gets fucked again. Oh, brother, oh.
Are you done?
Do you cry at night when you go to sleep, brother? Do you cry?
The only one crying
He's
currently.
crying at night, dude. I mean, I'm happy, dude.
You don't sound happy. You sound like you're about to cry.
Nothing more beautiful than joining a room and Ardian gets fucked for being a Nazi, dude. I mean, that's literally the best.
The guy was
That's
agreeing.
the best, brother.
Thing is, this
No,
guy was actually agreeing with him, but
I think, yeah,
Okay, so you have two Nazis.
we're finding a lot of middle ground.
You have two Nazis? Okay, then I love to fuck you both. You know? That's beautiful.
Do you don't
Mr.
know
Albanian Nazi.
We're not,
Mr. I come from Albania and I think I'm a white pride nationalist.
Yeah.
Bro.
I'm from Kosovo, by the way, but yeah, close.
Yeah. Of course, you are from Kosovo.
Yeah. My family is with the Balikom Betar, the fascists.
Listen, everyone, how my grandfather served for Hitler. What did Hitler do to Albania? He was best friend of Albania. We are white pride.
I mean,
you Nazis are so fun.
What exactly do you want from me right now, man?
Oh, bro. I'm happy, dude.
You just joined the fucking room and broke a conversation, man, for no reason.
hey, you sound like a German, by the way. Are you German?
He is.
Yeah, so your
I
fucking
am a
grandfather
real
did
white
also fight
pride
for Hitler. What is
Aryan,
your
my
point?
friend. I am a real one, you know.
You know what's funny, Anon? All of the flags that you have in your name, I support them too. So, are we that far from each other?
Sorry, brother, I was not listening. What did you say?
All the flags you have in your name, I support them too. So, are we that far from each other?
Oh, yeah, we are. We could not be more far away, my friend. You are so far away from me. This is literally worlds in between.
Why?
Oh my god, this.
Why? Why? Because I want Europe.
Because you are a brown person thinking you are an Aryan.
I don't think I'm brown.
Supporting the white pride nationalist ideology, and I'm a punk.
Last time I checked.
Why could we be more further away? Lol. A Nazi and a punk. Bro, you are literally a brown Nazi. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen, dude. That's literally the funniest thing I've ever seen. That's crazy. Oh my god, dude. This guy's Albanian and he thinks he's Aryan, dude.
Which I am.
Yeah, you are, brother. I am Aryan. I come from Albania. The Nazis all around the world think I am a third world human, but I think I am part of them. Go to Blood and Honor, brother, and tell them that you are Aryan. Go to the German Nazis and tell them that you are part of them. I want to see it, dude. Live stream it. Yeah, of course, brother. Of course. Yeah,
Okay, but you do recognize that
of
Albanians
course. Be
were
proud,
allied
dude.
with,
Be proud. I tried to make friends with German Nazis already. Best friends, brother. Ask his grandparents. Ask his grandfather how he fight for Hitler.
Holy shit, man! You're just such a soy, bro.
Okay, you're just yapping now, dude.
Yeah.
Like, can you acknowledge that actually Albania was allied with Hitler? Like, this is like not like crazy. Like,
Can you acknowledge that in Hitler teaching, Albania is not even mentioned, brother? No one gives a shit. I can promise you, if you tell German Nazis Albanians are white persons, they will not
I am
agree.
German.
Okay,
I am German,
you will not
and I
agree.
don't care if he's a Nazi or not. But I can tell you, if you think like Azov or some shit like this,
I don't
would
care
have
if he's a
any
Nazi.
kind of better thing going for them than he does, they also consider themselves Nazis. Like, what's your point? Like, we have American Nazis. Do you think like Hitler would have been fine with them? Of course not. That's why someone is a neo-Nazi.
He doesn't identify himself with a Nazi. He identifies himself with an Aryan, a brown Aryan. I love it.
You don't know his skin color in the first place, so I don't know like why you.
I know his skin color, brother.
How?
You know it? Okay, I'm gonna post a picture of me as a kid because I don't want to dox. You can check in text chat. Tell me again, I'm brown. Yeah? You're so silent. What happened? What happened, man? I thought I'm brown.
I'm waiting for the picture.
It's in
brother.
text chat.
What text chat? I'm first time in this server, brother. I don't know. Inside chat?
No, in text
I don't see
chat.
picture.
Room called text chat.
You think these people are Aryans, brother? Where is text chat here? I have to search how is.
Did he get kicked? Oh, he's back. Pushing buttons.
Where is text?
So you don't even know
Should
what
I-
I look like. You know I'm brown. That's interesting. Okay.
It's Omni.
Bro, you look like.
passes
Listen,
text chat.
here in
Go
text
above
chat, brother.
passes.
He thinks that's the Aryans, brother. He thinks he would be acknowledged.
Yeah, they are.
He's
You're white as
ethically.
fuck, man.
He's ethically.
Yeah.
He's
Okay, what about
ethically like white. I think. Right. Wait. Are you posting in Omni? Aryan?
Yeah.
Are you posting?
Those
I didn't
people you
see it.
posted are white as fuck.
That's
You
a fun. He's
deleted
not
it?
posting anything, brother.
You deleted it?
I mean, do you actually believe to fight with Hitler you had to be like blonde? Like, do you really believe that? Like, are you this dumb?
Well, not to fight.
It doesn't make
Wait,
any
you
sense.
should tell him what the hair color of Hitler was.
Do you really
Like, do you recognize how many
you come from?
darker
Listen,
skinned? I'm German.
I
what
tell you what the German Nazis think about your country, okay?
Yeah, tell me,
Third
I'm
world trash country, okay? You are not part of them. You think you're part. Ja, du super, du, ganz toll, ganz toll, Digga.
Ganz toll, Bruder.
You are
Alles
not
klar.
part of them. They think you are trash. You are an immigrant. They think you are a refugee. You should be deported home to your country. Go to the AFD, go to the NPD, go to any one of them and tell them, I am part of you. I come from Albania.
Listen,
I want to see it, brother. I want to see it.
I just want to say, look, if you're doing skin, if you're doing skin check, I'm posting right now my skin color.
Do you have to be a certain
Okay.
skin color to be
Get
in here?
ready to see a black hand. Get ready to see a black hand.
Go live stream it, brother. Go to the NPD in Germany and ask
there
them
we
to
go.
be friends.
There we
Well,
go.
I want to
you
see
don't
it.
understand, but like
I
in the
posted it.
NPD,
There we go.
there's three leaders that are Albanian. Like this is just
Go to the NPD, brother. I want to see it.
There is
I wanna
leaders in
see
the
it.
NPD that are Albanian. You fucking idiot. Like just move on, man.
I posted my.
Oh yeah, just move on, brother.
Yeah,
Where
you
is
are
your
my-
skin, brother? And watch it.
I already posted long ago.
I don't know what's going on here, but no one is.
Omni passive
He's
text chat.
posting.
It's above voice channels.
This is. I found
I
it, but
already
it's just
posted of me
empty
long ago.
picture. I don't know.
Just do it the way
It's white. That's my skin, man. It's just like illuminating white.
Yeah.
It's blinding.
Oh, you're white. Okay.
It's blinding the camera. I'm so white. It's like the camera is like.
You're like a flashbang.
Yeah, so white, and also noisy.
You need better internet, Anon, if you want to like soy out.
I know. I misclick on the server all the time. You know, I'm joining general here because I think it's text chat, but it's not text chat. It's just stupidly configured.
You're pretty low.
Anyway, brother, Heil, my friend, you know.
Right.
Love,
What is the,
love
what is
nothing
the, what is
more
the
than
contention, Anon?
love nothing more than third world country sheets talking about being Nazis. Dude.
Well, Anon,
This is the
Anon,
funniest thing in my life. Not
as
even
far as
gonna
I
lie.
know, as far as I know, and I have a lot of issues with like Ardian's forward wing views, But as far as I know, he is in fact, at least his family, right? I don't know if it applies to all Albanians, but at least his family. They come from what's that farmer thing? Already, what's that?
Kosovo.
Well, the early farmers, right? And then you have the Yamnaya people, which is me, and then you have like the farmers, something.
You mean Neolithic farmers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't you related to them, right? You're like one of the first white people.
We
Or
both
you're
are.
inherited. Yeah.
We,
And so,
we both are related to Neolithic farmers, and we both are related to the Yamnaya.
Bro, they are
what
so
you have
far the
Yamnaya?
first one.
What you have
They're
Yamnaya
not
DNA
even white
too?
anymore. You make a lot of sense.
Are you my brother?
Yes, all Europeans are brothers, man. Yeah.
Hell yeah. All humans are brothers, I would say.
Nobody.
Hey, man. Look, we're all related to the banana. 60% of our DNA is banana.
Okay, let's stop eating plants then, I guess.
What? No, I like it.
We're eating our brothers and sisters, man.
That's right.
This is kind of...
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
That would be cannibalism.
Where is Zoe
Let's
to
go
make the fucking
cannibalism. Let's
vegan argument?
go.
Look, man, in Europe, everybody has Yamnaya DNA and Neolithic farmer, right? The Neolithic farmers used to live.
Your DNA. Listen, you just have to understand. I am not a Nazi. I don't give a shit about your DNA. Your best friends don't think you are part of them. I just want to tell you. No one thinks you're part of them, brother. And you will find no Nazis in Germany who take you as their friend. That's just not going to happen.
I mean, he has a point there, I think, Artie. You know, remember when I showed you the Lebensraum?
Oh.
How much the Nazis in Germany, you know, thought how far east they're gonna go to do Lebensraum, included Albania, man. They wanted you to be like, you know, they wanted to ethnically cleanse you.
You will be allowed to fight for them on the front lines in the first row, you know. They will happily take you to go completely to the front to be cannon fodder and to say Heil Hitler before you're gonna die. That's your position. That's your position.
This Arno guy is just yapping bullshit. I actually don't think that's even true though. What you just said with the Lebensraum, by the way, because
yes, it is. I can
at
show you
this
the
point, or in the beginning of the war, Albania was kind of controlled by Italy, right? So he would have taken it from Italy, which is unlikely.
Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah, as if Hitler had any problems with like conquering other countries.
Well, I think he was pretty loyal to Italy.
No,
So
I already
just-
showed
I
it.
just came back,
Wait,
man. I just came back. I wasn't here, man.
I already showed it. Here's the map. Here's the map.
I can tell you, bro, that I have actual Nazi friends, like full-on Nazis, and they kind of dislike me because I'm not a full-on Nazi.
Because when I looked, because I obviously heard he's Albanian, so I was kind of curious on Hitler's views on Albania, and he didn't make any like radical statements on Albania in any kind of way or something like this. So,
yeah, but he included it in the Lebensraum.
Yeah.
No, in fact, Hitler.
He
show me the
also
map then. I don't know the map.
Hitler
What map you
Mussolini
talking about?
wanted
If you can show
Albania
it.
to be.
Yeah,
Hitler and Mussolini wanted Albania to be part of the people that are there, right? He wanted to remove the Slavs from the Balkans and remain the Albanians there and resettle Italians to the Balkans. That was like the goal. So no, man. Again, like we were not struggling whatsoever when the Germans came. In fact, they kind of liberated us. They took away the Slavic pain from us.
The thing is, I know many
Dude,
other
you think they recognized
Albanians.
you as like proper like Aryans? No way, man.
They did. The early Germans did. They did.
Yeah, they might have said that, just like they said this. Just like they said this
No, I'm not
to.
talking about the Nazis, man. I'm talking about the actual Aryan research, and they recognized even you as Aryan. Like this is like just low IQ, man.
What?
Yeah, Slavs
Really?
were considered yeah, for the longest time, of course.
But who?
You are not far away, brother. You have not dove deep into enough. If you just go back 2,000 years, then there will be someone who will accept you as an Aryan.
I'm trying to find the map. I'm on a wiki, but
just ignore the fucking druggy, man. Whatever. The point is that you as a Slav are also considered Aryan, but Aryanism was changed into something political during the Nazi regime. It was no longer actually like a scientific term. It became just like politics.
Like in the Lebensraum. I mean, everything's politics anyway, but Lebensraum particularly was a political. It's like the Manifest Destiny. I don't know if you know.
I know what the Lebensraum was about.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we need to civilize these primitive people. You know, yeah.
As I said, like Slavs are Aryan. Like no matter how you twist it, they are.
Okay. I would love to use this in like when I meet a fucking Nazi here in Czech Republic and tell them, hey, by the way, did you know I'm an Aryan too?
Just show him any map from prior to Nazis being in power in Germany of Aryan like territories, and they all include Slavic nations, all of them.
Nazi ideology, especially in Hitler's Mein Kampf and other propaganda, saw Slavs as racially subhuman. You are an Untermensch, my friend. You are so far away from being recognized by Hitler as someone of his that it's ridiculous that you fight for him. Do you get the epic failure? You're literally called. I just googled it up just for you, brother, because I think it's worth it to Google up. He called Slavs Untermenschen, subhumans, brothers. You are a subhuman.
Thanks for
in his
telling
eyes.
us that Germans during the Nazi regime believed that Slavs are subhuman, man. We didn't know this. Thanks, man. Wow, what a way to fucking progress.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense for you now, 80 years later, to support his ideology now.
Yeah, but I'm not Slavic.
It makes a lot of sense to be a subhuman.
I'm telling you, you're shadowboxing. Retard. I'm not Slavic. You're just shadowboxing.
But you're talking to a Slavic. You know,
right your brain, man.
You are talking to a Slavic. You are telling a Slavic that he's Aryan, you know.
Yes, which is what
makes no sense. What you are saying. You just sound dumb, you know what I mean?
Sure, man. So if I show you a map right now of prior to Nazi Germany, defining the Slavs as Aryan, will you then shut your mouth? Because I can do that.
You don't need to show anything prior to Hitler because your ideology is Hitler ideology.
Bro, can you shut your mouth eventually, man? Thank you, bro. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, let me read this for you guys. First of all, Albanians were not considered Slavs under the Hitler regime, that's first of all. Second, their views seem to be very complex on the Albanians. But overall, they were not, Albanians on the other hand, were not consistently classified as Untermenschen in the Nazi ideology and were treated differently. Like, so you cannot like say like random shit just to fuck him up. Like, be at least a bit honest about what you are saying. Like, it's like absolutely garbage. Like, everyone can look this up. Like, literally takes 2 minutes to understand how Hitler viewed Albanians. Like,
here's the map of
okay, bro. The only thing Hitler did was take Albanians and send them to the front lines. Okay,
no, he didn't. No,
I can promise you, the biggest influencers of NPD and AFD are also. Can I finish the sentence? Are also Turks, you know. If you have some kind of influence, you will be allowed to open the world. But as soon as it goes white pride on white pride, you will be cannon fodder.
Okay, what does Alba mean?
You will not be celebrating the great victory with them, brother. I'm just telling you.
It means why. So you therefore lose. I therefore win. Anyways, to go back to the conversation, no, Hitler in fact put more soldiers into the Albanian territories than the Albanians put themselves in there. Like only 20% were in fact Albanian from the SS Schutzstaffel from the Skanderbeu, the Albanian one. Now, to speak about this like thing that you're referring to, no, the Germans, they unified the Albanian lands, and we barely had to break a sweat for it, even though we were struggling to unify our lands for fucking super long, because the Slavs were putting a thorn into our eye the whole time. And the Germans, they in fact were speaking very noble of us. They did, in the whole time that they were there, did not do anything, even remotely, that would punish us for being Albanian, speaking Albanian or anything. They only did us favors non-stop. So they were not dependent on us. They took Albania over. They could have done with us what they did with the Ukraine. When the Ukrainians were taking over, they started making actual fucking like death camps in Ukraine. They didn't do that with us. So I don't know, man. Like you can schizo as much as you want.
Well, man, I like to welcome Sid here, by the way.
I am as far away
Sid is
from.
an actual
I am
area.
as far away from. I'm as far away from Berlin than you are. Should we meet up in Berlin and just attend like any white pride concert or whatever?
Bro, just
and then
go
let's
take
see
heroin, man. You will not be a problem in a couple of months anyway.
how noble you're gonna be treated.
Bro,
Oh my god, dude.
I keep on
I
telling
can tell you one thing. I can promise you one thing. I have fought so many Nazis in my life in real fights, you know, and so many demonstrations. And what I have never fought in my life is an Albanian guy because they are not existent in that group. I'm just saying, bro. You think you're noble in the eyes? You're not, bro.
Okay, if you
not,
fought
bro.
that many Nazis, I mean, I told you I have Nazi friends. They love hearing people like you. Are you willing to meet up a Nazi friend of mine?
Of course, brother. Always.
Okay, tell me where you live. You said Berlin?
So you're not willing to come to yourself? You have no balls? Is that
I'm
what
not
you're
a Nazi,
saying?
man.
Or you cannot? Is your donkey not going far enough? Is that what you're saying? You need GPS for your donkey first.
I don't take offense in you saying that you will beat the Nazis because I'm not a Nazi.
Oh my
so
God, yeah.
I can tell you that I
I'm
know
not a
Nazi show, and I mean, hey, let's check if you are a man of your word or if you're just a pussy.
I
If you
am
want
not a
to talk
Nazi,
shit on
brother. That's
Albania,
so fun.
listen, man. If you want to fight me,
I am an Aryan. Refugees are
if you want to fight me, don't talk shit on Nazis because I don't care. Talk shit on
Nazi.
Albania, and then we can go to fight whenever you want. Listen, I live in Frankfurt. I've told this everybody. My aerial code is 60439. You can come anytime you want. I've said this to at least hundreds of people. Never has anyone showed up.
Can you stop being internet tough guys, please? This is so pathetic.
I'm just done with this.
Zoe,
like, he's saying he wants to beat up.
This is crazy pathetic, man.
Zoidi,
If you live in Frankfurt,
He is the one who is telling me that he
we
wants
go
to
to concert together. Okay.
So go ahead.
Come
Either
to
come to
Zurich.
me
I meet
or
you
give me
here.
your
We go to
address
concert
because
together.
I know Nazis that will come to you. Give me your
Bro,
address.
I promise you at the end, when we attend concert together, I will fight with you against them. I will fight with you so you're not being killed, brother.
I gave you my address. Now
Give me your address. Yeah, give me, brother.
my address.
Guardian, please don't engage in this.
Yeah, listen. Let's talk about
some chat, brother.
Can we stop,
And
please?
no, this guy is the guy who told me that he would
Nah,
be.
let it go.
He's a guy on the internet. Like, let
I
it go.
know, but hey, I can make it into not just a guy on the internet. Very simple, man. Because the people he's insulting, I know them. They have super big pride. They will come to you.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead, Anon. Tell me your address.
Does everyone's father here work at Microsoft?
Bro, I thought you were gonna tell us your address.
Mine works at Amazon.
You sound like your father works at
Everyone fucking screaming over each other. How fucking pathetic is that?
I
Honestly,
already.
dude, are you fucking threatening people over this?
Anyway,
Fucking, you know what
guys
the
like-
condition is?
Wait, get it, guys. Like,
Hey,
listen.
Bro, what's
Trump
going
and
on
Elon
with
Musk.
I've been caught in your mouth for what's going on
Listen. Trump and Elon Musk. Come on, guys.
You need
Listen,
to use
this
your
is-
powers, bro.
It's just
What
a beef.
city do you
Just a
live in?
beef, man. It's better to move
So-
on, man.
I just want to hear this guy tell me what city he
Yeah.
lives in. What
Then he's gonna
I
respond to
live
you
in
and.
Zurich, brother.
Okay.
Give them maybe a
It's
minute.
15 minutes with the plan.
We're doing this.
One
We're doing
minute,
this.
either
We're
or
doing
something,
this.
man.
here. We're doing this.
Gotcha. You're not gonna do shit.
Right. So I'm gonna
relax,
I'm
bro,
gonna
relax,
hold push to talk. I'm gonna hold push to talk, and nobody will understand anything. Okay. I'm gonna hold push to talk. Right. Enough of this dumb shit. We change the topic.
Base, listen. Trump and Elon Musk. Have you guys seen this? Elon Musk said on Twitter that the reason why Trump did not release the Epstein files is because Trump is mentioned in Epstein files.
You are a pussy, Anon. A pussy, just so you know.
No, Arhin, let it be, man.
Take it to DMs. Take it to DMs. Take it to DMs. Take it to DMs.
Kiss already.
Adrian, Is there another channel for these
Can't say that.
You're not allowed to.
Is there any moderation?
Okay, Anon,
Because these guys are fucking
yes. Anon, so I muted you. You're gonna stay muted for a couple of minutes. You cannot say Heil Hitler on this channel.
You have to mute yourself too.
No, I don't have to mute myself because I'm giving you context what you cannot do. Right. Please stop with the horseshit and continue.
So it's fucking incredible. Everybody's like fucking talking about this. It's fucking insane. The blowout, right? The nuclear fucking clash of titans, if you will, right? The richest man on earth versus the other most powerful person on earth, right? They're like flinging shit at each other.
It's if Pompey and Crassus had social media. I mean, it's the breaking up of a triumvirate. I don't know who the third person would be, but I mean, it's obvious that Trump. You're Caesar. That's what I'll be. I don't know if I want to fight for you, but it's obvious he's in the fucking Epstein files. I think he's mentioned as like Doe or person 174 multiple times over. It is obvious he's in the Epstein files. And then Musk pushing it to the base of people here that elected him because he's going to not be in them and bring all these pedophiles to justice and all this other stuff. It will be an absolute nuclear fucking bomb if that is true.
If pedophilia was so wrong, don't you think fucking all those fucking countries that fucking allow children to be married under the age of fucking 10, don't you think they'd be deleted? No one gives a fuck, mate. You can rape whoever you fucking will like in this world, as long as you don't get caught. That's the way of the world. That's the religious. You can say whatever fucking religion you fucking want. Oh, it's my fucking belief. People are fucked in their head, mate. Seriously, raping fucking children and thinking they can get away with it. How many fucking proofs do you want me? And I'm not against Trump, because they're all the same. But I've got proof that Trump's fucking paid 8 people who he's raped millions of dollars, yeah? Why aren't we hanging this cunt from a fucking tree? Like, seriously, guys, it's a joke that anybody even argues over it. Pedophilia is a way of life. Until everyone stands up against it, it's never going to change, mate. It's been around since the turn of time, mate. That's what adrenochrome or whatever it is. There's so many images of fucking people stabbing kids, drinking their blood. Like, honestly, guys, it's a joke that we're talking about. How about we get back on the fucking topic, man, and get off this bullshit?
I don't know about the last thing, but images of kids being stabbed and have their blood drained. I don't know about that, Chief.
Oh, God.
It's written in stone, dude. It's on fucking buildings. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? It's everywhere. Like, honestly, dude, you're fucking ignorant, dude. Fucking carry on, man.
I was like with you, like all the way up to this, right? All the way up to that statement.
Can you not fucking let me speak one sentence, you dickhead?
I have a question. Anyone know anything about fucking Islam here? What was like the full name of Muhammad? What was his like name?
Muhammad.
That's his name is just Muhammad.
So you worship 2 gods, yeah, and they're both idols, yeah. That's in your religion. If you're talking about Muhammad, yeah, and he's a dead entity, and you worship him, that's against your fucking religion.
Relax.
Whoa, you fucking
relax. Take it down like 2 notches. Just Relax, man.
Hey, what's wrong with being Muslim?
Listen to this, dickhead. When I get spoken
he's
over,
like
I get louder.
literally not
I'm
even
the
80.
calmest cunt around, cunt. I'll fucking laugh at every dickhead and every word that ever comes out of their mouth. But if you're going to talk fucking lies, dude, I'm going to talk over you, especially when you talk over me. So you've got two fucking gods, and fucking one of them's Muhammad, or whatever the other dickhead is that you worship, and you fucking worship dead idols. That's against your religion. If you can't fucking see that, you're fucking talking through your ass, dickhead.
Who said I worship them?
You mentioned him, yeah? You mentioned him, read about him. You sound like you should be in politics and religion, server, dude, because that's where you fit in.
Wait,
Here,
do you know?
we talk about the earth, we talk about the fucking world, dude.
Do you know why I mentioned him?
You are talking about fantasy, dude. Dude,
do you know I mentioned him?
You've spoken over me. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
You
I
were
don't want to talk
yapping
to you
about
anymore.
like children getting raped on.
Because I wanted to name my Elden Ring character Muhammad because he's a faith-based character. That's all I wanted to do. Holy shit, you're so triggered.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That was intense.
Oh man.
Not intense.
Bro, it's real fun at parties.
Look at this dickhead. Not one fucking word he'll let me fucking get out. You a fucker, dude. I've never met anyone so triggered as you. You're fucking.
Speaking for the majority of this conversation, what are you talking about? He didn't let you get out of work. Were you just started delusional? Like, what is this?
Wait,
Holy
I'm
shit.
the triggered one. What the fuck is going on? Holy shit.
Okay, like your voice is way too loud for me to put up with, dude. Say it.
Sure, man. Oh, he's gone. What do we think about the annulment of 30% of the Russian strategic bombers that they used to launch cruise missiles at Ukraine with the new Ukrainian operation?
Oh my god, fuck, please, Ukraine!
33% of the Tu-96s are gone, completely gone. They can never be replaced because they're Soviet technology.
Is that
You don't understand the boner I had that day. Holy shit. Hell yeah, follow Ukraine.
No, that was damning. For I mean, they haven't even done anything back yet in retaliation. You know that was a damning strike. It cost like $5 million. I mean, it's amazing.
No, it's about 3 billion lost.
No,
$3 billion
lost. I'm talking about like Ukraine, like what it cost them to deploy. It was minimal.
Nothing.
Yeah, and then like they destroyed. I mean, the $7 billion
is insane on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of asymmetric warfare that I was. I mean, SE Montreal's not on, but that's the type of infrastructure that they have capabilities to do, and they used Russian systems to deploy it. So I mean,
it's so good.
It's just. I mean, you saw like they were covering them with fucking tires, so the AI couldn't. I mean, come on.
I did see the scary part is, and of course I think the attack is based, okay? No two ways about it, but the scary part is that like a lot of like Russian bot people in India at least, right? The Russian stooges, because India is full of Russian stooges, are saying, yeah, now Russia is gonna do fucking nuclear warfare. Like they're saying, rumors are like that's that's the scary thing.
That was a deploy. That was a. I mean, they bombed the bridge. You know, it's just. I mean, when you even look at the footage when like the planes are hitting, so technically we have to tell Russia where our stuff is, and they have to tell us where their stuff is. You know, so like we have a nuclear treaty that allows that. I don't know if we pass that information, and those tires are actually something that works. But that was their entire air defense system. I mean, a net, putting a net up is better than like it's just the basics are never there. They're never there, and like that's why.
Was the tires to like negate like image recognition models, like computer vision models?
Yeah, they're like basically they said that it was so one. It was to this is what the claims were. So, like I said, we have a treaty with them that says we want to know where your shit is. You can know where our shit is. Those tires were supposed to break up the profile from our data collection potentially, and then two, they were for like if you had an AI drone, because most of those drones weren't flown with AI, they were human. It claimed that it wouldn't be able to target it because it would mess up the.
How would you use AI? Just have an operator.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, you can program targeting systems. Like there's this new bomb that we created, and it's kind of dangerous because it only measures the length of the ship when it targets. But you can like build very basic targeting systems based on profiles and things like that. That could be AI driven to where those things are damn near autonomous if you know where the target is prior. I mean, there's very little data you need if you have good enough programming in systems, you know. But yeah, that's what they're claiming, and that's the thing about like it's always been the biggest Russian problem is their military lies, and they lie all the way down the chain of command, and no one knows the truth or the true capabilities of what's actually there, and you're seeing the results.
Wait, do we know it's like a unique capability that Ukraine has developed, or it's like just a lapse in like security and judgment on the Russian part?
Maybe it's both.
I would say it's not a unique capability. It's 100% a lack of security. I mean, like legitimately, if they had just had like put nets up, like basic things would have lessened the damage. I don't think it would have stopped it. But now you have the problem of administering not only the borders but the internet. Like this is in their commerce. This was like companies set up in Russia, and like it's a deep operation that I mean the end result is what? Like I said, hopefully it's not nuclear. But I don't know what other type of weapon systems they can deploy. I mean, they remember they were like, we're going to shoot our hypersonic missile, and never did it. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. I don't know what type of weapon systems they're going to deploy, but they have to respond because, like you said, they lost 30% of part of their nuclear triad. That's horrible.
Oh yeah, but
don't worry,
what
they
else
still have more than
can they
enough to
do?
blow the whole planet up, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, if they are as good as they are now, if they have 1,000 nukes, I would say 5 of them fucking work.
They have much more than 1,000. Don't worry.
I was just using a number. So,
arsenal.
I think there's like 4 to 5 they have.
Yeah, but the minute Russia launches nukes, we're going to rain brimstone on them, so they're over.
Yeah, and we are too.
So Russia. So the nuke. You guys know the nuke. You guys like we have 3. America. We have 3 systems. We have air. We have subs, and then we have land.
The triad.
The nuclear triad, and then so Russia's systems are very similar to ours. The submarine system is something you could fucking pull one of these off the coast of anywhere and launch. You really can't stop something like that. The air systems are things that could be seen. That's why we have those treaties. We know where their bombers are. We know if they're being moved. That's why everyone knows that we have 12 bombers at Diego Garcia, because those 12 bombers are nuclear capable. So it's just like you can see the air system, and then you have the land. That's the one. That's the dangerous one. That's the oldest one. That's the use it or lose it one. If you get hit, ours are in a very concentrated region. They're spread out. They're pretty concentrated. So is Russia's. So if you don't use those, and those are the most inaccurate ones, and that's the scary one. If it gets to the point where they're launching their land-based ones, I truly believe that if they have 1,000 of those, 5 of them fucking work. But I just hope it doesn't get to that point, because what you said, it's the end of it's. We're not going to be able to talk on Discord again. That would make me sad.
Yeah, it will be just the end of everyone.
Oh, exactly.
Oh, I gotta finish Elden Ring before that happens.
Well, mutual assured destruction is our MAD is our new Pax Romana, essentially. It's brought the longest period of peace between big players on the global stage, and it honestly speaks to the ideology of some sort of religion of seeking peace, because war. I think Kennedy said this. War is going to end us because of our capabilities. Especially if we pursue it the way we used to. It used to be you just get a bunch of people, you hammer out a bunch of fucking metal, and you go stab each other, and everybody, life goes on. But that's not the outcome with nuclear weapons.
So I just checked now quickly how many warheads does Russia have approximately right now deployed and ready to use. It's 1,710, 870 of which are in ICBMs, land-based, whatever where, and 640 are in submarines, and around 200 are stationed at bomber bases. So yeah, I don't want to take the gamble and hope they all don't work.
But they're not gonna use them. What's the point? Like because the Ukrainians destroyed the planes, they're gonna nuke. That's just ridiculous. It's retarded.
Well, so two things. It's this. I think Putin will operate in the regard of if I can't have it, no one can, and you can launch strategic nukes from artillery and just fucking poison Ukraine.
Yeah, that results in the invasion and conquering of Russia.
Why would that result in the invasion?
That would never happen. That is the problem. It would never happen that anyone would do shit if Russia does that. Nobody would do something.
That's what I'm saying. Russia won't. Yeah, there would be no global.
The deployment of nuclear missiles so close to NATO country borders would result in Article 5.
It wouldn't be a missile. It wouldn't be a missile. It would be like a fucking artillery shell, basically. And like I said, Putin will act like a fucking spoiled little brat. If I can't have it, no one can. That will be the result. And they won't be shooting a missile. They won't be dropping them. They can shoot them from artillery shells. So I agree. There would be
creating nuclear like dead zones near NATO borders immediately triggers Article 5. Bulgaria has already said that in the case of Russia using in any capacity nuclear weapons, it will trigger Article 5. Bulgaria has nuclear weapons supplied by the United States at the Chulanovo Air Force Base, right?
Okay.
We immediately deploy them.
Okay, so if those are our nukes and not Bulgaria's nukes,
no, it's the same deal with the Netherlands. They're given to be used by the Netherlands with the agreement of the United States. The United States has agreed that Bulgaria has at its disposal nuclear weapons as self-defense against Russian aggression. If Bulgaria perceives something as Russian aggression, they deploy the nuclear weapons. That's absurd. Nobody's going to deploy any tactical nuclear weapons because that would trigger Article 5.
I don't think it would trigger. Honestly, I think that this would be one of those triggering points of Article 5 to where I don't see France. It's not close enough.
European allies have been the most zealous. Poland has been the most zealous to enter Russia. Poland just waits for a reason to trigger Article 5.
Article 5 means all come, right?
No, Article 5 means allies come to my aid. Some allies may choose not to, but that does not mean that nobody's going to come to their aid. Bulgaria is going to join Poland. Poland's going to join Bulgaria.
And therein lies kind of what I was talking about.
Yeah, but then they are fighting on their own, right? Like there's not you need to understand what I mean. I served in the NATO, so I can tell you it does not mean everyone has to fight. It is enough if someone says, okay, hey, I give you €1 billion, and then they have basically dealt with their Article 5
Their obligation. Yeah,
Like it's like
European
this is
allies
not.
will fight. Maybe Americans
No,
won't, but
Germans. I
European
tell you,
allies.
100%, Germans will not fight for Ukraine.
for the
1000%.
nuking Ukraine.
No, I'm not saying Germans, but I'm saying European allies.
I don't think
The UK,
France will.
France,
I don't
Italy
think France will.
might, Bulgaria will.
I've done France has too much internal going on right now. UK absolutely not. They're broke. No, this is the thing, and this is like when you do these war games, Russia gets wins like this by the smaller Eastern Bloc countries triggering an Article 5 event that does not get answered by the greater portion of NATO.
We will see. I mean, this is so conjecture.
I hope
so
we
we'll
won't
see.
see.
No,
I don't
I
wanna
actually
see.
am for like us, the Europeans, securing our own continent and destroying the Russian aggression. I'm for that. I'm for a war.
You're legit out of your mind.
All of my family on my dad's side have been in the military. Officers, lieutenants, captains.
Do you understand
So-
how many million of dead people this will cause? Probably like we were
I
talking
agree,
about like
but
100 million.
destroying a consistent internal enemy like the Russians is probably worth it in terms of utility value generated.
Are you saying the Russian government, or are you saying the Russian people?
The Russian government, obviously.
Okay.
Reinstating a democratic, liberal democratic, or social liberal democratic government in Russia is probably the best. Or dissolving Russia into smaller states.
You could argue that Russia since 1999 has not been democratic. You could argue all of those things.
It's a totalitarian terrorist state. Yeah.
You can argue, and then you could make those points, and I honestly, you could probably take the dude to the Hague and get him convicted of war crimes. You could do all those things.
He's gonna die in 10 years. He's like 80 now.
What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, the infrastructure that would be needed to replace Russia is the same infrastructure needed to replace. Like, it would be the wiping out of Russian people because of the scale.
No, I disagree. We break down Russia into smaller states.
I don't understand.
Please let me finish. With the scale of the conflict, it would be the death of like look at the death tolls in World War I. Who disproportionately died more? Russians. Death tolls, World War II. Who disproportionately died more? Russians. It's all part of the way they do their military, on top of their economy, and the way it's all structured. And I'm telling you, this war will lead. If there's 100 million Russians, there could be like 20 million at the end of this war you're talking about. And
it depends, but sure, I'm willing to accept that as long as we stop a terrorist state from perpetually existing and threatening security of Europe. Yeah, sure. Again,
you're assuming he's assuming that Russia would have to be like invaded completely, and there'd be an all-out war where these 20 million people would die. I don't understand how he's getting that.
Even if that's the case, I'm giving you all of that.
Okay, so how I'm getting that is how this war is currently being fought. This is the most modern war that you could have a proxy to of Western versus Eastern weaponry. And the ability for this small region to basically hold back the might of the Russian army for this long. You talk about the prolonged effects of this war, talk about what's going on there. Yes, the ground game and the way you're not going to get the Russian state to topple without going to Moscow. There's no way to do it.
You would only probably need to take out like 20, 30 people in the Russian government to like really topple it.
Are we forgetting like deterrence is a thing?
You need to understand, if Putin dies, and this is like something people are actually concerned about, when he dies, if you look what is left in the government, there are people much, much worse than him.
Yes.
Like so you need to be very careful. If you topple him, there can happen, like there can be like some really crazy motherfucker can follow him. Like Putin, while obviously we call him like crazy and all this kind of shit, he is relatively calculated. Like, he's not a dumb fucker. Like, that's the point, and that's the problem. Like, there can be much worse people than him, much more extreme. And Putin, if he was as crazy as everyone thought he was being, especially in the beginning, he would have nuked Ukraine long ago, and he didn't. Like,
yes.
Why would he nuke? Sorry, I just joined in. What's the
Well,
point here?
What we're just saying is that like if Russia deploys any tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine, we would invade Russia and break it apart, so it no longer serves the eternal antagonizer of Europe.
Oh,
but you
that
said
would
we.
That's crazy. That cannot happen. That's insane.
But
I mean, Bulgaria, as I said, possesses nuclear weapons given by the United States for Bulgaria's usage, and if Bulgaria feels threatened, and as already the Bulgarian government said that any deployment of tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine will result in Article 5 and deployment of Bulgarian tactical nuclear weapons in Russia.
Putin is gonna nuke the whole world.
I mean, sure, then we're gonna nuke him, and then we'll die, and I win again.
Great. You win. You win. Did you listen to yourself?
But like,
Yes,
guys,
yes,
this
I
is
would
what
live even
deterrence
in death.
is. Like, the threat
Sorry.
from our side needs to be extremely real. That hey,
This
if
is
you're gonna
just
fuck around and
This is
escalate,
ideology.
right, we're gonna fuck with you.
This is pure. Like the quote Slavoj
But this is how military works. This is what military deterrence looks like. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what the golden
ideology.
So you said like, are you saying we
should
just give him Ukraine, and then like if he wants
Yes.
more, just give him more? Like I don't understand
Yes.
this whole appeasement process.
Yes.
That's also pure ideology.
Oh, the poor appeasement process because the West is so principled,
says,
right?
you know what? If Putin says, you know what, I also want America. If you don't give me America, I'm going to give you.
Right,
I'm going to send
give
nuclear
him
bombs.
America. That's right. Yes. That's
give
right.
it to him, right?
Yes. Given
Yeah,
the
why
whole world.
shouldn't Bulgaria use the nuclear weapons against Russia?
Because Bulgaria.
Because we all die.
Yeah, maybe we are suicidal like that. What's the problem?
The question. This is the question, and this is the thing. Like this is the problem, and so I believe that Putin is perpetual enough to say, if I can't have it, no one can. I think that he will use tactical nuclear weapons in that region. I think it is his last power move that he has. His triad has been weakened to the point to where
when we say tactical nukes, what does that mean? Are these like small nuclear bombs?
Yes.
Or like very small nuclear bombs?
Smaller, yeah.
How small? Hiroshima small or smaller than that?
Like your dick small.
Oh, my dick is pretty big, so fuck. We're all gonna die.
They're like
shit.
very small. Like he would throw them on the front lines somewhere, and that would be enough.
Also, Renee, you're saying like Putin wants it, and like I don't know why you're like making it a singular thing. He doesn't want just it. He wants fucking multiple countries back under Russian control.
Oh my
I
god!
completely agree.
The interplay between
why should we cuck out to a fucking ass?
I never said that's not what I'm. I think you jumped in the wrong
That's
part
exactly
of the
what you're
conversation.
saying.
No, it's not. I've never talked
what
about
I'm
it.
saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say that.
You're saying we should just appease him because he's going to threaten nuclear
I never
weapons.
said that. I never said
That's
that
what
at all.
I was saying.
Well, that's what. Well, it sounded like that's what's going on.
He's just. I think he was just saying that he's scared of like what the reality could be if Bulgaria does Article 5 nukes stuff.
But it's so. First of all, let's be realistic. By the way, I'm half Ukrainian, half Russian, born in Crimea, in Simferopol.
So you're
Thank you
Russian.
very much.
Got it.
Okay. You agree with Putin now? You agree with Putin now that Crimea is Russian? That's good. Okay, cool.
I have a question for you, real quick,
but
before you
no,
get into your story.
Sure.
Did you read his dissertation about the history of that region? How he views Putin's?
Yeah, he probably views it as Russia. Yeah.
But it's not because it's not like it's almost like romanticized a bit in that dissertation. Yeah.
Welcome to politicians speaking.
Yeah, I know. I know that. But what I'm saying is one, if you read it, I want to know like how is that like a common thought in that region?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, In fact, there were surveys done by the United Nations before 2014, from 2009 to 2011, asking a very simple set of questions. Would you rather be under Russia, Ukraine, independent, right, blah, 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 right? And most people said, we want to be part of Russia. I can show you that if you want. The UN surveys, right, before the invasion. None of the fucking, 97 fucking percent,
Yeah. No,
Do you live
I
in
agree.
Crimea?
And I was born there. I know the people there still. I have like relatives there. We talk to them all the time. Yeah, that's the sentiment. Like Ukraine is not really popular in Crimea because we were like the independent. We're like an independent region, quote unquote. Well, no, special region.
Special.
Independent.
Yeah, no, not independent. Special region, sort of within Ukraine, and they've been kind of fucking us over. Right, and forcing and lately, actually, yeah, before 2014, they were also planning game. Sorry, planning. Yeah, like implementing laws that would like mandate that kids in school not have to be taught in Ukrainian in regions where most, right, just above half of people speak only Russian. They don't speak a lick of Ukrainian, let alone read it, let
How
alone
hard could
write.
it be to transfer that fucking language? They're so close. Next.
Say what? Say what?
Nothing. No, don't worry about it.
Say it again. Say it again.
How hard could it be for a Russian to learn Ukrainian? They're like
Oh,
almost
very
there.
hard. No, it's not as simple as you think. Like you think,
So
How
you
hard is
think
it
it's
actually?
wrong for
Ukrainian.
you think it's wrong for all American schools to be taught in English? Mandatory that
No,
it's be
but
taught
like
in
at
English?
least give it some time. They didn't give them any time. They just like overnight, right? Whatever. Just like, oh, now from hands on. Guess what? You now all of fucking school material, writing, what you have to read for like write for like essays, write on your like exams, has to be Ukrainian.
So Putin's just a humanitarian. He decided to invade
No.
another country just so
Hey, he
that
has
these
not said
people could
any
be
of
taught
these
in
things.
Russia.
No, I never said that.
Well, then I don't understand
You are like
what
pretending the Americans are not
Putin
doing the
is
same shit everywhere. Like, come
Of
on.
course they
Like,
are. Yeah, of course they are. But just what Putin? Just wait. Like my position, I hate Putin too. Like he's a dirty capitalist pig. Right. First of all,
They're not actually. Americans are not doing the same shit. They're just
no,
ridiculous.
Iraq, they
Yes,
are
they
running
are.
very well
Yes,
now.
they
Thank
are.
you very much,
And
America.
this
You
this
did
is
very
this
good
is
there.
this is
Thank
just
you.
like classical imperialism, right?
Fucking
Oh my
Wait, by the
god,
way,
man.
yes,
This is
it is.
ridiculous.
Oh my god.
No,
Yeah, fuck you.
They're not comparable.
It's
Yeah,
So
you're
Putin
right.
just believe in a
Because
free
yeah,
market.
America
This is not
did
the
much
case.
worse. America ethically genocided fucking natives.
so America. Okay, one, we did not genocide, but we did kill a lot of civilians, and that was really not good.
You literally genocided Native Americans.
We
Oh
basically did a genocide.
yeah,
Just because
we,
some of them are still running reservations doesn't
I thought
make
I
it a
thought you were
genocide.
talking. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the natives.
All of them are still what, by the way?
I thought you were talking about the I thought we were talking about Iraq.
No,
but-
well, Iraq is arguably
even-
worse, man. You killed. I mean, it is an
Iraq was
ethnic
definitely
cleansing.
not
Like
worse than what we did to the Native
It's not an
Americans.
ethnic cleansing.
Iraq is
Iraq
not worse than what we did.
Iraq
It
is not
was.
an ethnic cleansing.
It was.
Iraq
It
is not a.
No,
It's not an ethnic cleansing. That's
Iraq
ridiculous to
was
say.
not worse. I'm sorry. Iraq was not
Like
worse.
you,
than
you
the Native
slaughtered like your army, like your boys, right? Who I talked to, like
we fucked
your
that region all
your
the way
fucking
around.
soldiers, right? Who I talk to, right, on a regular basis, have told me what they did.
So
in
by
Iraq.
that logic, the 6 Days War, if it was not won by my country, it would have been a genocide. You would agree with this, right?
Yes.
Hey,
By
look,
that
that's
logic.
not your land.
I would agree.
It's literally my land.
I would
It's not
agree.
your land. Well,
It's
now
literally my land.
Now,
It's
now
like
you're
everybody's land.
Now you're
It's everybody's
ultra-nationalist
land.
Zionist.
No, it's everybody's land. It's
Well,
my
I
land.
agree,
It's
but that's
somebody
not how
else's
you.
land. It's
I
everybody's
agree, but
land.
that's not how you frame the questions, right? Of course,
So-
like ultimately, I'm an anarchist, and hopefully you're not, right? I think, right?
So I'm just asking, if Israel did not win the 6 Days War, what would be the consequence of them losing?
Oh my God! All of the Jews,
cleansing and a genocide.
oh my God! All of the Jews in the world would be destroyed. Oh no!
Yeah,
Why do we get this?
most
Why
of
do
them,
we go
yeah.
to Israel now? We were talking about
Because
Iraq.
I know, just giving him no. Because what he's saying is essentially is that what America attempted was a genocide and ethnic cleansing, which was not the
Forget about
case.
that.
What America
Forget
did
about
was an extremely sloppy war, and multiple civilians
Sloppy
died.
war is. Have you read Chomsky at all?
So,
Have you read Chomsky at all? Have you read Chomsky at all, Joey?
Multiple millions of civilians are victims of that war, but to call that a genocide is ridiculous.
Calling it sloppy, right? You're just a liberal. That's a liberal take on that war.
So where are you from?
I was
I love
born
it.
in
I love it. He uses liberal as a
Simferopol
racial
in
slur.
Crimea. My
Crimea?
my father was Ukrainian. My mom is Russian.
So it was like what Boris Yeltsin was like, same lineage, similar lineage to that. It's so, like,
I don't know. I don't care. He's a fucking drunken retard, pro-Westerner anyway.
But what I'm saying, like, but the conversation is this: it's one, the Americans' manifest destiny and the Indians. That was, you could call that a genocide. Calling Iraq a genocide would be a
Okay, sure.
very.
Forget about that. Sure, forget about that. Never mind. I don't want to debate that anyway. Right
I think
now.
that was no. I think
But I
that
don't
was
think
that was the.
anyone said that the Iraq war was a genocide, though.
He did say
someone
that.
say that?
That's what. I thought that's. I thought that's what the
Ethnic
claim
cleansing.
was.
Yeah, I said no, but I really
Yeah.
don't want to debate that right now. Let's move on. About Crimea and like Russian war, right?
Yeah. I was interested because, like, when I was asking, about that dissertation Putin did, and that was a common sense there. But I think everyone thought that you were kind of pushing the Russian agenda, but you're kind of getting to your point when everyone cut in.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't support. I would prefer Crimea to be independent, but that ain't gonna happen, unfortunately. Right, politically, right? I'm an anarchist. Like, I'm a far left anarchist, right?
So if you had to choose Zelensky over Putin, who would you choose?
That's like a choice between
I agree. It's a shitty choice. Who would you choose?
Sure, Zelensky.
Okay.
You
And then but in an anarchist system, there is still some sort of order, correct?
Government, of course. There's governance. Yeah, sure.
So how I've always been very interested in that. I see as like Crimea almost like a city-state mentality, how you would see that system in play because of the externals, and you would have to almost be it like that to exist. But like the bigger picture of it is there is going to be order, there's going to be government, there's going to be something, and like I would say reality of the result of it. Yeah. So like when you fill in those subsets, like you said, yeah, I'd rather be under Zelensky. I'd rather do this, that, and the other. All that's going to take some sort of government and order, though, right?
Yes.
But that's kind of what I may not just miss the full ideology of anarchism. I don't understand how that's administered.
Oh well, how it's administered is like nobody can predict like how like who could ever predict it right in the past how like the current way the capitalist system even works, right? Like, I mean, it's a fair question, right? It's an intuitively fair question. I welcome it, but all I can give you is very broad strokes, very broad set of strokes, right, of how it would be under anarchism. And yeah, there would be governance, there would be a government, but it has to be, well, accountable. I mean, but that would require like a conversation, into what is accountable, because like goes down to the rabbit holes, right, of like each thing, right? I mean, you can read about this if you want, instead of listening to some dumbass on Discord.
Well, I'll do that too, but it's just one. You're from an area in which I have a lot of interest, and then just getting information and just hearing your ideology. Like I said, just asking a question. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just asking
Well,
questions.
anarchism is not in play there anyway, so it's really not.
How do you have accountability without law and order?
No, that's the government. Of course, you have law and order.
So how do you have? Yeah. Then I'm lost with what anarchy is. Then.
Well, abolishing class, abolishing the kind of things that, how do you say? Like, basically, you have to abolish private property so we can get rid of people like Elon Musk, Bezos, right? Bill Gates, right? People who, because of private property, capitalism, have like so much power because of the wealth, because that's like a factor that makes them more powerful in society, regardless if they're elected or not, because they control industry, they control the things that the whole society needs, and the government, no matter how much democratic, has to cater to the interests first, as we have seen throughout the history of quote unquote Western democracies.
So this is a bit of a has a bit of a socialist type underlying.
Of course, anarchism is socialism. Yes, anarchism necessitates socialism. Yes.
So anarchism is kind of the upheaval that redefines society into socialism.
No. Well, you might be thinking of anarchism in a colloquial sense, where like, Mad Max or some shit. People just, get their helmets, get their fucking, what is it? The bats. Get their bats right with nails and go like smashing windows and burning cars. No, that's not anarchism.
Can
Right?
people own their own property in this system?
Of course.
But after a redistribution of current systems.
Well, that's going to happen once, and then we structure society in a way that, for example, like worker cooperatives, every business that is needed to
Are you
produce
allowed to
something
rent
for.
out? Are you allowed to rent out? Are you allowed to rent out your property?
For a while we can allow this, but
are you familiar with the French? Are you familiar with the French Revolution?
Not that much.
Actually,
not really much.
Like
not much at all. But the idea is that the idea is to not make even renting or working for a boss, right, in a place that you don't own or have any say in, to be obsolete. And luckily, capitalism itself makes this happen, right, by continuously producing technology, right, that replaces the amount of labor needed to produce an X amount of product.
I don't understand how, if I start my surveying business, if I hire a rodman, why they should dictate how I run my business.
Well, it ain't ideally gonna happen like that, right? So in the transitional period, heck, even in the Soviet Union under Lenin, you could have a private business. Did you know that? You can have
it just seems
employees,
to me
right?
then,
But it's
when
like
what
up
you're
to 5
talking about
people, right?
is, it seems to me like what you're talking about is like, okay, let's just give everyone a blank slate, and then once it gets to the point where it is again now, we're just going to have a revolution where it starts as blank slate. It seems like a never-ending cycle of revolutions to go back to this blank slate. Because over time,
that's what the first revolution turned into.
Yeah, the first revolution changes structure of society, right?
Yeah,
and
but then we go back.
It will come about when it's no longer even feasible for okay, imagine like 200 years from now, right? Or 500 years from now, we like
Jesus?
humanity thanks to capitalism, right, invents like fully functional robots. You know.
But hold on. When you say capitalism does it, capitalism doesn't do the technological advancement. Capitalism is a system.
No. I was being charitable. I was like,
okay.
Again, you wipe the slate clean. You redistribute all the wealth. Then you allow people to rent out property. You allow people to live their lives. The wealth is going to get redistributed just through people being shitty with money and people being good with money. And then you're back in the same system of people having
There's
like
no money.
a higher class. Like
There's
I
no
just
money,
don't understand
right?
it.
At this point, like, so we're talking about a point in time when it doesn't really even make sense for, like, imagine an automated factory. Can you imagine that? Because we're pretty close to that anyway, right? I mean, we already have.
There's a phrase in America. There, you always need ditch diggers, and that's not true anymore because there's a new technology to where you can get fiber cable wire miles long done underground with a machine to where you would need 100 men to do. Now you need 5 guys in one truck.
Exactly. And
So it's
eventually,
like-
even those 5 guys will be just.
Spartacus, I have a question. So let's say tomorrow I grant you everything, you get your system, you're doing it. People in your system really want the old system back. What do you do?
Sure, if they want to.
Okay.
But
Now that's a socialist I can respect.
I mean, also, what's to stop you in a capitalist society building a business in a socialistic way?
There'll be no people. There'll be no people to hire. There'll be no property. There'll be also no property to buy. Like you know how you go to.
Oh no! Fuck.
What is
No,
it? What is it called?
The actual argument is like basically how it works right now. If you go to investors, right, and you propose these businesses, right, it's really hard to secure investment. So these businesses are way harder to get off the floor.
There's no investor.
Well, I don't know why you would try to start a socialist business.
Exactly.
Wait, once again, the socialist business would be a worker co-op. The initial funding and investment, right, it's still secured. You would pay it back, right? The investment deal's done where it's like, okay, I'll give you $800,000 by this date. Give me this much money, and these deals also happen, right? It doesn't.
Some countries like give you out like loans very cheap. If you and some like, I don't know, 5, 10 people, 20 people, whatever, have all agreed to put like some, like they would both basically take a small loan of like, I don't know, equaling like one of their wages, and they would go to the bank with this and say, hey, basically we each take a loan equaling our wages, and maybe we can even put something as collateral, right? And the government would then say, okay, if somebody wants to do that, not only do we get them more money, but they don't even have to have the collateral, right? Like if you have 20 workers that have agreed, that have signed in, hey, yeah, we want to start a cooperative. Boom, the government gives you like a loan, right, and extra benefits. The same thing
That's
they've been
very
doing
gay, in my opinion. But
that's the same thing how capitalism works, but for private.
yeah, but like there's a big difference there. Right? You have to convince people, and like they're really expensive. But like the government can have a
government, and we can have the government advocating for this, buying up commercial, you know, like media space, like in television ads, right? Whatever, education, right?
No, my guy,
the government is supposed to work for us. Don't forget.
Wait, how hard do you think it is to like secure investment
I'm really
in a
hard.
company?
What, sorry?
Wait, on a scale to know, how hard do you think? How long do you think that process is?
What process of getting a loan?
Securing
raising money.
No,
Raising
once again,
money.
loan. Hold on. Not every business that's starting can get a loan, right? No, not everyone has something to loan against or has.
When my types of means of production ownership stuff, right? Is gonna be privileged by the government, right? Like we're gonna give it out like fucking Oprah gives out. I don't know, fucking yeah, right. It's like, oh, you get a loan. You get a loan.
Yeah, we're giving loans to the people, and like businesses are not being created, and like money is just being lost. What do you do then?
Oh, it's when. Okay, for example, the right of first refusal, right, which is what Jeremy Corbyn proposed in Britain long time ago. it's a law that would basically say that if a private business wants to sell, right, the owner wants to sell this to somebody else, the workers have the right to first buy it out as a cooperative with government support, with government subsidies, right? For example.
Why does
So
the government have to
there's
pay
no
for it?
there's no losers.
I'm sorry.
No,
There's
but
countless there's countless bartenders and waiters and waitresses that pool their money together and buy a restaurant from the previous owner. I see it. I was in the restaurant industry for over 10 years. I've seen it countless times. So
the answer is
again,
to make it easier.
So there's a way easier answer, by the way. Why the fuck I, as a worker in a failing business, right, take a loan from the government, be in debt, right, to buy the fucking business when I can just go across the street and work?
Don't worry, the government guarantees your debt anyway, right? So don't
Well,
worry about it.
in your scenario,
it's,
though,
the same,
there's no loser.
it's the same way the capitalist
government
system
becomes
works,
the
but for private owners. Sid, do you understand that actually what even...
No, not
even
exactly. Like, I know we get... Come on.
Companies literally factor in government bailouts in the future.
And then
Bailouts are complicated, okay?
No,
Like,
not anymore. But so,
okay,
so
well,
what,
it
the
depends.
system that you described
Government gives you
was
money, you have to pay it back, right? By the way,
well, the system you described was there's an offer for the business, and then there's the ability for the government to step in essentially and potentially cheapen and lessen the sale of that company to these other people and let these people work, co-op it. But at the end of the day, if that business was selling, the person who was buying it, that wasn't like that was a process. There's a lot of people. There's a market for that. That's where the banks come in. They start pricing that debt. They start doing those fucking underlying schemes. So it's like in your system, there is no loser, but at the end of the day, it still requires the right of ownership and everything else to be structured very capitalistically.
It's cooperative.
And either way, what you're describing, like what government should have fucking infinite money to do this? Like, what the fuck?
Can I respond to one person? And, sorry, yeah. But no, Randy, I don't understand. What's the issue there? It's capitalistic, you're saying? I'm talking about putting a law in place that will basically transform over time every business into a worker cooperative. Because at the point when they're like, quote unquote, failing, but that's not necessarily the case because, hey, another capitalist wants to buy it. That's why they're selling it, because they hope to make a new business out of it, or a whole new business out of it, right? Or make instead of making, I don't know, widgets, they're gonna make, I don't know, fucking motorcycles or something.
Yeah, they're transforming their business model. It's something like yeah.
But yeah, so it's not necessarily that the workers get a failing business, right? No, that's not necessarily true. But so, and also, fuck, what is gonna? You're right. So yeah, what's the issue? I mean, it's actually the funny joke is
the issue is this is it's capitalism. So you have a system of winners and losers. That's what capitalism essentially is, and you're expanding that risk exponentially to people who couldn't support the outcome of losing and maintaining a lifestyle. So you
well, are you saying that in this system we're basically offsetting the losses, the risks of running a business to basically the public, right? The government, right? Right? So something like that?
Yeah, we would be expanding that risk to individuals with these co-ops, and it would be exponentially worse because I mean, business fail, restaurants 90% failure. Yeah. Everything's at these.
Well, not only that.
I love you so much, man. How the fuck do we agree?
Spartacus. So the government steps in and helps the employees buy the business with a loan.
Yes.
That business fails. The government still owes on that loan. That business fails, and so the new employees want to buy that business. So the government issues a new loan. You don't see an issue with this?
Oh,
It
I mean,
just
of course, we're not
it
gonna
just
like if the business looks like it's not gonna be like neat. I mean, okay, let's say it's a
well,
I
that's
don't know
what I'm saying. In
what's
in
like
that case,
what's like redundant what's like wait
so
wait
Chuck
no
E.
no
Cheese in America, like
yeah
it's
yeah
yeah, like they just cut the fucking legs out from under it. It's dead. If you have a franchise, you can keep running it.
I
Right.
mean, it's almost like
no,
it's
it's
almost
easy
like
it's
the
easy
person.
right wait there's
It's
still
almost
capital
like the
look
person
means of
buying the
production
business should assess the risk and determine, hey,
base sure.
this is a risky investment. I'm only willing to put this much money up, and if you have debt left over, that's your fucking problem.
So first of all, that's very rarely the case where the capitalist, especially nowadays, like just puts up cash up front for like the whole fucking business. They get a loan.
Well,
And anyway, wait, sir, wait. You just have to cough for a second, right? Like the
sorry.
guys, you have to recognize that the way the capitalist system works usually is in the same way anyway, right? With the only difference is that instead of giving the loan to the workers, they're giving the loan to the one capitalist entrepreneur,
Oh
right?
my god,
And yes, that is true.
like the
I've
thing is,
done
like,
this.
I get where
I
the
have
math
done
is
this.
coming from, but
I've
like,
been like
do you
working as an assistant for these people, right? My father worked in real estate. I knew pretty well, right, how this shit fucking works. This is
like,
not
do
a
you think the
secret
loan
even.
just comes from like because
Yes,
you're
the
the
government literally
capitalist
prints the
class?
money.
Oh
90%
come
of the
on,
value of the
dude.
loan. Yes, that's
So,
called
Like,
you
fractional
were
this is
reserve.
telling your dad,
That's
governments
called
don't
you were
always
telling
fractional
print
your dad that,
money.
fractional
you tell
reserve
your,
banking,
Like,
right? The
again,
you tell your dad that
the
he shouldn't
government
own land.
always takes the risks anyway.
And
Not
now
the
they
You
do.
tell your dad
again,
he
entrepreneur.
not
shouldn't be allowed to own land.
always.
Do you tell your dad
No,
he shouldn't be allowed to own
You
land?
go,
you own
you go
land
get a business loan
in
tomorrow,
communism,
right?
in anarchism, in socialism. You still have
Wait, wait,
personal property. You
Okay,
Spartacus.
okay,
still
okay.
own land.
One second, once again.
Determines?
I need
Wait,
to
wait,
ask
wait,
him
wait,
this question.
because my dad's in real estate too. Who determines the
Guys,
square,
guys, you're
like the price?
spurging. You're spurging right now.
Who determines the price per square footage of rent when you own the land and you lease it to a business?
So I mean, okay, look, I can talk about market socialism. Let's just go with
Oh,
that,
come
right?
on.
Without going
Wait,
into
I have a
Is it the government or the owner of the land?
market.
Is it the
The
government or the
market.
owner of the land? The
The
market. So
market.
yeah, that's called capitalism. Welcome to it.
No, market doesn't equal capitalism.
Okay.
wait. Dude, what the fuck are you even?
Wait,
What system are you even
in
advocating
feudalism,
for?
wait, in feudalism, there is also a market. Did you know that? Does it make it capitalist?
Once
Nope.
again, that's not what he meant. Like market, as in the literal
Slaves were
free
sold.
trans.
Wait, slaves were sold based on a market price in many cultures, right? Does that make it capitalist?
It
Yes,
does make it.
yes, the
That was
slave trade was
capitalism.
capitalism. Yes, yes, the slave
Okay.
Very
trade
much
was
so.
capitalism.
No. You're talking about.
Very
You're
much
talking
so.
about.
You can
No, no,
almost define capitalism with the slave
but
trade.
no, Rene.
It's almost
Wait,
like they were
no,
goods
wait,
that were
wait,
sold.
relax, bro,
They were
relax,
determined what their value was based on what they could
relax.
do.
Okay,
Like,
first of all,
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm now defending. I'm only purporting, not the command. Command.
Command economy. Yeah.
No. First of all, they've been called by two names: command and the planned economy. Right? Command economy is like the slur for planned economy. And economists, like I can show you papers on this, right? Planned economy is what any economy does. Even feudal lords, even capitalists with the free market shit, right? No, every government plans their economy to some extent, right? Like in Europe, especially, for example, and like developed countries, governments give a lot of subsidies to farmers, right? They promise farmers, they guarantee farmers that the crops that they grow, the crops that the nation needs, like wheat, is it wheat? Yeah, the thing that you make bread out of, right?
I can't believe that.
Yeah. That will be paid by the government if the market price like dips,
Yeah.
right? Then makes it right.
That exists in capitalism.
Because
The subsidies. Yeah.
stop. Because they want to guarantee the incentive in the free market
Well,
in the
so
West for
so
farmers, wait, for
no,
farmers who are in the free market to
I
grow a
agree.
particular crops, to keep being incentivized to grow crops that the nation needs, just like to
Yes.
survive. It's like the fucking.
You
You get the
subsidize
point, right?
farmers
That's
because in
that's
case
that's
shit
that's
hits the
manipulating
fucking
the
fan, we
economy,
want to be able to
and
make sure that we can
it
feed
is
our
actually so.
country. It's
It
not
is actually.
government subsidy.
Wait,
I love the
and
world that we live in
and it is so.
when
Wait,
the government has to, once again, please, the government has to incentivize a crop that the nation desperately needs, and the government has to incentivize the farmers, not that the farmers through just basic demand start producing it because people want it. Like, this is an amazing world we live in where like none of this makes
because
sense.
in case shit hits the fan, we want to be able to make sure that we can fucking
we have that
grow
infrastructure.
our
Okay,
fucking
then wait, we're talking about the same thing then.
It's even so fucked up how much money went
How
through
that
countries
works is government
Sid, let me
stockpiling, but literally buy grain off.
Let me I will explain this to you. Wait, it's the subsidies are so high in Europe for farmers that not even African farmers can compete with them.
Well, the thing is this:
Do you know
it's
what the
twofold.
subsidies are for?
It's twofold. So it's one, with the ability of like mega farms and all the stuff that we have, we can produce the amount of food that we need and export without the amount of farmland that we have currently in America. But if shit hits the fan, like I was saying, there has to be this amount of farmland to sustain us growing and all those other things. Like that's with like less nitrogen imports and all this other shit. Like they factor it all in. And there are families and things that competing in a quote unquote free market in this, it would price them out of the market and they wouldn't be able to sustain that. And then we would lose that infrastructure essentially. So that's the purpose in America for the subsidies or of the farms or to the farms. USAID was basically a hidden subsidy. Most of the money used in that was purchased directly from farms to ship out to foreign countries. Yeah.
Oh wait, the foreign countries.
Or like you do what India does. I think India has a thing where when there's a grain surplus, right? Because we might go into war where we cannot fucking grow food for a time, right? If there's a grain surplus, India will buy it at the best price, right, and stockpile it. Like it works, but like the demand, when there's a demand in the country, right? Why would you do a government subsidy?
Because
Like,
you know
it
the
makes no
demand. Wait,
sense.
because you roughly know the demand anyway, right? Based on population statistics, you know.
What
how much
happens
the
when there's high demand and low supply,
roughly-
Spartacus?
So, yeah, the price lowers, and
Wait, whoa. Hold on. Did you say the
sorry.
price lowers?
Oh, high demand, low. I'm sorry, I got you. Sorry, I misheard.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's fine. But that's the difference between a command economy and direct economy and all those other little subsets. So in your case, in India, what they would do is they would increase the supply from the government surplus to stabilize the price on the market. In other cases, you could do a similar type thing, but also increase the agricultural output, and you would incentivize that with subsidies of that agricultural output getting 5, 10, 20-year results. There's like different steps and measures you take.
That's fine, but what Spartacus said, like specific subsidies on specific grains that the country desperately needs. If like that statement didn't make any sense. If you're saying like, country's gonna do something, if the country's gonna like incentivize more farming because it wants more farming,
they do that.
That's different. No, that's different to what Spartacus said.
That's market manipulation.
I think with Spartacus, that's what I'm saying. I think Spartacus was a bit going there, and I get what you're saying. If it's like basically they're producing, I'm being hyperbolous. They're producing oxygen because everyone needs to breathe. Then why would the government have to set in? The government would step in to ensure that infrastructure and ensure that infrastructure's ability to produce and sustain and potentially grow as population. So that's why the government would be there.
And look,
well.
It's also kind of funny how it currently works is like the government desperately wants people, especially in India, to get out of fucking agriculture. Okay, it's like actual cancer.
No,
But
it's Indians in a transition state from an agrarian type society to a more metropolitan one. I've been to Mumbai many times.
Industrialized, yeah. But
Yeah.
also at the same time, they're like stuck between like also, hey, we can also do service. Right.
So,
Right,
well,
like
yeah.
service economy, right?
no,
And
it's
that's
not like
like
we're stuck between that.
it's like because like internet allows it to now be the case. Like you can outsource
Outsource a lot of tech teams
Yeah,
there. A lot of,
yeah, you can, yeah. It's not like in the 18th century, right? Where you because India is not even fully industrialized, I think, right?
Once again, okay, you're making it sound like a mistake. This is not a mistake. You have to understand that, like,
No.
when, yeah, okay, just so you know, like the jumping to immediately a service economy, while pretty bad economically, it like slows
agree.
growth significantly. It
Not
was a
necessarily.
thing. Yeah, any you listen to almost any economic analyst I've listened to, that's what they've said, right? That like
Oh, wait.
because India has jumped into a service economy, right? It's like benefited a very specific group of Indians who are like me, educated, can speak English, blah 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 blah. But like the majority of Indians are living in villages. They're like still fucking farming away. right?
Educated like me.
Yes, people who speak English.
I don't get it. If you're scared of all the robots taking over the manufacturing, wouldn't you want to shift into a service economy?
No, for usually like you have to if you want to have a good economy, your population as a whole has to come up. In India, that's not what's happening because one population is stuck in agrarian
a
society.
significant chunk.
I'm not talking about this. I'm not talking about India in specific. I'm just saying all the people that are worried about robots taking over all the manufacturing jobs. Wouldn't you want your economy to shift into a service economy then?
Oh yes.
But no services are not immune to automation at all. Like like robot calls, for example.
Robots,
right?
robots can fix robots, but they're still going to be programmed. There's still going to be a lot of
yeah, but you will need you're gonna need I don't know 0.1% of it and less so with
less and less over time. Yeah.
But once again, we're derailing. I just love this amazing system where I'm an employee, business failing, okay? So I gather my fellow employees, ask the government for a loan to buy a failing business and go into debt. Like,
no.
Make it make sense.
No, see, I already explained this, right? It's at the point when the owner wants to sell the business to a capitalist. Right, Sid? That happens all the time.
So yeah, what he said, yeah. So the initial premise is the private business gets an offer, but that's why I said there's no losers here. So so say that they're making widgets. Someone offers $1 million for that widget. The workers there have the ability to unionize. Essentially, I'm just trying to be fast. And
okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay, that's more fair.
I see this rampant.
Right, but Flat,
and just like so
more corruption. You're naive of how capitalism works.
A business purposely going to its creditors, saying like, "Yeah, we need to order all this stuff," building up a huge debt with all its creditors, and then it goes bankrupt.
What's going to happen is. What's going to happen?
And then the government has to step in and buy all the fucking debt.
All that's going to happen is this: it's going to be used as a bidding measure, to where now that business owner is going to say, "Okay, I have 300 employees that could unionize. I'm trying to be quick and get the price of this value. So if you want to buy it, guy, you have to come in at this price, and now this is going to be it, and it's going to slow down." It's going to be used as a way to increase the sell price, essentially, which would then artificially increase the price of the business. And then the price of the business, say the workers take it, now they're taking in essentially bad debt because of the artificial inflation of the business.
Honestly, I love this system, dude. Spartacus. It is a great fucking system.
I don't know if that's necessarily true.
That's all it happens in real estate.
True. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get my homie to make a dumbass, ridiculous offer, and then I'm gonna like dupe my workers into matching that, and then we're gonna sell it to the workers actually, and they're gonna be in debt. It's just amazing. I love this system. I thank you.
That's all that's going to end up.
You can
That's
do the same thing. Wait, hey, if you're talking about manipulating the market prices when they're like talking about offers,
No, it's just
yeah,
funny.
No, Sid, you don't.
No,
Okay,
it's
how
not,
do you think? Wait,
it's not manipulating. Wait, that's
no. Wait, how do you think the
You're
price?
introducing a buyer.
Wait, can I respond, babe? Renee, come on, can I
Yeah,
respond? You guys
I'm
have been
sorry.
like,
I'm sorry.
yeah, look, how is the price set in a capitalist market for when another capitalist wants to buy? Capitalist B wants to buy capitalist A, means of production. How do you ascertain the price of this?
Their
Long term,
negotiations.
yeah. So you look at
Negotiation.
you can do cash value discount. You can do multiple different ways to
What's
say
cash value discount?
Price to earnings ratio, what your like stock,
There's so many
your
different
stock
ways.
value is. You
But-
fucking some people do the NPE fucking
This is not even
calculation.
stock. No, we're not talking
like-
about stock. No, we're not talking about public.
No, NPE. This is a business calculation, like investment calculation, NPE ratio or something. Right? You do that. Basically, like you make this investment and like what return. It's been a while.
I'm confused. Wait, sorry, wait.
What return so this is what you calculated. It's what return you get over time. Also, the market impact. Am I eliminating a competitor? Am I? Like there's so many like it. I don't. It would be like it'd be a fucking class, dude. To, like,
And the
go through
return
it.
has to
what's the
beat other.
What's the difference?
The return has to beat other forms of investment. So, for example, let's say 10 million. Yeah, go on.
So this is what I'm saying is it's what you're doing is you're introducing a buyer and basically a seller, a buyer of last resort, essentially, to the system that will artificially just increase prices.
What's
One
the
way
artificial part?
Artificial part is, like I said, the bids are going to have to go up. So if I have a business need and I need to take that business quote unquote out, I'm going to have a artificially inflated price for that business because of the future outcome for the overarching new code that's created, essentially. That price is something that people could take on, and now that new code without the attachment or the pricing mechanism that would allow for that valuation to actually be paid out is no longer there. And now these individuals.
I don't get it. Wait, I don't see any difference between in a market situation whether or not it's a group of people, right? Like more. Hey, wait, isn't that what a corporation is, right? It's a group of owners, right? So a group of owners. Wait, so if a group of owners, capitalists, right? I mean, let's say it's a corporation. Although it's a bad example, actually. No. Let's say it's one guy versus five guys, right?
Okay.
They're bidding for a means of production that they want to buy, like a factory that makes, I don't know. Let's say the Triumph motorcycle company.
But there's another hole that we have not pushed.
No, wait. So
explain.
Explain to me what's the difference there. Right.
So in that scenario you're talking about, you have no shadow buyer. There is no person behind the scenes that could come in and manipulate prices or also match bids, and also matching that on a capability that one out of those five, any of those six total people couldn't do individually.
Okay, is that what the objection is? Okay, no. So wait, again, how do capitalists right now buy companies? Like I said, rarely. Wait, that was a rhetorical question. Right? Rarely do they have all of the equity, right, available to just like spend to buy this new means of production. They go to the bank. They go to the private bank.
Here's the exact process. So the first step, if I don't have all the shares and I want to buy the company, I can issue what's called a proxy.
No shares.
So you asked me how capitalists buy companies, and this is how capitalists buy companies.
But without shares, by the way.
That's typically no. As long as it's not a corporation, because that's get a little bit more complicated. But
fine. A restaurant. So a restaurateur wants to own a restaurant. They don't have enough money. They can go to a capitalist venture and be like, hey, I need this additional money. I'll give you 15% of the stake in the corporation.
Yeah,
And why?
it's all about
Right.
shares though. So,
Right.
so like I was saying, so like with the proxy, so I say to shareholders, I can produce more value, and you take this amount, and they can vote yes or no. And then there's some provisions where the board can override that vote, all that other crap. But what ends up happening is you're going to be going to investment banks, and you're going to be selling future debt to bring in money to buy stock on the open market, and then you're going to try, and that's the process. In that process, you do not have an active hidden hand as you're talking about in the process of the individuals co-opting together to buy that company.
Yes,
There is no hidden bidder on the
Yes, you do. Can I explain why?
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Can you finish eating first before explaining why?
How very consumptionist of you.
I just swallowed just like your mom did, Zoid.
Yeah, my mom eats lots of food because she's a living organism and she needs to survive. Correct, yes.
You can have a
Love you, man, but no, wait, Vlad,
Vlad,
it was my turn to talk. That was just a small joke, man. Wait a second. So,
okay, real quick though, you can have a hidden guy.
Let him respond. He was about to respond.
He's the main guys. Flat. All due respect, he's the main interlocutor. You guys has 3 against him. Like he should have the most amount to speak. Anyways.
Yeah, let him respond, please. Yeah.
It's like a gangbang here, man. Listen, so you're right. So they are third parties in these negotiations between the seller and the owner. Of course they are. Right? Like in my system, right? I'm saying it directly. It's going to be the government, perhaps through the banks, right? Usually that's how it happens. But guess what? Guess where the capitalist gets his money to invest? Oftentimes, more than not.
Oh, from deposits.
From the
and things
bank,
like that.
and who guarantees the money that the bank, just like prints out, or rather the whatever. In America, it would be what the mint
Fed.
rate.
Yeah, the
right,
Fed.
Right. And for euro, it's the same. For the Czech koruna, crown, that
Does the government
yes,
give
the
money
whole,
to the bank when
whole,
someone deposits?
yes.
But one thing you have to
They
understand,
bail
though,
them up.
one thing you don't understand though is that the Federal
Can I
Reserve.
just
Hold
wait,
on,
guys. No, bro, you've been all talking for a long time. Wait, I just rebutted. I just rebutted one point, man. Wait, just
okay,
please.
go for it.
And I have to leave. I have to leave soon. I have to check up on something. Anyway, I might be back. But so, I don't see any difference here, whether or not it's like one investor or 20 investors, right? Except that in your system, the 20 investors are just the other capitalists who have like a share in a company, right? Who don't just hire people for a wage. It don't give them a share of the ownership, right? The share of the ownership and the share of the profits and the share of the democratic sort of say, right? They're the guys, the 20 guys in your system who ask for this loan, right? They're only the ones who are privy to the profits, to the decision making, right? Of that company. In my system, those 20 people are the workers. That's it. The only difference is that these people work there, and they go through the same system. They go to a bank. They're like, "Hey, I have this like venture capitalist idea, right?"
Oh my god!
And you go to a private bank, and the bank like approves it, right? And the government then prints out 90% of the money, right, for your loan.
And that's in therein lies sort of 2 things. One, the Federal Reserve is not a government agency; it's a private bank. And it has a government relationship. It's as Federal Express is the best way to joke about it. But like that whole system is not a government act. It is not an initiative that creates a liquidity pool there by definition that is going to artificially inflate those prices, and it's going to cause a lot more damage for those workers getting access to that loan with that government assistance. There
I said
already
again,
is
I
a
don't
system.
understand.
There already is
Also,
a
Spartacus,
system.
in your system, you said that people can own land, they can own wealth. So that means there would still be those
I
same like
never
amount of
said
people
that.
bidding.
I said
They
literally
would
the
still
opposite of that.
no. You said people could still own land and
Oh,
still
you
rent.
said could own land.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So that means another private person could step in and be like, I also want to buy this business. So you still have the same amount of bidders, except now you just have a government so that is willing to buy any failed business, which means a lot more businesses would
No.
start that people aren't worried about losing their wealth because hey, a government will just buy it. Second,
No.
in capitalism,
No.
employees do get their share of the profits. It's called wages. And guess what? Whether the
Dude,
company makes a profit or not, the employee gets their
Yeah, but
wages.
Flat, how
don't
do you
start
account for
this
the
topic.
Flat? How do you account for the fact that productivity has risen in the past 40 years and wages have stagnated? How do you account for the fact that people cannot afford basic shit like food and shelter these days? This is ridiculous. The capitalist the capitalist main prerogative is to supply his shareholders with profit. That's it. The workers be damned. People get fired all the time to increase profits. This is a childish look on how the economic system works. Or you are like a rabid capitalist that just wants to see poor people. Just wants to see poor people suffer. So you're making excuses for the owner class. Like I don't get it, man.
I believe in a,
if I may say something,
that's why I believe in a hybrid economy that incorporates both socialistic ideas and capitalistic ideas.
I'm gonna strangle you, man. Just stop.
Don't. He's a good boy. Don't do that.
Oh yeah, I know you would say that to you, liberal. Got them fucking revisionist Marxist, my ass, man.
That's crazy. Never been
No, I
revisionist
love
in my
you.
entire life.
You know I love you still. You know I love you still. But fuck, where are we talking? It's again, what's the difference? You guys are. Damn, I forgot.
Okay, if there is no difference, that means you seem to like the capitalist system. Because if there is no difference, then why should we change it?
Okay, so you admit worker cooperatives such as capitalism. In fact, hey, you know what? When you mentioned Rene mentioned this
Market
before,
socialism
right?
is a
And I said,
thing,
wait,
right?
right, exactly right. When Rene mentioned, oh, this is just capitalism, right? I was like, wait, what? I was describing worker cooperatives, right? And he said, oh, just capitalism, right?
Yeah, ESOPs.
Yeah, right. But this is the joke, right? There's a joke, well, kind of jokey argument, at least that I've come up with, I think, but pretty sure it's been have its rounds around social circles. Is that look, if you actually think about it, worker cooperatives are just capitalist firms, and in fact, they're more capitalist. Why? Because there's more private property owners, right? Every worker is a part owner, right? Has a share in a cooperative. So us making every worker as socialists, making every worker in a country and in a world a part owner of a share, right, of private companies, just makes more capitalism. This is more capitalism.
Again, then I go back to my
the
example.
ultimate
I don't
capitalism,
get why,
really, if you think
I
about
don't get
it.
why
Spartacus,
a
but
rod,
be
I don't
concise,
get
please.
why I don't
No, I
get
get what
why
he's
a
saying.
rod operator gets to dictate how I would run my survey business that I had to do 8 years of experience, study, knowledge, like make business context. Why would I let a field operator tell me how to run my business?
Oh no, he's gonna be in a separate co-op.
It's me and him only. It's a 2-employee business.
No. You are sure. Let's say you are a employee.
I'm a
You're
land surveyor. I'm a licensed land surveyor. Let's stick with real life. Real life. I'm a licensed land surveyor, and I hire a rodman. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
Why does the
It's like-
rodman
it's
get
like-
to
it's like-
dictate how I run my business?
A different example would be like, okay, if I'm a programmer.
No, I don't want a
Shut
different
up.
example.
Shut
I
up.
want a
Shut
real
up,
life
man, I'm
example that would
talking.
involve me
Bro, I'm
personally.
talking. Yeah, I'm giving you the same fucking example, but just like
No, you're not.
Yeah,
Give me the
I'm
example of
making
a
an
land
argument.
surveyor hiring a
I
rodman.
am making an argument from analogy, right? Hold your fucking titties, man. Just hold on a second. So another way of putting this, which is a typical example, is okay, like a computer programmer starts his own company. There's a sweeper. There's a cleaning lady, right? Well, does the cleaning lady now have to have a say and how the programmer does like his programming.
It's not similar. It's not the same thing. Not the
It
same thing.
is
Not the
actually
same
very
example.
similar.
No, it's
The
not.
point is that the people there, the other person there, has no fucking expertise in how you run your business, right? That's the point. No?
Wasn't this his hypothetical? Why did you like interrupt him to alter his hypothetical? Like this, I don't even get it.
What was that, sorry,
Can we just hear his hypothetical again since you interrupted him?
Me?
Obviously, because yours was obviously going to be charitable to like you. Like, so can we just hear his like hypothetical?
Yeah, I think Flat. Can you please repeat yourself? Sorry about that.
Yeah. I'm a licensed land surveyor. I hire an employee to be a rodman. He's directly contributing to the.
What's that?
Why does he get to dictate how I run my business?
So that's a capitalist microphone right there. Wait, did you hear him, guys?
Right, it is a capitalist microphone because I'm working right now. Yes.
Mm. Yeah, because famously leftists don't work.
So anyway, why does the rodman get to dictate how I run my business?
He doesn't necessarily, right? Depends on how you structure a business.
There's only two employees in the business, me and him. So according to you, that's what, a 50% each share, right?
Oh, that's like nothing. Yeah, you can have that.
So the question really is: so say he gets an offer for his land surveying business, and now does his rodman have the ability to go and get a government loan and match or whatever that offer?
It's just one person. We don't care really. Or two persons. That's just like even under
Your whole model fails with small businesses. Doesn't sound too good.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You're welcome to start a capitalist revolution with one person businesses.
So there's actually a bet on when the first one person business gets a $1 billion valuation, and with AI, I think people are about to lose that bet. This is the thing, and like I was saying, I like what you're talking about. I like the idea of it, but those ideas do exist. Those workers have those options. There's ways to set up companies called employee stock option plans.
No, not the same. You have to have the first of all. There should not be any absentee ownership. Do you know that?
What's absentee ownership?
Just think about the term.
Oh,
Sure. No. I wasn't being like cheeky or anything. Basically, there should not be any people involved who have any stake in a company except those who actually work there.
Oh, so no capital investments. I can't.
Ideally, yes, but in the beginning, sure, pragmatically, right? Of course, right? Like, I mean, this is just
okay.
Because there's the period of transition, right? And people like, yeah.
So we go this model forward, and I take capitalist owner guy wanted to sell. Let's say everything worked perfect. There was no market valuation problems. The system worked well. Me and 10 guys got together, got that loan you're talking about, and now we are in the exact same position for a capitalist to come in again. That opportunity will not be allotted to that group of people.
Wait, what do you mean? Like if the cooperative business fails and have to sell it?
No. So like, say it does well, right? Like say like we're building widgets, right? And then me and 10 guys took over that widget company, right? And now it's 10 years later, just using the same number, and there is another offer that comes in from a company or whatever to buy that company. In your system, that opportunity would not be granted to those 10.
Indeed, yes.
It would not be. So they wouldn't have that opportunity to get out of that business.
Because the government supports them. The government guarantees them employment, everything else. Housing, healthcare.
So the government's just going to be
Education
pumping
for
it.
the
Are they going to be
children.
pumping in money too then, or no?
Pumping. Oh, like helping the business out.
Yes,
Of course, that's what the governments do now for private businesses.
I get that, and but that's like through like systems and stuff. But like so this is this. So now, like I said, I have the widget company. I'm 10 years down the line. Technology's made it so I'm production's going down. These widgets aren't going out anymore. I still owe money on my government loan. It's not because I'm a bad person. It's, you know what I mean? It's no malfeasance
Yeah.
going on.
Oh,
What happened?
you be fucking rewarded so much. Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. The point of like the socialist kind of economy, market socialism, right? We will increase the government intervention. We will reward cooperatives. We will reward socialized types of ownership or means production. Yeah, to the extent that they don't have to worry about this kind of things. Yeah, like I said, the government would guarantee employment,
So
housing.
let's do like a real transition from like horses to internal combustion engines. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's like huge, man.
That was a huge change. But what I'm saying is like as we're admitting, technology is increasing. Other means of production are going out. Like when you're talking about like getting to like the robot state, more automated work, AI helping utilize logistics and warehousing and like little machines picking up slates and moving them where they need to go. I mean, all that stuff is it's decreasing the need for labor over time. To where, like I said, you have that first wave of government intervention, but you had that buyer, that initial buyer. You're creating one buyer, which is the government, and you're locking people into damn near like financial slavery essentially to that one market having success. So
No. You're guaranteed. Look, if the market changes and we no longer need you to make widgets or whatever your cooperative is doing, no problem. Government's gonna cover it. We're gonna send you to like another, like another means of production where you have also a stake.
But what I'm
Nothing wrong
saying
with
is, I'm sorry for cutting in, but I thought we would both admit, I thought we were both agreeing that the amount of production and labor needed over time is going down. And we're
Yes.
getting more and more good. So
Yes.
transition, so the opportunity to transition over and things like that, that's going to go down over time.
Yes.
But the
And in a
debt,
capitalist system, it's gonna create a problem because you've now people unemployed who need food, but there's less and less employment opportunities, right? And more and more people are kind of pissed off at the system,
yeah.
right? In a socialist system, right? You would just allocate resource to these people, right? It's like, oh, great, we have now invented a way to like fill the need for the thing that you're making now in the factory by only robots and be maybe like one or two guys there managing it, so we just need two of you. The rest of you, well, hey, you now have full government benefits, right? You still get a house guaranteed. You still get health care guaranteed, right?
then there
It's
you've
all about
created classes. This is what I'm saying. So
no,
there is a class. There's
no.
a
What do
class
you
of
mean?
people. So have you ever seen the Jetsons?
Yeah.
Like all you have to do is like sit there and push that button. It's just a futuristic approach.
Well, that's
So
capitalism right now too. Like
well, yeah.
Elon Musk and Trump literally just have to push a button and there we go.
But what I'm saying is over time. So like I said, I have that co-op. I'm making those widgets. Those widgets are less useful. The jobs are transitioning to where you just need one person pushing a button. Like you said, now there's a social state in which I'm dependent on the state, that person pushing the button for me to eat.
Yes.
I don't like that. I don't
Well,
like that.
that's the case now, except it's privatized.
Well, I would say the case now is you have autonomy.
Fundamentally based on a government anyway.
So you
The
don't have
government,
ability. You don't have the
you cannot.
ability to.
Okay, can you have a market without a government?
Yes.
Really? Show me that.
Marijuana. I mean,
That's it.
no,
No. Not for okay, sure, cool. Okay, for Maran, okay. Let's say you do. For like all the basic needs of people.
So okay, so the answer is yes. You can have a market anywhere.
Really?
If yes, we can have a
Without the
marijuana market.
government, at the scales of like nation
The
states.
marijuana market in America has been very, very lucrative,
Not
and it's been a
marijuana.
market. It's been
Not
market.
marijuana.
Okay.
Not marijuana. Talking about chairs, clothes,
Oh,
water,
okay. So
internet.
industry. Are you asking about
Food.
industry then? Industry.
Yeah, basic
Can
needs.
you have industry without a government? Is that the question?
No, can you have a market without a government?
The answer to that question is yes. You can have a market without a government.
Okay. Can you have a market that would satisfy the basic needs of people in society without a government?
I think you've added. Hold on, one
markets
question.
existed before like major, like the modern like city states, or like even like just like with Neanderthals? You don't think they traded amongst each other?
Okay,
There's literally a word called market. So
No, I'm just confused. Like, do you think like Neanderthals?
You're talking about a
traded-
scale, though. We're not talking
No,
about like.
no.
I'm talking about 100
No,
people.
the question he's really asking is, can we have industry without government? I
Yeah,
think
well,
that's.
Yeah, can we have a modern industrialized society?
Can we have
without
industry
the
without a
government?
government? I would say.
That's such a loaded thing.
Can we have?
100%. Great loaded question. It's a bit loaded because you could, but I don't think it would meet the standards in which you are saying of goods and services and basic needs.
Renee, you basically asked yourself a question and then answered when Spartacus was supposed to.
Oh, sorry. No,
I mean I get it, but like I think Flat was trying to ask Spartacus a question. Flat, please ask your question. So
Well, I just don't understand because like your first question was, can you have markets without government? And markets existed before government. So the obvious answer to that question is yes.
Well, no, it still would be government because there. I mean, okay, I don't want to get into detail there, but okay.
Yes,
maybe you should get into details because I think details are essential here.
I think so. Yeah. Wait.
Define what you mean
What was
by
the
government.
previous point? Sorry, because wait, sorry, I'm
Define
kind
what
of.
you mean by government. I need you to define what you mean by government then, because if you're saying Neanderthals had government, then I need you to define what government is.
Sorry. My bad. I'm really tired. Like I said, I was supposed to go, and I'm gonna go. I'm gonna leave in like a few minutes. I'm really tired. What was the previous point we were arguing?
What's your definition of government? What's your definition of government?
Before that, I was with Rene. What we were arguing
you
about
asked
before that.
you asked me about could we have markets without a government? I said yes.
Before that.
Prior to that, I think we were talking about the demand economies. I kind of lost track before that.
Oh shit, man! Because I'm really tired. I'm about to, like I said. Well, anyway, maybe you can leave it for later because I'm like really tired here.
Oh no! Thank you for the conversation.
Can you just define what government is before you go?
I mean, government. It's just like, I mean,
a superstructure that provides logistics and
Come on, Zoid. I need to know how he's using the word.
No, he's right. We are of the same mind when it comes to that. Yeah, basically logistic. I mean, ensuring the connections between, like for example, building roads, right? Unironically, right? Just maintaining building roads, right?
Your definition of government is building roads.
No. I'm getting to the.
That's okay. So just
I'm
define
getting
what you
to
mean
the.
by
I'm
government.
getting.
It's very simple.
I'm getting really. Yeah. What are you gonna say? Sure. You go ahead.
A system of laws and a body that governs those laws that can be run by a dictator or can be run by democratic votes or anything like that. But what's your definition of how you've been using the word government for this past hour and a half? How have you been using
but by your definition,
No, by your definition.
No,
not by my definition, by your definition.
Cool, but I don't see why it's important if it's mine or yours.
Because you've been using the word, and I don't know how you've been using the word. So
Well, and I'm now conceding to your definition.
No, you're not.
Well, yeah, I am. I'm telling
Okay,
you.
so then fine. Then you can see that markets can exist without governments.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's say that, right? But wait. But wait, no. Wait, sorry. I spoke too soon.
All right, so then we don't agree.
By your definition, a private business owner could exert enough basically power, right, to determine the rules, right? I think that roughly give you a definition again.
I gotta go. I gotta do work.
Well, yeah, I'm really tired. I thank you guys for the conversation. Renee.
Bye.
Yeah.
Have a good evening.
Well, I'm gonna be back. So, but take care, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it evening there then, or I would have
No,
thought it was early.
it's
Morning.
early afternoon.
I would have
Early
thought for
morning
Renee
is
it was
still
early.
here. Yeah.
Morning.
Yeah, we had a great meeting last night, and I've kind of been burning it on both ends.
All right, yeah, that tends to happen on these Discord chats.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was looking through them books, Renee, and I was quite impressed. So you've written 2 books then and had them published and everything.
Not published at all. I wrote them just for my parents.
Okay.
It's literally just because I wanted to explain to them in words before I had to talk. You know what I mean? And had a reference point to what I was saying and why I believe what I said.
And what are your parents, if you don't mind me asking? Are they
My dad's a Baptist freaking minister. My dad's a Baptist minister.
Oh wow, okay. No, that's interesting.
He was other things in life prior to that, but that's what he does now. That's what he's devoted. He loves the church, loves God, loves Jesus. And that was the purpose of those books. Was I'm not saying that's dumb, that's wrong. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to make the broader point of just let's live life and understand things. And that's kind of why I came here, because you get some really hard, rigid approaches on religion that lead to worldviews.
Yeah.
No, I haven't published them. I don't think they're publishable.
Right. I mean, it's as I tried to say in the DM. I've heard all of that sort of stuff before, and it does capture the sort of the sort of zeitgeist, doesn't it? of modernity ultimately. That's what I hear a lot in these sort of servers as well. But I think there's a little more to it. I mean, for instance, is your dad happy and hopeful and all that stuff?
Oh,
I assume he is.
Well, there's the sport he plays leads to the definition of someone that has 2 different personalities.
What star sign is he, by the way?
What star sign?
Mm-hmm.
He's a Leo.
Oh, okay.
We're both Leos. That's kind of why we get along the way we do. But it's weird. In athletics, like you kind of you die twice. There's a public image of you that dies, and then you really die. And he was a person that didn't really have the ego of that first death, and going to the actual death. He's been very guided and very structured, but he himself is he's the definition of the necessity of grace. That's the best way to describe my dad.
Well, we all want grace. we don't want justice. We want grace.
And I think everyone seeks that. You can't say actions he took, good, bad, and different. It led me to where I am today. It led us to where we are. And that's kind of why I push towards the Bible, essentially, because it's a story of people that were going through things and wrote stuff down. Just because it happened a long time ago doesn't mean it's not happening today.
Yeah. Yeah, I always think that I like the Manly P. Hall sort of line, which such a system would come about organically, wouldn't it? Just trying to make sense of the world. I think it would anyway. That makes perfect sense to me. That they'd want to be guided in such a way that could give them hope and happiness. But in a sense, I think that some people are a little bit worried, thinking it's a sort of a carrot and a stick thing, and then you won't prioritize this life, and you'll focus on the next bit. That you'll prioritize that over even this life, which I definitely see could be an issue. But the more I look into Christianity, the more I realize all the things that I love about spirituality. It's in there somewhere. I mean, there's so much content with it. They've covered pretty much everything, I think. So, well, except obviously microchips and so on.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like I truly believe that Christianity, or that just basically the Abrahamic God, has truly captured the ethos of that hopium, essentially, that people seek. I just would like to be able to switch them from that to knowledge, to where you don't have to utilize these words literally to understand things. You can see the naturalistic processes that God allows us to see with the gifts He's given us. That's the transition of it. I think of what you were talking about earlier, that zeitgeist, because it's like the North Star. Within our life, within human experience, it's shifted. If 5,000 years prior it's been this, and now it's not, you're going to have a lot of conflict of conversation. You know what I mean? Like there's realities in everything. It evolves. It changes over time. And does it lead us to better? Does it lead us to good? I think that's the scary outcome, that people aren't willing to let go of the reins of what's already been established.
Yeah, I don't see God as changing over time. In fact, it's timeless. Whatever that thing is doesn't change. But it's not easy to actually talk about. That's why when people ask me things like, "What does it, describe its personality or something?" I don't know. I have no idea. Right? I just, as I said to you before, I think any idea in your mind about what you think that is will be a barrier to that.
I agree. And I completely agree, and that's the thing. It's like I truly think, like when I hear people who believe the shape of the earth based upon words in the Bible and things like that, I think that's a barrier, and that's kind of the term is an attack, but like it's almost enlightened that. I think an individual in this discourse, he it's a lot of the military. He was talking last night, but he was talking about like how how great it is that God's done all this. It's so complicated that we don't understand. It's hard for us to even explain it, and He could do it with the snap of a finger. And I'm even using the word "he" because that's the way I've been trained to speak of this entity.
Yeah.
So it's just like at the same time, just for me, I do not have the gall or audacity to ever say God doesn't exist, but I'm not going to sit there and imagine that He's in a place that He's not.
Do you think as well that you've become very much aware, as you just said, you've just shown a bit of awareness there, where you're like, oh, I've been trained in a certain way, and that's sort of you're sort of constantly aware that there might be a fight almost inwardly. There's a sort of I've got to recognize that that is been sort of that indoctrination, if you will, that you're obviously trying to get away from.
I'm not trying to get the thing is, I would say 100% get away from indoctrination at all costs. You know what I mean? Because that's on a free mind. I don't say go away from education. Education shouldn't lead to indoctrination, but sometimes it does. But yeah, exactly that. Like even me saying God's a man, it limits what God is. It's actually an offense to what God is, me making that statement. But at the same time, it's the way I've read the book, I've been told the book, and I've been shown the book. And that's where I catch myself, even in making those types of statements. But it's hard to have conversations about ethereal things unless you define it in some form or fashion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think as much as I absolutely love like certain passages in the Bible, it's weird. It's like I'm trying to sort of meet the hardcore Bible people in the middle, and I'm trying to, and it's good because I'll say a certain whatever it is, I'm trying to be in the moment, and I'll say a thing, and then they'll read a passage, and it'll seem to line up with that, and I love that. That is absolutely great. But then I'll be sort of, and another thing as well, I do tend to defend. I don't like these people. Like I'll go into politics, for instance, server, and they just seem to have rooms dedicated to mocking Christians, and that just annoys me. So then I'll go in and
don't they mock everybody? They mock Muslims and Jews as well.
Yes. But they seem to be.
And they call Muhammad a pedo. Moses
they seem to be especially
like
dedicated to Christianity, though. But
I've been to those rooms. They're like just as vicious to every other religion. They called Muhammad a pedo and that he fucked a 9-year-old or some shit like that.
Yeah, but I
nobody
would
calls
say
Jesus a pedo, as far as I know.
That's true. It's just that the more the West centric, aren't they? So they'll have more people. They'll have more Christians.
So it's insane. It's insane. It's so Christianity. I can make a statement that Christianity has done more, quote unquote, for the world than any of the Abrahamic religions. When you look at the institutions and the infrastructure and everything that we have today, has been based upon, in my opinion, the Roman transition to Christianity and its spreading westward. All of that was a concept. It allowed for business to happen. It allowed for people to start trusting people that didn't trust people ever before. I mean, it was a revolution of a way to live. It truly was. I think where we fall and lie today is a bit of that focus shift. And if there was a message that was relevant then, is it still as relevant today? Are there still the same systems in place that would require this level of justice, this level of whatever? And I think if we can sit and honestly answer those questions, the answer is no. But it's no dependent on us not like becoming savages and trying to kill each other. And I think that's the underlying question is how do we have a way for people to have morality and everything that people understand across the board if there is no underlying standard? And I get that approach, but I look at history and I see, like cavemen taking care, like I say cavemen, like Neanderthals that have like injuries that left them mangled, and basically in that time frame, if we were to modernly look back, very, very worthless when it came to what they need to produce and get, but they were taken care of. Human empathy and human everything transcends
Christianity. If Christianity refined it, that's awesome. But I don't think we're at the purest state yet.
Well, not that I want to go down this road, but morality, just like a transcendental argument for God, is that would be secondary. So I wouldn't. The moral argument for God is their first principles. That's the way I see it. So I mean, it sounds like you're searching for a new sort of thing to live by, because you're not too keen on Christianity. That's what it sounds like to me. And that's fine. That's fine. I just haven't seen anything better, right?
I don't go after just Christianity. I literally say the Abraham. I literally say the Abrahamic religion. Everything from it. And I wouldn't say I'm not keen on it. It's more of, I feel that the literal interpretation of any of those texts is dangerous, and it causes dangerous people to do dangerous things.
So yeah, I would push back on that a little, because to me, I'd rather have some kind of guide that might prevent them from doing something dangerous. That's the way I look at it.
Oh yeah, so let's write a new one, and we'll take out all the stuff that makes them do dangerous things in it. We'll keep all the good things in it, and that would be the new book, and everyone can read that one. I mean, that would be a great outcome. I think Nietzsche would agree with that. I think that's what he was literally saying when he wrote The Gay Science. You know, I mean, it's not that God is dead. It's what we built, and the God we built is built upon a God of the gaps. It's the God of us not knowing, and the fact that we are ignorant was not our fault. God made us that way. So it's like we found out. It's not like when you're a kid, you find out like where your parents hide stuff. It wasn't like that. He gave us the tools to get to where to understand things. You know, I mean, it's like I said. To me, it's taking the words of any of those texts literally is dangerous. It truly is.
Well, the thing is, naturally, people are dangerous. People are savage, right?
I agree. Plus, I agree, because I think we're apes. So 100%, I agree with that. And that's the thing. That's the need for a book like the Bible, to teach an ape to be a human. It's a conscious choice every day. Every day, it's a conscious choice. And
But
so,
I don't think I've ever used the Bible in my life to have empathy for the poor or downtrodden or the hurt or the oppressed. I don't think I've used my mind to have empathy for them. I don't think I've ever been influenced.
Wait a minute.
I remember reading the Torah when I was a child, and I thought it was a monstrous book, right? It was a book like literally scary, like terrible God, like dishing out punishment to people in the brutalist way possible.
Are there other texts attached to the Torah other than the
The
Old Testament?
Tanakh is basically the 5 books plus 2 books for poetry and songs, essentially.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. And in the Torah, is that also the Pentateuch? Is that the same thing? Or is that a different set of books?
Pentateuch?
Yeah. I might be using the wrong word. But so it's not just the Old Testament. There's other books too. I've never read it, other than the Old Testament parts. I didn't. The story that really effed with me was Job. That story still to this day, and then Abraham. Those 2 stories completely effed with me. My entire life reading it, I was saying, like, to me, I'd rather go to hell than kill my kid. So that would be my response. And then, like, with Job, I don't understand, like you
But
killed
he
my
offered
family.
his daughters to be raped.
No.
Because he wanted to save those angels. That seemed at the time I was reading is this guy crazy?
Well, my whole thing was he crazy was like still being happy with God after him killing his family and all that other stuff. No,
I'm not talking about Job. I'm talking about Lot. Sorry.
Oh, Lot. Oh yeah, Lot. That's the Sodom and Gomorrah.
Job is even worse because it's so cynical. I remember reading the story where essentially they say, well, the God and the devil
make a bet.
Had a bet about the fact that Job's fate is unflinching, and God essentially tortured him. He killed his, I mean, slaves was kind of fucked that he had, but whatever. Maybe he deserved some of that torture because he had slaves. But in general, like, he killed his family, killed all his children, slaughtered his like cows and other animals, destroyed his land, gave him the worst like diseases possible, and it just seemed really horrible to me as a child.
And
even now it's horrible.
Didn't Job's daughter have sex with him at the end of that story as well?
Lot's daughters
no,
rape
that's
him.
Lot's. Yeah. So suddenly incest is okay as well. Ah, strange.
Well, no, it's not even okay. It's rape. His daughters rape their father. They get him drunk and they rape him.
Yep, but that's okay.
It's even more
to the
fucked
Bible.
up. I mean, I don't know if that's okay according to the Bible. I'm just saying that it's really fucked up.
What's most fascinating is how believers try to come up with all kinds of excuses when it comes to these moral dilemmas in the Old Testament.
The mental gymnastics, it's just like, well, this, that, well, they said this there, well, this doesn't mean that, well, it was interpreted wrong. It's always some sort of like gym trick to get to not accepting things. But yeah, that's why, like I said, my original statement is it's this: if you take these books literally, they're dangerous.
And not to mention, like, the multiple genocides committed because God wanted it. God went to Moses and said, kill all the Amalekites, kill the man, kill the women who have laid with the man, kill the boys, and then the virgin children girls, because in the original Hebrew it says virgin children girls, keep for yourselves as a bounty.
Oh, and what was
so he advocated for children, girls, to be kept as war bounty and essentially raped. Like, state sanctioned pedophilia, or God's divine sanctioned pedophilia. It's just crazy to me. It was so disgusting. I couldn't continue. I couldn't finish. Like, I said, I'm over. I'm done with this. I'm leaving the religion.
So you entertained the idea of being a Christian for a bit, Zoidberg? Is that what you're telling me?
No, that's a story from the Torah. That's not from the Bible.
Ah, right.
It's Old Testament.
Earlier on, you said something like, "I wouldn't look at the Bible."
No, I tried. I tried different things. They never felt right. So I guess I'm still searching.
I mean, my limited understanding is this is supposed to be a righteous war, isn't it?
A righteous war demands children to be abused like that?
Oh, they did something horrible, obviously, didn't they? They didn't just attack them at random.
Well, according to the entity at the time, they were like freaks. They were like mutants between like divine beings and humans. Like, so they had to be destroyed. But apparently not all of them, because the children girls are kept to be at the pleasure of the male warriors at the end of the battle.
I don't know. I really don't know enough about it, to be honest.
Numbers 31, read it. Numbers 31, King James or any version, New International Version would do. And if you want, I'll read it with you in the original Hebrew.
Yeah, read it to me right now.
Okay, give me a second. Would you like me to read it in the original Hebrew and then we can read the translation? Or
stop showing off, lad! Bloody hell!
I mean, no, because like a lot of people say, "Oh, no, you cannot interpret because you don't speak Greek or Hebrew or something." Like, I'm telling you, I speak one of those languages. I can, but sure, we can do King James. Give me a second. Finishing up something, and we'll.
I mean, my understanding of that story is that they attacked. They attacked Israel first, right? So, they attacked those people first, and then so it was some sort of retaliation, maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about it to comment, to be honest. But
I'll read the entire 31 chapter if you want. It's quite big, but at least it'll give you all the context, and I'm not dishonest, so.
Well, let me just say is Rennie still here? Are you still here, Rennie?
Yeah, I'm still here.
The story of Abram and is it Jacob, his son?
I don't remember. It's
Well, the story where God commands somebody to kill the son, whatever it is.
Yeah, Abraham. Yeah.
The first time well, sort of, it's more of a looking back for me because obviously I grew up in a Christian country, and so it was more of me going to lots of other spiritual traditions and then looking back at it, really coming on Discord and listening to other people. When I first looked back and I heard people reading passages from that and listening to and looking at passages, I thought, I see exactly what this story is saying. If you can stop clutching your pearls for a second, you realize it's actually pointing to a deeper truth, and that is the divine comes first. Right? It's about priorities. So the thing that you think is the most valuable thing, the thing you prioritize most would be your son, right? And it's saying it still pales in comparison to the divine. Without that, you're nothing.
And I'm not disagreeing with you in that regard of focus. What I'm disagreeing with is the lack of in my opinion, thought when it comes to if you hear a voice in your head tell you that you need to kill someone, you should do it because you think it's divine focus speaking to you.
And yeah, again, yeah, I see what you're saying. These are sort of they're not there's respectfully, there's no wisdom. When I hear these people speaking in these terms, as I said before, they're clutching at the pearls and they're going, oh, how dare he? There's no wisdom in it whatsoever. It's all cleverness and taking the text literally. And
that's what I say. But people do take it literally to where they will side. I've had voices in my head tell me to kill people many times, and I didn't listen to them. And there is a level of taking the book literally, like we're just talking about, that is very dangerous. It's not just the Bible; it's every book.
The self is a bit of a cunt, and if you look throughout all spiritual traditions, there'll often be warnings very quickly about the ego and what it is, what it does, and that's why that's one of the reasons I love spirituality. And it's really this negation of self, and to put it in a Christian way, not my will, but Thy will be done, to the sort of divine plan. That's really what it's pointed to.
And I'm like, and the thing is, it's two things. It's one, like I said earlier, I do believe that there is some power that's greater than myself, and if it's greater than myself, how could I not be put under its thumb or be within the will of its plan? So when I make a statement of Thy will be done, I understand that there is so much of my intention of that statement in it. It's a lie. And if I can honestly speak to the creator of what I want, and I understand what the creator actually can do, we could have a very adult conversation and actually get somewhere, instead of me still asking God why the sky is up. And it's like I said, it's very hard to explain these ethereal type things without like getting into like weeds, you know. And like if you were to like say self, like there's a bigger self and then there's like a smaller self, and it's where you assign that ego to where the ego is a problem. If you assign the ego to the bigger self, you get results, but you get problems. But when you assign the ego to the smaller self, to the individual, to what you are, to what you contribute, to what God made you to be, that is intention and power in life to do things.
Andy, I'm free now if you wanna read
Yeah,
everything.
just quickly, Rennie, would you describe yourself as a deist? Then, do you think is that fair to say?
Oh man.
Meaning that there's no, God essentially created this place and then turned his back. He didn't intervene in any way.
So I would say it's like I guess you could if you want to. A lot of I think a lot of the founding fathers would say that they were deists too. I guess. But to me, I would say I'm just I just see the dangers. I see the power of religion, and I see how tools can be made into weapons. I don't know if that puts me in any category though.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're still sort of searching or whatever, and that's great because I am too. I've been practicing presence and all kinds of stuff for years and years and years, and and I love it, and I encourage others to do the same. So it sounds like you're still searching, and I think that's a positive thing. That's great. I don't. There's a part of me that thinks, well, you never really stop, right? Like I feel,
yeah.
I feel at some point you're like, well, no, hang on a minute. If I reach the thing, then I am God, basically. So I was getting the sense, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that I when I was reading one of the things, I got a sense of monism. I don't know if you've heard of that.
I have.
Do you subscribe to that then, or?
The thing is, it's I try not to. I try. I'm not trying to be vague. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's hard for me to say. Well, I subscribe. If you were just, and the thing is, everybody will like say it's not a religion. I would subscribe to the fact that there is a entity that I don't understand or nor can explain that has a power over my life. It has the ability, but like I said, I in the book, I believe in the Big Bang. I believe in stellar nuclear synthesis. I believe in gravity. I believe in I still can believe in all those aspects, and I still don't see why those things can't be reality and God exist.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's why I tie it to the literal interpretation of the Bible. Like even in like in America, like after the Nat Turner Revolution, they created what was called the Slave Bible. They took the story of Moses out of the Bible. That was purposely done. So it's like the religion and everything over time. It's always been used as a tool as control. Like I said, it can be a weapon or a tool. They've used it as a weapon to control. And I think it should be a tool in the hands of the individuals to control their lives.
Yeah, I like that. But you still, I mean, so from what you just said before, then I'm assuming you're a theist. That you must be.
You know what's crazy? I went to I went to a private, basically Catholic school. After that, I went to a very liberal school, and my first day of class, and it's kind of funny, it's around this time of year because I went early. It was the social construction of sexuality and gender, and playing was two dudes having sex. This is my first day, first fucking day of school. So I'm literally sitting in this class, and then after that, they played Eddie Murphy Raw, and they said that was hate speech. And I remember watching that with my uncles on VHS, and everyone and I'm sitting in here just trying to just get by, and I finally start talking, and I just couldn't hold back.
And a lot of the things I was saying was based on my religion and based on, you know, what I was saying. And it wasn't as if I was wrong, but the way I was approaching it, I wasn't getting any results. And so, like I said, it's an experience. It's a cultural shock. But yeah, dude, that was my first fucking day. After that, we had like a bunch of other classes, but my day was done. After that, I went fucking home. But no, it was insane. It was absolutely insane. But it was a cultural shock of me. I was in a bubble my whole life. I saw the world one way. I saw the fact that people saw it another way, and my response was anger.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, that's kind of annoyed me a little bit. It's a comedy show, you know. Hello, sorry, not just to pick one thing out of all of that, but that would have annoyed me a little bit.
Fireball.
Yeah. Do you want to? What's that guy's name? Blank Mind. Do you want to get in or do you just want...
Non lo so. You go ahead. You do your thing.
Okay, pop yourself on mute then. Yeah, So this was a school or a college or what was it?
That was college. I went from like high school from that Catholic. It's basically Catholic, but it says non-denominational. And then directly to that college. Yeah. First, so yeah. I'm 19 at the time.
It's a kind of lefty mindset, though, isn't it?
That campus is a huge lefty mindset. Huge lefty mindset. You know, during the course of the time there, the women's study class, there was 6 dudes in that class, and we had the ability to speak, and we had one opinion that we could bring. And if they start screaming at us, we got kicked out of the class, basically. And at that time,
and the opinion was that bad. Jeez.
It was not accepted on any level. So when someone tells you that this is, like I said, this is early 2000s, that, you know, women have the same capability in the military and all this other stuff, and you say, no, you're not, men are stronger, and they start screaming at you, I don't know what you can say. You just try to sit there and piece together an argument and not fail the class. Like I mean, it was just a lot of talk. A lot of things said, and like I said, I had a viewpoint of an individual. I traveled, not out of the country at the time, but I was in a bubble. And some of the things I said I wouldn't say again today. A lot of the things I said I still believe, but you know, it's just it was very leftist. It was very liberal where I went to school. Very liberal.
The old feminist tightrope is a tough line to sort of, you know, go along, because we all want women to have more equality, right? We all want women to sort of have the opportunities that men have, to a certain extent. But then you realize that it also opens the door to all this other stuff. And if you unpack it really down to the, you know, start peeling away all the layers, it's kind of anti-woman, right? At its core, because we want, to me, I think motherhood should be celebrated. These people are like
that. Oh my God, that was the
and also
thing.
Don't you think it puts the foot in the door for the whole transgender ideology too, which.
That was the biggest thing. And so at the time of that campus, there was it was national, it was a scandal that went on. And what happened was that the school's football team had some issues go down, and it started being talked.
You went to school around 2014, 2015? And the football team had problems? Dare I say which school did you go to? Because I know what you're talking about.
No, this is 2000. This is 2001. This is early
2000. Okay.
Yeah. So, but it was national. It was huge. It sucked. And during all of that time, there was this huge investigation, and like any athlete, you had to literally talk to the FBI. You had to like literally admit, did you sleep with these girls or not? Like it was ridiculous. But the big picture. So I don't want to get into details with that situation. But then the result was there's this stigma around campus. All athletes are rapists, and that's basically what they were saying in class. And I got completely offended because I have a large family and I have a large amount of sisters, and I'm just sitting around like dude, like this is ridiculous. And I'm pulling up stats and studies and things like that. And then it just boiled down to I knew the girls, and I'm like those girls. I made the statement in class: you can't rape the fucking willing, and I got in trouble for that. Probably get in trouble for YouTube, but that's legitimately like the conversations that were going down in there. And if you were a man and you said anything, it was just literally screamed at, not only by the class but by the professor. And just got kicked out. Sometimes we would plan to get kicked out and then we go smoke. But it was like it was just insane. It was just seeing ideologies that were completely against, what Andy was saying about motherhood. Like I was making a statement, like I love my mom. Like she birthed me, she cooked me, she fed for me, she's all these great things for me. And like oh, she's your servant, she's your slave, and I'm like, no, like where the fuck are we going with this? Like it was nothing of value I could say about women. And then I'm like, oh, so you think if my mom was out doing what my dad would be doing, I'd be saying, you know what I mean? Like I don't get like even what you want from this. I do get what they want from it. It's power.
Yeah, I always. Oh, I think you sent me a video, didn't you, Andrew Wilson? So you've obviously listened to a bit of Andrew Wilson. I think that might be the opposite extreme, though, if you will. Even though I love Andrew Wilson, I think he's great. But that's the sort of Christian nationalism that he wants to put back the traditional roles. He wants to go back to 1950s, essentially. Right.
They're in like I like the way he argues, and you're always going to disagree with everyone on different levels of their viewpoints, but yeah, I wouldn't say it's putting back in traditional roles, but it's respecting them, you know what I mean, more than anything.
Yeah, it's sort of more of an acceptance, isn't it? Then I like that, because it's like we're naturally drawn to certain things, and all the stats sort of show that as well. Women are still generally doing the jobs that they were doing before, and as I say, there's a part of me that's
men.
Like, yeah, exactly. And so there's no doubt that you've probably heard Andrew Wilson talking about false doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the ultimate way where the ladies are going to have to appeal to the men for their thing. That's where it'll always break down. It's like, well, wait a minute, this is an exercise in futility. So, and also they're asking for equality where it can never be. It can never be fully equal if men have got the monopoly on false doctrine. So that's ultimately what it comes down to.
And that's where I think that's when you get the caged animal type outbursts. You've got them in the actual corner, and they understand that no matter what they think, this is going to be the outcome anyway. That's where I think where you get this extreme feministic like reaches, but yeah, when you force doctrine it's so funny. It's with guns in society, it does equal things out, but it equals things out a bit. You know what I mean? Like it's still just a bunch of the word isn't nonsense. It's a bunch of non-issues that are being brought up, and those issues are actually really hurting people. You know.
Yeah, I've absolutely no doubt it'll end in tears. The whole feminist thing. I mean, this is what I said. This is what I meant in the end before when I said that what we'll end up with is a bunch of religious folks, because devout religious folks as well, because of, if you think about feminism slash humanism, secular humanism, that will go away. And as much as they like to mock Christians, Christianity survived for 2,000 years for a reason. And it's because be fruitful and multiply. Don't be fruity and blow a guy. I have to add that second bit just because throwing Benjamin. It always makes me chuckle. No offense.
The thing is, it's like for me, it's I don't care what someone does within their four walls of their home. I think that's very governments and how America's even structured. I legislating morality isn't where I want to see our country go, and I think that's kind of where Andrew Wilson is pushing it.
Yeah, he wants proper Christian nationalism. I'm not sure if you watched that debate. I can't remember who he had that debate with. I think it was Gnostic Informer, and it was quite an interesting debate because I've never watched that guy really too much. I've seen him on Adam Green's channel once or twice, and he's really anti-Christian, and it's so interesting because when he was in the spotlight was on him, he really did well. I don't know exactly what to say, but he just basically agreed with Andrew Wilson on everything. It was such a weird debate. You can go and find that out. But basically, the Christian nationalism will be in the title, I'm sure, because that's what he was sort of advocating for. Andrew Wilson, of course. And
I'm really not for. Go for. I'm sorry.
No. Carry on. Sorry.
No, I'm really not for legislation of morality. I'm not. I don't think that's where the government should be utilized. But I see why people would like it like that, but therein lies why I say the interpretation of the book being taken literal is dangerous, because there's legislations and there's also things that can be issued in the same proxy. But yeah, the funny thing is there's no easy solution to anything. But at least there could be discourse and debate or conversation. And thank you for looking into those books. Like I said, I said in the DM, I know you're not going to agree with the contents of it, but I kind of wanted just to present it same way I did to my parents a bit to try to just help refine. And you're helping me a lot. Thank you on to refine and define positions.
Yeah, your parents sound pretty cool. I mean, they sound like awesome people. So they certainly raise someone who can look at the world and sort of think for yourself. That's a very difficult thing, by the way. Thinking for yourself when there's so many opinions out there, and we fill our minds with these opinions, and then all of a sudden finding your own thoughts. So that's a tricky business. So yeah,
it's very. I guess I got in trouble when I was younger, and my family on my mom's side is very militaristic, and there's a very hard underlying structure of discipline from both sides, and so it was going to military school was a lot of fun, but I didn't want to end up going there again. That's for sure.
Holy shit, that sounds like I grew up a complete fucking, like I raised myself essentially. So you can imagine what that led to. Well, it eventually led to me being an alcoholic, which is what it led to. But I mean, yeah, you sort of realize the discipline that's needed. And it's that's a tough tightrope, isn't it? Because there's a part of me that wants to bring back some kind of corporal punishment. I don't know, the sort of this is interesting. I've been doing this thing religiously, the hot and the cold, and I keep saying, guys, you've got to get on this hot and cold tech. This is the this is the thing, right?
Is it like taking like a hot bath and like a cold bath?
Well, yeah, but it's more like a sauna and then ice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do that all the time. I literally I'll steam and then I'll jump and I do that all the time.
And the thing is, it's unpleasant. But the strange thing is that you sort of yearn for it because you not only do you realize that it's doing you good, but there's a sort of, to me anyway, and this is going to sound weird, but I'll say it anyway, because I often, many of true words said in jest, I often say, this is my penance. Almost self-flagellation sort of way. And it just makes so much sense to me now. I see it. It's like the comfort kills you or something like that. And it's this, you feel, okay, it's terribly uncomfortable at first, but then you build it up, don't you? You build it up and you build it up. Now I'm at the point where I'm like, I need that. I absolutely need that in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
No, I wanted to do a podcast. It was a bunch of other players were doing them, and I had an idea because I'd sit in a sauna for like an hour. And I was
crap!
Yeah, just I love them. I absolutely love them.
That's way too much.
No, it's not. It's a perfect amount of time. Stretch in there, listen to some music. But like just get in there and talk because like the thoughts and the things that go through your mind when you go through that process, it's absolutely amazing. And then when you jump in the cold plunge or it's like a different world. It's like jumping into a different universe. It's such a wonderful thing. If anyone, that is the greatest way. It's a great way to do anything. Especially like just think if you have the time to do it, it's perfect. I love that.
Do you see the connection though between? I'm trying to sort of, and I haven't really obviously thought this out in such a way where I can explain it very well. Although I'm trying my best. Do you see that there's this thing about comfort kills you a little bit, and you need to sort of make yourself uncomfortable in this way, and it strengthens your resolve, and it does many things. I'm trying to like word it out, but I'm struggling a little bit, as you can hear. But you get it. I know you get it. I can just tell in your voice you get it, and I'm trying to convey it to others.
It's weird. It's almost like the way I would say it's almost like it's kind of sad, but like the world is nothing but people that want to kick you in your fucking teeth, dude. And like if you can know that and still have a happy heart, I think that's what that does. Like that's kind of what I go through that. It's like for me, the last time I did the last plunge was over the weekend because we've been busy. But I was in there. We're in the middle of a bunch of negotiations, and I had the last meeting playing because there was a deal point that it was changed and all this other stuff, and like that's all I was thinking about going in there. And when I left with like peaceful thoughts and like different approach, and it was just I don't know what it does, and that's the thing, exactly what you're saying. Like I don't know what it does. I can't say, but I was completely refocused. I was able to get the deal closed, and everybody's happy now. And I wasn't on that path until I did that.
Yeah, I've heard parents throw the kids in a sauna. They're obviously very wealthy parents because if they can afford a sauna at home, before they go on a drive, say, or they go on a trip, because it'll calm them right down. It'll calm.
That's what my parents used to do to us. So, my dad was in athletics, so we had really big family, and so we'd always be doing road trips. That's how I got. That's exactly the process of what my parents used to do to us. They feed us they put us in there, feed us food, and we'd sleep. From like when we drive from pretty much like the Philadelphia area down to Tennessee after the seasons.
Yeah, I was looking for that Mark Twain quote as well, because that really, I can never remember it, but it's something like, it'll help you bear your cross. I don't know. I got to memorize that quote because it's so good. I did post it in this server somewhere. Omni.
Actually, guys, if I may, I'll just chime in with a bit. I've actually found cooking for yourself is one of the most satisfying things, but at the end of every couple of weeks, going on not so much a fast, but just thin your diet out so you can come back and then eat hard. Don't eat big and eat all the time, because that way you end up pretty overweight potentially, or you eat the wrong things. But just cooking a good meal and sitting down and having that first bite of, oh, well, I did slightly burn the tomatoes this time, but next time I won't. Very satisfying experience. And I think there's a buzz in cooking for yourself as well as eating, and it's the ultimate art form, in my opinion. It's
Yeah,
because it benefits you. Yeah.
that's great, Boomer. I love that, because I think of it as bouncing flavors off each other, although generally I tend to eat the same. I'm kind of boring now because I'm eating a lot of the same things all the time. Just a natural burger that I get from this very fancy farm shop, and then just these chips that I make myself, or fries, I guess you'd call them, Renee. But I just cover them in like that cayenne pepper and a little normal pepper and some sea salt, and oh my
Yum.
god, air fryer, so good. And then just some peas, something like that, and then some sourdough bread. I always eat I don't eat anything else but sourdough these days. But I completely agree. It can be a therapeutic thing, for sure, cooking for yourself, and you can be really present with it. But then these days, I tend to put some tunes on in the background. I always get some tunes on. Like today's Friday, so I associate Friday with 80s. So I'll be listening to some 80s later. You know what I mean? Oh, by the way, I was a DJ for a long time, Renee. So music's always played an important
yeah.
role in my life.
Yeah, and I've got my kind of thing is, especially in the summertime. I live in a quite mountainous area. I just fucking love to fish trout, but the struggle and the fight to climb 1,000 meters up, get your tent up, spend the night, and so on. That gives me a hell of a nice feedback. It's like physical, hard, but you have time to think. You know, you're fishing around the lake. No one's bothering you. No mobile phone, anything. You get time to finish your thought process over and over. And I just fucking love it. So when I come home, I feel fit as a fiddle.
The kids these days call it touch grass. Go out and touch grass. What a great term. Get out of the darkness, go in and just breathe nature for a little bit. Touching grass, though, isn't that a great term?
I think they're talking about smoking weed too. Non-funny joke.
I'm going to find that Mark Twain quote if it kills me. I can't find it on my own computer. I've done something to it. But anyway, I found it. It says, do something every day that you don't want to do. This is the golden rule for acquiring the habit of doing your duty without pain.
Yeah, that's awesome.
There's another one he says too. Never let your schooling interfere with your learning.
I like that.
I've been cooking a lot of pork lately.
Oh, you're definitely going to hell.
I
like pork as well. Yeah, I've been doing some sausages, some fancy ones.
Yeah, there was my brother-in-law hunts, and he took down a boar. He's a psychopath, but
yeah, your brother or the boar?
The boar's dead, so I think my brother might have won the psychopath battle. His brother-in-law, I always tell my sister she's disgusting because when you take a picture of our family, he looks like he's one of our brothers. But he hunts them. He has a bunch of land down in Texas, and so he has to get them down. And a lot of them are really bad, but this one had really good meat on it.
That's another good one from Bertrand Russell, which might like. It said men are born ignorant, not stupid. They're made stupid by education. I think that's true as well. I mean, it depends. Bertrand Russell was a very intelligent philosopher. I don't know if you've ever listened to him, Renee, but yeah, he's one of those people you listen to and you're like, you struggle to keep up with him. He's fucking next level.
I kind of stopped philosophy reading after I got through the German philosophers. The rest of it was a bit just more of like opinion, you know. I think Kant and I think that whole group, they kind of refined a lot from Socrates and utilized and like took it from metaphysical to actual reality a bit. And the rest of it's just a matter of opinion from that's just my opinion. The other people, there's been great philosophers that come afterwards, but yeah, I like philosophy. It allows for you to think. It keeps your mind open. It doesn't lock you into a set of beliefs. It makes you prove those sets of beliefs are real.
Yeah,
and another thing I find quite beneficial from that is that you tend to learn how to look at problems from different angles, not just your own, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. On the PSAT, so like on the LSAT, I took philosophy because I was originally going to go down. My parents wanted me to be a lawyer, and I was going down that path. So I took philosophy because philosophy majors score on average higher on the LSAT than other majors did.
Yeah, for me, I was just drawn to philosophy. I was just drawn to like people like Alan Watts. I've always liked great speakers, so I just sit and listen to them for hours and hours and hours, and just sort of let it wash over you, sort of thing. It really wasn't until I got onto Discord that I thought about syllogisms or fucking informal logic and all this sort of stuff. That never even came into it for me. I just liked enjoying certain speakers. That's really what it was. I mean, the thing with me is I'm not that keen on. Maybe it's because I was read to as a child, but I'm not that. I like listening to things rather than actually reading them myself. I think that gives you a good indication of my mindset. Generally, I'm kind of lazy.
What got me was Plato's Republic. That was one of the first books I read, and it was I could see religion in it and stuff,
Yeah.
And then that, then learning who Socrates was, his story, and just understanding time and all that, like that philosophy, and that's why I did a dual major. I majored in history as well. Just simply because you really can't understand the philosophy of a time unless you know what's going on in the time.
Yeah, it's amazing how the sort of, when you think of how it affects our society today, like Plato and Socrates, the founding fathers. This is why I often talk about them. Go look at what Plato and such said about democracy. They weren't keen on democracy at all. The founding fathers knew all about them.
And that's the thing. It's like I would say, even the founding fathers, they had a philosophy that they were reading that we don't have a hold of, and we've had some fragments of it. And like I said, this is like an ethos of thought that's been passed down for a very long time to get to the point of refinement, to when Socrates and Plato and Aristotle are making Pythagoras, all those things. It wasn't like they snapped their finger and they magically discovered these things. There was another 1,000 years of thought and process before that, but at the same time, like like that was what was refined. And when you look at the outcome, it was a great way to think, that's for sure. It's a great way to communicate. It's a great way to do a lot of things. And that's why I like the Republic, especially the allegory of the cave. Because I felt as if I was a person that was chained against the wall, and I was a person that was able to walk outside. And I felt that Plato's charge for that person to go back inside was based upon ignorance wasn't a choice back then. But I'm kind of to the different philosophy to where ignorance is almost a choice these days.
Yeah, I honestly
have you guys, you were talking about, have you noticed how today it seems like facts are based on feelings more than facts themselves?
Yes.
Well, this is interesting because I was just going to say synchronicities. Oh, wow. I was just going to say that I think the reason that Socrates said he knew nothing is because he was negating the self, just as all these spiritual practices have taught. I honestly believe that makes perfect sense to me. And so, because he was trying to align with the truth of the divine plan. If I think of God and truth as synonymous, he was trying to sort of align himself with that. That's why he said, I know nothing. That makes sense to me anyway.
I would. It's twofold because there's a lot of duality in things. Socrates is a bit of a dick as well, and the know nothing aspect is the dickiest way to have a conversation too. So, but I completely agree with the alignment of exactly that. Like, how do I make a claim of knowledge? Where does it come from? And like that. That's a great way to base your argument because you have to have foundational belief behind your claims. But there's also the dick approach to it, to where it's completely intellectually dishonest, and you're just trying to make a fool of the other person.
No, I don't think so. I think he's just pointing out exactly what you pointed out, Rene, which is that we can be indoctrinated by our time, by our parents, by our, whatever it is that's going, the zeitgeist, as we said before, right? But there's a difference between wisdom, which is unchanging, and cleverness, which is ever changing. So I think he's trying to align with wisdom, right? Which is I like the definition. That's if you think, I think, and I might be wrong on this, philosophy, right? The love of wisdom. I love that. So I think that's really what it comes down to. Now, people who want to deny that there's some greater mind, they will, and that's fine, by the way. If you're an atheist listening to this, I don't know. I almost said God bless you.
You still can,
It's fine. I'm an atheist, or I'm more of an agnostic, in fact. So I don't mind. I find it fascinating to have these discussions and listening to you guys.
Yeah, I completely. Well, it's weird because I completely agree with Torah in that it is the source of all intelligibility. But then, obviously, Torah then goes into the religious aspect. That would be contingent, though, the secondary thing. So that's where we might disagree a little bit. But I think the first bit is sound. Like you need that as a measure. That's the way I see it.
And I think we were saying that earlier. It's like I would say the problem is that second contingent aspect of it, and that's kind of what I was approaching. The first bit is exactly what you said. It's the first bit's what you said, because this says this says that, so we do this. That logical outcome of the text. Like I said, I think it's very dangerous. And I think you can look at history and see the dangers it causes across all the texts.
Yeah, this is why I said before about the sort of the messenger to the king, if you will. you know, it's a sort of it opens the door to potential dangers. All the way I put it before is a vicar to God. It's quite dangerous to think that, wait a minute, you've got the bat phone. Why I got access to the bat phone? Well, from my understanding, you do. You absolutely do. But you have to go into. Not many people are willing to go into a cave for 10 years, Rene. In which case, they're going to need some guidance. And I don't see anything better than the Bible. So
What if
that's
you
just
already were in a cave? What if being here is out of that cave? What if you've already experienced that and you're trying to do it? You're trying to climb back up in the wilderness?
Well, what
Sounds like
I
you're
was,
in a cave right
yeah,
now.
it does actually. I meant sort of metaphorically. What I actually meant was going into yourself. Avoid a little bit like the Bodhisattva they talk about, where they go off, they become enlightened, and they come back. And some don't. They have a different name, but the Bodhisattva comes back to sort of let everyone know, to say, "Hey, it's okay." Yeah. But the point is, not everyone's going to do that. Not everyone's going to, just go into contemplation for 10 years. That's really what I meant.
No, I agree. I mean, it's not an easy path, and that's why I think that the pledge that Plato made is that, not everyone had the opportunity to be free. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's just so much. It's so hard to sit around and dissect what's the good, what's the bad. And I see what you're saying when you say how Christianity and the Bible are a good moral book. I've always seen the Bible. Literally, I've gone to it at the lowest times of my life, and I've found passages in it that have meant meaning to me. And it literally feels as if it's like a net to catch lost souls. And if you follow these rules, you can find your way back to society. I truly see the Bible as something like that. But I also see the dangers of it as well.
Yeah, this is where I don't see
it wrong.
Yeah, I don't see the dangers of trying to make society better. Sorry, Demo. You get it. You were first.
Well, no, I just think we're interpreting it wrong. Like the idea of what those sins are bad, the idea of a Leviathan thing.
Your mic sounds awful at the minute. We can barely tell what you're saying.
Oh, yeah.
But that's why I said to you, Rene, when we went down and we talked in the other thing, and I said to you, you shouldn't be advocating for Christianity. Because there is people out there that want to see the world burn, and you don't sound like one of those to me. And
no.
So those people aside, you should be advocating for Christianity. Even if it's just a Voltaire sort of thing where you're like, I don't believe it, but I wish everyone around me did.
and honestly, the thing is, if I had to make a moral prescription and say we all had to follow one book, that would be the book that has led to the better outcomes. I am not disagreeing with that at all. I think I don't want to say like a secular, but you could probably get there. The word I wanted to use was a modern, but I just I hear the word of God in music from Bob Dylan, from songs, from other things, more than I do when I read the Bible sometimes. So like I said, it's just, for me, it's just having the ability to not have the problems of literal interpretation of biblical text, because I feel dogma could lead to wars that end human existence. And I think from there, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we need to just have like a conversation about like how literal is this, and have a general understanding of the historicity of that text
no matter what it is.
Yeah, I sometimes, when I listen to people and they're really dogmatic in the, as you've heard, probably conversations on Discord, sometimes there is a part of me that thinks, well, can't we just put this in a museum? We'll just put it in as a museum piece and say, this is what those people thought about the world 2,000 years ago. And it's a wonderful thing. And, but, you know, we've moved on, sort of thing. So I do sometimes feel that myself.
Exactly, type outcome. Exactly. You know, like put it in a museum, talk about it, show it. I completely agree. I understand that it's a hyperbole, but it's a very tact type of simile to the approach, and I completely agree. But I don't think I don't know how you get there though. And I think that's part of discourses. You know, like I said again, you know, thank you for actually reading through the books, because it's not the purpose to destroy God; it's the purpose to show Him essentially in where He actually is. And like I said, I'm using He again.
Yeah, this is a trick. Again, the more I look into things, and the more I sort of learn about going back to Christianity, if you will. That'll be the title of my book. Get it in all good stores. Yeah, I the more I look at it, the more I like it. The more I go, oh right. And the bits where people tend to pick out and they'll go, look at this, this is evil. How can anybody get any morality out of this, and all, and so on and so forth. I always think as I've already explained, that there's a bigger picture to this thing. Like there really is a sense of, when I've looked at certain passages, it talks to the spirit directly. Like the words I'm reading, they don't even mean the things that they're saying. I mean, this is hard to explain. But for instance, somebody, I think it was Smurf. I don't know. Smurf's not been on this, Razzie. He sent me a Freemason Bible. And so it's basically, as far as I could tell, it was just like a normal Bible, but at the start you had loads of different lodgers and their favorite passages that they hung over the door or something like this. And I quite enjoyed just looking at those specific passages and then getting me Deerstalker on and breaking it down, you know, in a Sherlock Holmes sort of way. And there was one in particular that said something about a court case or something like this, right? And I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it justice. This is a few years ago, and my memory's not great. But just to try and make the point that I understood straight away that this is nothing to do with a court case. The passage goes something like, you need to pay quickly or something, or you'll be brought before the judge and you'll be forced to pay every penny and then some, sort of thing. That was the sentiment of the passage. But as soon as I read it, I realized this is sort of talking about karma. This is talking about, you know, sort of emotional messes and shit like that. I knew it like intrinsically straight away. As soon as I was reading it, I was like, this has got nothing to do with the court scene. Stuff like that, I go, you want Joru?
Hello?
Was Joru trying to get in then, or I don't know. But that's what that's what I mean. Like it sort of, the only way I could put it is it talks directly to the spirit in a very, I don't know. I say that and I hear myself say that and I go, that sounds weird. So I'm sure it sounds very weird to secular ears.
I don't think it sounds weird. Like, to me, it doesn't. But I think even to secular ears, it wouldn't. Because, like I said, to me, what is dangerous is the literal interpretation of the book and the text. You know, across the board. Doesn't matter if it's the Bible, the Torah, the Quran. All of those books have led and will lead to war. I don't think, honestly, I don't think that's the message of Jesus Christ. Like, to me, like personally, I think the message of Jesus, if he was real, I think he was a man. I think he had a vision. I think people saw his vision, and I think he was punished for it. You know, if I honestly, if like because of historicity, you know, you could almost say the whole Jesus thing was a attempt to get a person from the line of David back on the throne at the time. You could politicals and all this other stuff. Like all of these things could be said, and you can actually have data to back it up. Like to me, it's when you look at history, when you look at that region, every time there was a revolution, I mean, Josephus, the person who wrote about this the most, every time there was a revolution, there was thousands of men killed and crucified and death. And with Jesus' revolution, it was one man's death. It was one man's crucifixion, and then the whole world changed. And Jesus was the king of the Jews. He at that point, he could have commanded them to take up arms and kill all the Romans. And he didn't do that. He died. And his message, to me, him not rising is more powerful than him even rising, simply because of the conviction of his message and what he truly sacrificed. And like I said, in a nuclear world, that's the type of men that need to exist. Someone who's willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good.
Yeah.
And therein lies where I see the Bible. 2,000 years ago, we had to start hammering this into our heads because we're men. We like we were just talking about doing shit outside and being able to feel free and all that other stuff. We're men. Like we that's what we are. And this book has always been given to us by a higher power to stop our destruction. And I think that message from Jesus will stop our destruction, especially with nuclear weapons in play.
Yeah. Oh, that's powerful, dude. Yeah, I love that. I mean, it's quite a revolutionary thing to say love your enemy, isn't it? I mean, what a thing.
At the time when the Old Testament was written, it might have been very revolutionary to say enslave them instead of killing them. You know what I mean? That's why I took philosophy and history. You have to understand the time in which this happened, the people, the world, the technology, what they had, who they were talking to, all of those things. But yeah, that's the thing. The Bible itself, it's been placed in our ethos for a reason. And when you look at it, as you're saying, it was to build rules for society. All of society can end with a push of a button these days. And I would say the message. Yeah, well, I don't want to find out if it's true or not.
No, I don't either.
but what I'm saying is, it's just like it's in that type of mind frame. You can't have a Caesar. You can't have an Alexander the Great. You can't have men like that in this type of world. You can't, because they would push the button.
They wouldn't be left. If every man went and died right today for what they thought was a good cause, they wouldn't be here. And then everybody else would, and whatever their causes would be the cause. So, like, you got to watch out what you're good for the world or the best cause that you want to sacrifice your life for, because you might sacrifice your life for something today, and then if you'd have waited till tomorrow, it would have been way better. But you would, I mean, so like, what do you pick to sacrifice for?
But that's why that's why I don't advocate for the literal interpretation of the Bible. Right. And that's a question. Like, if you ever want to join the CIA, they ask you that question: who would you live for? Who would you die for? And who would you ever kill? But like, that's your own. That's your interpretation. Who will you do that? Who will you sacrifice your life for? And in my interpretation of it, it's myself, it's my family, it's my friends, it's the people that I love. Like I extrapolate it out as far as I can. But at the same time, it's that's a personal path, and people utilize the Bible to come up with those decisions. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I would say literally interpreted it to get there could lead to some bad results.
What's a Leviathan in your opinion? In your opinion, the idea of what that is.
I truly believe the Leviathan was probably some sort of elephant or some sort of crocodile from my reading. But it's like nature, the Leviathan was a like a humpback whale, but it had teeth on the top and the bottom. It was huge.
I think it was an idea. The great animal of the deep, that once you let it out, it's bad for you, right? So like the people that are in control, what would be a Leviathan to the people in control?
I would, in my opinion, for people in control, a Leviathan would be like an individual that they can't control.
So all the people coming against the 1%, so 99% actually rising up against the 1%, wouldn't that be considered a Leviathan?
No, that'd be considered God.
Huh?
I think you could call it a Leviathan.
No, I'm saying it's the greatest fear of the biggest thing that they don't want to happen. Them to lose power and not have control of everything and everyone.
Yeah, I would say that you could call that in their worldview. You could definitely call that a Leviathan.
Yeah, that's why they got to get people's attention on materialism, get people's attention on fucking, buying shit that they don't need. So that's why. I mean, this is why I'll often advocate for God, even if it's just an idea. Even though I'm going back on what I said earlier, Rene, which is fine, because I seem to realize at some point that there's some people, and I hate this because I feel like I'm putting myself on a pedestal. I don't want to do that, but it seems to me that the sky clock turns, and where you're born in a certain thing, and then some people are more open to it than not. But the people, let's say, for instance, for the secular ears, you're better off believing in a higher thing, so you'll just aim for that higher thing, because everything else perishes. So by definition, it's going to be a lower thing you're going to end up worshipping in a sort of Jordan Peterson way. That's a little bit cringe, but anybody who's listened to that latest thing he did with the Jubilee thing will understand what I'm saying, because Jordan Peterson thinks of it as a sort of hierarchy of values, and I kind of get that. So what I'm basically saying is I'd advocate for it, even if it's just the idea in someone's head. It's better than nothing.
And I like Jordan Peterson a lot too.
He looked a bit of a fool on that Jubilee thing, though, didn't you think?
He didn't do well. He did not.
He didn't do well. Bless him.
Yeah, but and I understand his argument. I especially understand, like him going towards religion. He kind of, in my opinion, lost footing because he now can't pull from facts. But at the same time, the facts that he constructs and he pulls from, I don't disagree with. I think I'll just circle and just say it again. It's not people with the ability to have the time to have the mind open enough. It's the people that don't. Because in my opinion, when you look at how Christianity spread, it was spread to the have-nots. It was a way for people that were basically treated horribly to be treated slightly less horribly, unless their master goes to hell. It was like I said, in history, slavery's been across this entire world. And that's honestly why I think inside the African American community, why Christianity is so ingrained. But at the same time, it's a story of struggle. And I think every human has gone through those struggles, not to the extremes, but to moments in which words written thousands of years ago echo throughout your life.
and I can't describe what that is. I don't know why that is, but at the same time, I've seen it, and kind of like what you were saying earlier, it's just really hard to describe something unless the individual will just accept your interpretation of reality. And that's kind of why, with like, not accepting like things like gravity and earth curve and stuff like that, it's almost impossible to have an actual conversation about that, because there's no footing to stand on.
Yeah, just FYI, I posted a load of spirituality that I love in Geos because I did it off my old computer. Because I've got a new computer now, so all my folders are basically empty. I'm sure I could align it so that, but I'm a bit of a technophobe, so I'm a bit of a boomer. But anyway, I posted a load of them in Geos in general spirituality, and yeah, I absolutely. This is a good one from Meister Eckhart. There is a huge silence inside each of us that beckons us into itself, and the recovery of our own silence can begin to teach us the language of heaven. There's loads of good ones that I've posted in here, because it's a folder that I'd often go back to when we're generally speaking about spirituality. And so I posted them all just to sort of, as a sort of reference, so I can go back to it and look at it. But most of them are sort of St. Thomas Aquinas and Meister Eckhart and people who I really like. So
that story of Thomas Aquinas, I remember, like, because I thought it was, I didn't know if it was real, and then I found out it was real, and I was like, wow, like that was like legitimately your best friend murders you for telling him the truth. That's not cool.
Listen, this is quite powerful from Thomas Aquinas. He says, "Here on earth, the love of God is better than the knowledge of God." Already, you're like, wait a minute. Here on earth, the love of God is better than the knowledge of God. We've talked a little bit about that earlier, Rene.
Mm-hmm.
The love of God is better than the knowledge of God. While it is better to know inferior things than to love them, by knowing them, we raise to them. This is what I was saying just a minute ago, right? In a way, to our intelligence, whereas by loving them, we stoop towards them and may become subservient to them, as a miser to his gold. Oh man, it's fucking powerful.
And I don't agree. So I completely don't disagree with that. But how I feel the Abrahamic God was created, where they associated God in life, was based upon the God of gaps. So I 100% don't agree with Aquinas. I mean, don't disagree with them. The more we learn, the more we're going to understand that incarnation of God. But it doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. And I get what you're saying. It's like the tools in which you learn these things, especially with ego, they could turn you into like idols and things like that. But I think like when you were saying earlier about like the order of things in life and the message of the story of Abraham, taking it. I think it may have been Isaac. Yeah, I think it was Isaac, his son Isaac, to the altar to kill him. I get that, you know what I mean? That focus, and I've approached a lot of life with that focus. And like I said, it still doesn't negate these naturalistic functions that describe things that counteract things that were written in this text, because the people who wrote that text didn't know what they were talking about because they couldn't have.
But again, I know what you're saying. Like for me, this like I like Zen. I studied Zen for a while, and I wanted to read this as well, if you don't mind. What follows is that all these, by the way, they're from Joseph Campbell's book, perennial philosophy or something like that. What follows is the last composition of a Zen nun who had been in her youth a great beauty and an accomplished poetess. 66 times these eyes beheld the changing scenes of autumn. I have said enough about moonlight. Ask me no more. Only listen to the voice of the pines and the cedars when no wind stirs. Do you understand that? Only listen to the voice of the pines and cedars when no wind stirs. This pointing to the stillness that's inside of you and every person, everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why it says only listen to the voice of the pines and the cedars when no wind stirs. It's very much in line with Lao Tzu, the Tao Te Ching.
Yeah, just be calm and let the winds blow you where they go, if they blow at all.
Well, no, he's talking about no mind whatsoever. That's what he's pointing to. There's a deeper pointer, and it's pointing deeper into you, rather than this mind stream that's very judgmental, and it's telling you this, and it's blaming and complaining about people, places, and situations.
No, I see that worldview, and like I said, my approach is I don't. We were talking on that lower stream, everyone's like, "What do you think about the slave trade and everything else like that?" Like, it was a horrible thing that happened, but I benefited directly from the outcome. So, bad things can happen for me to have a good outcome. That's very selfish, but at the same time, that's a worldview that I take. And as I go forward in life, I see what you're saying. It's a lot of pearl clutching. Bad things do happen to people. It's horrible. But I can make a list of the bad things that happen to people because of that book. And I can continually make that list because of the literal interpretation of all those books. It's still going on. So it's just like it's when I can identify a source of a problem and you can directly say, yeah, this is the reason why this is a problem. It's a good place to start, I think,
Yeah, I mean, look, I'd say the time-bound mind itself is a big part of the problem. It's very problematic. In fact, that's its bread and butter, is its problem making, because it's limited. Because it's limited, it's always going to make problems, right?
And that's the nature of, and that's why that's the nature of us. We look at something and find something. We can't just accept it to be a cloud. No, our mind found it to be some sort of unicorn, or like that is the reason why. Part of the reason why we don't longer sit in trees like the other our relatives. Essentially, that curiosity of the mind is a gift from God. And it's led us to these discoveries of realization of naturalistic processes that we couldn't describe prior. So like I think, like I said, we're not speaking from different sides. I think like we're speaking from different angles of it. I don't say reject God, he's not real. I say accept what God has made. And I think that is the difference of the argument approach. And I don't know if you disagree with that all the way of this of the conversation.
Yeah, your relatives, not my relatives. That's the first thing I'd say. Because I don't agree with that at all. I'd look at. I remember hearing something about the Upanishads who said that this place was sang into existence. I would believe that first. Truth be told.
So we could So if there is historiological evidence that shows a species that formed in the African area, migrated out into Europe, and then
back into Europe again, that is something that can be proved with high levels of certainty.
I'd be very careful with that, to be honest, because what we as humans do as well is we interpret data to our bias. So we see it how we want to see it.
But you have to understand two things. One, the people who discovered this weren't African. You know what I mean? Like the people who discovered this, like it wasn't a bunch of Africans saying this is the reality and this is how everything started. It was Europeans who made these predictions.
Those same Europeans who did the French Revolution and started cutting all the nobles' heads off. Who said we're going to get rid of the age of superstition and bring in this new age of enlightenment? Those kinds of people, you want to be very wary of those people. Let me tell you.
I don't think I'd want to hang out with Robespierre too long because I'd like to keep my head around. But what I'm saying is, it's the people who made these predictions. It wasn't Africans who made these predictions. It was the Europeans who made these predictions. And then over time, there was discovery of these predictions, of these animals, of these sites, of these things, and it confirmed a prior prediction. And then with genomes, we were able to sequence DNA and further confirm them, and actually see, especially with endogenous retroviruses, which I think is one of the hugest part of an argument against how everyone says there is no evolution because God made us perfect. But at the same time, you can literally see how we have a set of them, they have a set of them. Of the sets that they have, we have the same number, like 70% are the same ones, and then they have 30% difference, and we have another 30% different across the board. And they're all targeted to the exact same insertion point in the DNA, which is everyone always talks about abiogenesis. It is just as improbable for that to be the case across these species as abiogenesis. But we have confirmation that it is. And what that says is that this creature came from that creature. That's all genetics tells you. And then that evidence is there, to where, like I said, over time, that's the human experience. And it's different because some people think that we're made out of clay, and we are made out of clay. We are. We're all made out of clay. But at the same time, it's just the naturalistic processes behind it. It still doesn't eliminate God. There's so many different things that happen throughout evolution that were so unique, just in mammalian evolution. Our brains, the way they evolved differently, all those things were very unique. But like I said, at the same time, you don't need to employ God for that process. You can just show it.
Yeah, I at this point, let's just say I choose to believe that the true evolution is the evolution of spirit into matter. Some people might not like that, and they might say, "No, it didn't happen that way." That's fine, but that's what I choose to believe.
And I see. And the thing is, it's, if you want to even take it from the Big Bang, that's the kind of what you could even say the Big Bang process was. It was that type of spirit into matter.
Before you go into the Big Bang, can I respond about the ERVs?
Sure. Yes.
So if they really are just like a remnant of leftover viruses that integrated in the past, then there shouldn't be any function to them, right?
It's not true. That's not how it works.
No.
So placental mammals one of the ERVs that makes us placental mammals is a virus. And what happens is an encoding
it will be going through it, especially because do you know how ERVs are passed down? Because I don't want to have to get that deep.
I mean, they're passed down through the generations. They're basically
Through a specific cell, through a specific cell, through a gamete. So one of the gametes would have it, the other gamete wouldn't, right? And so in that coding process, you're going to have a differentiation of coding. And one of the times that happened, it ended up leading to placental mammals. The ability for the woman to have to develop the baby internally. That's one of the ERV insertions you can look at that across different species, and you can see it inserted in specific parts in our genome, and it's across all different species, not just apes. That's one. So no, it's not that at all. If that wasn't inserted, then that process wouldn't have been led towards.
Well, they've actually found these sequences to have functions.
That's what I just said.
Right. And so I think that they're put there for a reason.
They're inserted there randomly by virus infection that led to one of the individuals having that infection get to their gamete. It wasn't there prior to that species.
So is evolution a backwards or a forwards thing?
Depends on it. Does
and how it got there. They don't really know.
I told you how it got there. I told you exactly how it got there. I told you precisely how it
they
got there.
assume that's how it got there.
No,
They didn't
that's
watch it
how.
happen.
That's not. There's no assumptions. There's zero
Oh,
assumptions.
really? There's no assumptions.
There's no assumptions.
There's no assumptions with things that we
No.
didn't observe happen.
There's no assumptions in what I said.
That's crazy.
But it might be, but there's.
It is crazy to say that because we didn't actually watch it happen. We can only
Okay.
assume how it happened.
So I could only know things that I see happen.
Yeah, if you're going to make definitive claims about them.
Okay. All right. Well, I will retract my definitive claim, and I will say I'm 99.9% certain. Does that satisfy your level of proof?
Yeah, and I could, posit that they were designed there to be there to have functions such as regulation of gene expression.
They weren't
have
designed.
epigenetic functions, cell
So now
type
you're
specific
adding
roles.
words. Now you're adding words. They weren't designed to be
No,
there.
I'm getting
randomly.
the functions they have. I wasn't finished.
But you said that they were designed to be there, and they were not designed to be there. They were
How do you
randomly
know?
inserted because of reptiles, because of genetics, because of genetics. That's how you know. That's the answer.
Because of what?
Genetics is how you know.
Yeah, you're assuming that it just happened that way instead of being designed that way.
Did you hear how endogenous retroviruses are passed down, and do you accept that's how they're passed down?
Yeah, they're passed down through the lineage.
Okay. Did you hear specifically how I said they're passed down?
I'm not sure how much more specifics you want to go into, but
So specifically, they're passed down through a gamete. A gamete is either a sperm
obviously.
or a sperm or cell egg, either one. When you look at
obviously. I mean,
precisely, there you go. So that how that virus got into that sperm egg was that creature or sperm or cell egg cell. That creature was infected by a virus. Like it got like the 2020 thing or whatever, it got infected, and that infection spread to its gamete. That gamete was then passed down to another generation. It was not in its genomic sequence prior to that moment. So it wasn't designed to be prior to the moment of infection.
Did we watch that infection happen?
Technically you can, but if you want to invent a time machine, you could go to the time period in which it happened and monitor the entire area and watch a bunch of monkeys fucking, and then determine which one of those monkeys did it by sequencing the genetics of that child and compare it to the future DNA of the people. You could do that.
Well, it's found in all vertebrates and a few types
Not
of
all
plants.
vertebrates. Not all vertebrates. And
So
you don't
which
know
ones don't have it?
endogenous retroviruses. A lot of
Yeah.
people, that's a general term that a lot of creatures have them across different things. I was talking about specific ones that tie us directly to the ancestry of other hominids.
Which ones?
Which ones? I'm going to ask you. Which ones do you think? Because I know the answer. I would like to know your opinion. What other hominids could we be related to?
Which endogenous retrovirus I asked you? Now you're gonna try to turn around on me with another question.
No. I told you. I told you a specific one.
Which ones are specific to primates that you mentioned?
There's a whole list of them, and I really don't want to pull them up because you're going to ask.
Okay, well,
And
then
you
I
can
don't really
do.
want to answer your questions either.
Okay. Well, there's a whole list of them. There's a list of them that shows, like I'm using a general number, and it will say there's 100 of them that we identified, and we between our species have like 75 to 80 of the same ones, and then we have different ones that they don't have that we have that happen later after we diverged from that species.
And you assume that this was inserted from a virus and not designed that way?
Did you hear how an endogenous retrovirus is passed down?
Dude.
I'm asking you because you're still saying the word. Yes.
Through all lineages which are passed down through the reproductive cells. What do you mean?
Perfect. So, okay. And when does that reproductive cell get infected? Is it infected when the person's born, or is it infected later in life? I'm sorry. It could be infected. That's the question that you could answer really dumbly. So you're going to. So
stupid, but it would have to be a virus that actually attacks our gametes.
That attacks us. Yes, that attacks us and ends up infecting our gamete. Precisely. Yes, and that process could happen in utero. It could happen outside of it, but at the same time, it's not going to happen until that virus attacks that organism. Do you agree with that?
That virus is not going to happen until it attacks that organ. Is that what you said?
That insertion of the retrovirus into the gamete is not going to happen until that virus infects that organism.
Yeah, and you're assuming that's how there's different retroviruses for different sets of organisms.
That's what is shown is that there are different sets of retroviruses for different organisms. That is a correct statement that you made. I'm not assuming that, and that's not how I get to that conclusion either.
Well, what's the intelligent part of evolution? This thing you call evolution that's like not touchable. It's not any actual thing.
How to eat.
What's the how to eat?
Yep, that's. Yep, that's.
So not intelligence or memory.
I would say this: part of how to eat would be intelligence. Part of how to eat would be a memory. But if you look at the number one driver,
memory of a part of evolution. How do you show us the memory of evolution? So we know how it knows what to do and how to go, because you're like saying it's doing all this great magic shit. And what material is doing it, like the banana or the apple or the fish? And you're saying it's all
what's doing it is it's the environment, and then like I said, the natural drive for food.
What's natural drive? What is this thing? It's got to be
hunger.
Evolution has to be a thing that you can grasp somehow.
You can grasp it by you can grasp it. You can.
Can't be just a bit. You can't grasp evolution.
Yes, you
Show
can.
me the brain of evolution.
Are you talking about like physically, like holding your hand, or are you talking about like mentally holding your mind?
No, I'm saying physically. Where
physically
does
holding your hand
start from? What thing is it? A proton? Is it a particle? Is it an atom? We should have this pinpointed by now, right?
We have essentially for a concept you can hold in your mind, but not for a concept you can hold in your hand. Because
so if you give me a little drop of fucking evolution, I could sit it on my desk and watch it go to work.
Technically, yes, because you can make there's like a really cool program called Bibbits, and you could like see like the process with that. It's like a really cool little Steam program. So technically, yes, but not in the way that you're asking, though. I think.
So not in a real reality way, just what ifs and imaginary questions on questions and maybes and.
I would
what
say
ifs.
it's a lot of. I went into a lot of evidence more than what ifs. And
Well,
it
the
used to be
evidence is the what ifs, like you two were just talking. So it's your opinion versus her opinion or understanding or comprehended part versus yours. So it's like an argument. So everything to do with like most stuff that you can't even get down to the basics, it's just an argument of semantics, and that becomes evolution. That's
It's
weird.
something.
I would say and here it becomes an argument of semantics, definitely. But the problem is, it's the difference is, if you have an opinion that has no basis in reality, the odds are that your opinion is exactly that, has no basis in reality.
It's just kind of coincidental how these sequences that we're saying were introduced by viruses a long time ago also have functions.
It's it's funny. People always say coincidence is God trying to hide himself. There's like a phrase like that. But at the same time, it's not statistically probable. That's for sure. But at the same time, it
Functional,
goes.
dude.
Huh?
There's functions of these sequences, and you're just positing that they were accidentally inserted by viruses XYZ years ago.
Okay. Did you hear how those viruses are? So are you saying
Dude,
that
come
God?
on.
So are you saying God sent a plague upon these creatures so one of them could be infected and pass this virus down? Is that your claim now?
My question is, how do you know that the original organisms weren't designed with these sequences?
Okay, so
Especially if they have a function.
okay, so I thought we
How are they
agreed.
passed down through the gametes? Great. You're saying that a
I
virus
thought
infected the
we
gene
agreed
cells a
on
long
that,
time ago and
right?
it's passed down. That's wonderful.
The organism that was infected. So we can go to the end of
How
that
do you
conversation.
know that
Hold
apes
on. We
were
got to go. We're
created
going to
with
go down to
these
the end of that
sequences?
conversation. We're going to go down to the end of that conversation, right? So the organism that was infected, that organism did not have that viral insertion prior to the virus attacking them. Do you
have proof of
agree?
that?
Yes, you do. Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Yes. It's genome sequencing. Oh my gosh.
So do we
hold
have
on.
old ape fossils that we can show did not have these sequences in their DNA?
Do you know what fossils are? Do you know what fossils are?
Come on, bro.
Do you know what fossils are? Because you
I'm
can't
not
get
playing your stupid question game.
So how can I say yes to a question that
Quit
you can't have?
quit
You
answering my
can't have
question.
DNA. You cannot have DNA. Here's the answer to your question. You cannot have DNA in a fossil. So
Okay,
ask a
then
better
how are you
question.
gonna make this claim?
Ask a better question.
And by
Ask
the
a
way,
better
you
question.
can
Ask a better
have
question.
DNA in
Not
fossils.
in a fossil. Not in a
Well,
fossil.
Jay Ace is here sequencing dinosaur DNA, and he's a pro-evolutionist.
That is not. It didn't come from fossils.
Right.
Then do you know what a fossil is? So that's the question.
Yeah. It's like a mark left in the rock, but you know what I mean.
Do we have like Lucy? Do you know who Lucy
Dude, quit
is?
asking me
Do you
questions
know
until
who?
you
Do
answer
you know
mine.
who Lucy is? Do you know who Lucy is? Do you know
I'm not
about that
answering that
claim?
question, even though I do. I'm tired of you asking me questions, bro.
I'm trying
You're not
to.
answering any of mine.
So that.
So do we have
I did.
do
You
we have
cannot
any
have
evidence
fossils
of these
from
apes
the.
not having these sequences in their DNA? You can answer my question first.
Yes.
Okay.
The answer to the
So
question
where
is
are they
yes.
at?
Where's the evidence at? Is that your question? Or
Yeah.
where are the apes at? What's your question? Where
Either
they
one.
at is not a good question.
Yeah, where's your evidence at? That was my question.
Okay. I will post a paper for you because that's what you're going to ask for, correct?
I mean, that's probably a good idea at this point.
Okay.
But I wasn't
I'll
necessarily
do
going
that.
to.
No. So that's how you get this evidence. I don't know how else to give you this evidence. I've told you the evidence, and you don't want to listen to words. Apparently, like I don't know. Like, do you have a problem comprehending words? Because if you understood what was said to you, how do you make the claim of How is it not there before?
Is this just post-dictive evidence where we're looking and we're assuming this is how it happened, or do we have direct evidence that actually occurred?
It still
what's the
occurs.
smallest part of the thing you're talking about? Like the smallest part of the beginning of the structure that had to even be to be. Like what? How small can a memory in a brain be for evolution? When you guys are saying you got to have a big brain to be smart, little brains are dumb and retarded and they're just insect retards and they don't know anything. So is how is evolution intelligent? The last time I checked, it's not intelligent because it can't be a frog or a fish or a dog or a rock or a tree. It's because those things aren't. None of them process information the same way. So if it has to flip between them, how? I mean, so it either has to be the most intelligent thing in the universe that you can't touch or feel. That's a big idea. It's like God. So it's Godvolution versus the idea of God. So it's a big idea versus a big idea, really, at the end of the day. Where do you go in a lab and say, here's the very first starting piece, put it in isolate it, and then put it in a little vacuum chamber and it just starts doing stuff? Like, where is that? We'll wait. You can keep it in the lab for 1 billion years if you want. And then after 1 billion years, you're still going to be waiting like, well, evolution must take 18 trillion zillion years now. You know, like where do we go with it?
Oh, I have no idea,
Hold on,
but
I
I
have a
have a
question.
call. I gotta
You're
go.
talking
Sorry,
about
guys.
how we can observe viruses actually
I,
integrate
I
in the
I would
host
love to
DNA
have this
today, but
conversation with you,
do
but
these
I
viral
really have to go.
sequences that
I'm so
integrate
sorry.
host
I'm not
DNA
trying
have
to be
the
rude. I'm not
function?
trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude. I really have to go. I'm so sorry. I just got a text. I have to go.
It's good talking to you, Renee.
Hey, have a great day.
I did. So yeah, I don't really Taylor, perhaps you can help me. Is there, because obviously a lot of stuff's come to light about viruses lately, and I don't really believe in the model that's been put forward. I think viruses are created in the very process of isolation. That's what it seems to me. That's what Stefan Lanke said, and he was a virologist for 30 years. Could you tell me what's the difference? I mean, obviously there must be there's. Are they saying there's a virus in the actual DNA then, or I don't quite understand that.
Yeah, they're basically parts of the DNA that they think were inserted due to viral infection, in viral infections in the past, and they're like, okay, there's like different ERV and endogenous retrovirus like sequences for different types of organisms, and they're like I mentioned, they're assuming that these sequences were inserted due to viral infection, but now they actually are finding that these sequences of DNA have a function. And just the idea that they're just accidentally, a consequence of a viral infection, the fact that they have function kind of negates that idea. And they're just like assuming that that's how it was introduced or whatever.
Can't function negate that idea? Yeah, exactly. How? Why can't DNA inserted by a virus have a function?
Well, maybe you can explain to me the mechanism, but that would give good credence to the fact that it was designed that way. There's a use for it. There's a purpose for it.
That also sounds like an assumption.
It says here that humans, hang on a minute, HERVs, human endogenous retroviruses, in brackets, are examples of indigenous retroviruses that make up about 8% of the human genome and are remnants of ancient infections. So I guess that's pretty good.
They just have to say that because the whole body is made of viruses, so they have to say that they're all initially an infection.
Yeah, that's what they claim.
It's just coping.
Andy.
Body constantly makes virus.
As soon as
Completely
I hear like RNA, my brain just goes to the fucking greatest spell of the last 5 years that people are still fucking we're still paying for, basically.
That's mRNA.
It's just coincidental.
mRNA. Yes.
It's just coincidental that the same viral sequences that got inserted are actually responsible for gene expression and gene regulation of other parts of DNA. Like, just happens to be that these ERV sequences that were just an accidental occurrence regulate gene expression in our cells. Doesn't it posit more credence that it could have been designed that way if it
Yeah,
has
it's just
functions?
they're just genetically
Any
altering
evidence
people
of
with
a
the
designer?
vaccine.
So for me, this argument about retroviruses kind of falsifies the idea of common design, mainly because like I could understand it being the case for like functional regions of the genome, because you could say that God created those animals to have similar function. So from the beginning they will have this similar DNA. But then the junk DNA, the non-functioning DNA, which would
How do you
be
know it's
only the
non-functional?
result. What?
How do you know it's just junk?
Junk DNA is fake news.
It's just garbage. It's just
They
garbage.
used to think it was
There's like the retro.
non-functional, but now we know it's functional. And whenever we thought it was non-functional, whenever they figured this out, this quote-unquote junk DNA, like, oh, this is the best proof of evolution. Yeah, we would have totally predicted there'd be a bunch of like wasteful, useless DNA because it just, the sequence just came about haphazardly, or it just like, was undesigned and just a product of random mutations that eventually led to functions that kind of reinforce themselves, XYZ. So yeah, they're like, okay, we expected to have so much junk DNA, and this is what we find. Yeah, that like, affirms the consequence of evolution. But now we found out it's not junk. Even the non-coding DNA and yeah, DNA doesn't necessarily give a sequence for a protein. It has functions. Like it's needed to be
Like
that
what?
way.
Yeah, everything.
And now what? Okay, then that would be an intelligent design prediction that this non-coding
No.
DNA is actually functional.
Like what?
That's a prediction for intelligent design. So they want to be like, oh yeah, this non-coding DNA is like, yeah, what evolution predicted. Well, then how about this? Functional DNA is what intelligent design predicted, and that's what they found it to be. Even ERV sequences have a function.
So number one, that's not a prediction, it's a post-prediction. But I didn't ask now what I asked. Like what? Like
No, I'm
what are
just
the
playing their
functions?
claim.
Sure.
But
so this non-coding DNA, what function does it have?
What?
You said even non-coding DNA that doesn't actually code for proteins has a function. I'm asking what that function is.
Oh yeah, they'll basically the DNA is wrapped around the histones, and then because it's wrapped around the histones, you're gonna like. Do you know what that is, by the way?
No.
DNA is wrapped around
No.
proteins. That's how it's kind of like stored, and you'll have these sequences that are coding regions, and the non-functional DNA. Think about it being wrapped around like a tire, and you want these like parts of DNA to be close to one another. That are like needed for some particular function. Okay, so you got this tire, you got this stuff wrapped around it. You have like an activator that's going to come in a particular site and attach to activate the coding of this particular protein. Well, you want these parts that are for like a similar protein to be encoded, or possibly for similar functions to have active sites next to one another. So think about that. You'd need more DNA to wrap around to get these activator sites to be close to one another, like around like a tire. Like just just an analogy for a histone. So you have these activator sites that are actually near one another that have a an identical, what would you call it? Like similar function per se, or if you have a particular purpose you're trying to achieve, yeah, or a particular protein you're trying to code, you want those active sites to be next to one another. I can try to pull up a
So you're saying it's
particular
for
example.
spacing, basically.
Yeah.
So if these things weren't next to each other, they would still code, but it would just be less efficient.
No, it's more efficient. It's great.
Right. I'm saying if the junk DNA weren't there to space these things apart and keep them next to each other when they wrap around,
yeah, it would
they
be
would
less
still
efficient.
code the things they code for, but it would be less efficient.
Right.
Okay. Are there other situations where these things aren't next to each other, but they still code even less efficiently?
Probably. All I know is you got to have those active sites next to one another, and the junk DNA or non-coding DNA will allow that to happen when it's wrapped around the histone.
Right. Well, it sounds like you don't have to have it there, but it helps.
Yeah, it has a particular function.
Well, it helps. And it sounds like it doesn't do this in all situations where ideally we would like them to be closer together. Have I understood correctly?
I didn't hear your last statement.
It sounds like there are some situations where these proteins that should code similarly aren't closer together because there isn't junk DNA to have that happen.
I have my volume all the way up and I cannot hear you. Oh, let me turn my hold on.
Yeah. I get that a lot. Stupid earbuds.
It was on the iPhone. Okay, now I can hear you better. Go ahead one more time.
It sounds like there's also situations where these similarly coding DNA sequences don't have the junk DNA to keep them closer together, and they work maybe less efficiently, but they still work, right?
No, I mean, I wouldn't know an example. I haven't really heard of that, but it might exist.
So,
really? So every time we have similarly coding DNA, there's always junk DNA that pushes it closer together?
That's my understanding of it.
I'd be very surprised if that were the case.
Okay. Well.
So I read about it a little bit, and I found out that junk DNA isn't actually synonymous, isn't actually the same thing as non-coding DNA, in a way that that all non-coding DNA is junk DNA, but not all junk DNA is non-coding DNA. So non-coding DNA can still have like some another function, but doesn't necessarily have to have some other function, right? Not all of them will have that additional other function. So proving that some of them still can have some other function doesn't prove that all of them will still have some another function besides coding for proteins.
Yeah, but do you know that like what you're calling junk DNA, like I just gave you a perfect example with the ERVs, things that we used to think was non-functional. Now, after researching it, we see that it does have functions. Same for the non-coding. Like as we continue to study the DNA, we're learning more and more functions. So the quote unquote junk DNA is just things that we have no known function for. But, as we continue to see, all the DNA has some sort of function. And like telomeres, for example, which are like the ends of DNA, like all of these things have different functions. And like, yeah, I think that that it's pretty much all useful.
Do you have any like publications to support your claim?
Oh yeah, definitely. There's plenty of them. What particular claim?
The claim that all
field of the future.
The claim that all of the non-functioning DNA has a function.
That was my opinion. But yeah, like as we're learning, like with the ERVs, things that we used to not think have a function actually do.
Imagine arguing that you don't have a purpose. Like who spends the time to argue? No, we don't have a purpose. We're made for we weren't made for a reason. We're not intelligently designed. What the hell?
What she's saying is that eventually there will be a purpose found for all of this stuff. Is the claim.
You guys want to be random mutations that have no purpose and are just going to die and just...
And whoever you are, I'm ignoring that because that's just a ridiculous thing to say.
So you guys are defending, you guys are arguing that there was intelligent purpose to you.
That is just an appeal to motivation. Like it's saying that what makes you feel
your motivation. It's strange.
That's just saying that what makes you feel good has to be true, which doesn't make any sense because one doesn't follow from another. So let's talk about the evidence.
That wasn't his claim. He didn't say it has to be true. He's asking, do you like being a random sequence of mutations? He wasn't making a positive claim based on motivation.
Well, saying that as being an effect of random mutations is something negative automatically implies that the opposite state, that being created, he views as something positive. So he basically admitted that he believes in creationism because of his personal reasons.
Yeah, it would be positive.
Contrasting that with
he wasn't making a positive claim based on that. He was just asking, being a random sequence of random mutations is. He was just asking you a question. He made no positive.
Can I ask you a question, Taylor? If that's okay?
And y'all won't answer either.
Taylor,
I'll answer.
We've got a bit of delay as well. I think. Can I just ask Taylor a question? Because I'm holding my old laptop and it's quite heavy. So, because I want to read this as well. This is a statement from Stefan Lanka, who is a virologist. He says the only so-called proof the virologists have that the particles they call viruses are a cause of illness is the cell death they observe in a petri dish that I have now shown to be caused by the procedure itself. They've never actually seen a so-called virus hijack a cell and replicate inside it, or even been able to isolate one, then introduce it into an animal or person and cause the illness they claim it does. Now that's pretty significant coming from a virologist. He's been a virologist for a long time, 30 years I assume. My question, Taylor, is, are viruses real? Or perhaps better to say, are they what we've been told they are?
I mean, I've told you, Andy, that I think viruses are real. I think there's something, I think there's something happening, like God, like the plagues in the Bible. I think that he could have used that as a mechanism. I'm not sure, but all I know is I've seen,
Wait, you believe in germ
pictures.
theory?
Huh?
You believe in
I
germ
think a
theory?
lot of it has to
Oh,
do
wait a minute.
overall health
Taylor,
too.
actually, you do this, right? You do this. This is you're going for this is what you do on a daily basis, Taylor, right? Is it, or is it not?
I mean, I don't work with viruses.
Oh, okay. Okay, right.
Well, so either way, whether or not, like, they're obviously not what they tell us they are, right? So when you take it, when you detach a cell from its biome, from the body, it's getting nutrients from the body. They're all working together. You put it in a petri dish full of fucking toxic, sterile, fucking chemicals. It's like fucking literally fucking drowning it, right? It's dying, and it's going to turn into a virus. Whether or not viruses are actually something that the cell makes to deal with things, or if it's just the breakdown of pieces of the cell that break into little pieces. I wouldn't know. Based on what they look like, there's no way of really figuring that out. But we know that that's not their natural environment. So you're killing them and then claiming that this is a natural thing that you're looking at in a microscope.
No, but
you don't have to do that, right? Like you can't put it in a petri dish with its own environment.
The second part, I think, is because obviously if Jay Ace was in here, he does claim to work with these things on the reg, and he does claim that they have been isolated, and so obviously, this is going to shut down in a sec, so I better be quick. Have they actually introduced into an animal, or I realize there's ethical situations.
No, they don't. They've never done that. They can't isolate a virus culture by itself, so they can never introduce just the virus. So whatever mix they're introducing, they don't even do that anyway. They just skate past that. They've never met Coach's postulate, which was all these fucking criteria to prove germ theory. They just claim that it's not humane to test it, basically.
I've heard all that before, Q-Op, and I appreciate you, dude. But I'm just asking Taylor because she seems to be more knowledgeable in this area than me. So I wonder if, Taylor, have they actually introduced a so-called virus into an animal and shown the effects? That's what I was wondering. Have you ever done anything like that?
The only thing I've personally done is had basically like E. coli growing on a petri dish, like on a plate, and you could do like a pour plate. And then we introduced a liquid, which was a bacteriophage. That I didn't look at them, but that's what we were told the liquid was, right? It was bacteriophages, and we introduced it at different dilutions to the E. coli plates and saw a different amount of plaques grow. Basically, a plaque is like an area of clearing on the bacteria plate, where it's like an area where there's no bacteria growing, and you can count the amount of clear spots to see like how many viruses were there.
Well, what does that prove? Putting bacteria and versus other bacteria with fucking chemicals?
A bacteriophage is a virus. Bacteriophage are viruses that attack bacteria.
It has the name bacteria in it, so I'm sure it's...
I know it is, yeah. So bacteriophage is a virus that attacks, and so basically you're going to look at the amount of clearings on the plate where there's no bacteria. Usually it's really cloudy because it's covered in E. coli, and there's going to be spots with zero growth of bacteria to show like Yeah,
Well,
this
who says that?
bacteriophage attack.
I mean, it doesn't mean it's the fucking bacteriophage killing the bacteria. It could just be like something that it's probably a mix of stuff that's killing the bacteria or just not feeding the bacteria. So it's
I'm
not.
just
It's not
telling you,
trying. It's
that's the
not
only
trying.
thing I've ever done with viruses. I've never looked at them under an electron micrograph or anything like that.
But E. coli is bacteria, right? It's not
Yep.
virus.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bacteriophage. I think it's bacteriophage lambda attacks.
It's the one with like it's like a crystal. It's like a
Yeah,
crystal like
it's like a
geometry with legs.
Dynacrop.
It's fucking crazy. It's like a nanobot. Dude. It looks crazy as fuck.
And that's what we were told that was introduced to the E. coli, and then we had places where it didn't grow. The E. coli. That's the only thing I've ever done with them.
They never isolate like the bacteriophage by itself, right? It's in a solution, so you don't know if it's a solution doing it or the bacteriophage because it's a terrible experiment.
Yeah, apparently they have pictures of them, of bacteriophages, like under an electron micrograph or electron microscope, which is pretty much the same thing.
Can you do it with a? So whatever it is that they're putting this thing inside of, right? This liquid nutrient or whatever. Can you inject that liquid nutrient without the bacteriophage?
Yeah, the more we diluted the solution, the less that we had clearings on the plate. Like the bacteria weren't affected whenever we diluted it with water, but the more, whatever the solution was, right, to give kind of credence to what you're saying, whatever the solution was, killed the bacteria in different
But
locations.
you don't. So you added water, but you don't know what the original bacteriophage that you're
Yeah,
given.
I never looked at the
what
solution. I
it
didn't
is.
make it.
Yeah, exactly. So unless you test whatever they're putting in that, then you can't isolate it's the bacteriophage.
It seems pretty trivial to do that, though. Right? You have one solution that has this bacteriophage in it, one that doesn't, and then you see
No,
what
that's
the
not what she
effect
did.
is
She
of
just added
putting
water.
the.
She just diluted the solution. She doesn't know what the solution is.
No, I know that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to your point that they don't know if it's the virus or the stuff that the virus is contained in. That seems pretty trivial to test to me.
Okay, it's
I'm
not
gonna
true.
put a picture of what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about in the clearings in the plate. And you can tell what I'm talking about. Where do you want to put it, Andy?
Omnipresent.
He's definitely.
Oh wait, is that medical stuff? I don't know if it'll like that.
It's like biology. It's not really medical.
Side chat, I guess.
Okay. Okay, here's a picture of the petri dish. The background's E. coli, and then those little like clearings. We would count them and then try to figure out how much bacteriophage was in the original solution.
And Taylor, you said about the plague that I don't think it says in the Bible anything about a viral pandemic and the plague as plagues.
I don't know what God did.
He sent insects. He sent he did starvation. He did the flood. The boils. I don't know. It doesn't say viruses though.
That's true. It doesn't, but I don't know. It's kind of weird how a viral infection can alter your DNA. And I think there was weird DNA manipulation going on back in the day, like with the Watchers, and that could be a product of that. I don't know.
Well, just one not accused of dodging. To I guess it was QOP's earlier point. I just find that to be somewhat of a leap of logic to say that because we're the result of random mutation, that there's no meaning.
Well, you have no purpose, right? You're not gonna reincarnate or live another life. You're just gonna die, right? You're just a physical being.
That doesn't mean I don't have a purpose.
Yeah, but it's short-lived, right? So it's like meaning, like you're arguing that like you have no like eternal like plan or destiny, like anything special.
No, it depends what my impact is. I could have an impact
Like
on the
you're
world that
just a,
lasts
you know,
far longer than my
product of
personal
nature.
existence.
You weren't actually designed. You're just a product of nature's consequences. They don't like me using the word accident or random. They freak out when I say that.
No,
So
no, no.
I don't know what else to
No,
call it now.
the one word I have a problem with is just. It's not just that. I'm fine with all the rest of that.
And additionally, being a product of natural selection doesn't contradict the idea of God. There are many people who believe in both at the same time.
Yeah, well, Darwin said it wouldn't work without a god, but you guys, for the most part, are arguing that there's nothing intelligent like behind any of it. It's all just random mutations, just luck, blind luck.
This is what we have evidence for. We don't have an evidence of a
There's no evidence.
supernatural.
There's no evidence for that.
Well,
there's only evidence of intelligence. Everything is intelligently made. We're still just trying to figure out how intelligent things are. Like,
I don't think we can comprehend. We definitely can't replicate it.
yeah, imagine just any species, right? Just like bumblebee. Imagine trying to make like a robotic AI version of that. Like a fucking species that is just like has electrolytic propulsion, fucking like all the everything neural, everything, the perfect fucking design. It grows from just reproduction, and they make other ones. Like we can't make phones that make themselves. Like are you not saying this is intelligent?
Dude, imagine trying to make a biological one.
Completely irrelevant.
Well, no, I'm just saying like just a perfect replication.
I know, even a robotic one, but yeah, growing and reproduction. I mean, you're gonna kind of get into biologics because like anything that's like metallic isn't really gonna.
The moment my girlfriend brings up reproduction, I start giggling like a little girl.
That's
I didn't hear that. Maybe. Yeah.
For me, in no way the fact that we cannot replicate it is an evidence of the fact that it's supernatural, because there's many things we cannot replicate. Like the sun, which is like too big to replicate, and it doesn't obviously
Yeah,
mean
but
that
this
we
isn't too
cannot.
big to replicate. This is to scale. This is like on our scale. A bumblebee? We should definitely be able to replicate it.
They're trying to. They're making robotic bees.
Well, in this case,
can
there
replicate
still
it,
would
but-
be. Go on, Manufactotum.
I'm just saying, you could replicate it, but then to expect that mechanical thing to reproduce somehow, I don't know why you would expect that to happen.
And you can't replicate it.
Or what that would prove if you did it.
Well, to replicate it, you need to reproduce, right?
If you're replicating an organism, yeah, in which case you wouldn't make it mechanical.
No, but you're not gonna. You guys can't make an organism from scratch. You just have to take. You have to literally just grow like actual bees. Like
I don't know what you think that proves.
we can't do it. We don't even understand it. So to say it's just fucking random, just a bunch of random.
I don't get why people say we don't understand something.
We don't. You think we understand
How do you
fully
know?
anything?
How do you know there's not a guy out there who has like made full-on dioramas of like bee anatomy and how they
what do we
function?
understand fully? What do we understand fully? Name one thing.
It's not my subject, but you act as if you know.
We don't know anything fully.
You just said that we know. Or you just implied it. What do you think
I'm
we fully
implying this
understand?
guy does not know whether we know or don't know.
I'll tell you that we don't know.
We're at the state of not knowing in every field. We're just trying to learn things.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean we know nothing, right?
I didn't say that either.
We know plenty. We just don't know everything. Right, that's my question. What do you mean by knowing fully?
Exactly what
being able to reproduce it, being able to create it.
That's not evidence of knowing something fully.
How so?
You don't have to be able to replicate something to the T to understand what it is.
It would be good proof that you
because we understand something, we know that we can't replicate it.
Well, you should
Okay,
be
well,
able to.
we don't understand anything fully, and we can't replicate anything that exists naturally that we don't make. Everything we make is just a replication of like designs that nature makes, right? Planes are like airplanes, I mean, sorry, are like birds. Like we just replicate like what nature does, like which is mind-boggling, and we can barely even like our replications of these things are childish. They don't last. They don't work.
They do work, and the reason we're able to replicate them in any way whatsoever is because we understand at least something about them.
Dude, birds don't fucking crash. How many fucking planes crash?
Planes don't flap their wings either.
Yeah, because we could never make that. Exactly, we could never do that.
Birds do crash, by the way.
Birds do not crash, bro. Birds fly into glass.
Also, we have made drones that work by flapping their wings, but they would be impossible to like hold a human, to transport humans, because they would be too small. And we obviously also don't have birds the size of airplanes, so that doesn't work for birds
But
either.
their wings can be made of rice crackers, which can just like, oh, you know, you have someone stuck down in a cave, you can fly one of those down, and their wings are made of like, you know, rice crackers, and then they got food.
It's just weird that we have to like convince you that nature is like better than what we do. Like it's just, you guys are trying to act like humans. It's all about like human ingenuity and intelligence. We understand things, and there's no God, there's no higher like intelligence that we can do things too. It's weird. It's egotistical.
That's not at all
Things
what the
don't reproduce
conversation.
either.
Correct. Well done, Taylor.
Man, you guys are
Thanks,
gonna be eating your
everybody.
words when we start making test tubes. The test tube babies.
What? That's still, you're just taking nature's design and you're just, you know, facilitating its growth in like an unnatural environment. That's not making a new human.
Anything humans do is natural. What are you talking about? Also true.
Everyone shall be sterile in the future, and then we're gonna grow through test tubes.
I would actually, I can actually low-key agree that us not being able to replicate it means that we don't understand it fully. But the problem isn't about how those animals, you know, evolved. The problem is about the creation of life itself, of the first organism, because we don't understand abiogenesis very well. We cannot, you know, create life from non-life. But we understand the mechanisms of evolution. So if we were able to create this new life, then we would be able to then evolve new organisms based on different environments and environmental pressures. The problem is that we don't have that first step. But the fact we don't have that first step, we can't create new life, doesn't mean that we cannot understand evolution, which is a process that happens after we already have that first life.
Juru, are you trying to
Where'd
get
your
in?
memory go?
Am I saying that right? Juru, can you mute your mic?
Hold on a second.
Oh, no.
Hold on a second. The memory thing. Where does your, if you are evolution and you are the thing that evolution became, don't you know what evolution knows? If you're it, don't you have its intelligence and brain? So wouldn't you know how to mimic? If you think evolution made the birds and everything else, isn't that all you would know how to make? You wouldn't be making an airplane. You would make like a bird. You'd have the memory of what a bird entails because you would have been that bird.
Doesn't make sense to say that you are evolution.
What are you then? If you believe in evolution, then what are you if evolution made you? You're not making no sense.
Human?
Yeah, that does kind of make sense, right? Like in our genetics, like we have like our ancestral like own species like information that we tap into, right? That's why we have fears like that. When you're born with normal fears for your species, but we don't have any of these genetic like memories from like apparently that we were different species, right? So we don't. It's just
Yeah, but no animal has that kind of instinctual memory.
how do you know? All animals have instinctual memory from their ancestors, but they don't have any memory of different species.
What's a
They live.
hive mind to a bee? What does a hive mind mean to you? Cockroach, bee, ant. They all do their job. They already know their job when they're born. Where'd they remember that from?
You know that
that's
instincts instincts aren't the same thing as remembering, as literally remembering the past lives of your ancestors. We don't remember past lives of our human ancestors, like our grandparents or parents either. But we still have inherited some instincts that all of them had. Like, for example, and some of them are indeed ancestral to even like older species that weren't human and aren't really used in practice anymore. Like the reaction that when there's cold, like your skin gets like, you know, more
No, you're on the
rigid.
wrong page. No, we're talking about memory. No, the ability for you to
But we
retain
don't
the
inherit memory.
information as a thing that
But we don't
stays
inherit memory.
negative.
That argument is
You're not
complete
making
bullshit.
stop.
Not even from our
No,
human
it
ancestors.
doesn't.
You don't
It doesn't
inherit the
matter that you
memory
don't
of your
comprehend.
parents.
Doesn't matter that you don't comprehend what I'm saying. You'll get it one day, buddy. Don't let your schooling interfere with your learning right now, please. Don't do that.
Epigenetically, we do.
He comprehends what you're saying. He's telling you why that's wrong.
No, he didn't tell me anything. Your memory comes from what? If evolution doesn't have your memory and didn't make it from the first day till today, you have a problem with evolution. It's not working right because it has no memory.
No. No one says that's how evolution works.
Prove it has memory then, and what's evolution's memory?
No one says that's how evolution works.
Evolution can't work without memory, son. It wouldn't know what to do ever at any time, ever. It wouldn't
Evolution
know.
doesn't know.
It wouldn't remember.
Anything. It just does.
Yeah,
It doesn't
cool
remember.
story. No, nothing does nothing without remembering.
Sure, it does.
Yeah, prove it.
Trees don't have memory. They do plenty.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they fucking do. You stupid.
Can you prove that?
Yeah,
Can you
I
show me a
can't prove
bucket
they
of
don't.
tree
I
memory?
can't prove they don't. We can't
Who'd you
prove
say
they
doesn't
That
have
don't
wasn't
have
the
memory?
question.
memory. How does it know to be an apple tree or a banana tree? How does it know to be
You
that
say
seed that
plants don't
doesn't
have
have
memory?
memory?
You said
It
plants don't have
doesn't.
memory?
Not like Demak is describing it. No.
Yeah, plants have
So
memory. What are you talking about?
So evolution doesn't have memory.
What kind of memory are you talking about trees have?
The one that evolution made and
They've done
everything you're talking
experiments on
about
that.
from us to the
Yeah.
planet.
So
If
so
evolution
trees
made the dirt, you claim dirt has evolution memory. But go ahead.
so trees share nutrients. Well, this is all connected through the fungi, right? So I believe the fungi actually has a memory because they're all connected through this like ether, fungi Ethernet type thing. Trees, they feed, they exchange nutrients with their own offspring more than they do with their own species, and even less with other species. But they all are aware of, like, you'd say it's like it's like a memory, right? It's like it's an understanding that that's your offspring. They have the understanding of vibrations like that people are giving. Like if there's something bad about to happen, they start to like kind of conserve resources. If they know there's like a fire in the area, like a tree will, there's all kinds of senses that we
So
Yeah, they did an
so that
experiment.
kind of memory that you're describing is not the kind of memory Demak is talking.
Hold on, let me tell them. They did an experiment where they dropped these plants. I think that they were these like ferns that would close their leaves and stress. Oh yeah, Mimosa pudica, and they repeatedly dropped them, and they'd like have their natural defense response happen. But then after several drops, the plants stopped folding their leaves because they remembered, in a sense, that this was not a harmful event. But whenever you grab the leaf, like a different stimuli, it then proceeded to respond like normal. But
Yeah.
they repeatedly
Learn-
dropped them, and they learned that this wasn't harmful. And then
they continue.
Learn to respond.
They continually learn. Like if you just look at places that get mowed a lot, the little dandelions will bloom a flower very short because it knows it's going to be, it remembers being mowed, and it remembers continuously getting cut at a certain length, and it literally blooms a flower like right below where the mower grows. I mean cuts.
even a month later after being dropped, they didn't respond.
Right. So I don't disagree with any of this. It's just that's not what Demak is talking about.
That is
And
memory.
even saying that it learns, yeah, it's memory, but it's not the kind of memory Demak is talking about. Have you guys been listening? Even saying something
Enderman.
learns in that sense is a little bit misleading. I mean, I get what you're saying, and again, I agree with it.
Can't learn. You
But
can't learn if you don't have memory. If you have amnesia, you're not gonna have any learning.
that's why I'm saying learning is a little misleading in that sense because they're not remembering like in their head, right, in their brain.
How do you know? How do you know them? Our mycelium networks work exactly like neural networks, and we actually probably have mycelium networks in our brain. So, and they're way better organized. So mycelium is totally like a brain. That's just not. That's just mainstream.
I think it's the awareness that's implied in this language that is lacking.
Yeah. What's your proof that mycelium has less awareness than our neural pathways?
I would just point to its simplicity.
It's not any more simple than neurons. It's the exact same thing basically, except instead of like neurons and veins, we exchange nutrients with veins and information with neurons. Mycelium does both through the same network, so that's more complicated.
Sure. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is there's implications in when we talk about learning and remembering that aren't going to be the same qualitatively as how we quote remember or learn things.
Just because you don't speak the language of the fungi, so you don't know what how they think.
Correct. But that points to them not thinking the same way we think.
It doesn't mean it's a lesser. We just can't understand it. We can't talk to them.
What's
I'm
that
not saying
thing we
lesser.
often?
I said it's
What's
less
that?
complicated.
What's that thing we often hear where they say something like we're more like fungi than plants, something like that? Humans, queue up. You probably know a bit more about that than me.
Yeah, I think plants are like the hairs of the fungi network. So I don't think there's much intelligence in the plant itself. It's like a hair, on your head. It's not really conscious. It's kind of just sending information to them. It's just the hair of like our hair extends longer to probably gather catch senses like on bees or bumblebees are covered in hair because they're like little senses, right? You're gathering electricity, you're feeling wind, all this kinds of stuff. That's what the tree is, just gathering electricity for the fungal network. It's like the antennas.
I want the bee craft. When we're going to make the bee electrostatic craft I can fly in.
They got UFOs like that. UFOs are probably based on that. That's what bees are doing. Bees have like a cavity in their chest, which they literally do the same thing as UFOs. They're just creating a vortex of different charged atmosphere around
This
them.
is just schizophrenia at this point. Sorry.
No, that's been tested.
Where's all the memory stored? You know the number one problem is memory storage. Where does evolution store all its memory?
I mean, ask these guys. They're the ones who are, I don't know if they're agreeing with you, but they certainly seem to understand what you're saying better than I do.
Well, I don't think it stores any. I don't think it exists. I don't think it's the thing. So I think the answer would be it doesn't. Because you said it doesn't remember and it doesn't have a brain. So if it doesn't remember everything and it doesn't have a brain and it doesn't know how to evolve the next thing from the thing it was, and there's no point in its existence other than sit there like a retarded blob, that I think it's hungry for nothing because it doesn't know what its food is. So like, yeah, I don't know where to go with evolution. It's kind of retarded with no memory.
You were mercifully muffled through that whole thing.
So I'm curious to the atheists.
Retarded without where does
to
it
the
store?
U.S. already. I'm curious because like in these evolution debates, we never get into like our spiritual connection, and like dreams and like the pineal gland. Like I'm just curious, why did evolution give us an eye in the middle of our brains that connects to completely irrelevant information and visions of spiritual realms? Like what what is the use of that if we're just physical beings just trying to survive?
I don't think spiritual realms would be irrelevant.
Yeah, they're not relevant to the physical world. So why are we tuned to them?
I'm not sure if that's even true.
Yeah, when just look up, DMT experiences when people die. When it's not it used to be a secret, like a conspiracy theory, and now it's just mainstream that DMT releases when you die, and then people have spiritual experiences.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, do you think that there's deeper truths we can get from navigating spiritual planes that do have something to do with the real world?
Not for survival, for maybe your spiritual path and spiritual wisdom that but nothing. You're not given anything to deal with this physical world, and when you're having DMT experiences.
Would you say that it enhances your life?
No, it makes it's completely contradictory to it makes me not even want to stay in the physical realm for the most part when I go there. So why would I have a natural process that brings me somewhere that makes me not care about the physical world or my survival here? It makes me feel like I'm eternal. It's not a evolutionary advantage to have something like that going on in your body.
I don't know if I agree with that. It's been my experience that most people would disagree with you on that. For most people, it enhances their existence. It doesn't make them want to off themselves.
Well, I wouldn't take it that far. I'm just saying
But a lot
that's
of them
where that
lose
leads.
animalistic instincts, like the instinct to just go haphazardly reproduce and things like that. The
Haphazardly?
animalistic instincts to take snuffers and just reproduce haphazardly and not have a. Even though this might be
It would
technically
make sense.
better for passing on
Sorry,
genes.
Taylor. Are you finished, Taylor? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm good.
I was just going to say it would make sense that if you got some emotional situation that it could manifest in dreams. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Certainly, I often think that when people talk about sleep paralysis and things like that, which sounds to be a horrific thing. I've heard many people talk about that, even on
No.
here.
No, don't listen to. Don't listen to anyone's the accounts of having a bad time at sleep paralysis. That's just their unfamiliarity with that natural experience that for the most part you're not supposed to be experiencing and noticing. But it's not a horrific thing if you know how to navigate it correctly. It's actually probably like your most special tool in your bank of kind of mental. Your access to all your mental powers, your psychic, astral projection, lucid dreaming, all these things are all like, you're basically, when you're in sleep paralysis, you're literally in the mainframe of you know what I mean? You're in the fucking control fucking room of your brain, and it's extremely uncomfortable if you're not used to it and you're scared. Usually people when they experience sleep paralysis, they're scared, and that's why they see scary things and they think it's like a bad. But it's only because they're scared. I'm not scared when it happens to me. I'm extremely excited that I got a free, because it's very hard to induce a sleep paralysis on purpose. When it happens by accident in the middle of the night, which isn't very often, if it happened to me, I'd be extremely excited that I just was gifted. I was gifted the opportunity to be able to navigate, astrally.
Well, I can tell you, my girlfriend has it, and it's not a fun experience for her.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But if she learns to induce it, then she'll get used to it, and then it'll be, something that she could use to her benefit. But people don't do that.
Most people will not get used to being unable to move. Like, she can't even talk, she can't scream, she can't do anything. Like, she's actually in a panic state.
Well, tell her not to panic, and she can break out of it within seconds if she tries hard enough. Like, it's not very hard to break out of sleep paralysis. Your body will turn back on if you try hard enough to wake up and to move. Your body will notice you're awake. Like, it's not very hard to tell your body that you're awake. That's why it doesn't usually paralyze when you're falling asleep until you're asleep, because it knows when you're thinking and when you're not thinking.
Do you think that's like a fear of like a trapped fear or something like that?
Yeah, they're feeling like they're unable to use their body, so they're just scared that they're trapped, and now they're going to see scary things because they're scared. And when you're dreaming, If you're scared, you see a nightmare. If you're happy, you see a dream. It's just how the brain works.
Probably some people's nightmares can be other people's dreams too. So
Yeah, the girl that I was talking to on here, she was completely like horrified. I mean, I'd talk to her and she'd be like, this was maybe a day later and she's still frightened. Right? This is a terrible thing that's happening to her. And
It's
so,
like, well, it's like the most. So like when you're having a nightmare at night, you're not very lucid. But when you're having sleep paralysis, you're completely awake, and now you're basically in a dream state while you're awake and you can't move. So now you're scared and panicking. So now when you start seeing scary things, because DMT will show you scary things when you're in a low DMT awake state with your eyes open or your eyes closed if you're still in your body. So you will see very scary things if you're basically, yeah, you're basically awake in a nightmare if you let it get that far, but it's within your control. If you don't get scared, if you're happy, you want to see cool things, you'll see cool things.
that's interesting. I never thought about the DMT aspect of it, possibly giving you visions of some kind as well. That's really that's
Well, that
interesting.
within that, I try to tell people, like, if you practice inducing sleep paralysis, you'll be able to master your lucid dreams, astral projection, and I can even teach people like how to have like a DMT experience within this mode, because you have the ability to go from that dream state to the third eye vision mode, which is like the inside of your brain, like DMT experience when you like smoke it. Like you can actually have a smoked DMT level experience from your dream state. Like you can switch from the dream mode to a actual purely DMT experience. Like it's insane, bro. I do this just completely sober. Like this is just something I've learned from inducing sleep paralysis, which is, it's the opposite of like being scared. When people talk about sleep paralysis, they're thrown into it like randomly and they don't know what the fuck's going on. When you induce sleep paralysis, you know what you're gonna experience. You're gonna experience your body paralyzing itself, and you're gonna trick your body into thinking you're asleep so that you can navigate the process of being paralyzed and then being able to control your sleep state, directly.
Yeah, I don't know too much about it. While this may make the eyes roll of the secular ear, I actually I actually said they should, because I think she was worried about demons or something like that. And I was like, you should denounce it in the name of Jesus. And the reason I said that is because of Blaze and because of Witsit, because they had the same experience. And
Well, so
then called out to
anytime you're
Jesus and then didn't have a problem with it after that. So
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like,
But anytime you're having a nightmare, like your nightmare is completely controlled by your state of mind. So
yeah.
if saying Jesus' name makes you less fearful, you're just instantly gonna, like, if you said poopy pants and it made you laugh, you would stop seeing anything scary. Like, so poopy pants is obviously not something deeply truthful and gonna scare away demons. If you think it's demons that you're seeing, you're not understanding the experience itself, and you're never. And yet, if you fucking do that Jesus thing and it's a positive thing for you, it'll technically work, but you're still not understanding what the experience is. And if you induce sleep paralysis, you don't even have to try to induce sleep paralysis. If you just look up what people do to induce it, you will see that sleep paralysis is a completely natural thing, and no one's like invoking demons to induce sleep paralysis. It's just something that happens every time you go to sleep. You just, it's just completely natural.
you're not aware of it until somehow your sleep is like malfunctioning to a degree. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, you're waking up. When people have sleep paralysis, they're just waking up in a strange way that didn't awaken their body first. And usually your body wakes up immediately, like as you're waking up. So there's something going on where the body didn't notice that you woke up. It's like when you boot like a computer too quick and it doesn't work or something.
For me, scarier than that is just falling asleep on a limb and that thing goes totally numb. That really freaks me out.
Well, this girl never. She was like, she was basically like, "F that," and I'm like, "Well, what if it actually worked though? Maybe that's the reason why she didn't want to do it." But I was like, "Look, what if it actually worked?" And she's like, "I don't care." They're so bloody adverse to the idea of like Christianity or anything like that. They're like, "No, no."
Anything will work better than being panicked and afraid and helpless. Because you literally, if you just fucking shake yourself out of it, you'll get. I can get myself out of, if I want to get out of sleep paralysis, I can get out of it like within a second. Like it's instantaneous. Like if you actually know how to get yourself out of it. And everyone else like that doesn't know how to control it, they'll literally be stuck there for a while, and then they'll think a fucking demon, because they'll be scared, and then they'll picture a demon is holding them down for some reason, and then they think, a demon held me there for like 10 minutes. It's like, no, you held yourself there from your incompetence.
Yeah, that does kind of make sense to me, like a lack of awareness sort of thing, of perhaps some. I know I said this before, but some perhaps emotional situation that could be going on. I don't know exactly. That's why I said what I said to the girl, because I don't know enough about it. I really don't. But it sounds horrific. So I was just trying to, again, from Blaze and from Witsit, they said they had a terrible time with it, and then they called out to Jesus and it was gone. And I was like, okay, well, that seems to be a thing. That seems to be, I don't know. It's hilarious to me that somebody wouldn't just do that anyway. Just
It's
what
like the
difference
same.
does it make?
It's the same as if like if anyone knows how to lucid dream, they know that the dream is completely in control if you're confident enough, and if you just will it. If you will your power over your dream, it's your dream. You just have to be confident. If a nightmare happens, and like, dude, when nightmares happen to me, I'm so excited because first of all, it wakes me up in the dream. I realize I'm dreaming just because this fucking crazy thing is happening, and then I get excited because now I have something to kind of fight and like show my powers to. If
That's awesome.
Yeah, dude, like as soon as a nightmare starts, I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck is going on? And then I'm like, wait a second, this doesn't happen in real life. I'm in a dream. You're fucked, monster. But if I thought I had to if I thought it was real, and then I navigated my nightmares in a way that like I thought they were real, like you would just not you're not going to be able to be lucid if that's how you operate in your dream world. That's not how the dream world works. It's completely it's a mirroring of your own fucking your own how you're feeling, right? So if you're scared, you're going to just manifest scary things all around you in your dream. Like that's just how the dream world works.
That makes sense. Yeah, I kind of said that once years ago to Austin about his situation where he had a Bible in his hand and he was saying he asked for a wife or something like that, and then I can't remember the exact context of it, but I was saying there's a sort of inside out aspect to this place that's very weird and I can't really explain, so I probably shouldn't go into it or even try, but I think that would happen regardless of what book you were holding, right? Like there's something about focused attention. What was that old thing, that old saying, energy flows where attention goes, or something like that. I've messed that up. You get the gist of it. I think there's definitely something to that. But then people go, oh, well, this book must be true then because of this. And it's like, well, no. It's like you were saying with the mind's very powerful. It can manifest all kinds of things.
In the paper, there was a story about the London Tube, and then 17 years later, I went on the London Tube. Awesome.
What was it? What was it, Ned? I couldn't quite hear you.
Yeah, I got my mic's fucked.
Why don't you sort yourself a mic out, dude? What's happening?
I got a series of shitty headsets.
Oh, that girl, that girl. It was Izzy.
Oh, those Welsh chicks.
Yeah, the Welsh girl. So you can imagine it was like, well, why don't you just, call out to Jesus? Like, F that. I might as well have, just. No, I should say that. But you know what I mean? It was like the worst suggestion. I couldn't have even said anything worse.
There's no Jesus in the lives of Swansea people.
No, definitely not.
You're basically just talking to yourself, like in your dreams. So the idea that you'd have to like call out like to Jesus is just funny because you're talking to yourself, and it's a self-fulfilling thing. You believe in Jesus, so you'll think now it's going to be better, and now it will be better because you thought it's going to be better.
Well, that's kind of my point. In that, why not do it then?
You realized you were dreaming, then you talk
Yeah,
to yourself.
anything works better. Anything works better than being helpless and scared. But if you just call out to Jesus, and then you imagine you're still not in control, and Jesus is in control, you're not gonna have a lucid dream. You're just gonna have a better dream. But like if you know that it's your dream and you can control whatever you want, then you can literally just change the dream into any. You can literally, dude. I'm literally like a god. Like I'm a god in my at night when I sleep. Like I wake up in the morning. I'm like fuck. It's fucking normal fucking life, and I can barely control anything. You know what I mean? It's like your dream worlds are yours to control, and if you take care of yourself good enough, they're extremely vivid if you take care of yourself good enough, and they can be hyper realistic, like
I think your
to an
dream's showing
extreme
you.
level. Like I don't know how. I think it's possible. Your brain might be able to manifest a dream where you can feel and touch as vividly as this, but for the most part, that doesn't happen.
You can slightly. It's just imagination, though. Just like a shock, is a burn, is a
Yeah,
frostbite. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
yeah.
I felt things in my dreams, just not on the same level as when you're awake. When you're awake, you feel sense everything, all the whole time.
I call out to Damok in a bad dream, and it always wakes me up.
I'm just saying, has anybody ever seen Jesus do anything? Has Jesus ever popped up in a robe or a pair of pants or sandals and like beat the shit out of something for you in your dream? That's a question.
People do claim that. I've talked to somebody who said he got Jesus on his passenger seat, and he was talking to him. I was like, "What the fuck?"
So
Yeah, I
was
mean
Jesus
anything
his
you
dad,
imagine will
grandpa?
happen.
Or like, I mean, I'm saying like, what did it like? Could he draw that image and like, what would it look like?
Well, what did he look like? I don't know. What did he look like?
No, the guy that told you Jesus was in the passenger seat. I would ask him to draw what that looked like.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's interesting because it never even occurred to me.
It was probably the Cesar Borgia
The
version of Jesus.
stereotypical, yeah, white guy.
The one that looks exactly like Cesar Borgia. But no coincidence that he was one of the people in the Roman Empire at that time who would have wanted to be depicted.
I love the passage in. So I love Norm Macdonald's book, A Memoir. Go read it or listen to it if you've got a road trip or something. And there's a passage where he meets God. Well, he tries to kill himself, and then he meets God. And he's like, and people always ask that is what about race and he goes, I'm here to tell you that none of that stuff matters, whether he's black, white. And then he goes, he's a white guy, by the way. It's just so good. It's so fucking Norm. It's just perfect. He's a white guy, by the way. Yeah, he tries to kill himself with this. I think it's called dilaudid or something like that. Never heard of it. But God's essentially like, "Wait, are you stoned?" And he's like, "No." He's like, "Great, I've got to give a message to a stoned guy."
What about the speed of processing something or the speed of the thing? So do you think that the speed of a thing can be faster than the thing that has to process it? Its ability to process the thing. So like if you have light information coming in at the speed of light, and then you're slow, and you're like, are you going to process the speed of light information right? You would have to be able to have the ability to process information faster than it came in, or faster than it was acclaimed to be.
That's why I say when they claim to measure the speed of light, or time dilation, all these things, it's just their equipment that's just delayed. Like there's no way to make equipment that just registers things instantaneously so that you can have an accurate measurement. So the idea that we know the speed of
That's
light.
not true. You can. That's exactly the point. You are
Let me
you're
guess yours
calibrating
over.
your equipment with a short distance, and then you have a longer distance. You just measure the distance. If you measure the speed of light, you measure it with a very close mirror, and you know what your reference is, and then you move the mirror far away, and then you measure again. Then you will see a longer time between it. It's not the delay of the system.
What's the end point or the start point of the light? Where's the very end of it you got to get to measure that? I mean, if I want to measure a race of
Can you come again? You were turned down by me. What's the question, Demo?
I got it. Where is B at? Where does the light end up for you to say that runner ran past the light, or the light went past this object this fast compared to the start of it?
There's no one-way speed of light measurement, as far as I know.
Yeah, it's always reflected. Yes, it's always a round trip. Like you shoot it one way, you reflect it, and you receive the signal back to the source.
So not the speed of light.
It's the speed of light.
Is the
through the medium and through the medium again. Yeah.
It's the speed of reflection and reaction and inference. It's not the speed of light.
No, because if you measure it locally, you also have the reflection within the system. So you shoot a laser against the mirror, and then you detect when the laser bounces back. And this is your reference 0. Now you move your mirror 10 meters away, and then you shoot it again. So the only thing that you have changed is the distance. You have not changed the mirror, you have not changed the laser, you have not changed the delay between sending and receiving the signal.
You don't
so your
control the
system is
distance,
all the
right?
same. What? Come again?
You can't cut a distance off from itself and then you make stuff up about how big the string is. You cut into little pieces. That's you just doing dumb shit.
Yeah, blah, 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 dumb stuff, blah, 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 dumb stuff.
Yeah, you cut light into little pieces and claim stuff for it. Let it be the whole thing of its own. And then let's see what it do.
You're just bullshitting again.
No, you just don't want to measure the shoestring. You want to cut it in pieces.
That's actually interesting because that means that technically speed of light could be different in one direction than another if they in total sum up to the speed of light we measure, to the two-way speed of light.
Yep. Be that the speed of light in one direction is in the fast and the speed of light in the other direction is half the speed of light. And we have no possibility yet to distinguish this or to calculate it.
You're saying a reflection off a mirror is the speed of light.
The reflection of any object. And you can do that with a laser rangefinder. You can directly measure with the speed of light how far something is away, which is every fucking day practice on a construction site or when you do measurements and so on.
Isn't this not a matter of like equipment, but rather a matter of just relativity? That relativity postulates you cannot measure the two-way speed of light. So it isn't like only currently we don't have means to do that because we have weak equipment. But if relativity is true, then we will never have means to do that.
Now the problem is if you have two synchronized clocks, for example, and you synchronize the clock by the first impulse. For example, let's say you shoot an impulse, and once the receiver clock receives that impulse, it starts counting. And the sender clock is when it maybe receives. Or you could have a prism in between. Yeah, two receivers, one local receiver, one far distant receiver. When they receive the first signal, they would kind of start counting. Did you get my point?
Yes.
So you have one sender and one. So the first measurement, when they start counting with the first impulse, they start counting. You have them locally. So you send it. They are just 1 centimeter apart of each other or so. They start counting. Then you carry the one counting clock 10 meters further, and then you send again the signal, let's say through a vacuum. The time when both clocks stops is exactly the same time, because by moving the one clock to another distance, you have caused time dilation of the speed of light over that distance in that clock. So it will be delayed, but it will actually be delayed by carrying it 10 meters as the speed of light over 10 meters travels. That's why you cannot measure the one-way speed of light.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. Actually, that's probably the explanation of because in creationism they have the starlight problem that if they postulate that the world is only 6,000 years old, then we would only be able to see things that are like 6,000 light years away, because the light from further object wouldn't have time to reach us, and probably the only solution they have to this problem that makes any logical sense is that they just assume that the speed of light towards the Earth is infinite, and outwards the Earth is like basically infinity slow. And they do that so any light, regardless of how far it is, can basically reach the Earth, even though the universe is only 6,000 years old. And that's pretty funny to me, because that's basically going in a full circle back to geocentrism, because in that case the Earth would be an ultimate reference frame that would have laws of physics different than any other reference frames. It would be basically determining the direction of the speed of light for the entire universe.
Yeah, which basically means overall it makes no sense. Yeah.
Well, technically you cannot just disprove it by going, it's geocentrism. That's just a pretty funny fact that we're getting back to like 500 years ago. But there are like other methods to falsify it. For example, the guy who invented this hypothesis said he even gave a criterion to falsify it, because he said if galaxies that are very distant will look like more primitive than the galaxies that are closer to us, then this theory will be falsified, because if that was the case, then the distance from to the galaxies will reflect the evolutionary history of them, because the further galaxies will be older, because the light took longer to reach to us. So according to the Big Bang theory, they will be more primitive because they developed earlier. And indeed, when we took photos with James Webb Telescope, that had very long exposure, they indeed confirmed that those galaxies that are very distant look more primitive. They don't have like those spiral arms. So according to this creationist's own standard, his theory got disproven.
Yeah, I think these far distance galaxies also don't have TV and internet. They are really different. I was just kidding.
I also had a discussion with Danny from Answers in Genesis, a creationist organization here on this server, in the text chat, where he like sent his own theory about the starlight problem, and and he said that it's something completely different from this, this infinite speed of light. That is completely different. It's absolutely not the same theory. And I read this article he posted that he wrote, and it was basically about that at the beginning of creation, God basically instantly teleported the light to the earth. And then I realized that this doesn't make any sense, because light isn't something that you can just teleport in one moment in time, because it's a continuous stream of photons. So if that was the case and God only let's say teleported it for 5 seconds, then after 5 seconds the sky will go completely black, because the rest of the photons wouldn't be accelerated. They will still be on their way towards the earth. So either the sky will go completely black after that period, God will be sustaining this teleportation, or God will have to basically be doing this teleportation up to this day, and then it just reduces to that instant, to this infinite speed of light hypothesis. And I told him that, and he was like, yeah, it's basically the same thing. And that's hilarious to me, because for me it demonstrated how low standards for publishing stuff are in those creationist circles, because Danny has a PhD in astronomy, and me, a 19-year-old without any higher degree, was able to just read this article in a matter of a half a minute and basically debunk it, or at least show that it's basically the same thing as this another hypothesis, unlike
You're
Danny
19
claimed.
years old?
Yes.
Interesting. I'm already closer to the 20, to the 30 than to the 20.
That's still relatively young.
Is it?
For me, it
Figure
is
it out.
definitely.
Yeah, I mean, if I say I'm closer to the 30 than to the 20, what ages could I be?
Oh yeah, because you could be you either would
200.
be older than you either would have to be older than 25 but younger than 30, or 30 and everything older from that.
Just older than 25 fits this criteria, yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I assumed the first thing at the beginning because I didn't think about the other possibility. But if a PhD in astronomy who is influenced by creationism cannot even come up with the fact that light isn't something that you can just instantly teleport and it will be creating an image forever, but it's like a continuous stream of photons, then you can imagine how.
Has he, you said he has a PhD in astronomy.
Yes.
Where did he do that? On the Flat Earth Academy or what? It cannot
no
be.
idea.
I mean seriously, that cannot be a real PhD. It's some kind of bought stuff or so.
I've heard it's actually legit. I've actually heard it's legit, right? Even the evolutionist side admit it's legit, but it's actually crazy to me because it shows that creationism is like brain cancer. Even if you have a degree and higher education, then you're basically having to suppress that education in order to lie to yourself and to other people to defend those beliefs, because if you're simply intellectually honest, then automatically those beliefs don't make any sense. So after that confrontation, I got convinced on my own experience that creationist degrees aren't worth anything, because those people say just as stupid things as normal creationists do. So he got his degree in astronomy from Indiana University, and that's an actually accredited and legit university.
He does write books debunking flat Earth.
Yes, he's on his crusade against flat Earth, because basically creationists realized that many of the people who watch their videos are flat earthers, because when they were recording, like, because creationism also touches on the topics like astronomy, because of, for example, the starlight problem already explained, or like formation of galaxies, planets, stuff like that, which take millions of years and they realize that when they are recording those videos about those topics, flat earthers are like getting triggered in their comments and saying that space is fake, that they are also like against God because they are falling for this propaganda. And they started, because of that, making those videos debunking flat earth, because they realized they are their audience is infiltrated by flat earthers.
Is he part of that Answers in Genesis thing? Is that what it is?
Yes, he's actually part of that. Creationists are usually triggered by flat earthers because flat earthers basically operate on the same principles but take them to like even further extent, and creationists don't like that because it shows them like a mirror that if you are consistent in the tactics that they use, then you reach even more absurd conclusions. That's why they usually fight against flat earthers if they do. Because if you take the Bible literally, then it also describes the Earth being flat, and they take their beliefs about the age of the Earth from the Bible, from the literal interpretation of it, but ignore the bits where it describes the shape of the Earth and the firmament and stuff like that. So in a way, flat earthers accidentally expose their hypocrisy in their interpretation of the Bible.
I feel like lying is itchy to
Most
say
as
something.
anything, unless they go